Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We're getting closer and closer and closer and closer to this matchup between the 49ers and the Packers Saturday night at Levi Stadium. Kickoff at 5:15 p.m. We cannot wait for the divisional round between the Niners and the Packers. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Good morning to all the overnight dancers. Hopefully you had a great night. I know it's a little chilly out there. Good morning to all the muni drivers, all the cops, highway patrol, firefighters, students, teachers, and our YouTubers out there. We love you. And Twitch, and the Comcast Business Text Line. Of course, YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. We're going to have a lot of fun today. A lot of fun today. I'm really stoked over our guest list that we'll reveal in a little bit. But Shaska, good morning, Spinoni. Good to have you back. And Sam Lubman, what is cracking as we get closer and closer to the Niners and the Packers? And we got some trash talk. We got some trash talk coming over from Wisconsin. I like it.
I'm here for it. Why not? I mean, let's do this. I'm super fired up. Yeah, B, I've been just thinking about this game nonstop. You brought something up earlier this week, and it got me to thinking long and hard. You know, you talk to a lot of athletes, and you'll get a lot of different answers.
Yep.
But Peyton Manning's talked about anxiety.
Yeah.
Understanding the magnitude of the moment. Mm-hmm. Now, some people aren't as anxiety-filled as Peyton Manning was, right? His brother, if you've seen him on the broadcasts, kind of conducts himself significantly different than Peyton. Peyton's an overthinker, right? Mm-hmm. So everybody deals with things a little different. But when I look at these quarterbacks that are all in the playoffs right now, you have all these first-round picks, and then you have Brock Purdy. And they're all different. They're all at different points in their careers. And how you quantify pressure is, you know, based on your point of view. It could be playing for a contract, playing for legacy. It could be playing for your job. It could be playing for the moment. It could be to quiet the doubters. I'm not going to say the word naysayers because that has made the rounds. But I look at where Brock Purdy's at, and I look at where Kyle Shanahan's at, and all I keep coming back to is this. You can make arguments for other people, McDermott, Lamar Jackson, multiple MVPs, and not a lot of playoff success. You could go to Mahomes. Every year he doesn't win it is a disappointment. There are lots of different people. I'm just looking at Shanahan and Brock Purdy. I feel like there is a tremendous amount of pressure on both guys to win this weekend. And not just win this weekend, but to win it all.
We'll get to Brock. Let me start with Shanahan because I don't want to piss people off when it comes to Brock Purdy. Because
no, I just want to be real.
No. We could be real, and I don't want people to take it as a negative. But let's just keep it real. First of all, Shanahan is extended through when 2027.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, Shanahan has no pressure. Shanahan is not going anywhere. His seat is not hot. His seat is not mild. Shanahan will be back as head coach for the San Francisco 49ers. Without a doubt, we'll question him. We'll do it. We'll question him and say he can't win the big one. He can't win the big one. Does he have a lot to prove? Sure. He has a lot to prove.
You're taking pressure, and your point of view is job security, correct?
That's one aspect of it. That's one aspect of it. Okay. Also, he has the players. And I understand that players at the end of the day are going to have to execute. They're going to have to execute every block, every tackle, every catch, every throw, every motion. They're going to have to execute that. That falls on the players. Shanahan can put the game plan together, and now we can look back and say, whoa, this game plan wasn't great. Shanahan's game plan sucked. But that other part of it is, sure, he does have the job security. Let me get to Brock Purdy. Because in that article, and everybody went crazy because I said long-term, who'd you rather have, Jordan Love or Brock Purdy? Naturally talented. Jordan Love is naturally talented. Quote-unquote better arm, but Brock Purdy's a more accurate quarterback. It's fine. I love Brock Purdy with the 49ers, but here's something that I thought about last night. And maybe it's pressure, maybe it's you have a lot to prove.
Okay.
Because I could make the argument that Nick Bosa has more pressure than Brock Purdy does this Saturday. Nick Bosa has a lot of pressure on him because of the fact that he didn't get a single sack last season in the postseason. I saw Brock Purdy light up Seattle in the second half and make all the throws in the fourth quarter against the Dallas Cowboys. But maybe the question is, who has more to prove? Because Nick Wagner, in that article, when he wrote that Shanahan talked to Brock Purdy and said, you're the starter unless Tom Brady came out of retirement. And Brock was like, really? Really? Well, that also tells me this, Shasky. If Brock Purdy doesn't play well Saturday, and he doesn't prove that he can handle the bright lights Saturday night against the Green Bay Packers, and he doesn't prove that he can take this team to the NFC title game, well, that pressure this offseason is going to mount because there's a quarterback in Minnesota who's going to be a free agent. That's Kirk Cousins. So if Shanahan is already looking at Tom Brady as a veteran, and Tom Brady was in his mid-40s, he had a cool season with Tampa Bay, but he said unless Tom Brady wanted to come out of retirement and quarterback this football team, you're the starter.
I hadn't even considered Cousins.
Now Kirk Cousins, we saw him on Monday Night Football light up the 49ers in front of Kyle Shanahan. And Shanahan has made no secret for years and years and years that he loves him some Kirk Cousins. Now, I don't. I would rather have Brock Purdy every day of the week and twice on Sunday over Kirk Cousins. But what about Shanahan? And what if Brock Purdy falls short Saturday and he looks like complete garbage and he looks like, he turns into a pumpkin, which I highly doubt. I think Brock Purdy's going to play well, especially after the Green Bay Packers talked all that trash. But Shanahan proved to me in that article with Nick Wagner that he's never going to ever fully trust a quarterback 100%. It's just not in his DNA.
Well, that is undeniable. Jimmy Garoppolo heading into 2019, there were rumors already, year or two in to their relationship. Hey, Nick Mullins, if Jimmy falters, immediately after losing in the Super Bowl, they sniffed around Tom Brady, at least sniffed around him. This isn't me. This isn't Bonte Hill. This is the team. They're the ones that traded heaven and earth to get Trey Lance. They're the ones that immediately pivoted off Jimmy and then brought Jimmy back.
Right.
And then immediately pivoted off Trey Lance and then went to Brock Purdy. And then we're thinking about trying to lure Tom Brady out of retirement. So their actions are kind of speaking to what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Not you and me.
Yeah,
not you and me.
It's their actions.
Their actions.
It's their actions.
That's
not mine.
That's a good point.
Not mine.
I just keep coming back to this. If I just remove, nobody thinks Shanahan's getting fired. Remove job security. So let's just throw that to the side. I do think there are a lot of Niner fans. Not everyone.
Not going anywhere. So I think the pressure off of Shanahan, that's dissipated. Shanahan's going to be here for a long time.
So they're down 8, and that graphic pops up in the fourth quarter.
Right.
And whatever it is, 10,000. I think it's 40 games, give or take. 40 games. 39, down 8 or more in the playoffs and in the regular season in the fourth quarter. You don't think 888-957-957, the lines are going to light up?
No, that's undeniable. That's undeniable, the conversations that will be had.
He would be in the crucible.
But I'm telling you right now, he's not going anywhere.
No. We agree there.
And then there's going to be a lot of Niner fans who come back and say, well, who would you rather have? Who would you rather have? Belichick? McVay?
But I do believe scrutiny would be there, don't you?
The scrutiny's always going to be there.
So
he got blamed. He got blamed for a Super Bowl he was the offensive coordinator for 28-3. Well, so scrutiny's always going to be there.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Scrutiny's always, but scrutiny's going to be there with everybody. You don't think if Bosa doesn't show up on Saturday, there's going to be scrutiny there about his contract?
Yeah, people are coming for everyone.
So that
you
goes
think
with
he
the
has
whole
most
team.
To prove?
Who?
Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy has to prove it again. And this is when we got to the conversation, and you said,
interesting.
We were saying, Jared Goff and Brock Purdy has the same amount to prove. Well, Jared Goff has proven that he could take a team to at least the Super Bowl. And I don't even know if he took that team. Because in the playoffs,
give him the benefit.
In the playoffs, it's all about the team.
Yes.
It's about running the football. It's about getting after the quarterback. You can't lean on the quarterback to carry you in a playoff game. That's not going to work. You know, you need your quarterback to play a lot. And I don't want Brock Purdy to carry this offense. He doesn't need to.
Yeah, but he still has to execute.
Christian McCaffrey, Kittle, and everybody. But execution is key. So when I read that article from Nick Wagner, and they're talking about Tom Brady again. Look, Shannon Sharp, I can't unsee it. I can't unhear it when Shannon Sharp, and you guys can think he's a clown all you want to. The guy's a Hall of Famer. The guy won 3 Super Bowls. The guy played for Mike Shanahan. We just saw the picture of Christian McCaffrey sitting on Shanahan's lap.
That's pretty cool.
Shannon Sharp's lap.
Yeah, that was
and what
cool.
Shannon Sharp said earlier this season, the Shanahans and patience don't go together. You don't think if Brock doesn't show up on Saturday? Because let's be real. We saw during the 3-game losing streak, Brock couldn't carry the offense. And that's okay. And I said that in real time. I don't care if Brock Purdy can't carry this team by himself. He doesn't need to. He's in his second year playing quarterback. Play around your weapons. Brady didn't carry his offense for the first 4 years.
No.
Brady didn't start carrying the offense till about year 6, year 7, year 8. So I'm okay with that. But boy, if Brock Purdy struggles, and I know Kirk Cousins is lingering coming off an injury, and you know the Shanahans will do their due diligence to check every box. The fact that they're looking to upgrade off Brock Purdy from last season tells you everything you need to know that Brock Purdy has the most to prove on Saturday.
It's hard for me to argue with you. I want to take Shanahan. I want to take Brock. I'm going back and forth. Let me go back in the annals of history here with you. And it was so different because the Cowboys, I think that we underrated going into the game how good the Cowboys were. And then in retrospect, it's like, yeah, they were pretty loaded, and that team was better. The 92 championship game, a.k.a. January of 93. Steve Young is the reigning MVP, and Joe Montana's on the sideline.
Right.
Who do you think got the most scrutiny for that loss? Was it Steve Young for falling short, or was it Seifert for not going to Montana in that game?
Both. But Steve Young got the most scrutiny.
You think Steve got the most scrutiny?
I think
was the dynamic just different? Like Seifert wasn't viewed the way we view Shanahan?
I think it was both. I think they both got full culpability. I think it was, Seifert, it's a big drop-off for Bill Walsh.
Yes, I agree.
Mike Holmgren may have won that game.
Yeah.
We should have maybe made Mike Holmgren the head coach, by the way. If you missed that interview yesterday, it was really good. A lot of people hit me up about that. Go to the Odyssey app or download 957thegame.com to check that interview out. Mike Holmgren, former coach of the Packers, and, of course, city native, joined us yesterday on the roast for about 25 minutes. Really good stuff there. And then you think about Steve Young with Joe Montana lingering on the bench in a full uniform. And you talk about it all the time with your dad and grandpa. Joe Montana would have won that football game. My mom said the same thing. Joe Montana would have won that football game. So when it comes to this team, and I don't think the Niners are falling short. I think they're going to beat the Green Bay Packers because they're talking out the side of their necks. And I think Brock Purdy will show up. But since you asked a question about pressure or proving, and I'll play along here because I think there's a lot of guys who have a lot to prove and a lot of pressure. And I'm looking at Nick Bosa here because that's where it starts for me. I'm not really worried about the offense. I think the offense will move the ball. I think Brock Purdy's going to play well. I think Debo's going to show up. I feel really good about the offense against this Green Bay defense. I'm looking at that front four, and I'm saying, what can you do to fluster Jordan Love? And if they don't show up, we may have a closer ball game than we all anticipate. So that's why I look at number 97 saying, you've got to dominate on Saturday. Bosa, it's your time.
I wonder how many people are going to take the defense. I feel like the league and fantasy football has skewed everything. We're so quarterback, offensive, head coach, driven just as a society. I wonder how many people are going to take. But I don't think you're wrong. I think a lot of people are like, hey, bro, you held out.
Right.
You got paid the biggest bag. And you had a really lackluster season. I think a lot of people, and last year's playoffs, to your point, left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouth. Nationally, though, I think Bosa will skate. If they fall short, Bosa skates. Purdy, I'm telling you, there are the national pundits, the people that are skeptical on Purdy are waiting for his demise.
You know what, though? I don't really give a damn about the national. You know how I feel about the national narrative.
But I think a lot of fans care.
I
know you don't. I know you don't.
I don't really give a damn. I really don't. I don't care about pressure because if the Niners win this game, guess what? There's going to be a lot more pressure next week.
Yeah.
If the Niners win that game, there's going to be a lot more pressure in the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? So pressure's not going anywhere. Everybody has pressure at this point. Is it Lamar? Who has the most pressure this weekend? Is it Josh Allen? Is it Lamar Jackson? Is it Jared Goff? Is it C.J. Stroud has no pressure? He's playing with house money. He's a rookie. Jordan Love is playing with house money. You know, Baker Mayfield. Is there a lot more pressure on him? Like, I'm looking at Brock Purdy. He's in his second year. But out of all the quarterbacks that are playing this weekend in the divisional round of the playoffs, the most pressure, Brock Purdy's not even in the top 4.
What's the reason, if I took, and I know injuries might be the biggest one, but if I took that off the board, what's the biggest reason why Jimmy Garoppolo is not quarterback anymore? Playoff shortcomings. To me. Maybe I'm misreading it.
I was going to say the injury. You took the injuries off the board.
The injuries is probably the biggest factor.
He did what Shanahan wanted him to do, but I look, Super Bowl 54, Shanahan coach scared. I'll never.
It was all of
that
them.
One.
Yes.
You know, Super Bowl 54, I put more on Shanahan than I put on Jimmy G. Shanahan coach scared. He did. He's coach scared in the fourth quarter. He coach scared at the end of the first half. Mostert didn't even see a carry in the first quarter of that game.
And they got away from the jet sweeps with Debo.
Right.
There's no doubt. I mean, I can make an argument, and I love Shanahan, but I mean, I can make an argument that Shanahan has come up short as a play caller, not helping out his quarterback, as well as his quarterback not playing well in all of their playoff losses.
No doubt. And so
I think the entire team has a lot to prove.
So they got a lot to prove, but you know what? They're ready for this moment.
You know what somebody hit me up and said?
What?
That if they can't win the Super Bowl this year, they got a very big Houston Rockets-like feel, where they're one of those regular season teams that kicks butt in the regular season and can't win the big one. And I push back on that, but they have to win one eventually. They have to win one.
Let's get Nick and Berkeley in here. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening? I want to get hyped up for Saturday. Pressure, proving. We're going to kick the Green Bay Packers' ass. The pressure's there. The pressure's going to always be there in the playoffs. Let's go to Nick and Berkeley.
What's up, y'all? Hey, man, the time for talk is over. All road comes through Levi's. It's time to get super hyped. I've been tossing and turning all week. I can't even believe it. How dare you Packers talk smack? Are you out of your mind? You're about to get smashed on. We smashed you the last time you came here, and I called the pick when Sherman got that pick. When your boy threw it up and just quit on his team. We make the Packers quit every time. I don't care who their quarterback is. We're about to put the smack down on these cats, man. I can't even believe they're talking smack. Jalen Hurts is out there pulling a Garoppolo. Bye-bye, cry. Don't make any excuses out there. They suck. Straight bum status. You know what? D'Amico's about to go into Baltimore, and they're about to let him have it, dude. That's going to be a shocker. And, man, I'm telling you, we might face the Texans in the bowl, but one game at a time. Levi Stadium, Niner faithful, it's time to get super hyped.
It is.
I'm in 408. I'm up there in 408. I look down, I see Shasky jumping around every game. You know what I'm saying? Let's bring the noise. Me and my daughter, we're going to be making more noise up there. We're going to be shaking the stadium, man. The stadium is going to reach new levels.
Nick, and I'm going to tell you and I'm going to tell every Niner fan out there, on Saturday, the Niners are wearing red. Every fan that comes to Levi Stadium, because I saw the tickets, and it's going to be 97% Niner fans inside the stadium. I guess there's not going to be a lot of Packer fans. The ticket thing,
okay, I was
you know how they always gauge that?
Yeah.
I don't want to see a white jersey in the building.
I like that.
I want all red 49er jerseys. I want red 49er jackets. I want an absolute red out on Saturday. That's what I want on Saturday, an absolute red out. Red jerseys, red pants if you need them, gold pants, whatever. But I don't want to see a freaking white jersey in the bleachers. Not on Saturday, and when they smash the Packers, I don't want to see it in the NFC title game either. I want nothing but red on Saturday. By the way, before we go to break, here's Devontae Wyatt.
They're a quick pass team. They get the ball. He see his read. He's throwing it. If we get that pressure in his face real fast and throw it off, he going to overthrow or underthrow it, and that's like a pick opportunity or anything. And he's low with the ball, so we can bat the ball down a lot.
That's Devontae Wyatt, defensive lineman for the Green Bay Packers, saying that if we put pressure on Purdy, he will turn it over. Let's pick that up on the other side. Let's go to Brendan and Newark on the other side. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. Who has pressure on them? Who has the most pressure on them? Or do they just have to prove it? 888-957-9570. That's coming up here on the Morning Roast with Shasky and Bonte.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
At Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation.
Pressure. Who doesn't have pressure during the playoffs?
Can you name this band?
It's
technically it's tough because it's two.
You two?
No, it's like two artists. David Bowie.
Yeah.
Queen.
Yeah, Queen. Yeah. Not a lot of.
Yeah, it's
not
okay.
A lot of
It's
Queen
okay.
in my
bad.
By the way, do you want to win this sweet autographed throwback CMC jersey? Listen for the keywords in between 7:30 and 8:30. I was listening to Pac on the way in, man. I'm on my thug stuff right now, especially when it comes to the 49ers, man. I'm trying to pump the Packers.
I won't deny it. I'm a 49er.
All you have to do is text a word to 20357, and you will qualify. We'll be doing this all week in between 7:30 and 8:30. And also listen in between 12:30 and 1:30, 4:30 to 5:30. You can win, and yes, you can qualify once each show, so you have 12 chances all week. 12 chances all week. By the way, Greg Olsen's going to join us.
Really?
Color analyst of Fox Sports on the number one team.
I really like him.
I do. I like Greg Olsen. Carlos Ramirez comes back, the Angel and the Devil at 8:30.
Really?
You like him?
I do.
What about LeRoy Butler? He's going to join us at 9:20.
Now, I like LeRoy Butler, the person. I didn't like LeRoy Butler, the Packer player who broke my heart.
I like the Florida State player. The Packer player was pretty damn good.
He was pretty damn good?
Pretty good.
He was
pretty
really good.
He was really good.
Very underrated player in those matchups.
No doubt. He's going to join us at 9:20 on the Boxer and Gervs and guest line. It's going to be a lot of fun here. By the way, I just read into something, stumbled into it on the internet. SFGate. SFGate.com.
It's not about Keith Lee, is it? I'm so over that.
No. It's a headline that says, the 49ers have a new weird thing to worry about.
Uh-oh.
The Kirk Cousins curse.
No
my
way.
God.
Yes. The Niners are the odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl this year. That's not surprising. All that, blah, blah, blah. Shanahan. However, the Sam Rothsteins of the world seem to have missed a key factor in their analysis of the 49ers championship odds. I'm talking about the Kirk Cousins curse. And no, I don't mean the Minnesota Vikings quarterback suspension for choking in primetime games. I'm talking about a different curse. In the 12 years that Cousins has been in the NFL, no team that has lost to a Cousins-led Washington or Minnesota team has gone on to even reach the Super Bowl, let alone win it. The implications are pretty clear here. Lose to Captain Kirk, and you can say goodbye to any hopes of making a big game.
Okay. That's funny.
Absolutely incredible.
But I am so over. If I have to pull out random stats that make no sense, he is the youngest player to average 17, 7.6, and 4.1. Like, who is looking up these stats? No, seriously.
The Kirk Cousins curse is pretty good.
It's just Will Chamberlain, Bobby Sura and him. You know what I mean? Like, what? Like, what? If I have to overthink a little, like, we're gone a little too far. Kirk Cousins, nobody's listening. Well, okay, if Kirk Cousins was in Kansas City's division, that would mean nothing. No one would believe in that.
But he's not in Kansas City's division.
Oh, great. And
he played with Minnesota and Washington. The only other team to lose to Kirk Cousins this year that's still in the playoffs are the Green Bay Packers. It's so bad. I respect the article, though. I knew you'd get a kick out of that. The Kirk Cousins curse. To any team that has lost to Kirk Cousins over his 12-year career has never even reached the Super Bowl.
Are we going to be linked to him? It reminds me of like the Giants with Michael Tucker. Like, we're going to be linked to Kirk Cousins until he retires, correct?
No doubt.
And then even afterwards, you're going to get Shanahan was going to convince him to come out of retirement a la Tom Brady.
Now, I'll tell you what, the 49ers lose this game, Kirk Cousins talk ain't going nowhere.
Oh, I don't even want to.
That's a guarantee. Right, Spinoni?
You like that?
Hey, Spinoni. They lose to Kirk Cousins. They lose to the Green Bay Packers. Kirk Cousins talk is going nowhere.
Kirk was slinging it before he got hurt, by the way.
Yeah,
he's looking really good.
Destroyed the Niners. Destroyed them. That might have been his best football game ever.
378 passing yards, 35 of 45.
He was moving
in front of Shanahan.
Throwing dimes.
Was it like the most passing yards Shanahan's allowed since like 2018 or something that day?
Maybe. What was he, 8 of 10 on third down? I don't remember. Felt like he converted every single one of them.
When I say Alex Smith 49ers, to you, not to others, because other people have misremembered the Alex Smith saga, what comes to mind?
mediocre quarterback play.
I was going to say one of like 1,000 on third down in the NFC Championship game.
Well, that's just mediocrity all throughout his tenure. But, he's a nice guy, so we like him out here. Let's go to Brendan.
No, but like the reason why I'm asking that is like I do believe when we're talking about quarterbacks, your legacy, like you could build a great career in the regular season, but legacies are defined
no doubt
by the playoffs. That's what they're defined. Tim Lincecum does not have the legacy that he has currently without the playoffs.
No doubt.
Peyton Manning, part of what makes his legacy a slightly diminished is that he did fail a lot. Even though he has the 2 Super Bowls, he failed a lot in the playoffs. You contrast that with Eli Manning. He was a mediocre regular season quarterback to good mediocre quarterback in the regular season. But he had 2 unbelievable runs. Jimmy Garoppolo, had he had more individual success in the playoffs, his legacy, I think, would be remembered differently. I really do.
Maybe.
Legacies are defined in the playoffs.
They are.
And that's why, to me, this is all about Shanahan and Purdy this weekend and these guys going out there and kicking butt.
See, I don't need to make it about Purdy. Let it be about Chris McCaffrey and Debo and Kittle and Ayuk. Use your playmakers. I want Purdy throwing the ball 25 times. Maximum. At the most, I want him throwing 25 times. Because you know why? The Shanahans, they love to get to 30 carries a game. And if they get to 30 carries in this football game and they're running the ball, that means they're winning comfortably. So I don't want them to, hey, Purdy, you need to go prove it, because we saw that on Christmas Day. Felt like the game plan was catered to Purdy trying to prove the naysayers wrong. Well, you know what? I didn't like it. And he threw 4 picks. This is why you got Chris McCaffrey. This is why you got Debo and Brendan Ayuk. Roll them. It's not all about Brock Purdy.
Is McCaffrey flying under the radar?
No, everybody knows this. How can he fly under the radar when he has 21 touchdowns?
Well, when I look at, I know
go to the Green Bay locker room right now. They're watching film. I don't think he's flying under the radar to them.
I just feel like the chatter has been very quiet regarding
about
him.
nationally.
Yeah, and I know
I don't care about what I don't care what ESPN's saying. Well, I don't care what Fox Sports is saying.
Just take a step back.
The
it's
teams
Lamar,
in the locker room.
I know, it's Lamar versus CJ Stroud.
Yeah, but that's stupid because they don't even play against each other.
No, I know, but that's how we talk about these
against that great Baltimore defense. It's Lamar against Will Anderson Jr. and DeMeco Ryans in that defense. Let's be smarter, folks.
Yeah, but
it's
you don't think
quarterback versus quarterback. It's quarterback versus that defense. Quarterback versus that defense. Like this whole thing that people got to prove things and whether or not this guy's flying under the radar. I don't care about what Get Up and First Take and Undisputed says about that. I guarantee you, Matt LaFleur, Joe Barry, and the Green Bay Packers defense, Christian McCaffrey ain't flying under the radar to them.
So you're tuning into Bills and Chiefs to watch, Watson and Rice play wide receiver for the Chiefs.
Stephon Diggs going against Ladarius Sneed. I love that matchup. Chris Jones trying to get blocked against that offensive line. That's just me, though.
I know. But
that's me. I'm not a casual fan.
It's Josh Allen versus Mahomes.
Well, I guess.
Even though they're never on the field.
It's Josh Allen's team versus Patrick Mahomes'
for
team.
sure.
They're not playing against each other. Real quick, Brendan in Newark. Let's go. Brendan in Newark, what's happening?
What's going on, guys? I'm ready for a legacy game, but only when Brock Purdy distributes the ball. Like you were saying, I'm very happy to look forward to a Brock 30 game. I'm seeing 34-20. Niners win, and the ball gets distributed all around the field. You got a Kittle touchdown. You got CMC both running and catching one. Ayuk's going to get one. But the thing that I love the most is if we jump out to an early lead, the pressure is going to be on that run defense. You guys were talking about pressure earlier. With Armstead coming back, with Dre Greenlaw being back in there, you're going to have guys who've got that little bit of rest on them. They're going to shake it off, and I don't see Shanahan taking his foot off the gas. You're going to push all 4 quarters of the game. This is one of the best divisional rounds that I've seen in a while, and I'm trying to convince my 5-year-old not to go to college so I can get those field passes for this game. Because this is going to be one of those for the ages, and I'm so very excited about it. And 10 years from now, Shasky, when you're telling your child, yep, you were born the year we won that 6th ring.
Oh, I hope.
This is going to be a linchpin for it, and I'm so excited.
I hope. And I just... I'm very interested to see. I'm been checking the weather forecasts nonstop, and now it looks like it's going to be raining really hard. Yesterday there was going to be no rain. Today there's going to be rain. I feel like we're going to lead right up into it, and we're going to find out day of. But it feels like there's going to be an atmospheric river. That's what they're calling it.
We need this game to kick off. I'm almost starting to lose my mind, man.
Well, the last time there was an atmospheric river out here, it was that Colts game in the rain, and the Niners couldn't do anything.
Well, Jimmy Garoppolo's playing quarterback. Nobody could do anything. It's tough.
Carson Wentz looked good.
Look, I don't want to hear excuses about weather. Oh, man, the ball was wet. Well, you know what? You can't throw the ball. You can't throw it in wet in the rain, and you're going to be going home.
I wouldn't be mad if no one could throw in the rain.
Yeah. I mean,
then it comes down to blocking and tackling and running, and I like our chances.
All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking, no compromise. We're diving deeper into this Niners-Packers matchup. Pressure, pressure, pressure. A lot of people like to talk about pressure, but if we're going to talk about pressure, I got a player who has the most pressure on him, and it's not the quarterback, and it's definitely not the head coach. It's a player on the defensive side of the ball that should have the most pressure on him to deliver for this team. We'll get to Robin in the city and the rest of it. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises.
These are the days we look forward to, folks.
to the morning roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, morning roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yeah.
What up, Larry? He's got a new banger with E40. New banger. Larry June in the building. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We'll play the pressure game. I'll play the pressure game with everybody. And I'm going to look at number 97. I'm going to just come out and say it. Nick Bosa probably has more pressure on him to perform at a higher level than Brock Purdy. And I get Brock Purdy as a quarterback, and he touches the ball every game. And look, man, the Niners, they're not paying him much. They're not paying. They could pivot off him in a heartbeat. Nick Bosa's here for the long term. He's got the big, fat extension.
Locked in.
Highest paid defensive player ever.
No doubt.
Locked in. Held out of training camp, 10.5 sacks. Blamed his slow start on him holding out of training camp, which I did not want to hear. But he didn't show up last year. Bosa didn't show up last year in the postseason. He was very, very quiet. And he want to get mentioned with the likes of T.J. Watt. You want to get mentioned with the likes of Myles Garrett. Hell, if you want to be mentioned with the likes of Charles Haley and Reggie White and Bruce Smith and Kevin Green and some of the great pass rushers we've ever seen, well, number 97 needs to show up, and he needs to show up. That's first and foremost. He has to set the tone on Sunday. 97, I'm looking at you. I need you in that backfield all game long. I need you stuffing the run. I need you containing. Outside containment is huge in this game. It's always huge for that matter. 97 probably has more pressure on him than Brock Purdy.
I think you're on to this. Aaron Donald, when they won it all, in the NFC Championship game, fourth quarter, he took over. And when you go back to that Super Bowl, the final couple drives for Cincinnati, he was in that backfield. When Chris Jones and the Chiefs are winning, I know Mahomes gets a lot of the headlines. Chris Jones is a force. An absolute force, and was in a lot of playoff games to close things out or get stops or whatever. He did it to the Niners in the Super Bowl, did it to Cincinnati, saw him do it to, what's it called, Philadelphia late last year. Yeah, the great defensive players show up in the big games, and they make their presence known. And I absolutely need to see Nick Bosa get in that backfield and wreak havoc.
Yeah, he's got to wreak havoc.
I completely agree.
And on the other side, Chase Young. Hell, Chase Young, when he first arrived and he played that Jacksonville game, we seen him meeting Bosa at the quarterback. And there's an argument. We were talking about Ayuk and, who would you rather pay and who do you want to pay? We should extend Chase Young right away. And I say, hold your horses here. Hold your horses. That's just one game. Well, I don't know if I've seen Chase Young since that game.
Oh, he was good in the last the game in Washington. He was good in that game.
All right.
I mean, I'm just going off. I'm not going off PFF ratings. I'm going off my eyeballs.
Just eyeballs.
Yeah. Did you
okay.
Speaking of PFF, as I open up the door, did you see J.J. Watt destroy PFF?
Yes, I did. Which deservedly so.
Yeah, because C.J. Stroud, who had a monster game and was damn near perfect, they rated him at like a 78 out of 100. Yeah. And he was like, what a joke. Yeah. These people are supposed to know football. Anyway, continue.
So, I mean, Chase Young, you want to get paid? You want big money?
I agree with that.
This is where you get the big money.
Well, and Armstead, too. Armstead's missed a lot of time. They've missed him. They've missed him big time. And when they won in Green Bay a couple years ago, Armstead was amazing in that game. He was amazing in that game. So they're going to need him big time. And you're going to need Javon Hargrave. I look at Philadelphia, and part of their demise, there's many reasons why they spent so much on that defensive line in terms of draft picks and money, and they weren't as good. Now, the back end wasn't good either. So you work in tandem. But the Niners have invested similarly heavily into that defensive line. They got to show up.
Yep. No doubt they have to show up.
Got to show up.
Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening? Good morning, sweetie.
Good morning, you guys. So, hi, Shasky. How are you?
I'm good, Robin. I missed your voice. Good to hear you.
Thank you. So, Ronte, I'm with you. Please don't ask anybody on the internet to be smart, because they're not smart, okay? All you got to do, if it's over a paragraph, all they do is a meme, a TikTok, and a video, And that's their thinking. It reminds me of, you know who Joseph Goebbels was? He was Hitler's right-hand man on how to brainwash a nation, okay? That's just exactly what it reminds me of. And me and you and Shafty can make a TikTok video and go around and critique food and get paid. How about that? So here's the deal. I'm with you, Vontae. I don't look at quarterback to quarterback. That's that old marketing. I don't know what that is, okay? But I don't get caught up in that. I look at the line.
Yep.
I look at, can that defensive line hold up against this offensive line? Can this offensive line beat this defensive line? Because that's where it all starts. Now, you got special quarterbacks that, that can do certain things, like Mahomes. There's Mahomes and everybody else, okay? But here's the deal. Young quarterbacks like Brock and even this guy, C.J. Cloud, or Love, who they're putting up on a pedestal now, okay? They need time to throw, okay? All young quarterbacks need time to throw. So our offensive line is going to have to give Purdy time to throw. And so I don't see without our experience, I don't see how we can't do that. The last thing I want to say, and I want to ask you guys this. Does this make sense to you? I don't listen. I hate Get Up, but I do like Broussard. He cracks me the hell up. And Keyshawn is a brother you can hang out with, Vontae, okay?
Yeah,
right?
no doubt.
So here's the deal. They asked the question, if is it Purdy? Out of all the weakness on the Niners team, is it Purdy the main weakness? Is he the one that can probably cause you to lose if he's not having a good day? And they said, oh, most definitely. But he's not. But does this make sense? But he's not winning just because he's having a good day. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. He's the quarterback. If he's not having a good damn day and spreading the ball around, how the hell is that? Yeah. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, that doesn't.
He needs to be on point. No one would deny that. He's got to be able to spread the ball around. I just think in these playoff games, turnovers are vital. And it's so stupid. Oh, the turnovers are going to... No, it like... The reason why Dallas was in a giant hole to start that game was the pick sixes. They were devastating, and boom, your season's over. Flacco turning the ball over for Cleveland. And there were a variety of other things that can happen. Now, can you overcome those things? Joe Montana had a gazillion turnovers in the NFC Championship game in 1981, and they found a way to overcome them. The Niners, turned the ball over against the New Orleans Saints and got a bunch of turnovers and found a way to win that game with Alex Smith in that run. You make it a lot harder on yourself when you're turning the ball over.
Yeah, it's not common to turn the ball over in the playoff game and win that football game. Ask Andy Dalton. I've seen him throw 5 picks in the game, 4 picks in a wild card game. They can't overcome that. So if Purdy does turn the ball over, but in terms of the weakness of the football team, Purdy's not the weakness. Weakness of this team is the secondary. Even though Charvarius Ward made second-team All-Pro, you don't think the Packers are going to test him? All right? You don't think they're going to test him? Or Deommodore Lenoir? Or Ambry Thomas? Or what if Isaiah Oliver's on the field? God forbid Isaiah Oliver be on the football field and he's trying to guard one of these guys in the slot.
He played a lot against the Rams because they were playing a lot of their backups. Wasn't great.
That's the weakness of this football team.
I think safety play right now.
Safety, Jair Brown.
Yeah, I'm just concerned. A couple of missed, tackles. You saw it in the Eagle game. A bad angle here, 50-yard touchdown.
Well, no, the Eagles game, the first third down conversion for the Philadelphia Eagles in that football game back on December 3rd.
Oh, I meant
was Jair Brown missed a tackle on A.J. Brown. Quick slant, boom.
Yes,
goes for 39, 40 yards. The Arizona game, you missed a tackle to that running back, backup running back. He goes for 50-plus yards. Jair Brown has to tackle well. So the weakness of this football team is not Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's one of his strengths.
That I agree with.
The DBs are the weakness of this football team, which is why I'm looking at number 97, and I'm looking at number 92, and I'm looking at number 91, and I'm looking at number 98, and saying you have to dominate this football game. You have to help your secondary out in this football game. And you have to get after Jordan Love, because if Jordan Love has time, as Robin just pointed out, quarterback with the most time, and whatever quarterback feels the most comfortable, Jordan Love, we seen last week, he can make all the throws. He can. And we thought the secondary of the Dallas Cowboys was good. Well, they got shredded. This secondary for the Niners is going to have to show up, but they need the help of that front four. These games are one of the trenches, buddy. Green Bay didn't beat the Dallas Cowboys because Jordan Love threw the ball all over the field. They beat the Cowboys because Aaron Jones ran down their throats.
I don't think the Niners secondary is at quote-unquote strength currently, but I also don't think it's as bad as it was a couple of years ago. The question that I have is like, well, can the D-line be as good as it was a couple of years ago? Like, and because that's where you can offset being a little weaker in the secondary. Like, I go back to that playoff game that they lost to the Rams. I mean, they were playing Ambry Thomas out there.
Yeah.
He wasn't great.
No.
You know, he wasn't great. So, and that was before they picked up Charvarius Ward. I feel like the corners are better, but I don't know about Brown as a rookie. I just don't know. You know, part of the NFC Championship game they lost to the Seahawks, they had replaced Deshaun Golson with Eric Reed, who had a really good year. He took a couple really poor angles on some Marshawn Lynch runs and a throw over the top. And again, he had a really good year as a rookie that year. But, yeah, it cost them in those big games. Rookie experience cost them.
And you know what? Whitner also cost him in that game, too, because before halftime, he let a big play happen to Doug Baldwin. Russell Wilson was scrubbing around, rolled out to the right sideline, threw a deep ball to Doug Baldwin, and Dante Whitner had his eyes in the backfield and lost track of the wide receiver. So both safeties have to be on point in this football game because the Packers will take shots deep down the field. Let's go to Rhea down to Lancaster. Rhea, good morning, Rhea. What's happening?
Good morning, gentlemen. I am ready for this game. I'm on pins and needles. I wake up every morning. I look at the weather. I'm like watching all my gear. I'm just like, I need this game to happen. But I also need Jake Moody to be on point because it is going to rain, and I need him not to mess up. I really do. I'm very nervous about that.
Well, I'm hoping it doesn't come down to that, Rhea. I think Jake Moody will be fine. I think he'll be fine. Now, don't let it come down to him because then we can have a different conversation. Now, that's a lot of pressure on the rookie. If we're talking about the P word, Rhea, that pressure on Jake Moody in a close game, I don't think we all want to sit through that.
Yeah, I don't want to. So I'm like, if I need Shanahan, go for two. Just go for two, or I don't know. Just go for it on fourth down. I don't know. If I can avoid Jake Moody doing things that are gonna like win or lose the game, then I'll be a better person on Saturday.
Yeah, but these playoff games come down to special teams at times, not always, but at times, and so he's got to be buttoned up. Right. But he was really good this year. This is what I would say. Until the very end of the year, he had not missed a field goal inside of 40 yards, right? The other misses were in a sloppy weather condition Cleveland game. Now, that doesn't bode well if Saturday is rainy and wet, but I feel like we've kind of overstated how much he struggled this year. He actually was a really good kicker this year.
Right, he was. He missed one extra point.
But I'm concerned, too. I would be lying to you if I didn't say that I don't have my own reservations.
Yeah, Baldy said, hey, you got to be nervous about the kicker. Gary Anderson, Minnesota Vikings, 98.
I mean,
he was perfect up until he missed a kick in the NFC Championship game against the Atlanta Falcons. So, yes, kickers are always going to struggle. I just rather not even talk about them. I just don't even talk about them. And when it's their chance, and I pray to God, hey, look, you know what? You miss a kick, then that's, I don't even want to think about that. I'm not putting that in the stratosphere.
B, I don't know if you've ever heard kickers talk, but like the ones that golf a lot, Robbie Gold being one of them, he talks about how like there are times where like a golfer on the putting surface, you get the yips. Yep. And sometimes you just yank something or you push it because it's so mental. It's so... You're all alone. It's like a free throw. Like there are certain sports equivalents that are out there, and stuff happens. Weird stuff happens on top of the elements.
You saw it last year, not to cut you off, Joe, with Brett Maher up close and personal at Levi Stadium. You saw it on Monday Night Football against the Bucks. I almost felt bad for the guy. He couldn't make an extra point.
The Cowboy kicker missed a kick in the 49er Cowboy game. Like this
same guy, right? Brett Maher.
Yeah. Brett Maher.
Yeah. So I mean.
Beerman SF.
I thought the playoff game.
Beerman
You weren't talking playoff game, were you?
Yeah, I said last year they had an up close.
I thought you meant regular season. I apologize.
It's all right.
I thought you were referring to the regular season.
Beerman SF.
My bad.
Hey, love, you know what? I want you to block Beerman SF. I don't like what he just said there. We love all our women callers here, and they all make a lot of sense. Rhea in Lancaster makes a lot of sense. She's not the only one who feels like Jake Moody could come into this game, and she's not the only one nervous about Jake Moody. Also, Robin talking about the trenches. What's ridiculous about talking about the trenches? A lot of these games come down to the trenches. Who's going to block at the line of scrimmage? Who's going to create running lanes? What are you talking about, Beerman SF? Go away. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HU1 San Francisco. That's just, we on this show, hell, here at 95.7 The Game, we have a lot of intelligent and educated female callers. They know what the hell they're talking about. Half of them got better analysts than half the men on this show.
Thank you.
When it comes to basketball and football.
When I got my two little nieces, Erin and Megan, and I will put them up against any young man their same age in terms of sports knowledge on anything. They have consumed through playing and watching more sports than 99% of the general public.
Yep, no doubt.
And they know their stuff. So I don't want to.
I see Dublin March every day. Dublin March knows what time it is.
If you're doing that on the YouTube chat, you've lost your privilege. We're going to block you.
Yeah, Beerman SF, you're done. You're gone. See ya.
Alcatraz.
Forever. Without parole. Got 2 life sentences, buddy. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HU1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto low rates and super simple online application process. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business Tech line. Guess what, Devontae White? Oh, he's talking. He's talking, folks. Devontae White, D lineman for the Green Bay Packers. Here's what he had to say about pressure.
They're a quick pass team. They get the ball. He see his read. He's throwing it. If we get that pressure in his face real fast and throw it off, he going to overthrow or underthrow it, and that's like a big opportunity or anything. And he's low with the ball, so we can bat the ball down a lot.
What's the point of saying something like that?
One more time.
They're a quick pass team. They get the ball. He see his read. He's throwing it. If we get that pressure in his face real fast and throw it off, he going to overthrow or underthrow it, and that's like a big opportunity or anything. And he's low with the ball, so we can bat the ball down a lot.
We are so late in the season. Most teams understand, unless it's some crazy rivalry where there's been, years of built-up rage amongst the two teams. The point of talking and trying to give bulletin board material, which I know we don't do bulletin boards anymore, group thread material is so useless. It's so useless. And I'm glad that the Niners, this week have been pretty quiet and are just playing it close to the vest. Because there really isn't much to be said. Like, they did it with Philly. They talked a lot of trash. They went out there and backed it up. I'll give it to them. They went out there and backed it up. But since then, they've been kind of quiet, the Niners, and I'm glad. I would rather be the team quietly focused internally on what we can do as opposed to, saying things out into the ethos that you better back up. You better back that up, young man.
Well, Devontae White is a right defensive end for the Green Bay Packers. And they run a 3-4 under Joe Barry. But he'll be lined up at times over Aaron Banks and Trent Williams. So if I'm Wyatt, I would be careful because doubles are coming. And when Trent Williams comes down and blocks on you, and he comes down for a down block and they double and he peels off to a linebacker, you will get crushed, my man. This may be a long game for Devontae Wyatt. They're going to run at him at will. So you better buckle up your chin strap. That's the pressure he should be worried about.
Is this the healthiest Trent Williams has been going into the playoffs for the Niners?
He's so damn healthy. Yesterday, he said he's coming back for next season.
That, by the way, that made me the most happy because I think of all the positions, like Kelsey's leaving and finding a center is extremely difficult. I'm not diminishing it. Losing one of the greatest left tackles the game has ever seen, really difficult to replace.
Yeah, no, so he'll be back next season. He's feeling good. And now he's going to be feeling angry after hearing that from Mr. Wyatt with the Green Bay Packers.
In part why they've, fallen short the last couple of years is, Trent's just been exhausted toward the end of the year. High ankle sprain he's dealt with where he's gotten rolled up a couple of times where he couldn't even move. I do believe that Rams game, he was so compromised. I mean, he could barely move. And then they tried to do that, him shifting over to try as a tight end, as an eligible and whap and stuff. He couldn't even move. Yep. He couldn't even move on that famous third and short where they gave it to Juszczyk.
Well, Rocco and I watched him walk out the tunnel at SoFi Stadium, and he didn't run out the tunnel as well. I looked at him running out the house and said, oh, boy. Yeah. Well, you kind of knew during the Green Bay game, but then when you watched him run out that tunnel, you're like, oh, boy.
Not good.
That's not good.
Yeah.
And he had an extra day to get rest after that because they beat the Packers on the Saturday, the Rams had beat the Bucs on the Sunday morning, so they had the extra day to play that NFC title game. Yeah, that was rough. That was rough. 888-957-9570. Who has the most to prove to you this weekend? Let's open it up for the entire playoffs. You know, not just the Niners and Packers, but if you want to just stick with the quarterbacks. Who has the most to prove this weekend at the quarterback position?
It's crazy to say, like, Lamar, he's going to win 2 MVPs. He's like 27, 28 years old. He's got a lot of pressure, too. Just got the big contract. Not that he's going to lose his job. Not that they're not going to, like, he's not going to be an all-time Raven franchise player. I feel like he has a lot to. You can't lose to the Texans.
A lot to prove, huh?
I just think I think he does, unfortunately, and it sucks because I love watching him. But there's that playoff cloud over him, the way A-Rod and Bonds and Peyton had this for a long time. Like, you got to do. Steve Young had this. You got to do it in the playoffs.
What about Josh Allen? What about Josh Allen, who has a home game against Mahomes? Mahomes, this is fascinating. Mahomes is going on the road for the first time in his postseason career outside of the Super Bowl.
I'm taking Mahomes.
Ooh.
I'm taking Mahomes in that one. I'm taking Mahomes. I can't bet against them. I know they don't look like the better team. And I feel like for Josh Allen, why do I feel like if they lose, it won't be a Josh Allen's fault. It will be a McDermott fault, which I don't know if I believe in. Like, because when Allen is on, they win. Well, yes, he's asked to do a lot. Like, it's unfair. He's asked to do so much.
That Chiefs defense is pretty good.
I know.
I
like the Chiefs in this game.
Ladarius Sneed is playing at a very good level. Steve Spagnuolo, he can't be a head coach in this league, but as a defensive coordinator, you're not going to find many better than him.
I agree.
His game plans are always on point.
He finds these linebackers and D linemen out of nowhere. Bolton is a beast.
Yeah, their defense is young, but they're flying around.
Who do you like?
And they are the defending Super Bowl champions. So they've been here before.
Who do you like in that game?
Buffalo has lulls that, you looked at Pittsburgh Steelers, they were in that football game, and they got off to an atrocious start.
Mason Rudolph is the quarterback.
Right. I mean, but they fumbled punts.
Yes.
George Pickens fumbled in that football game. He was going crazy by the end of the game. They didn't have TJ Watt. And yet, that was a football game going into the fourth quarter. I lean Chiefs too. It's
hard to take. I feel like they're in the Pats zone where I have to give them the benefit of the doubt in every game till they get knocked off. And by the way, you want to talk to one guy? I do not want to see if we ever advance to the Super Bowl, I do not want to see Mahomes at all. I want nothing to do with them.
I tell you what, whether it's Mahomes, whether it's Allen, whether it's Lamar, whether it's CJ Stroud, there's no easy out.
No, that I agree with.
No easy out. 888-957-9570. We got a lot coming up. Greg Olsen's going to join us at 8 o'clock. You may hear him on Fox Sports. You do hear him on Fox Sports with Kevin Burkhardt. Carlos Ramirez is going to join us at 8:30. 49ers pre- and post-game show host. And, of course, LeRoy Butler, the famous, legendary Hall of Famer for the Green Bay Packers. LeRoy Butler will join us at 9:20 on the Boxer Gerser guest line. That's all coming up, plus your phone calls. Brought to you by Safeway.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Shop Safeway this week and pick up Sumo.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Boy, on a sadder note, hadn't happened. We're on the air, but once we got off the air, we got the unfortunate news about Dejan Miljovic, better known as Decky, passed away yesterday. Warriors assistant coach at the age of 46 due to a heart attack out in Salt Lake City. Left a wife and 2 kids. I feel bad for them. I feel bad for Dub Nation. I'm not sure the Warriors are going to play this game tomorrow. They don't have the game after tomorrow until Wednesday. Just my perception, like 48 hours, how are they going to have the mental state to play a game? This happened at a private dinner. We got a statement from Steve Kerr about the situation. Decky, look, man, I'm not going to say I was best friends with him. I already know him, well, but every time I interacted with him, the guy, and every time I saw him working out Looney or working out the bigs, or he was on the bench, or he saw Jokic, or he saw a European big on the other team, he always had a smile on his face, ear to ear. Guy was the happiest. Saw him at a Greek restaurant in Burlingame one time with my family, and Decky throw it up, smiling ear to ear. What's up, man? What's going on? Always throwing up the peace sign, always dapping people up. So I don't know how the Warriors turn around and play this game tomorrow night against the Dallas Mavericks, man. That's going to be tough. I'd love to see the NBA grant them another postponement and just give them a week off until next Wednesday. Now you got to make these games up at some point, but that is a tough situation. So our prayers and thoughts go out to the Miljovic family. Decky, it's unfortunate, man. Very, very unfortunate what happened yesterday with the Warriors.
Yeah, it's extremely unfortunate. I mean, it doesn't even begin to describe it. It's very tragic for everyone involved, and clearly everyone's hearts go out to them. And it's too young to leave a family like that. It's just horrific. And there's just no other way around it. And if, depending on who was around or whatever, and just the impact that losing someone has in people's lives, it's so hard.
Yep.
So hard.
Yep.
Sorry, I don't have many more profound things to say.
It's not much to say.
It's hitting home.
Not much to say. Not much to say, man.
Yeah.
So our prayers go out to Decky and his family. And, of course, Dub Nation, I can't imagine what Steve Kerr and the assistant coach, Kenny Atkinson, and the rest of that crew is going through right now. Decky was part of the coaching staff. This was his 3rd season with them. Obviously came in 2022. They won an NBA championship. So it's tough, man. Tough.
They spend, I think we underrate how much time people spend at the facility, downtime, traveling, on the road. Nobody means that everybody's all best friends, but when you work in a setting with such confined restraints and you're together so much, not that it's a traveling circus, but that's what people have described it as. These guys all become close to a degree. You're not best friends with everyone. You lose someone like that, it's really hard.
Right.
It's really hard. And everybody grieves in different ways. And one person might be ready to go, and a bunch of others might not even be close to it.
Yep. 46 years old,
it's
man.
Way too young.
Go get your checkups, man. Go book your doctor's appointments. Go get checked up. You just never know. By the way, as we segue here back to the 49ers, because the Warriors are going to have the day off today, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. Dallas Cowboys are sticking with Mike McCarthy. They are sticking with Mike McCarthy.
I love it.
I just
put them on the list of the team that's going to take, the NFC East, one of the 2 playoff spots from their undeserving division, and they're going to lose. They could win a game here, maybe 2. They're not beating any team in a significant game.
Yeah.
I can't take them serious
Jerry Jones
with McCarthy.
As long as Jerry Jones is running the show, the Dallas Cowboys will forever fall short. He's not winning another Super Bowl unless he cedes power.
But it's not just McCarthy.
It's Jerry Jones, what I'm saying.
And Dak.
And Dak, too, but that's Jerry Jones empowering these guys. Dak played horrible.
Yeah.
That game plan stunk, but they're gone.
No, I agree with that. They're not ready to play another playoff game. I totally agree. But to me, it's it's Jerry, it's Mike McCarthy, and it's Dak. I think it's also the quarterback.
Yep. NFL Network Steve Wilkes, the key to stopping Jordan Love.
The number one thing is we have to try to stop this run. to try to make a one-dimensional win. They're very effective running the ball. I think it just opens up the play action, and that's where you see, him being extremely effective in taking his shots down the field and finding an open receiver. So that's number one. And then again, we just got to try to mix things up on him a little bit, to give him something to think about and figure out where he needs to go with the ball.
My bad. I thought Steve Weiss, NFL Network, this was the sound, not Steve Wilkes, defensive coordinator of the 49ers on that one. I was like, NFL Insider. Steve Weiss bringing out Jordan Love, outside perspective.
No, Wilkes got that second job on NFL Network. Defensive coordinator jobs don't pay that much.
No, they don't pay that much. He's now on the sideline. That was Steve Wilkes right there on how to slow down Jordan Love. Kurt Binkert on Up and Adams podcast talked about if it matters whether or not the Niners have faced Jordan Love yet.
I think it matters a lot. And I was going through this last night, looking at who have they played, and when's the last time the Niners have won a meaningful game or a game that gave them a little bit of a sweat? It's been over a month, right? Probably 7 weeks, almost 2 months. And I'm looking at it. The Packers have played playoff games essentially for the last 5 weeks. Every single week, if they lost, they would not have been in the playoffs or would have been kicked out. So I just think when the playoffs start, everything resets, and the Packers could not really be playing much better. They didn't really give up points to the Cowboys until they put their backups in and really weren't playing aggressively, trying to play safe and not get hurt. So as far as meaningful football goes, the Packers have played a lot more really well in the recent weeks. So I don't know. This game feels really weird. 49ers should win. They have the better roster. They have it all better.
This game feel weird?
No. I do like his analysis because I follow him on Twitter. Bankard, he does a really good job breaking down, because he was a part of the Packers for a while, just breaking down quarterback plays. And everyone's got different prerogatives, right? JT Sullivan, Bankard. What era did you grow up in? What offense were you in? That's how you see football. Who were your coaches? Who were the guys you played with? That's going to influence how you break things down. But I will say this. If the Niners were some unproven team who was is their first rodeo and they took all that time off, I would be a lot more worried.
Right.
This is a battle-tested team. And what I also think that we're not accounting for on Green Bay's side is they've played physical football for 5 straight weeks, and we've seen the Niners, when you play a month and a half, 2 months of straight football, you get exhausted and broken and beaten. The game is violent. And so there is a rust, and I get it, and I understand it, but this Niner team has so many veterans, and they are so locked in, and I referenced this yesterday, when it comes to having a break in the schedule or being ready at the beginning of the year, this year, or at any point in the playoffs, going back, they've always been ready to roll. Yeah, and I expect them to be ready to roll. I do not expect them to come out and look flat for a half.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I'm with you there with everything. And not to mention Green Bay's coming off a short week.
Yes.
So they had to travel to Dallas, travel back home, and now you got to travel back to the West Coast, even though you gain a couple hours. It's a lot of football, a lot of travel. You think about what they've done at the end of the regular season. You're right, they didn't get beat by the Giants on Monday Night Football. And then, of course, they lose the next week to Tampa Bay. And that Tampa Bay game wasn't close to Lambeau Field. That was a game I had a couple dollars on, but it was on Tampa Bay.
I love how quiet you got. The tone just totally went down.
No, it did. I didn't think at that point Green Bay would be a playoff team.
I didn't either.
They won 3 straight, but they have played a lot of football, a lot of physicality. So I don't see the 49ers losing this football game at all. I'm having a hard time envisioning that.
Well, that's where I think, quite frankly, I thought the Cowboys were better than what they were. I was wrong. They got dismantled by the Packers. That being said, I still believe we are so caught up in prisoner of the moment of the game against the Cowboys, we're not taking the long point of view. If I would have said to you the Niners were the 2 seed and they faced the Packers in wild card round, and all the variables, everything else was exactly
we would have taken that.
Oh my God.
We would have loved it.
Heck yeah.
We would have loved it.
So I think we're being clouded by the one, and it was a great game. I'm not diminishing it. I'm looking at body of work, and I'm looking at resume, and I'm looking at LaFleur and the head-to-head matchups against Shanahan. Shanahan's gotten the best of them with a lesser roster, with a better roster. All arrows to me, I don't want to be this guy because I did this against Philly. I waited till the end of the week, and I got really arrogant. I said, we're going to win by more than 10 points, and they ended up blowing Philly out. I really feel like as long as there's not a huge tsunami that happens down in Levi's, they're going to win by multiple scores.
I don't care if they played in rain or snow. This shouldn't be a close game.
We have the better team.
Because I'm looking at the Cowboys. And we know here's the thing we know about the Cowboys. When they get down and they get punched in the mouth, they wilt. The Cowboys are mentally weak. Whether it's Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, that is a mentally weak football team. Micah Parsons, what did he do? They got behind and they basically gave up. They had no idea what's coming. The Niners could go down 7-0 in this football game, and I have no worries whatsoever because they've been here before. They've been in these situations before. I don't want them going down 7-0, but they're not going to just all of a sudden abandon their game plan and, oh, man, we need to pass and get back into it. We're going to panic. No. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen at all. So the Cowboys are just mentally weak, and they wilted. I do think this will be a tighter game. I do give Green Bay their respect. Pardon me as my throat just leaves me here. And they have young wide receivers. I think their age will show at times, but this is about the 49ers and what they do.
Yes.
This is about how they execute. This is about how they game plan. This is about how they get after the quarterback. So I don't see the 49ers losing this football game whatsoever.
Well, the thing that I look at, like, deficiencies of each team, right? Like, what can do you in? Well, I do think a mobile quarterback, which hurts everyone in the league, but a mobile quarterback going 5 wide and not allowing you to substitute, yeah, that can cause a recipe for destruction. Can the Green Bay Packers establish a run? When the Niners have gotten beat, they've allowed runs right up the middle. Well, I think Armstead being back shores that up.
Helps.
To some degree.
No doubt.
I don't know if they have the quarterback or the offense to be able to go 5 wide, no huddle, and really pick us apart.
Right.
You know, like, that's what's happening. And I look at, like, their defense. Can they stop the run? We know our passing game is explosive, but it is predicated on the run and the play action and the ability to be able to stick that ball in McCaffrey's hand, pull it back out on the stretch plays, and hit those intermediate throws. You can run on this defense.
You can.
And we have an offensive line that I don't think can get bullied by this defensive line, but they have to show up and prove it.
Tampa Bay ran all over. They did whatever they wanted to do against Green Bay.
White ran hard.
Even early in the season, and I know the Packers are a different team, but Thursday Night Football, the Detroit Lions punked the Packers. Now, the Packers bounced back on Thanksgiving night, and the Lions were they were missing their way. And, that was a very impressive win for Green Bay. But I do believe you'll be able to run the ball. And I don't think Aaron Jones is just going to sit back and run the ball all day long over the 49ers if they're healthy and humming. So, again, 888-957-9570. Are we being too arrogant here about Saturday? Because, I don't see a way when you talk about pressure and this and that. I just don't see the Niners losing this week. I don't see it.
Is that the guy that you concerned, worried, whatever? Like, if that's the guy you're, like, circling and saying, like, if they slow this guy down, they're going to minimize their offense. Aaron Jones?
Yes, absolutely. You want to make them one-dimensional. Make them one-dimensional, and I'll take my chances. But their receivers.
I'm with you.
Their receivers, I'm not going to say I'm worried, but
I think they're better than we're giving them credit for.
I'm a little concerned.
Romeo Doubs is nice.
I'm concerned. I'm concerned because Jair Brown's going to be the Johnny on the spot here. They're going to try to get the matchups with him in a slot, whether he plays a deep third, whether he plays one of the hashes in cover 2. I don't know how you play Jair Brown. He's going to play in the box, but these young wide receivers, although they're young and inexperienced, they got a lot of speed. A lot of speed. And if you miss a tackle, like he's been known to do at times during his tenure with the 49ers, replacing Talanoa Hufanga, then you know what? It could be a longer day for the 49ers secondary. These wide receivers are quick, they're fast, and they all do different things. Reed can run the jet sweep stuff. Christian Watson could be physical. This Wicks kid, what a route he ran. And then Romeo Doubs. Romeo Doubs is legit. He's going to get better and better and better. And this tight end Musgrove, the Packers got something cooking here. So that's why he's sneaky good. So that's why this pass rush, Luke Musgrave, the tight end, number 88, this pass rush has to get home. And they got to stop the run. So make them one-dimensional, and then you got to get after Jordan Love. And you know what? Nick Bosa again. When you talk about pressure, to me, the most pressure on this team this Saturday is number 97. More pressure than Brock Purdy. Yeah, I said it. It's number 97.
Well, the Myles Garrett is now out of the playoffs. I felt like the quarterback play did them in, and it changed the dynamic of that game. But he wasn't a huge factor in that game. Micah Parsons, did he do anything in that game over the weekend?
He did nothing.
Bosa has to show up.
He did nothing.
He absolutely has to show up, and they're going to need him. And I think when he gets after the quarterback and they're collapsing that pocket and they're making things difficult, they're just a totally different defense.
Right.
You know, they are like, and I don't know, like we're saying that Jordan Love is very mobile and he likes to back up. Like Baldy was on this week and he said, hey, he likes to back up. Some guys like to go left and go right, back up. I'm okay with him backing up. I'm okay with that because I think that plays into our defense. Keep backing up. I want you to keep backing up. We have team speed across the board.
Yeah, I agree there. 888-957-9570. Shasky asked me earlier today, who has more pressure on them this Saturday, Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy? And I like to rephrase it as who has more to prove. It could be Brock. Because when I look at the pressure for Shanahan, Shanahan's not going anywhere for the next at least 2 seasons, at the very least. Brock, we have no idea. Shanahan just mentioned to Nick Wagner, or Nick Wagner found out from ESPN, as Shanahan told Brock to his face, hey, you're a starter unless Tom Brady comes out of retirement. Huh? Who's to say if Brock doesn't ball out this Saturday? He doesn't start sniffing up Kirk Cousins. Who has more to prove?
You know, it does feel like the Packers are playing with house money in this one because of the expectations of heading into the season. I keep coming back to Shanahan, and, you know, I love Shanahan, but there is something to be said for, like, dude, it's your best chance. There's no excuses. Everyone's healthy. You've had all the time off. You have the number 1 seed. You've got your quarterback. You're fully loaded on offense, fully loaded on defense. Look around you in the NFC. It's not like you have to go through a quote-unquote gauntlet of Hall of Fame quarterbacks and Hall of Fame coaches. If you're not going to win it this year, when? Like, I understand that. No one's saying like he's got to be fired. None of that stuff. But, like, I do understand there is a ton of skepticism regarding Shanahan. I want him to shut up everybody who's a doubter of him, because I do believe he played a part in it, but also the quarterback play wasn't great.
Yeah.
And it goes hand in hand, his play calling with the quarterback play, but that's why I keep coming back to quarterback, coach, because all the times that they've fallen short, yes, there's been some defensive components. Tart, make a catch. Hey, stop 3rd and 19 or 3rd and 17 with Tyreek Hill. Like, there's a lot. I get all
3rd
that.
and 15.
But quarterback play and head coach and aggressiveness, clock management, play calling, all the little things matter when you lose. All of them. McVay is at home right now because of
Let me ask you something.
Terrible clock management.
Let me ask you, are you nervous right now?
Why?
You sound nervous.
They can't lose this game. They just can't lose this game.
You sound very, very nervous.
They can't lose this game.
You sound very worried and concerned.
There's no excuses. I've been waiting all year for this team. This is they're loaded.
So now a Super Bowl or bust?
Oh, I'm here. Yes, absolutely. Well, they're number 1 seed. They're number 1 seed. And I'm looking and I'm like, and I'm not disrespecting, but it's like, it's Baker, Goff, and Jordan Love.
Hey,
like, now's the time.
It's always been Super Bowl.
For you, yes, it has. And I was late to the party.
Not for me. No, it's for a lot of people. Would you have this
now
talent?
I'm in the hot tub.
No. Would you have this talent and you come up close like you did the last 2 seasons? It's always been Super Bowl or bust. Those are the expectations now with the Shanahan. That's done. But don't
but I
be
want
worried.
to see him win one. Like, every time I see Sean Payton and I see Mike, they've won a Super Bowl and they've had horrific playoff losses, and it bugs me to no end that Shanahan is so good at what he does and he doesn't have the hardware that those other guys have. I
just won a championship for the 49ers.
Well, duh.
And that's going to come with, I want Debo to win one just as bad as Shanahan. I want Trent Williams to win one just as bad as Shanahan.
Fred Warner.
I want Fred Warner to win one probably more than Shanahan.
When I see Frank Gore on the sideline and he doesn't have that Super Bowl equity, it bugs me. That's one of my favorite players ever, and he doesn't have it. Like, it just bugs me. Patrick Willis is going to be up for the Hall of Fame again this year, and they're going to be in a room, and you know what they're going to say? Well, he doesn't have a Super Bowl.
Well, I'm not nervous
and
about
that
this
bugs
game.
me.
I'm not
I want this era of Niners to come out with a Super Bowl. I want this coach to have a Super Bowl.
I'm not nervous about this game whatsoever.
I want our fan base to have a Super Bowl.
Right. I'm not nervous about this game. Everybody wants a Super Bowl.
Every playoff game, because it's one and done, makes you some level of nervous and anxious. The one and done nature makes it nervous.
I'm just excited to get down there. I'm excited to get down there. By the way, if you want to win this sweet autographed throwback CMC jersey, listen for the keywords right now up until 8:30. That's right. All you have to do is text the word 20357 and you will qualify. And the word today, our keyword today, Jersey. That's right, not New Jersey, just Jersey. A jersey that you wear to a football game. A red jersey that you're going to wear this Saturday to Levi Stadium. JERSEY to 20357. That's Jersey to 20357. Text that right now to 20357 Jersey. We'll do it up until 8 o'clock. That is our keyword today. Let's get to the phone lines. Joel, San Jose. Joel, what's happening?
Good morning, fellas. Thank you for having me on. You know, I take a little bit of umbrage with Kurt Benkert's comments about the Green Bay Packers on a playoff run. Since they had a quality win against Kansas City, they haven't really had a team they've beaten that was any good. They beat Carolina. They beat Minnesota with Nick Mullins. They beat Chicago, and they beat a Cowboys team that's clearly horrible. So I'm not nervous one bit, and I want the monsoon to come. I want to run the ball.
Right.
I want to get to 30 carries. And, of course, it is always Super Bowl or bust. This is the San Francisco effing 49ers.
Right.
They don't tolerate anything other than
Thank you, Joel. Thank you. Stop it with this. Hey, man, it's always Super Bowl or bust out here. It's been like that for over 40 years. Thank you, Joel. Let's stop the cap. And you know what? Embrace it. Why are people scared to embrace a Super Bowl or bust motto? You know what Super Bowl or bust means? It means that your team is in contention. It means that your team is relevant. It means that your team is close to hoisting the whole damn thing. Embrace it. These are the 49ers. We're not the Arizona Cardinals. We're not the Phoenix Suns. All right? We're not the Miami Marlins. This is the San Francisco 49ers. It's always Super Bowl or bust. It was like that from day one this year, and it's like that right now. And it ain't changing. It's always going to be like that.
They've had a lot of heartbreak. The fans have had a lot of heartbreak. The San Francisco Giants waited 54 years to win one. And what was the tale? Oh, it's the bridesmaid, never the bride. Oh, they'll find a way to lose it in horrific fashion. The Niners have suffered more heartbreak in the 30 years since the last Super Bowl than the Giants ever did during the 54-year run of not winning. And there are a lot of Niner fans, Sam's age or lower, in their young 30s, you and I, they don't even remember the last Super Bowl. But you know what they remember? Losing horrifically multiple times in the Super Bowl, losing in the NFC Championship game. Like, we've been disappointed a lot, and it's been a long drought, okay? 30 years is a long time. It is a long time.
That doesn't change
it's
the motto,
appropriate to want to come out and be nervous. I get it.
No, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be nervous. Well, I'm talking about the Super Bowl or bust motto.
No, I'm with you on
it. A lot of people are scared of that for some reason. Dude, it ain't no Super Bowl or try again.
No,
it's Super Bowl or we lose this opportunity. With the number one seed, home field advantage to the NFC, and a short flight to Las Vegas, which should be filled with Niner fans if they get there. This is a golden opportunity. You got these players. Tebow's in his prime. Ayuk's entering his prime. George Kittle's playing at a high level. Christian McCaffrey, folks, is the best offensive weapon in all of pro football. The hell? It's always been Super Bowl or bust. Embrace it, 49er fans, for crying out loud. There's nothing wrong with that. Embrace it. Embrace it. We want to be the top dogs. We want to be on the top of the mountain. We know what the expectations are. I want them high, just like the Golden State Warriors. The expectation with the Warriors, although they're not playing well, it's high. It's about getting to Larry O'Brien. That's the mindset. Not the San Francisco Giants. Well, you know what? This year, maybe we bring on Kyle Harrison and Marco Luciano, and, maybe we compete for a wild card round. Oh, my God. The model, the bar needs to be raised. All right? And that's why I'm here. And that's why I hold Farhan accountable, because the bar needs to be raised. It's title or bust. All right? We're up there with New York City and Philadelphia and Chicago and L.A. Let's stop acting like we're a small market. Let's stop acting like a small market. But you know what Chicago will? They want titles. They haven't won anything, but they want titles.
They're arguing right now whether to trade every player on the Bulls or whether to take the number one pick and select a quarterback. So, I get what you're saying, but
But I'm saying that's a small market.
Say all that?
That's a small market mentality.
But then how
just not say Super Bowl or bust.
No,
we're big boys out here. We're the number 5 market in the country.
We agree.
All right? This is big boy stuff.
But if you're going to say all that, then how come when I say there's a lot of pressure on Shanahan and Brock Purdy, you kind of push back on that?
No, I just say Brock Purdy had a lot to prove, and I said that the other day, and you guys pushed back on me. Shanahan's pressure, sure, he's got a little pressure.
I think Brock has a ton to prove.
Yeah, he has a ton to prove. But Shanahan's not going anywhere.
No, it's not about job security.
So when I think of pressure,
The noise.
Right. The noise is going to be there. And the noise will get louder. No doubt about it.
I mean, you can only knock on the door so often. You just, I don't know. They've got to break through the seal, and this is the year. They absolutely have to show up. I can't take, my own soul can't take another heartbreaking loss.
Well, we'll be back.
I don't want to hear any excuses.
We'll be back.
I don't want to hear about turf. I don't want to hear about, unlucky bounces off of people's shoulder pads. I don't want to hear any of that crap.
You tell me, if they lose.
I don't want to hear special teams.
Are we not going to talk about the regular season, all the great memories?
It'll get erased.
That's all I've been trying to say that all year. But
I wasn't ready to admit that.
And I played the game. I played the game with everybody.
I didn't know that the Cowboys would bow out. I didn't know that the Eagles would implode. I didn't know that the Chiefs would have zero passing game in terms of wide receivers. Like, things have happened around the league that have also, made me pump up the Niners. It's not just looking at the Niners.
I got 7 All-Pros on my team.
I know.
All right? I got MVP candidates galore. I got DPOY candidates. I got Coach of the Year candidates. I got great assistant coaches. I got a good quarterback coach. I got a defensive coordinator who's been around the block. I got the best defensive line coach in all of football in Chris Kosaric. What the hell? I don't care if the Cowboys is in this round. I don't care if the Eagles got past Tampa Bay. We're going to kick their ass like we're going to kick the Green Bay Packers' ass on Saturday. And it doesn't change. The Cowboys and the Eagles, none of those teams pump fear into me. They got 40 burgers dropped on them by the 49ers. 40 burgers. So it's about the Niners and what they do. And if the Niners don't play the way they're capable of playing, well, guess what? We're going to be talking about something else on Monday. But if they play the way they've played all season long, which the motto is, because the players have told us, Eric Armstead, Kyle Shanahan told us the second day of training camp. They told us the second day of training camp. There's 6 or 7 teams in the Super Bowl conversation. And we're one of them. And what did I say all year? We're the Super Bowl division. We're not in the NFC West. We're in the Super Bowl division with Kansas City, Baltimore, the Cowboys, and the Eagles. And guess what? Those 2 teams have been eliminated. So if you're scared, go to church, man. You're scared, go to church. It's big boy time. Let's go to James in Santa Rosa. James, I'm fired up now. The hell being scared about the Green Bay damn Packers when they did beat them 4 straight times in the playoffs. And then I got Devontae Wyatt out here talking about, when Brock Purdy sees pressure, we're going to pick it up. But forget the Green Bay Packers. You know what it is? The hell with the Packers.
I'm not scared at all.
Go ahead, James.
I'm not scared at all. I am actually. I want to talk about this lame Mark Chmura talking about they need to injure Brock Purdy late hits. Have you heard about this?
Yeah, I did. Yep. We played it yesterday. It was cringe.
I'm just curious on your guys' opinion. And then also, I want to say an underrated part of this game, I believe, is the clock, the time of possession. I feel like if we can control the clock and give him the Aaron Rodgers treatment, keep him on the sidelines, keep our defense fresh, we should whoop him for sure.
I like that. Control the ball. Get to the 30 carries. Don't turn the ball over. It's always a key to winning a playoff football game, right?
I'm marveling at you. Why? I love you because you're all fired up. I love it.
We can't be giving that nervous energy out here. We're going down to Levi Stadium on Saturday. But we've been waiting for this moment. A night game under the lights. Greg Olsen's going to join us in 15 minutes, and he's going to bring the heat on the broadcast. Kevin Burkhardt's coming. The A squad's here. Tom Rinaldi and Aaron Andrews are on the sidelines, and it's going to be a red out at Levi Stadium. And I'm supposed to be scared? I'm ready to run through a goddamn wall right now. I'm ready to kill the Packers on Sunday because this guy, Devontae Wyatt, he's out here talking.
They're a quick pass team. They get the ball. He see his read. He's throwing it. If we get that pressure in his face real fast and throw it off, he's going to overthrow or underthrow it, and that's like a big opportunity or anything. And he's low with the ball, so we can bat the ball down a lot.
I've been waiting all season long for this moment, for the playoffs, for a home field advantage. And what John Lynch do? We all complained about the pass rush. Well, he went out there and traded for Randy Gregory. Well, that wasn't enough, so we went out there to go get Chase Young, right? They paid Bosa. You got Warner and Greenlaw, and they're smacking dudes left and right. All right? You got Jair Brown in the lineup. Charvarius Ward's playing better. Deommodore Lenoir is taking a step up. He's elevated his game. And then I got Brock, who just broke a franchise record for most passing yards of the season. I got Christian McCaffrey, who scored 21 touchdowns and had over 2,000 all-purpose yards. I got Deebo Samuel out there lighting it up and reminding everybody, including 49er fans, who the hell he is. And then I got Brandon Ayuk, who a lot of people didn't think was a number one wide receiver, and went out there and balled out and proved that he's a number one wide receiver. And I'm supposed to be scared about the Green Bay Packers or nervous about Saturday? Bring on the rain. Bring on the snow. I don't give a damn what's going to happen on Saturday. The Packers are getting rolled right now. I'm fired up officially here. The D-line is coming to play. The hell with the Packers. Pressure? Man, we eat up pressure. Give me all that pressure. Give me it all.
Sam, can you do me a favor? Could you book LaFleur real quick for us so we could tell him just not to come? Because Bonte doesn't think this is going to be a game. I love it. Love the energy.
Hey, all this nervousness and anxiousness, man, I cannot wait to fly 90 miles an hour down 101, get to Levi Stadium, watching the warm-ups, and when they start playing Tony Montana. And I'm supposed to be worried about Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers. To hell with this nervous energy. But you took
Jordan Love this week over Brock Purdy.
No, I said in future, we're playing fantasy football. Linda, Fremont. What's up, Linda?
I love you. Hey, Linda.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
I'm doing great. I'm good, Linda. Let's go. We got game time coming up in 2 days.
Okay, I'm on that juice wagon with you, brother. That is amazing. I was saying to Joe a minute ago, when you look back at one of the early 49er teams, when you had Montana and Young at quarterback, you had Brent Jones, and you had Dwight Clark and Jerry Rice and John Taylor. Flip that over to this side, and you're looking at almost the same kind of bodies and personnel and quality athletes in Kittle, Ayuk, Samuel, McCaffrey, Purdy, and you got a backup in Sam Darnold. On the other side, you had Steve Young. That's just looking at the offense. Look at the defense. You have Fred Warner and Bosa. Hopefully, you're going to have Eric Armstead back in the middle. You got all these guys coming up here. This is the time. This is the time for these 49ers to step up and bring their game. There is no tomorrow. I don't want to hear about, it was a bad injury. It was a bad shot last year. Pooey-dooey. I don't want to hear about the day the lights went out with the last time they played Baltimore and Harbaugh. You know, come on. This is your opportunity. Step up and deliver. We are waiting. We have been waiting. We're tired of waiting.
You know what, Linda? I love that. And you know what? This is our year. This is our year. This is the year we have a parade down Market Street. This is the year. The stars have aligned for the 49ers. The Rams, Cowboys, and Eagles got bounced. Bounced. All right? They're done.
Your beloved McVay.
McVay, done. He wilted in Detroit with the clock management.
Well, the clock management, it did him in the Raven game. It did him in that game.
And the best thing that happened was for Shanahan to sit back and watch all that and said, okay, all right, I've been reminded on how to lose a playoff game.
Well, they need to come out and they need to show up. I mean, it's very simple to me.
They're going to show up.
They just got to show up.
Don't you worry about them showing up. They're showing up, Shasky. You don't think Debo Samuel's going to show up?
I know they're going to show up.
He comes out there with that boombox, and he sets a tone with that boombox, and they show him on the video board. And what is that music they play? Whatever rock band that is. And they come out there with the boombox. And Debo Samuel is pointing at his forearms. And he's talking about he's got ice in his veins, and he's dancing, and Trent Williams is doing his thing. You think they're going to be worried? You think they're not going to show up on Saturday night in front of the 49er faithful? They've been waiting for this, Shasky. They had to wait all season long after what happened in Philadelphia. And they lost their quarterback, and they had to hear all the naysayers saying, the Niners choked again. They got no quarterbacks. Why did they use the tight end to block for Hassan Reddick? They had to hear that all season long. And what did Debo say? I'll start with him. He stood on his, and he told you guys all that James Bradbury was trash.
And he's right.
And he was right. And he went to Philadelphia and told him that he was trash, and he said it was personal, and he walked in there with the all-black leather jacket on and the black Air Force Ones on and scored 3 touchdowns in Philadelphia. All right? So I ain't worried about these guys showing up on Saturday. The hell? They're gonna be all right. Wyatt in Millburn, New Jersey. Wyatt, what's happening? Let's go, man. It's enough of this nervous energy.
Hey, yo, that's exactly what I want to hear. That's exactly what I want to hear. We're gonna go out this Saturday and trash them. That's exactly what I want to hear. I was amped up. I'm tired. I'm on the East Coast. I'm tired of the old Jets and Giants stuff all the time. You're out the playoffs. You're never in the playoffs. And I'm tired of some of these stations and these people I watch on YouTube always critiquing the 49ers and the quarterback all the time. Oh, he's this, he's that. Just because he's not 6'4", 230, he got a rocket arm. There's other things to quarterback than that. Anticipation, not how to diagnose the defense. I just wish they would just really know how the game goes and pay attention. But I think we're going to do great this Saturday. I love your show. Go Niners.
Let's go, Wyatt. I love it. We got a couple minutes. We got a couple minutes, Shasky, before we get to Greg Olsen. Greg Olsen's going to join us, and I cannot
You're just
wait.
on fire today. I feel like a passenger.
You know what, man?
We're doing
Roll up
like
the sleeves.
150.
We've been waiting for this moment. We talked about the journey, the first day of training camp. I keep going back to that in late July. We sat there at the Hilton Hotel for all the 49er faithful and walked into that training camp. And I said, look, it's a new mission. It's a new year. But we had to wear it all season. We had to wear it all season. Had to wear it from Philadelphia. We had to wear it from Dallas. We had to wear it from everybody in the football world saying, ha, 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 look at you guys. Your little cute quarterback got hurt in the playoffs, and you couldn't get it done. And we had to wear that pain every single day up until the season started. Then we had to wear it up until December 3rd. And we finally knocked those jokers out, but we talked about the journey. We know what the end game is. The end game is Super Bowl or bust.
And
don't get it twisted.
But I totally agree with you. And that's why I think there's a tremendous amount of pressure on Shanahan and Brock Purdy to finally get it done.
I think they want this pressure.
Because I feel like all the common denominators of all the losses have been something's happened with your quarterback. Right. Underperforming, not playing well in late in games, injured, whatever. And the coach, at times, has called scared. You know, like he's called a scared game plan because of the quarterback, because of the trust, because of the situation, whatever the reasons being. I'm telling you, there is a tremendous amount of pressure. There are no excuses. They have to win on Saturday.
Well, they will win on Saturday. They will win on Saturday. And you know what the great ones, they love pressure. Steph Curry loves pressure.
Pressure makes diamonds.
Exactly.
You don't think
Debo
there was
loves
pressure. On Curry heading into that Celtics series?
Oh, yeah, of course. You don't want to lose the finals. Definitely pressure, but what happens? The great ones embrace it. Trent Williams embraces it. Nick Bosa, he's going to embrace it on Saturday. He knows what time it is. He's got to hear me all off season talk about him having no sacks in the playoffs. Then he has to jump on this show with Spinoni and I and talk to me, knowing damn well I know he knows a number 97. You better get some pressures this Saturday. And you know what? I expect it. I'm
envisioning Bosa driving back from the facility. Oh, Vontae Hill thinks that I'm not bringing it, huh?
Hey, clip this. Clip
this.
Hey, Bosa, I'm looking at you.
Clip this.
I'm looking at you, Bosa. I expect you to be in the backfield all day long. I want strip sacks. I want fumble recoveries in the backfield. I want to make Jordan Love's life miserable. And I believe the 49ers will. To hell with that. Enough of this.
If you clip this for Nick Bosa,
I'm
Nick,
sick of the respect.
I would like to know who customizes your Jordan 1s. Those are sweet.
I'm sick of the. I'm sick of the. I'm sick of the whole.
No.
Giving respect to the Green Bay Packers. No more respect. You got to earn it on Saturday. Enough of the respect thing.
Pressure makes diamonds.
It's personal. We didn't forget who the Green Bay Packers were. They destroyed my teenage life. Destroyed it. I could never get those years back. It's personal this Saturday. The hell with that. Be scared to go to church on Sunday.
That's a sackaroonie, baby. Ow.
Just wait until tomorrow's show. I'm expecting to hear from the heavy hitters.
When was the last time you went to church?
It's been a while.
Yeah, I went on Sunday.
Yeah, I haven't been in a long time.
I had a lot of sinning to repent for.
Haven't been in a long time.
That's tough.
The heavy hitters.
Sackaroonie.
I want Juice tomorrow. I want Coach in Los Altos.
There we go.
I want Clark the Shark. I want Can't Open the Cow.
Clark the Shark's not one of the people I think of when I want to get fired up.
I want Robin San Bruno. I want Philmo Mike. We need to amp this up. Enough of the scare talk. Not on this show. Nervous. We're the freaking 49ers.
The boy doesn't know the zone as well as you do, Bonte.
We're the best two teams in football. We're rolling. Averaging damn near 30 points a game. All right? The hell with this nervous talk and pressure talk. Jair Alexander among 3 players who sat out practice yesterday for the Packers as he dealing with an ankle injury. He suffered an injury in practice last week, re-aggravated it in the third quarter to win over the Cowboys. Head coach Matt LaFleur said that Alexander is doing better and getting treatment, and they expect to know more about his status after practice today. That is their top quarterback of the Green Bay Packers. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Curzon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by nobody. Your phone calls. I see you, BPA. I see you, May Buddy. I see you, RJ. Greg Olsen coming up for Fox Sports. We're going to break this down. Boxer Girls are guest line coming up. Greg Olsen on the call for Saturday's game between the Niners and the Packers.
These are the days.
What is happening here in the Bay Area? Good morning to everybody out there. Getting out their graveyard shift, all the cops, all the firefighters, all the beauty bus drivers, BART conductors, students, teachers, construction workers, janitors, plumbers, carpenters, security guards, mailmen. You know what time it is. It's Bang Bang Niner game as we get ready for the divisional round playoff game between the Green Bay Packers and the 49ers. Of course, kick it off at 5:15 on Fox Sports, and we cannot wait. We cannot wait to be in the building, and we cannot wait to talk to Greg Olsen. Greg Olsen, of course, played with Christian McCaffrey out in Carolina. What's your biggest memory of Greg Olsen as a player?
I mean, there's a bunch of them, but he had some monster years with Cam. Those are some of my big memories of him. Hitting the seam, right down the middle.
Hitting the seam. Pride of Miami University. He became one of the better tight ends in all of football, Greg Olsen, that is. So I can't wait to talk to him about it.
All those Miami tight ends were ballers. Shockey, Winslow, and him all in a row.
Uh-huh.
I mean, those are some great
tight ends.
Great teams, but yeah, great tight ends.
Oh, they had a run. No doubt about that.
I mean, people forgot Jeremy Shockey was saucy.
He was sick. By the way, shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates. It's super simple online application process. All right, let's bring in Greg Olsen, courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Greg Olsen, I mean, he's quickly becoming one of my favorite analysts in all of football here. I think he brings the heat. I think he does a hell of a job. He had a hell of a Super Bowl last year with Kevin Burkhardt, of course, on Fox Sports. He'll be on a call this Saturday with the Niners trying to stifle the Green Bay Packers, who had a big-time upset last week in Dallas. Greg, good morning, man. Welcome to 95.7 The Game. Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, guys. Good morning. How's it going?
Good morning, man. We're fired up to talk to you. We're fired up to talk about this football game. Obviously, a lot of variables here, and everybody loves to talk about the quarterback. So you're up close and personal to watch Jordan Love last Sunday in Dallas, and we're all shocked. Not that Jordan Love isn't a good quarterback, because he has been one of the hotter quarterbacks down the stretch here over the last 9 weeks. It's just the way they took apart the Dallas Cowboys. You're there up close and personal. What did they do so well to really have the Cowboys confused there defensively?
Yeah, leading into the game, I think, as we kind of broke it down and we prepared for the call, I think we actually had a pretty good feel that offensively Green Bay was going to be okay. I think the biggest factor that we knew going in was the better Green Bay's defense could play. And obviously that Dallas offense led the league in scoring and was, pretty much unstoppable at home, was the better Green Bay's defense could play, especially early, the longer it would allow Green Bay to play their style, right? Green Bay is not going to be a shotgun, drop back, throw the ball a million times. That's not Matt LaFleur. That's not their offense. It's not what's made them, the back half of the season be, one of the best offenses in the entire league. It was the ability to be in, run situations and play from under center and play action pass and give the ball to Aaron Jones, who's on a 4-game kind of heater. But you're only able to operate that way if you're not playing from behind and the defense isn't giving up points every possession. So really, we thought the emphasis going into the game was really on Green Bay's defense, and because they played so well, they forced the early turnover by Jair Alexander when they were up 7-0 to make it 14, and then obviously the pick six by Savage to make it 27. But once you find yourself up 2-3 and then eventually 4 scores, that's exactly where Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love in this offense is comfortable, because now you sell out to stop their run game, and they're throwing the ball to this young, talented group down the field. And then you try to play the play action stuff, and they hand the ball off to Aaron Jones. So the balance of their offense is their strength, but the balance of their offense is only able to be used when they're not losing and when they're winning by as much as they were against Dallas.
Maybe it's the arrogance in 49er fans, myself, watching this team all year. They've been dominant all year. It's hard to unsee the Green Bay Packers, though, smashing the Cowboys the way they did. I thought of the Cowboys in high regard. But had the game been played a week prior, and it was Niners-Packers, and the Cowboy game had never existed, wouldn't we be viewing this matchup differently?
Yeah, right. We're all victims of the moment, right? We're all creatures of what we've seen last, and we make our decisions based on that. A couple weeks ago, when the 49ers had, a tough night and some unlucky bounces went against them against Baltimore, it felt like everybody jumped off the 49er bandwagon. It kind of goes both ways. And, in neither situation is it fair, but that's the nature of the hot reaction kind of world that we all live in, especially around the NFL this time of year. So, I think you're exactly right. I think when you see a team like Green Bay go on the road as a 7th seed and beat, what's been one of the better teams across the entire league, and especially at home, and not just beat them. It was 27-0 with 2 seconds left in the first half, right? They punched in the last touchdown to make it 27-7 at the break. But, it was a pretty thoroughly all phases of the game handling. And, no, I think you're as good as your last outing in the NFL, and you're as bad as your last outing in the NFL, at least in the eye of the perception. But I still think if you're San Francisco, coming off a bye, healthy, coming out of the gates fast, playing at home, I still think if you're a 49er fan, you should be feeling as good as any team in the league going into this week's games.
Greg Olsen to be on the call alongside Kevin Burkhardt for Fox Sports, does a tremendous job in the booth, was a tremendous tight end in the NFL for many, many years from 2007 to 2020. And he played with Christian McCaffrey out in Carolina. Now, Greg, I think people out here in the Bay Area forgot how good Christian McCaffrey was because we saw him down the road at Stanford. And we were thinking, boy, if the Niners drafted him coming out of Stanford, now they didn't. They went Solomon Thomas. Chris McCaffrey goes to the East Coast. But then last season on this show, we're thinking, boy, the Niners, they got a home run hitting running back. How cool would that be in the Shanahan offense? And they went to go make the trade for Chris McCaffrey. Nobody remembers the picks they gave up for Chris McCaffrey because he's been that good. Seeing him against this Packers defense in that run game, how good is this Packers run defense, and how are they going to be able to slow down Chris McCaffrey because he does so many different things on the football field?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Christian's a close friend of mine. Played with him for years in Carolina. I was his teammate for his 1,000 year, and I could go on. We could do an entire show on just Christian McCaffrey and the way he prepares and the type of guy he is. And I don't think I'm telling anybody. Out there anything they don't already know. But I think what makes McCaffrey unique in the scope of on the field is there's typically 2 types of backs in the league, right? There's the every down kind of bell cow, gets the hard yards. He's getting 3rd and shorts. He's asked to punch it in the goal line. He's got to do the dirty between the tackle runs and kind of go up there and muddy it up. And then there's the home run guy. There's the guy that they try to get on the perimeter. They throw screens. They use them in the passing game. On most teams, that's 2 different guys. Right, on most teams, that's a committee approach, and they try to, use each guy towards his strengths. What's unique about Christian is he's both. He's the guy that you want to give for the tough runs, the gotta-have-it runs, but then he's also the guy that Shanahan is as good as anybody in the league, finding matchups, using him out of the backfield in the passing game, running choice routes, running slot receiver routes. I mean, he could play slot receiver in the NFL if that's what he committed himself to. So he's just unique in that regard because while most teams in today's NFL on defense are saying, okay, if I gotta choose, I'm going to stop the passing game because you can score a lot quicker, generate a lot more explosive plays in the air than you can traditionally on the ground. San Francisco is really the exception to that rule. Their ability to generate explosive runs is what really makes their run game such a threat. And I think that's why teams come into games taking it away. It's less about the gross yards. It's less about that. It's the explosive nature of Christian and that scheme that Shanahan has that scares defense. They're not worried about your run game going 4 or 5 yards a clip. They're worried about McCaffrey, first play of the game, taking it the distance like he did a few weeks ago. That's what scares teams. And then all of a sudden from there, Brock Purdy's throwing against 8-man boxes on 1st and 2nd down. And, he's got one of the best skill groups in the league and obviously one of the best quarterbacks in the league. So it all goes hand in hand, but McCaffrey, in my mind, he's the linchpin of the entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree on that one. You keep referencing Brock Purdy. A lot's been made of Brock Purdy this year, especially from like a national level. Is he good? Is he really, really good? Is he the bus driver or is he the passenger? And I don't know. When I watch the guy play, I just feel like he's got a great feel, command. He understands where the blitzes are coming from. He's very accurate. He does so many little things well. Obviously, you know the game inside and out because you played it. You're friends with CMC. What are some of the things that maybe the novice on their couch doesn't pick up on? What are the guys behind the scenes saying about this guy, which proves to you he's got it?
I think the 2 biggest things that stand out when you watch the tape and you really kind of dive into this offense, I think, well, before that, I think there's a lazy narrative out there that just because you have a great coach, which obviously Kyle Shanahan is, and just because who also is a great play caller, and then also because you're surrounded by really good talent, that somehow that minimizes the type of player that you are. And I think throughout history we haven't really applied the same guidelines to other really, right? And we never held it against Kurt Warner. He's a Hall of Famer, rightfully so. No one ever said, yeah, but he had a Hall of Fame left tackle. Okay, so does Purdy. He had 2 Hall of Fame receivers. He had a Hall of Fame running back. So, Peyton Manning played with some of the best wide receivers in history. For whatever reason, everyone loves to use that against Purdy. So I think that narrative hopefully starts to play itself out because all the kid does is play at a high level since he took over. But back to the original point, I think the 2 biggest things that stand out, he's an elite processor. He is able to eliminate reads. He's able to eliminate sides of the field based on coverage. He is a really, really quick processor of information, which allows him to make fast decisions and get the ball to the appropriate place on time, which then leads to obviously the big yards after catch, which is accuracy and delivering the ball on time while the guy is open and allowing him to run. So I think that's number 1. And then I think on number 2, of all the great things San Francisco does really on both sides of the ball, and they're obviously, at the top of the list in pretty much every category, they're middle of, with the exception of Trent Williams, it's a middle of the road offensive line pass protection wise. They're by no means bad, but they're not one of these like dominant offensive lines from the drop back pass standpoint. I think Brock Purdy has done a unbelievable job playing from dirty pockets, playing with pressure, playing with guys at his feet. He leads almost every category in the league, yards per attempt, completion percentage, all the important metrics under pressure. And I think most quarterbacks in this league operate at a clean pocket pretty well. I mean, if they couldn't do that, they wouldn't be in the league. But, man, his ability to operate from a messy pocket, his ability to make off-platform throws, his ability to keep his eyes downfield when protection's not perfect, I think that is another element that kind of separates him from a lot of young guys around the league.
Greg Olsen here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson guest line. He'll be on a call Saturday. Does a tremendous job for Fox Sports. Really love your work, Greg. In the booth there, you're a great tight end as well. Real quick before we get into that, Green Bay, what they did to Dallas. Obviously, you mentioned the 2 picks, right? The pick 6 by Darnell Savage to make it 27-0. Jair Alexander picking it off when it was 7-0. Then slowing down the run game early there. What can the Packers defense do to befuddle Brock Purdy? Because now we're starting to hear some talk. Devontae Wyatt talking about, hey, if we put pressure on Brock, we could create some turnovers. It's almost a guarantee. What can they do to really do to stifle this Niners offense? Because you just mentioned it here. They got 2 wide receivers in Debo and Ayuk who are ballers. George Kittle's probably the best tight end in football outside of Travis Kelce, and he was probably better and more productive this season. So what can Green Bay do to replicate that performance defensively against the 49ers?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a different animal this week. I think last week they were able to go into that game against Dallas and say, okay, everything against Dallas starts with the passing game, right? First down passing, best team in the league. They're still good on third down. Like everything was about Dak, CeeDee Lamb, and the passing game. The running game for Dallas this year was a little bit of an afterthought. Now, people say, oh, you got to have some more balance. They led the league in scoring. And the reality is, in the NFL, you score by throwing the ball. The fastest way to score, explosive pass plays. The easiest way to score is through the air. And they had one of the best quarterbacks who had an MVP type season in Dak, and the best arguably the best wide receiver in the league in CD with, again, other talented guys around them. So I think they went into that game saying, okay, I can play more 4-down fronts on first and second down when they had traditionally been 5-man fronts in their base personnel. They were traditionally a single high safety team, played a lot more 2 high, saying, all right, let's keep the ball in front of us and let's rally tackle. Now, part of that was the game plan coming in, but also part of that was the score got so out of hand, Green Bay was able to play that style of defense and just say, hey, just don't let them throw and score quick over our head. We're up by 4 scores. So I think you have to be careful defending San Francisco that way. I think the only down San Francisco is a pass-heavy team is first down. Every other down and situation, they are a run-first team. And it goes back to our earlier conversation because they're able to generate explosive runs. That's the element that makes them so hard. So I think Green Bay's got to be a little bit more versatile with mixing up their 5-man fronts, mixing up their 4-man fronts. They've really got to play the down and distances perfect because you play nickel, you play 4-man nickel against, when Juszczyk's out there and Kittle and Christian and Debo and Ayuk, and they're in 21 personnel that they major in. Well, you play them in base between Kittle and Ayuk and Trent Williams. You're gonna have a hard time stopping the run, right? And then all of a sudden you say, all right, we got to bring some bigger bodies out there. We're gonna play 5-man front, close the coverage, extra man in the box, and now they're an empty. And George Kittle's like a wide receiver. Juszczyk's like a tight end, and McCaffrey's a receiver. And now you say, okay, now what? So it's just their style puts so much pressure on you. It's hard to play them in man because of San Francisco's personnel and their formation variety. So everyone just pretty much zones everything out. Listen, it is the best offense in the league for a reason. Combination of scheme, combination of obviously elite personnel. And it's just a little bit of a different animal in their balance that Green Bay didn't have to really worry about last week against Dallas.
Breaks it down so well.
He's
Sasky.
so good. I love it. You play with Peppers in Chicago before he was with Carolina and before you had joined Carolina. Then you play with Luke Kuechly. Like, I'm looking at two guys on this defense because the defense the pass rush evaporated, especially in that Dallas Cowboy playoff game last year. And they need the pass rush, and they need this guy, Fred Warner, to be everywhere, guarding Aaron Jones in the flat and just stuffing the run. How do they get those guys going? Do they match up well against Green Bay? I'm talking Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, because that front seven and being dominant and getting back, if they want to get to the Super Bowl, those two guys, to me, have to play like it. What do you think? How do they get those guys going?
Yeah, I mean, obviously those guys are amongst the elite players in the league. And, last week Dallas had their, premier rusher in Micah, and, obviously Bosa and Micah and the Myles Garretts of the world and the TJ Watts, they're kind of that upper echelon defensive line kind of elite category. I think a big difference between San Francisco and Dallas is really just the style of their off-the-ball linebackers. Dallas kind of plays that dime. All those linebackers are, 210-pound safeties who are fast and physical, but they're built to defend the pass. They're built to play with the lead. That's by design, Dan Quinn and Mike McCarthy, how they built that roster. And, it's obviously served them well, overall. They've struggled in the playoffs. San Francisco, again, a little bit of a different world, with those two off the ball backers. So I would add Dre Greenlaw to that mix. I think Greenlaw and Fred, yes, they make a million tackles. Yes, they're sideline to sideline. I think the difference that those guys bring is it is very hard to throw the ball in between the hash marks. It's very hard to attack the middle of the field and play action and all that, because Fred and Dre they're big, they're long, they've got great instincts. They can tell the difference between play action pass and handoff based on how the guard comes out of his stance. You don't see him take those big play fakes and get sucked up and let the guy get behind him. So I think Fred's one of the elite players regardless of position on the defensive side of the ball. I think Dre Greenlaw is kind of he's their enforcer. He's their thumper. He's their banger. I mean, he's coming to punish guys when he gets to the ball. Their ability off the ball to run, tackle, limit yards after catch in space, and defend the pass. I think linebacker, that specific position, I think is the key this week for San Francisco, because there's other good D lines, right? There's other good pass rushers. They just did a great job last week against Parsons. And again, I'm not saying they're going to stifle Bosa. Very few teams have the linebackers to go along with the front that San Francisco does.
No, that's such a great point. You talk about tackling. We saw that with Philadelphia on Monday night against Tampa Bay. 6-yard pass plays, going for 50-yard touchdowns there. You got to tackle at this time of the year. And it's all about the trenches, of course. Greg, real quick before we let you go, we enjoy you so much on the broadcast. We're so glad that you joined us today, because all season long, whenever you do a Niner game and you're the color analyst for a 49er game, we're like, man, Greg Olsen really brings it. Absolutely. When did you know? Because we know you started broadcasting as a player. It's a very unique situation. But when did you know full-time that, you know what, I'm going to make a career out of it? And by the way, you should remain the number one team once that quarterback decides if he wants to be a broadcaster or not.
Well, I appreciate it. It's funny. If I had to pick one fan base that I hear from the most that thinks I don't like them, I would have to say it's San Francisco. And
really?
I can't quite figure out.
No.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I swear. No, they don't. They don't say that I don't like me on the games. They say that I don't like San Francisco, which couldn't be further from the truth. We cheer for close games, but it's also our job to. We're going to criticize things that are wrong, and we're going to praise both teams when they do things right. And just because this weekend we praise San Francisco doesn't mean we're cheering for them. And just because we talk about how great Jordan Love is and all that doesn't mean we are cheering against San Francisco. So that's kind of the nature of the beast. So I appreciate you guys saying that. And, I don't really know if there was really a moment. I had some cool opportunities back in 2017. I was still playing here in Carolina, and it was a bye week, and I had done a Fox audition a couple years, maybe an off season or two earlier. I remember the exact year, and they asked me. They said, "Hey, on your bye week, would you like to join a 3-man booth with Charles Davis and Kevin Burkhardt and join that booth?" At the time, they were the Fox number 2 crew, and we went up to Minnesota and called the Vikings game, and I did that on my bye week as a current player. So I did it in 17.
Yep.
Really enjoyed it. And then in 19, they let me come back and do it as a 2-man booth with Kenny Albert. So that was my first time in there just by myself, no other analyst. And they said, whenever you retire, we have a spot for you. So my first year, I was able to join Kevin on the B crew. And then, of course, everything went down the last 2 years ago. And we'll see. And as you referenced, we'll see what happens.
You've done a great job. I think in the Super Bowl, man, you were on it, man. I truly, we enjoyed it. And you're a tight end. We always see these quarterbacks in the booth with DBs. Yeah, he is a mine. See, Greg, I'm not going to admit. Well, I'm going to admit I'm a Florida State fan, but I have respect for the U. I do have respect for you.
Greg, before you get out of here, this is how you win over the Bay Area. You go on that broadcast on Saturday night and you say, I went on with the guys on the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. I'm now a roaster. And trust me, you will get unanimous approval. You can walk through the Excelsior right now with your head high.
Fair enough. Hey, that might be my open.
And by the way, our producer went to the University of Miami, so he may be more excited than us. So, Greg, thanks so much for the time. We appreciate it, man. Have a great call Saturday. We really enjoy you in the booth with Kevin Burkhardt.
All right, guys. Thanks so much. Appreciate you having me. Take
Anytime. Care. Greg Olsen here on the Morning Rush on 85.7 The Game, courtesy of the Boxer Guernsey guest line. He just breaks it down. And he breaks down the formation, the 4-man fronts, the 5-man fronts. Nickel, I love the way he puts it, man. For the casuals, he makes it so understandable to understand the concepts of a defense or an offense.
I'm Kevin Burkhardt, and I'm Greg Olsen. And I'm a roaster. I love that so bad.
If that happens.
You love how I slipped that in there, didn't you?
No, only you can do it like that.
Only me.
Only you. All right, we're going to get to the calls. Bump Carlos Ramirez to 8:35. 8:35, Carlos Ramirez.
Because we got to get these calls in. Because we got to get
the calls in. We got to get everybody in here. Oh, I see Ricky in Denville. Okay, Ricky. I see you. You're out in the woodwork here. By the way, some breaking news with the Golden State Warriors, and I figured this would happen. The NBA is postponing Friday's game between the Warriors and Mavericks after the sudden death of Golden State assistant coach Dejan Milojevic, and it's probably for the best. Of course, the Warriors and Jazz was postponed last night, so no Warriors and Mavericks game tomorrow, postponed. So the Warriors will probably be back next Wednesday when they take on the Atlanta Hawks. And by the way, last chance to type in the keyword on this show, the keyword to winning this Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. Jersey, Jersey, Jersey to 20357. Jersey to 20357. By the way, did you know that Greg Olsen had initially enrolled at Notre Dame?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, then he transferred
Charlie
to the
Weiss?
U. He transferred to the U.
Huh. So the U's been paying players years before the NIL.
Oh, man. So
if it ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
20357. Yeah, 20357 if you want to get that Christian McCaffrey jersey. You can qualify again from 12:30 to 1:30, from 4:30 to 5:30. You have 12 chances all week long. All right, what's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Carlos Ramirez in about 8 minutes. BPA, Ricky, May Buddy, Aaron. We're getting to you all here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com. All right, it's Willard.
And
Give me that Hall of Notes. Chicago adjacent, man. We're getting close to being blocked.
Wait, what? Who?
No. Oh, no. I can't go for that. Go for this Hall of Notes.
Can you play a little Rich Girl? I want to give a little special shout out when you find it. Let me know when you find it because today's a special day.
Chicago adjacent, man. You're not a real Niner fan. Why? You don't know how he gets
What's going on the YouTube chat today?
He's just saying the Niners don't need Bosa to win the game. The Niners can win this game without Nick Bosa. Okay.
You know, we're going to be a little more discerning on that YouTube chat, and we're going to start blocking people that talk out of line.
Yeah.
And you can create as many fake anonymous accounts as you want.
We'll block you.
We'll just keep blocking you.
We'll block you.
We'll do the Matumbo. No.
No. Real quick, let's get to the calls before Carlos Ramirez.
Yeah.
By the way, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Larry Krugel and Rizzo O'Neill live 2 hours before the start of the game at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara. I think Dumas may be on the broadcast as well. Let's double-check that for Saturday. Double-check that for Saturday. Hilton Hotel.
Well, Dumas' season's over.
Presented by Habits Law. You've been wrong. Habits Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habitslaw.com. I talked to Dumas yesterday. He goes, B, if the 49ers lose, you know I'm going to be insufferable, right?
Good.
I said, oh, I know.
I hope it.
Oh, I know.
I expect it.
I know a lot of fan base is going to come at us. But you know what? When you come at the Kings, notice I say Kings, plural, because Shasky's a king too. You bet not miss.
Technically a Polish prince.
No. You're king. You're kingpin. Let's go to BPA. Then we'll get the Ricky May money. BPA, what's happening? Brian and Palo Alto.
Morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
You know, I think I'm not much, man. How are you doing?
You know,
I think yesterday that was a bummer, right? With what happened yesterday.
To go to say Warriors, yeah.
And I think, yeah, it's sad. And like, it just feels like, to be freaking out over the 49ers, right? It feels not appropriate in some way. And so, at least for a week, my mindset is like, I'm just appreciative. We have, a top 5 NFL quarterback we're paying $800,000 a year for, right? I mean, you want a bad situation? Look at Dak. Makes $55 million, and he's not good enough. And yet they have no choice but to extend him, right? Because they don't have an alternative. And so, I feel like, the Niners have, a 3-year window this year and 2 more after with Brock on his rookie deal. And, I'm appreciative. And I think we can't blame Brock for Kyle's past failings or Jimmy's failings, right? Brock's 19-3 as a starter. He's 2-0 in playoff games he's started where he's been able to play. And that's it, right? I think that's not much to criticize. And so if he doesn't win a Super Bowl this year, I'm not going to freak out about it. And I think the Niners are in a good position, and I'm appreciative. 12 world championships in 4 decades in the Bay Area.
BPA, let me push back a little bit. BPA, let me push back, though. How disappointing would it be if they didn't win this Super Bowl?
It's only going to get harder moving forward.
Exactly.
This is the year.
I don't know. Why does it? I don't know why next year's any harder, to be honest.
Debo will be older. Kittle will be older. Trent Williams will be older. The injuries, for the most part, the Niners have been fortunate this season with the injuries.
Philly will regroup. The Rams will regroup. Detroit's a year better.
Well, I don't know that Philly. I mean, I don't know that Philly's going to regroup.
Philly might be done.
I don't know that. Right. I'm not afraid of any team with Jared Goff as the quarterback or Dak Prescott for that matter. I have some level of confidence in Kyle and John. I think there's some high salaried guys that probably aren't living up to that on the Niners, that they'll probably cut loose after this year. And so, anyways, that's my take.
See, I would disagree with you on that. And BPA, love your opinions. Purdy's going to cost in a couple of years. And we've seen a little glimpse of what it looks like when they aren't at full strength, and he's not his most optimal. He's at his best right now when they're fully strength. Now, maybe in a couple of years he grows some more, and he has the ability to be able to offset missing a couple of guys and make it work and still be elite and great and whatever. Maybe it's just too small of a sample size in the 3 games where he didn't have Trent and Debo. I'll concede all of those things. But when you pay the quarterback a big chunk of money, whether it's $25 million or $55 million, $25 million is George Kittle and CMC. Just right now.
Right.
Okay? $25 million is Debo and maybe an offensive lineman, right? That's how it works. And I look at someone like Jalen Hurts right now. His money is kicking in. They've got tough decisions to make coming up on finances. That's how pro sports works in the NFL.
Let's go to RJ real quick at Fairfield. RJ, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, Bonte Shasky? Hey, real quick, can y'all take me to the game with y'all?
Hell no, you ain't coming to the game with me.
Oh my!
I don't want to have to hear.
Hey,
RJ, real quick. I don't want to have to hear about you crying over the Kings blowing a 22-point fourth quarter lead against the Phoenix Suns.
I didn't call in for this, Bonte.
You asked if you wanted to ride with me to Levi Stadium, and I'm telling you why you can't ride with me to Levi Stadium.
Let me ask you a better question. If Bonte did allow you to ride with him, and you popped in your cell phone or Bluetoothed it into the speaker, what would be the first song you would play him on the way down there?
Man,
to get me fired
I'll play some Luther Vandross, man.
What, were you trying to make love to Bonte?
Yeah,
What?
No, man, it's just cool back, sit back, relax. You know what I'm saying?
Before a football game? You want to listen to Luther?
That's what I'm saying.
What? RJ, all right. Wait. All right, you said I was making you nervous. Why am I making you nervous, RJ?
Bonte, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous. Your confidence is what's making me nervous. All right? The more, do you see what Green Bay did to the Cowboys? Ain't nobody expect that, right? If the game was Green Bay 28, Cowboys 24, I'll feel good about this matchup. But what Green Bay did to the Cowboys makes me nervous, all right? That's all I want to say. And, hey, shoot me a DM if y'all got an extra ticket, man. I'm ready with y'all. Ready?
I love you, RJ, but I am not playing Luther Vandross the second I get in the. We're going to a playoff game.
I can't wait to meet RJ.
Niners, Packers, and this guy went straight to Luther.
I need to know what RJ looks like.
Are you kidding me?
I need to know what RJ looks like. I need to meet RJ. RJ's something else, man. He is something else. Ricky and Danville, real quick. Ricky and Danville, then we get the main money. Ricky, what's happening?
That might have been one of the funniest calls.
To Luther Vandross. Ricky, what's happening?
Good morning, guys.
What up?
Good morning, guys. Good to hear you guys. Prayers for your family, Shasky.
Thank you, brother.
Continue prayers, and man, let's go. I'm ready to line up right now to the front gate, man. Let's go. Section 128, the loudest part of the stadium, man. We're gonna be rocking. Man. We're gonna be rocking it. But you know what? I did want to say one thing, man. The one thing that the Packers did is they probably turned on the tape that what we did to the Cowboys. That's probably why they had the formula. You know what I'm saying? It's the Cowboys. Don't worry about it. I'm always a little reserved, but at the same time, I'm confident our boys are going to show up. I'm confident they're going to show up.
All right.
You know, I do want to say one thing. I do want to say one thing real quick. You know, big props to Adam Peters, man. From day one, he's helped build this team. You know, and that's going to be a big loss, I think. But at the same time, big props to Adam Peters and his family. Congratulations.
No doubt. No doubt. Thanks for the call, Ricky.
New doobie category going to be created right now on the spot.
Okay.
Save that RJ call. Awkward roast moments.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
That was awkward.
No, it was great.
Bizarre.
I want to ride with y'all.
The people who filmed the Pelosi break-in video thought that was bizarre.
Oh, my God.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
They said RJ should be in a Doobie Award nominee for 2024. He was for Roaster of the Year 2023. But he knew damn well we wasn't giving Roaster of the Year to some Kings fan. Are you kidding me?
Hey, Bonte.
RJ may never win an award.
Let's put in a little Marvin Gaye. Let's get it on our way to the Niner game.
Way to the Niner game.
You mind if I put my hand on your lap?
He said the more you talk, the more I get nervous. You're too confident. Hey, I was confident when the Warriors were taking out the Kings in the first round, right? How did that work out for you, RJ?
Hey, Bonte, it's me, RJ. We're sitting at the Niner game. Can we share some popcorn together?
You imagine watching a football game with RJ?
Me? Let's cuddle.
Hey, you imagine watching a football game with RJ? He'd be nervous every single play. Unbelievable.
I can't get over the Luther Vandross.
Luther Vandross out of all the pulls from RJ.
I mean, I'm going straight to I won't deny it. I'm a straight rider. I call that the Mission Street anthem.
It's just all the ratchet music. It's 21 Savage. It's Lil Baby. It's like
Pardon me.
It's Tupac. It's pardon me. Pardon me. I'll never forget that beat. And then that's when Jimmy Garoppolo. Pardon me came on. Jimmy Garoppolo started throwing picks everywhere.
Bonte turned his head. Jimmy pointed. He fluttered one up. Bonte was talking to the voice of the Niners, and he goes, "What happened? Was that a punt?" I go, "Jimmy Garoppolo threw a 3 flies up interception in the middle of practice."
And Shanahan was irate.
It was hilarious.
Let's bring in Carlos Pocket Square Ramirez. He hosts Giants pre- and post-game live.
The straps off. That was so funny. I'll never forget
Pardon me. And listen, Carlos
Bonte's
Ramirez.
Shazamming the song as Jimmy Garoppolo is throwing interceptions all over the 49er practice field.
There's another song on Shazam last training camp. It was Little Baby All In.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a banger.
Yeah, it is.
All right, Carlos Ramirez, he's been on hold for way too long. Mr. Pocket Square himself, host of 49ers pre- and post-game live, host of Giants pre- and post-game live. Will you be at the field on Saturday, Carlos?
I will not. I'll be in studio.
That's even better. That's better for the show.
Yeah, no rain in studio, but yes, we'll be ready.
You don't have to get that Pocket Square all wet and, those nice Gucci's that you're going to wear on Saturday. Come on now.
It never gets wet. Come on. It never gets wet. Come on now.
I know. I know, man. I know. Carlos Ramirez here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the Boxer Girls and Guest Line. Listen, Carlos, should Niner fans be nervous at all? I'm trying to talk them off the ledge here. I'm extremely confident. The more and more I think about this football game, the more and more I break down this football game, I'm extremely confident. Where's your confidence level at?
Yeah, really high. I mean, you respect every opponent because you should. It's football, and any given Sunday, anything can happen. But I think, the element of surprise is out the window for the Packers. I mean, if they're not going to catch anyone off guard after what they did to the Cowboys, let alone the San Francisco 49ers, who were well prepared, and there are very few coaches who have a better record than Kyle Shanahan coming off a bye week. He is 4-1 after a bye week since 2019. There are two things mainly one thing, if I'm being honest, that concerns me about Sunday, and that's the rain. I went back and looked at when did the 49ers under Shanahan have issues either on a week one, which this kind of feels like one because they had the game against the Rams, had a very preseason vibe like to it, and then you have a bye week, so then you have like a long week to prepare. So it kind of feels like the window before week one of any season. And then it's also more like a bye week. So whenever the 49ers had rain, they had issues after a bye week. The only bye week game they lost under Shanahan after 2019, and I count 2019 because that's when he had a full squad and Bosa and Debo and all those boys inside the team, was when they lost to the Colts at home on a rainy day. That day, Garoppolo threw two interceptions.
Wentz looked great in that game. Let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you on the rain stuff because go back the year before, they beat Russell Wilson in a downpour with Nick Mullins. It was the biggest win against the Seahawks in like a decade. But 2019, there was the Washington football game in the rain, the Baltimore game in the rain. They split those games. The following year, I don't remember too many rain games, but in 2021, I know there was a bunch of rain games, the Colts game being one of them. 2022, the opening game against the Chicago Bears was in a downpour. Yeah. They have not been good in the rain, Carlos. Like that, I think they only have like 1 or 2 wins in the rain.
Yeah, that's my concern. And that game you bring up, Joe, against the Commanders, it was the Robbie Gould game. It was 9-0. Yeah, that game ended with 3 Robbie Gould field goals in Washington. So, and there's no Robbie Gould here. And we know some of the issues that the Niners have had lately with Jake Moody. So the only real concern I have is the rain because you might see fumbles, you might see tip balls, balls that get scored from wide receivers' hands or quarterback's hands. So that's to me kind of an equalizer. However, I did some homework. I know you were going to ask about Jordan Love and Brock Purdy. The stats for Brock Purdy, both college and professional, after a bye week, are incredible. You want to go through them or not? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Is the devil going to spit them out or the angel?
Look. The devil is on my shoulder saying, hey, be careful. It's a rain game. Brock Purdy might screw it up on the rain. We don't know what might happen. It might be a tip ball. You might want to run the football. But then the angel says, hey, listen now. Listen. Look. Don't worry. Brock Purdy has been stellar going back to college, throwing the football after a bye week. So Brock Purdy has 13 touchdowns, no interceptions whenever he plays after a bye week. So don't worry. Throw the football with Brock and also give it to Christian McCaffrey.
That is unbelievable. By the way, Carlos,
13-0.
The angel of the devil actually was a nominee for best roast moment, best call moment of the year. So Carlos, you was nominated for a Doobie Award.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
I appreciate it. I want to thank all the other nominees and whoever won. Screw you.
Brianna, so you'll be Brianna in Detroit.
Yeah,
good luck with that.
Yeah. So check this out.
Oh, it's guest moment.
Guys.
Guest moment. Sorry, guest moment.
Bro, Brock Purdy is 4-2 in college. He was 70% completion percentage, 13 touchdowns, no interceptions after a bye week. And he beat Texas Tech. He had a great game against Oklahoma. That was in 2019. They lost 42-41. He had 5 touchdowns in that game. That was in Norman, Oklahoma.
Yep.
After a bye week. He beat Kansas State. He beat TCU. He is really good after bye weeks. He was in Iowa State. So the rust factor for me with Brock is not going to be an issue. If anything, he is really good after bye weeks. And remember what he did against the Jaguars this season when they put the beat down against the Jaguars on the road. So to me, that's not an issue with Brock going on for Saturday's game.
Are you worried at all about Nick Bosa and his he vanished last year in the playoffs? And I have said that I thought maybe the groin or the hamstring, something was up with him, and they went up against better, obviously tackles that stifled him. He has to show up, Carlos. And if I'm looking at his season as a whole, based on the Bosa curve, right? Not on any DN, the Bosa curve, he had like a C- year. He held out. He didn't look great at the beginning of the year. He picked it up, but he got a lot of sacks in games that were kind of already decided. Like, I think he can wipe away the negativity of this year with a big, dominant performance on Saturday. He has to show up.
Yeah, and I think he will. And that's a great point, Joe, because I think two things we have to take into consideration, when we evaluate Nick Bosa's year. One, he came in late, and we know why. So that, I think, had an impact on what he did early in the season. Two, when Chase Young got here, we saw how much pressure he was able to bring up the other edge and how the distribution of the pressure package was different for the offensive line they were facing. There were more guys going the other way because you have to take account for Chase Young. And then three, Eric Armstead was hurt the final 5 games of the season. So now more people can, again, put pressure or put protection towards Nick's side because the center of the line didn't have Eric Armstead to deal with. So now with Eric being back on Saturday, I think we'll have, how many games do they play all together? 1, 2, maybe at best. So I think we will see the best version of Nick Bosa. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. If one piece is out, then you can't see the complete picture of what you're trying to get from a defensive standpoint. And with Eric there and Javon Hargrave, and now with more guys in Sebastian Joseph Day, Chase on one side and the other, I want to see how Chase Young does on Saturday with no Clinton Ferrell if he can't make it, and I don't think he will. So that's the one thing I want to see, how he steps up being the main guy opposite of Nick with no Clinton Ferrell on the lineup.
No, that's a great point. That's a great point. Slowing down Aaron Jones, of course, and shutting down that Green Bay running game because everything's predicated off that run game, the play action pass and everything. They don't want Jordan Love throwing the ball 40 times a game here. When it comes to Shanahan and the coaching matchup here, Joe was asking me earlier today, and we'll leave you with this one, Carlos. Who's got more pressure on him, Purdy or Shanahan? And I don't believe Shanahan has as much pressure because he's extended. He's going to be here next year no matter what. He's going to be here the year after no matter what. But what about Shanahan during this postseason run? It feels like, in the NFC at least, when it comes to Dan Campbell, when it comes to LaFleur, when it comes to Todd Bowles in Tampa Bay, it feels like Shanahan's by far and away the better head coach.
He is. I do think there's pressure, Bonte, not in the sense that if he doesn't win on Saturday, he's going to get fired or anything. Right. Nothing that happens on Saturday will get Kyle Shanahan fired or even in the hot seat. Nothing. However, where I do think the pressure comes in is how everything is set up for the 49ers to at least make it to the Super Bowl. Cowboys are out, Rams are out, Eagles are out. So the remaining teams, no one had them being this far into the season. They have rookie quarterbacks, and Love is he is essentially a rookie quarterback. He hadn't played a full season before this season. The Lions are the Lions. They're good. A great team? I don't think so. And then the Buccaneers, the Niners already faced and beat. Where I think the pressure comes in is longevity and not being able to turn the corner and become one of the Super Bowl champions that his peers are. If you go back and look at the list of coaches, the longest tenured coaches in the NFL right now, in the top 5, he is the only one without a Super Bowl win. It's Harbaugh, it's Tomlin, it's Andy Reid, it's Sean McVay, and then it's Kyle Shanahan. They have all won at least one Super Bowl. So we know how great he is, but he's got to get the chip now. He's got to get the trophy. It's never been better than it is right now. That's where I think where the pressure comes to get the Super Bowl. Not that if he doesn't win, he's going to get fired, because we don't know what's going to happen next year. We don't know what's going to happen with the contracts. We don't know if Chase Young's going to be here. It's time to pay Brandon Ayuk. At some point, you're going to have to pay Brock Purdy. When is Trent Williams going to retire? All those things come into the fold. That's where I think the pressure comes, is the window closing now. And I think the window has never been bigger for the 49ers than it is right now. That's where I think the pressure is. Not, well, if he doesn't win, he's not going to go anywhere, no matter what happens on Saturday.
Agree.
But yeah, that's where I think the pressure comes into.
It was very, very fascinating. We could talk all day about this off air, Carlos, but Shanahan telling Purdy, hey, man, you're the starter unless Tom Brady wants to come out of retirement. That came out of nowhere. Nowhere, Carlos.
Yeah, but, I mean, is that surprising to anyone? I mean, not to me, because I think they learned their lesson after 2019 when they decided to go with Garoppolo and not Brady. The reports are true that Brady wanted to come here and Shanahan and Lynch said no. If that's true, then they learned their lesson. And they said, well, we have a ready team now to win it now. we love Brock, but we don't know what he is long term, and we still have him for the long term. So why not have Brady come here for a year, have Brock learn under him, and have Brady quarterback his hometown team and just, retire into the sunset with a Super Bowl win or at least a Super Bowl appearance. So to me, it makes all the sense in the world. I don't think it's a dab on or a knock on Brock Purdy or Shanahan. If anything, it shows flexible mentality from Kyle Shanahan. If anything, if there's something I want from my head coach, is for him to be flexible, accountable, humble enough to say, yeah, I screwed up in 2020 not going with Brady. I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. People get on Farhan Zaidi's nerves because they say he makes the same mistakes. Well, by not going big and getting big guys for the Giants, well, Shanahan and Lynch would have done the opposite, which is saying, you know what, we made a mistake in 2020. We're not going to make the same mistake if Brady's out there. We're going to bring him here and see what we can do. So to me, that's not a knock on anyone.
Right. All right, Carlos. We'll be looking for that pocket square on Saturday.
Are you ready for some football? Because I'm ready. I'm ready.
I need a little more energy with that one. Are you ready for some football? At least do it in a devil voice.
Ready for some football? Let's go.
There you go. Turn your mic on, Shaska. Your mic's off.
Are you ready for some football?
Yeah, see, that's not getting me ready.
Party.
That's not getting me ready.
We got Frank and Al.
You guys need to work on that. Carlos, we'll see you Saturday in the NBC Sports Bay Area.
All right, guys. See you Saturday. Have a great one. And last but not least, my condolences to the Warriors, man. What a tragedy. So our hearts ache for the Warriors and for coach's family. The game's just been postponed against the Mavericks on Friday. So hearts and shout out to the Warriors organization and our condolences to the entire Warriors organization and the family.
I thought you were going to shout out the Kings for making your post-game show so fun the other night when they blew a 22-point lead to the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, and I want to forget that.
Yeah.
Not that I was subbing in for Morgan, who was doing fine, by the way, but no, that was horrible.
All right.
That was horrible.
All right, it's enough Kings talk.
All right. Bye-bye, Carlos.
See you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
It's interesting. He brings up a couple of different teams here.
Carlos Ramirez, by the way, courtesy of the Boxer Girls who guest line.
Love that. And there's a lot I want to get into. You're talking about pressure and where Shanahan's at and all that. Like it's undeniable at this point that Shanahan's got to do something soon. No one's saying he's going to be out the door. It's just like, come on, man, let's go. We got to win one. We've been here long enough. We keep knocking on the door. This is our best chance. But real quick, you're going to see a lot of social media posts from some of the local teams. Go Niners. David Sampson, who I know you love, who used to run the Marlins, said that the biggest lie in sports is when two teams from the same area in different sports are pulling for each other on social media. He goes, the Marlins hate the Dolphins. The Marlins hate the Heat because they're all competing for the entertainment dollar simultaneously. And so you're going to see some Bay Area night tweets. You'll see them. They're always all over the place, and they generate a lot of good buzz and goodwill. But make no mistake about it. The Giants do not want the Niners to do well, at least internally.
No comment on that. No comment on that whatsoever. The Bay's united, I believe. I think the Warriors do pull for the Niners, and I think the Niners do pull for the Warriors. Now, do they all want to be the top dog on the block?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But the Giants, maybe they should take something from the Warriors and the 49ers because they're down bad right now. Like, they should be taking something. They got nothing to be mad about. We're mad at them. Give us a good product to watch.
We got Dusty.
The reason why we're pulling for the Niners and we're saying, boy, they got to win this week and next week and get to the Super Bowl. Because right now the Warriors are struggling. But you know what? The Warriors are they could be rebuilding or retooling. We'll see about that. The Giants, we're dreading April. We are dreading it because all we may have is the Giants.
Speak for yourself.
That's all we may have. I may be taking 2 months off. A European extravaganza. We're going to South America.
We're going to go straight to college. I'm Bonte Hill down here at Sunken Diamond in Stanford. And what a matchup we have here. An ACC special. Stanford versus Clemson.
Hey, you know what? Stanford plays better baseball than the Giants. I'll tell you that much.
I won't argue there.
I'm going to hang with V in Amsterdam. He just asked me to come to Amsterdam. Hey, V, I'm coming to Amsterdam. I want to go to those coffee shops they all talk about.
If the Warriors don't make the playoffs, I guarantee you're going to, at some point this year, I'm Bonte Hill, Giants postgame live. That was a tough one. You got to tip your cap to the Cubs. I mean, they just outslugged the Giants. Sometimes that happens.
I have to throw my hat in. I said, hey, if you guys need any help, I'll even do an A's pre- and post-game show.
Brody Brazil, get out of the way.
Hey, Chris Townsend, take a play off.
I'll see you on Sharks pre and post at some point.
Oh, that would be great.
Oh, that would be great.
That would be great.
Oh, I would love to do that.
Sure.
Oh, my gosh.
Sure. I mean, we've got to contest some of these goal shots, right?
Hey, absolutely.
The horrible icing call.
Horrible.
Icing
You know,
call.
the Sharks play a 4-3 here. They got to capitalize on this penalty kill. Or this power play, I mean. Oh, wait, power play.
You can't play the too big lineup right now. You cannot do it.
Just hold it down until Logan Couture gets back.
You can't have 5 non-scores on the ice.
He's a system forward. This
goalie just doesn't have it. We don't have any net protection.
You might see Bonte's Sharks panic meter.
It thing's already broken. Season was over 2 months ago.
It's just him sleeping and him awake. That's the meter.
Oh, man. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto rates and super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. King of the Hill push tomorrow. Listen, I don't think the Giants brass will want me to do a Giants pre and post game. I didn't tell you this.
Well, they can just suggest me.
Well,
that ain't talking about awkward moments.
I'm not trying to ruin my reputation. Last time I recommended somebody, they burned me. Listen, the All-Star announcement for the Warriors, right? I was emceeing the All-Star announcement, and Larry Bear was there.
All-Star game.
All-Star game. For the All-Star weekend.
Sorry,
the All-Star
sorry.
weekend.
Okay, I was trying
to.
Yeah,
All-Star weekend.
yeah.
We had, Adam Silver and London Breed and Brandon Schneider and Joe
Bonte
Lakin
Hill.
and Peter Goober and some clown on the far left-hand side. Larry Bear was there.
And
it was
he
the
a
start of the
roaster?
all-season. I guess he is, because
Doesn't surprise
I go,
me.
Larry, all-season starts today. He goes, I know you're watching. I know you're watching.
Gave you the
he gave me the 2 fingers like, I know you know.
Like me and parents?
Yeah, he was like, oh, I know you know. But Larry, I'm not going to lie. I'll share this on the air. Maybe he was just being nice, but he asked me, this was a season opener. This was ring night.
Okay.
Ring night. He goes, man, Bonte, how come you never do none of my Giants pre- and post-game shows? I was like, come on.
See, that's right there where I need you to be my wingman and be like, I'm busy, but I got this guy by the name of Shasky who will definitely do whatever you want.
Yeah.
No matter how bad it gets,
I can't.
he can pretend.
Listen, I love you, Shasky. But I ain't giving up these checks.
I don't blame
just
you.
to be a good friend.
That would be the loudest Giants post game ever if they lost.
Yeah.
I mean, Randy.
I don't know how much that would work out.
As I pivot to Randy Wynn. I mean, Randy, sometimes you just got to go lefty on lefty in that matchup. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
I always say Shasky kisses ass better than the
I see him opening up the show. How are you pinch hitting for Marco Luciano there?
Shasky, television Shasky and radio Shasky would be something else.
Money does change you, though.
Yeah, it does. Sausalito Shasky always on TV.
I told you this, and this is the truth. If First Take came to me today, I'd be like, my Cowboys. What is going on with my Cowboys?
Bonte, I was talking to my buddy and my coworker, Rich Aurelia.
Yes,
we were
right.
doing the segment, Are You For Aurelia,
That's what people say. Television Bonte. Warriors losing 18-point blowing 18-point lead. Although I feel like I've been getting a little spicier lately on TV. Maybe I need to dial it down. A
little too much radio on your TV there.
I mean, Festus, they have to contest. When I saw you talking about contesting shots with Festus felt like he was backed up against a wall.
Yeah, he was.
Poor guy.
Did you see D. Wright too smiling?
Oh, he's smiling the whole time.
Because Festus is
Bonte, you got to contest shots in the NBA.
He's in the middle, too, so it's like he's like going into the corner where you have the whole court on the floor.
I was like, this is not acceptable. 46 points in the first quarter.
Look, I'm going to be real with you guys. Everybody goes, it's not about the money. Every single person, there is a particular price point in life where you're like, yeah, I do that. Doesn't matter what it is.
Well, it is good to know that Shasky would leave me for money.
Hey, bro.
Whenever my contract runs out,
what you
I
sow, bro.
will
I'm
keep
happy
that in the
with
back
you.
of my head.
I'm happy with you, but I also have to go home to my wife every now and then. Speaking of which, do you have the rich girl song for me?
When you find it.
Because I have a shout out, a special one
When you
today.
find it, let's go to Make Money in Oakland. Wait.
This is one of my wife's favorite songs of all time. And I just want to say, Michelle, happy birthday. I love you.
Oh, it's her birthday.
I love you. I love you, hon.
Oh, it's her birthday. Happy birthday, Michelle. Happy 30th birthday. Better take her out to a nice dinner.
We got a lot going on. Don't need to put my business out in the street right now, but I just want to say, you're the greatest mom, the greatest wife who ever lived. You live with me every day. I don't know how the hell you do it. And you're the backbone of our family, and I love you.
Sweet.
And happy birthday, honey. You're probably not listening to this right now, and that's okay. And also, we have another cousin in the family. Matthew John Schindler was born yesterday. My cousin Mike, the day after his 40th birthday, welcomed his third child, his first son. We got a full infield right now.
Wow.
My brother's got 3 under 4. I got 1, and my cousin Mike has 1. We got an entire infield of boys right now.
Hey, let me just
ready to
say
go.
this because I know Anna's in the car. April 27th, do not expect the same shout out for Bonte Hill.
Well, I'll do it.
A bigger shout out, right?
Yeah.
Don't talk about that.
We're going to spend a 20-minute segment on your birthday, Anna.
Yeah, let's make it happen.
Wishing you happy birthday.
I'll bring her in as a guest.
No, please don't.
Honestly, though, I love you, Michelle, out there, wherever you are. And I'm sorry for all the grief I've put you through.
All right. Happy birthday, Michelle,
I've
man.
had a really good couple years.
Yeah, you guys have had a really
Behind
good couple
every
years.
good man, and I consider myself somewhat good, there's a way better woman. And I just want to say thank you. I love you.
Oh, look at you. Look at you earning the brownie points. Let's go to Make Money.
Hey, when it's sincere, you don't need the brownie points. You just do it out of the genuine of your heart.
408 Comcast
I'm
Business
NBC
Text
authentic.
Line. Comcast Business Text Line, Bonte Shasky. Can we have a new weekly segment? Who had a more pointless week, the Sharks or the Giants?
Oh, I kind of like that. Hey, the Sharks, though, they might actually get a top pick.
Yeah, at least they're trying to tank it.
Yeah.
I think they are.
Let's go to Make Money in Oakland. She's been on hold for way too long, man. Make Money, what's happening?
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. To my wife. Happy birthday to my wife.
Yeah, what's up, homies?
What's up?
I've been on hold for a whole long time. I forgot everything that I was supposed to say.
Damn,
anyway.
Okay, if you were going to play a song, if you were going to play a song in Bonte's car on the way down to the Niner game, what would that song be?
It would be probably like a Mac Dre song.
Ooh, I like
probably like Sizzle Dance.
Ooh.
Or Since 84. I've been out there getting my dough.
I like that.
I kind of
I like that.
That's not bad.
Bonte
That's
smiling.
Not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. Dizzle Dancer had me. I was
All
like,
right. I got my notes though. I got my notes. So for my family, I'm gonna put this out. Go Niners, because I know that they are like just like for my brother, for my mom, and for my nephew Elias. They're huge Niner fans, so go Niners for them. Hugs to my team, the Warriors, because I don't like to see my team grieving. R.I.P. to the coach. Like I didn't even know that he existed, but like my best friend Bobby passed away the same way at 33 years old, like maybe 8 years ago or something like that. And it was really hard for me. That was like the first death that kind of like affected my life, and it was in the same way. So I had a hard day yesterday. But rest in heaven to Decky for sure.
No doubt.
And like I was just thinking about like how this team has like brought so much joy in my life, especially when I was like super down. Like watching a Warriors game has always like lifted up my spirits and my mood. And so I just want to let, if anybody on the team hears this, like how much they have just like, changed my life. Like I didn't even like basketball like that before like Steph and Clay and Dre started.
I like that,
You
Made
know.
Money. I like that, Made Money. Thank you for the call. I do like that because you know what? The Warriors have brought great joy to my life, and they've helped my career. Ever since the Warriors started to ascend in 2014-15, I think about this. It was the first time I ever covered a Warriors game at Oracle. And got to go to the All-Star game in New York City. Shout out Jen Violet, who hooked me up with Mills High School for our Pancake Fest, 9 a.m. on Saturday, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. I have more details. I'll share it over social media. We're going to raise some money for the Mills athletic program, get those girls and boys some new equipment, some money to help fund their athletic program. And I want to do something like that for the entire public school league here in San Francisco. The Academic Athletic Association has some thoughts about that and some plan I want to put together. But the Warriors have brought a lot of joy. And I think we, a day like today, unfortunately, when Decky passed away, it did give me a chance to reflect on all the good times the Warriors have given us over the last decade. They have. They really have. And I don't want to forget that, man. I was talking to somebody about the OKC series the other day. I don't want to forget those days.
When people pass away or there's a tragedy, things that we lose our mind about in life feel so inconsequential in the big picture. They feel so stupid, arguing about Draymond's attitude toward officials and all that. Like, does that really matter when someone loses a father or, a husband or their brother or son or whatever? Like, no, none of those things really matter. And so it kind of just puts things back in perspective. Unfortunately, the way the world is, it keeps churning. And a couple days, weeks from now, even though you've reflected or whatever, unless it's someone very important to you, society forgets and moves on, and it just sucks. And for the people that have to live with that grief every single day, I mean, that pain sticks for a long time.
No doubt. And the Warriors are going through it as the game is postponed tomorrow at Chase Center. The game is postponed. Dallas Mavericks and Warriors, they'll have to play it at a later date. So the Warriors won't be back on the floor until Wednesday. Rest in peace to Dejan Milijovic, better known as Decky, the assistant coach for the Golden State Warriors, who was in his third season. So the Warriors will take some much-needed time off. Our prayers and thoughts are with his family and, of course, with the Golden State Warriors as they have to go through this grief as he passed away due to a heart attack yesterday in Salt Lake City, Utah. All right, what's coming up in the game? Brought to you by the Inn at the Tides. We got some phone calls to get to here. We have some phone calls to get to, buddy, and you don't want to miss that. We got some really good calls, I believe, coming up. 888-957-9570. We'll replay some Greg Olsen cuts, some Mike Holmgren, everything as we break down Niners and Packers.
One last birthday shout out.
God, dude, good to save your shout out to tomorrow.
Well, this is a good friend, Dwayne Fontana. His daughter Sierra is 12 years old. She's out there listening.
All right, well, since then,
all right, Dwayne.
You know what? Since we're doing birthday shout outs, Andrew Payne, my brother for another
happy
brother,
birthday.
The pride of University High School is doing big things. Happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday.
I'm just, Ed Fontaine. Ed Fontaine, it's his birthday. I'm just looking at Facebook right now. Rasheed Jones, Joey Wong, J.O. Medina, Melly Mad. Who else? Who other birthday is it? Cadillac's birthday was yesterday. Cadillac. Who else? All right? Who else?
What about Escalade? Is it his birthday too?
No, Cadillac Cabal.
Oh, was he? Okay. Not Cadillac Williams.
No, Cadillac Cabal, dude. Cadillac was a beast. They're back. Legendary. All you can eat Dungeness crab feeds at Tides Wharf Restaurant. It's just $99 per person. What? I need to get up there February 2nd and 23rd and March 8th and 15th. Make it a getaway and ask for the crab feed special room rate info at inatthetides.com. I need to look into that. Plus your phone calls coming up on the other side. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast.
To the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Bonte.
Was it Sublime? Maroon 5?
Try a vegetable.
Linkin Park?
No.
Spice?
Spice One?
Not the Spice Girls.
Oh.
The bass
Red Hot
is
Chili
unlike
Peppers.
There you go.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
So Dan Orlovsky put out a list.
Of what?
The scariest quarterbacks remaining.
Oh, I saw that.
From 5 to 1.
Yeah, I saw that.
Jordan Love.
Yep.
Baker Mayfield.
Number 4.
Number 3 is
Number 3.
Patrick Mahomes.
Number 2.
Josh Allen.
Number 1.
Lamar Jackson.
Wow.
Absent from the list, Brock Purdy.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
Jordan Love is scarier than Brock Purdy. Wow. What do you think of that? As the guy who would have started his franchise next year with Jordan Love over Brock Purdy.
Well, I'm just going off raw talent. Like, I'm not going to sit here and cap. I love Brock Purdy. But I love the skill set of Jordan Love. You don't think what would Shanahan want to do? Would Kyle Shanahan want to start his franchise with Jordan Love or Brock Purdy? I think Kyle Shanahan would put Jordan Love. Honest to God, I believe Kyle Shanahan would do that. You don't think Shanahan would start his franchise with Jordan Love over Brock Purdy? And I love Brock Purdy. I'm a Niner fan. But we know who Shanahan is.
I mean, I don't know if Shanahan would have tolerated the beginning of the year and allowed him to finish the season out. So, no, I'm thinking he's going to go with Purdy. Knowing what we know now, Purdy.
I don't know. Let's ask a Pro Football Hall of Famer who played the game at the highest level. And we love him here. We wore that green and yellow. It's LeRoy Butler, Pro Football Hall of Famer. Congratulations, LeRoy, for that. That is awesome. You deserved it. Well done. Also a first-team All-Pro 4-time Super Bowl champ with the Green Bay Packers. Destroyed the 49ers in all those games with the Packers and Steve Young and the Niners in the 90s. Green Bay Packers Hall of Famer. LeRoy, it's been far too long, man. Welcome back to the Morning Roast here, courtesy of the Boxer and Girls and Guest Line. How you doing today?
I'm glad to be on with you guys. But the conversation y'all having is, I guess it's just the talk radio and the internet, the hypotheticals, the who would you take. Put it this way. Brock Purdy was on, I had 4 fantasy teams, okay? He was on one of them. That team was in the Super Bowl, okay? So if you look at over the last, since he's taken center, he has one of the best winning percentages, better than a lot of people. All the big name guys, he's been winning a lot of games. So, I mean, it is what it is. I know it's just a hypothetical.
Yeah,
fun, but
we don't even care. Like, I'm happy with Brock Purdy, but Jordan Love did. Jordan Love did like I am very see. You know, LeRoy. I'm like labeled this Brock Purdy hater for whatever reason. But before the year, I'm on record saying with this offense, the 49ers, they can average 30 points a game. Everybody laughed at me. I said I would rather have Brock Purdy than Justin Herbert in L.A. Everybody laughed at me. I said he's playing better football through 4 weeks than Patrick Mahomes. Everybody laughed at me. I said Brock Purdy through the first 5 weeks of the season reminds me of a young Tom Brady. Everybody laughed at me. But they don't want to give me my credit when I say those things. But when I say, hey, me personally would rather have this quarterback or that quarterback, I get labeled a Brock Purdy hater. So I can't win. I can't win here in my own market. I can't win.
Well, the most consistent thing, at least they're consistent. At least they're always laughing at you. You should take some pride in that.
I know. Yeah. Maybe I'm in the wrong business. Maybe I should have been a stand-up comic.
Yeah, you may be true about that, too. But here's the thing about it, though, is the reason why the Trey Lance trade and all of that, people say it blew up. It really didn't, because John Lynch was smart enough. Okay, I'm going to take a quarterback for the last pick. Some people go to skill positions, receivers, whatever. But he did something that corrected something. Raise your hand if you ever made a mistake in your life or did something that wasn't favorable to the family. You was able to correct it. Brock Purdy has corrected that. And let's be honest. If Brock Purdy don't hurt his arm, they beat Philly with another hypothetical.
Thank you.
But they will beat Philly. I mean, trust me when I tell you that. I put all my accolades on the line to say they would have beat Philly. But they didn't, I get it. But I feel sorry for the kid because I want to see him compete. And I know what people are thinking. Love and Brock Purdy, because they're always used to brands. But me, personally, I like generic. It does the same thing, and it's cheaper. You got these guys on rookie deals, and you're in the playoffs, deep into the playoffs. The other guys are paying these guys, Justin Herbert, $255 for 5 years. Jalen Hurts got all that money. Dak Prescott and get another deal. These guys are watching. So what we're happy about is that Brian Gutekunst did what John Lynch did. I want to be good in the future. I'm going to get a quarterback in 2020. And it wasn't real popular because you had Hall of Fame quarterback like Aaron Rodgers. But that's where we are. And I think it's refreshing to talk about two new quarterbacks than the same old guys that you're thinking Mahomes against Joe Burrow, against this guy, against this guy. Give America something new, and that's why this is a great matchup.
LeRoy, what changed the season for the Green Bay Packers? How did they go on their run? Why are they a different team today than they were, let's say, beginning or middle of the season?
It's just like any job you go on the job training. The guy training me is a rookie as well. There's going to be some mistakes. Meeting starts at 9. Well, guess what? We woke up at 8:55. We got there a little bit late. You know what? I still got to get to this program. Look at yourself. I've only been here 2 years, and I'm the oldest guy. Of course, there's going to be some growth there with Jordan Love and the receivers, and with the offensive line. So David Bakhtiari is on injured reserve. So there's a lot of moving parts. So in Wisconsin and Packer fans, we weren't surprised they were 2-5. The surprise was that they're where they are now because Jordan Love took off. Oh, I get it now. I'm going to do exactly what Brock Purdy does. I'm going to run the system. It's an orchestra. It's not a band with a lead singer. And we get too caught up in that sometimes. Kyle Shanahan is a genius because When he closed his eyes, I don't give a damn who the quarterback is. In my system, we're going to win games. Matt LaFleur is the same way. Now, you can be that with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron may want to change a few things. You know, with Jordan Love, I'm going to do exactly what the coaches tell me and let the chips fall where they may.
LeRoy Butler here on the Boxer and Girls and Guest line on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. So going back in time, before we get back into this game, I gotta pick your brain about those 90s matchups. What was your favorite memories? Obviously, you won all those games, but what comes to mind when you did play the 49ers?
One of the ones that really stands out to me, I think in 95, and I'll put this two disclaimers because I like to let full disclosure and stuff. I am upset with Christian McCaffrey because his dad beat me in Super Bowl 32. Yeah. So I'm going to put that to the side. And Steve Young is my best friend, okay? One of my best friends. I heard that Terrell Davis, by the way. I'm ignoring it. Steve Young is my guy, okay? But when we went there, guys, we did something different. We ran a 3-4 instead of a 4-3. It caught them by surprise. We ended up winning the game. Every time we played San Francisco or Dallas in the 90s, because those three teams really dominated, Green Bay, Dallas, and San Francisco, Holmgren used to tell us this, and I'll never forget it. He said, guys, you can have a bad game. Everybody has a bad game. It can't be on Sunday. It can't be on Saturday or Monday. Any other day, you can have a bad game. I'm playing my former team, who I won a Super Bowl with. I want to beat them. So if you know coaches like his brother and Shanahan, they coach together, they're the guys you want to beat the most. So anytime we went out to a candlestick, we ratcheted it up as possible, go out there to beat some of his colleagues, and it was a big game for us mentally.
I mean, you guys had there's no other way around it. You kicked the crap out of the Niners year after year after year, and then since the turn of the century, it's been pretty much all Niners. You know, how does that sit with you?
Well, first of all, God is good. And to be honest with you, that's a triggering question. Because the Niners has caused maybe 2 trips to the Super Bowl the last 4 years. Raheem Mostert's still running. He's on another team. Haven't tackled him yet. I was glad to see Jimmy Garoppolo go. Because I'm thinking, number 1 seed, 3 seed, doesn't matter. Once you get in the playoffs, if you have a good system, it works. And Kyle Shanahan has been cleaning our clock lately, and we're looking to change that. They have an all-star team. I don't want to waste your listeners' time with all the great players they have. They don't have any Pro Bowlers, 1 All-Pro, Keon Nixon. And I bet you your listeners don't even know what number he is. Number 25, by the way. That's the reason why they beat Dallas. I don't know about the history we're talking about. They don't know. So when they get there, they're excited for an opportunity. And it's going to be raining. We're in Wisconsin where it rains 15 minutes, snows for 15 minutes. Then there's a blizzard. The sun comes out, then it's pitch dark at 3:45 p.m. Used to weather.
Yeah, but
the
LeRoy,
weather sometimes levels the playing field.
LeRoy, I also can't unsee LaFleur's shortcomings in the playoffs. Losing to Brady and not going for it on that 4th down was just horrific. Like, we all knew that was terrible, absolutely terrible. And he's lost twice. He's lost twice to Shanahan. And one time, Shanahan didn't even score an offensive touchdown, and they beat him in Green Bay.
In the cold.
I mean, we've got the edge coaching-wise.
I'm not going to disagree with that. Shanahan went to a Super Bowl, and his dad beat me. So, yeah, of course you do. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. In the playoffs, there's really no favorites when the ball kicks off. Because you only need but one of those stars to have a bad game, you can win. That's why. But this is the difference between those games and this game. Jordan Love is going to do 100% of what Matt LaFleur tells us. Aaron Rodgers was probably thinking, I'm the smartest guy in the room. I'm going to do 50% my way, 50% Matt's way, and they got to figure out what it is. Again, it's an orchestra. Y'all were playing a band, and just the lead singer it was all on him. No, it's a team.
Yeah.
These guys don't really know that. And I agree with everything you said, but that's why we're coming to change that. Because we heard the same thing last week when it came to Dallas. But nobody predicted these last 8 teams. No one predicted these teams being in there. Baker Mayfield, C.J. Stroud, Jordan Love, when did he get there? So they have a chance.
Well, you may have a chance, but listen to this from your former teammate, Mark Chmura. It was a good tight end for you guys back in the day. Mark Chmura had this to say about this game on Saturday.
But, Gabe, I go back, and it's little things like this. And the reason we won in 95 when no one gave us a chance in San Francisco is because we intimidated them. I mean, and I always revert to Wayne Simmons. Wayne Simmons kicked the crap out of Brent Jones. And then it got contagious, and then it carried over. That's why you guys are going to think I'm crazy.
Well, we already think that, so go ahead.
A 15-yard penalty, and I don't condone this, but I kind of do in the playoffs. A 15-yard penalty for a late hit on Brock Purdy is not a bad thing as long as it's worth it. I'm just saying, this is the mindset you go into when it's battle, and it's kind of like the reverse of hockey. What don't they do in hockey in the playoffs, Joshy?
Shave their beards?
That and one other thing.
They don't fight.
They don't fight.
All right, that was on the Jen, Gabe, and Chewy show, ESPN Radio Milwaukee. What's your thoughts on that, LeRoy? You agree with that? Maybe, you know what, rock Brock Purdy's world for a little 15-yard penalty?
No, I'm not with that. Because not only that, it's going to cost you $50,000. If you win the game, they get suspended. Back then, you can get away with that. No, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but I'll say this, though. If you have an opportunity, I'd rather you get the ball out than to hit him. Because that kid's tough, man. He had a 4-interception game and wasn't shaken nor stirred. He has the same demeanor when they win and when they lose. That's why I put him on my fantasy team. He ain't listening to all this emotional stuff about. He just want to win. He probably don't even know his stats. What he throw for nothing. He just want to see the W. That's what Jordan Love does. If there was different quarterbacks, maybe I'll buy into this stuff. No, these are two systems are identical on offense. Sometimes it comes to the best player. Sometimes it don't. It comes down to who can be the most unselfish. That's how you win a game. Because when Jalen Reed didn't catch a ball, he didn't go turn over the water jug or knock down the kicking net. Bo Melton caught one. He didn't go arguing with the ref and turn over all the. No, they just said, it ain't my week. I'll wait the next week to be the hero. So if Debo don't catch any balls, is he going to be okay with that? If Kittle don't catch any balls, are you going to be okay with that? We're hoping there's some frustration. You create frustration by going up.
Who do you fear the most of the Niners on offense?
George Kittle, man. Yes, George Kittle. Yes.
I like that. George Kittle. 1,000-yard receiver this year. Had a great year, first team All-Pro. You also have Brendan Ayuk there. But what can this Packers defense do? Because we know with the 49ers, it's all about their front four. Bosa has to get home. They got to stop the run in Aaron Jones. If Aaron Jones starts rolling, it could be a long day for this 49ers defense. But that Packers defense last week really befuddled Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy. The pick six by Darnell Savage. They're playing everything so well, shutting down a run. What can they really do to confuse this Niners offense this week? What do you see out of that Packers defense?
They got to pick their poison. I think what confused Dallas, they thought Jair Alexander, our top corner, they thought he was going to follow CeeDee Lamb. He didn't. They played the integrity of the defense. Let's be honest. Defense is a bend-don't-break defense. But what they rely on is your coach being the smartest guy in the room, like McCarthy, to let Dak throw it 60 times. Instead of, they should have ran the ball 60 times. Sometimes coaches, they say, you know what? They think we're going to run McCaffrey 30 times and give him 30 touches. Nope. I'm going to put it as you 15 times, throw this Debo 15 times, and I'm going to throw the Kittle 15 times. We got a chance. If you give that ball to McCaffrey, make everything around him like we're going to do Aaron Jones in the rain, you run behind 71, then I'll listen to all the arguments. But we're hoping that the coaches don't do that. We're hoping the coaches say, let's run this. Let's throw it deep. Let's do this thing. No, because sometimes coaches think they are the smartest person in the room and get away from the system. Mm-hmm. The system will guide you there. That's the reason why Kyle Shanahan been dominating the NFC for a long time. Him and Lynch.
Yeah, this could be the beginning of a great rivalry. Again, reignited a rivalry between the Packers and the Niners. 10th time they've met since 95 when you guys walked into Kettlestick Park and punked us at Kettlestick Park. I'll never forget Adam Walker fumbling. You guys went in here, talked that talk. You did it again in 97. You beat us up in Lambeau. I'm scarred from my childhood, and it's all because of you, LeRoy, and Reggie White, and Brett Favre, and Mike Holmgren. So no love lost Saturday when the Niners destroyed the Packers at Levi Stadium.
Wait a minute. You would think the T.O. catch would be something, though.
It was, but, that
was a dagger.
It was. It was, trust me. But we also know, the cynic in me and the cynic in Shasky, we know that Jerry Rice fumbled 3 plays before that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So it hurts to admit, LeRoy, it does. But it's good to hear your voice. And, again, congratulations on being inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Well-deserved, man. You're one of the best safeties I've ever seen you play the game.
Thank you so much. And again, we think that Kyle Shanahan is a true genius. And I'll tell you what, the thing about Matt LaFleur is he's a conductor of one of the best orchestras because everybody wants to play to the same tune. Yep. And we're so excited. We're looking forward to a big upset.
Oh, there it is. LeRoy Butler here on the Boxer Girls and Guest Line. Take care, LeRoy. Good hearing from you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Anytime. He's a lot of fun, man. He's a lot of fun. I love talking to the OGs. They bring up the Niners, Packers in the 90s and the way they punked the Niners. And they did punk us. They did. Year after year after year. Whether it was Lambeau, whether it was Candlestick Park, they were just confident.
He's conceding that the head coach matchup goes straight to Shanahan.
Yep, he does. He does. But he also feels like, you know what? That's fine. Maybe Shanahan gets a little too cute. I don't see that happening.
You ever been in a situation like that where you feel like you're the clearly more dominant team and like it's championship or bust? Have you ever been in those situations, either player, coach, or anything like that?
Yeah.
It's really hard. It's a lot harder than it looks. Even though you got great players, the expectation of winning, if you fall short, it is a disaster. You don't even get to like enjoy it right off the rip when you win. It's like, oh, thank God. Like, seriously.
We'll enjoy this one, though. We're starving for a championship.
Starving
like Marvin. You know what? I'm ready to get into a zone. So I'm ready to get into the zone.
Tony doesn't know the zone as well as you do, Bonte.
Let's bring in my girl from Oakland. It's Tony in Oakland on the roast.
All right. Okay, so we've been talking about rain, we've been talking about the genius Shanahan, and we're forgetting the main thing. We could go down with this. We're 0 for 37 when it comes to the fourth if we're behind by 8 points or more. You know what this means? Shanahan is a regular, of all the bean counters, he's adopted the Billy Bean method. You put the nerd up in the booth that gets the stats. That does not win a game. The point of honor within, which Purdy knows and McCaffrey knows. And so what are we going to do about this? So if it gets down to the fourth and we're in that situation, turn the reins over to Purdy because he operates. Everyone's wondering how Purdy does it. He operates from that point of honor within when you know the divine profoundly. Now, most people out there don't know that. But if you feel it, which he does, and most people can't feel or he wouldn't be picked in the last place. Shanahan is a bean counter. He doesn't even know what's happening out in the field. Look at him. He's still with the notes. He had one moment of generalship walking down the line, and after that, he's back with the bean counter method of Billy Bean.
All right. Tony, what are you going to do after this call?
Why? Because I have natural energy?
I just want to know a little more about you, the person. I'm just curious. Like, you hang up this phone call, and then you go to do what? Sit on the couch? Or are you going out for a walk?
You're watching the Australian Open, right?
Like, what are you going to do?
I got stuff to do. My next screenplay is The Dark Lady's Alchemy, which is about Shakespeare, the Dark Lady, who got this stuff big time, and this is how realms are created anyway.
Well,
Hey,
I
Tony,
thought it was the
Tony,
Dark Knight Rises.
Tony,
That's
Tony,
what I thought you were going to say.
Tony, are you watching the Australian Open? Have you been in the zone watching the Aussie Open?
Okay, let me talk about that for a second. Okay, I know you like golf and whatever, but I'm so tired of people, their teams are infantilizing them when they become infants, looking at their box. You know, I want a person to go out there and be a Purdy like Wozniacki. She's older, right? She's the old school. You didn't wimp out with your box. And where was Brad Gilbert? He's probably got one of those Bluetooth in her ear now.
Hey, BG Tennis Nation. Hey, let me tell you something about BG, because I was texting with BG yesterday. BG Tennis Nation, Brad Gilbert, Tony, he doesn't do all that analytic stuff with his. If you give him a iPad, and a computer, he throws it out the window. He goes by the field, Tony. He's always in the zone. He doesn't do the analytic stuff like you. He's in the zone in that box.
He read a book called How to Win Ugly.
Yes, exactly. You know all about BG Tennis Nation.
Zone?
That's in the zone. Win it ugly. Sometimes you got to do it.
When you're in the zone, you're like Purdy.
All right, but sometimes you got to win ugly, Tony. These are the playoffs. You got to win ugly sometimes. It's not going to be pretty.
Point of honor.
Oh, come on, Tony. Come on, Tony. BG Tennis Nation's always in the zone.
Every time you call in, I feel like I get contact high.
Oh, I love Tony.
From the studio.
Oh, I don't get contact high. I just I get into the zone. I'm like, who's the guy? What's the meme that we always see? I actually seen it with Rodney Dangerfield not too long ago with all the numbers. And you're like, you're like in the zone.
Alan from The Hangover.
There you go.
Yes,
yeah. All the numbers.
Rodney Dangerfield. What?
No, they have a meme with Rodney Dangerfield numbers too. I just saw it the other day.
Yeah,
you saw that too?
He's talking about that.
It was the back to school where he's sitting down. And
right. And all the numbers, he's like, it's all the numbers. Yeah, it was great. That's what I feel like when Tony calls. I start looking at his zone. I don't think weed. I don't think any of that stuff. I think about the zone, man. I really do.
I think about 11-5. She's on that nade.
The nade.
The boy doesn't know the zone as well as you do, Bonte.
Thank you, Tony.
That A1 Yola.
Thank you, Tony. You be hating on Tony, man.
It's not hating. I just, whenever she calls, I do feel like, you ever get those moments when you're completely sober and you almost feel like you sniff too much gasoline or something? I don't know what it is.
That's you, man, because you're not in the zone.
Must be the auto zone you were in.
No, you're not in the zone.
Get in the zone, auto zone.
You're not in the zone.
Dog, I
say, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
Kevin in Daly City.
Oh, Kevin, bring me back to reality.
Kevin, baby, let's go. Are you in the zone, Kevin?
I am in the zone because it's been since 1995 that we have ever even just gotten a taste of what we are about to taste this year come February 11th. Now, LeRoy Butler, that guy was talking to OGs and everything, hearing him talk about how the game was, how it should be. And, I get it. Time passes by and it can suck sometimes, but just hearing him talk about, just the love of the game, you can hear it in his voice that he has a genuine love of the game. And then how he didn't condone what Chewbacca said. Because it's just appalling that you're an ex-professional athlete and you want to take somebody out in the game.
No, that was Mark Tamura, not LeRoy Butler. That was
that's what I'm saying. Is that LeRoy Butler, being the really cool OG that he is, does not condone that.
Yeah,
that shouldn't even come out of Mark Tamura's mouth.
Yeah, that was
and don't slander Chewbacca's name. Chewbacca's one of the great. He's like one of the most loyal friends in cinematic history.
That was not Chewbacca, but
it's not bad.
That was more Bobby Boucher from The Waterboy.
No, but that wasn't bad. Hey, bro, when Han Solo gets killed by Kylo Ren and Chewie, it's one of the most
spoilers.
Sad.
Don't spoil
it. It's been out 10 years.
You don't have to acknowledge that recent trilogy. It doesn't really exist.
Chewie was badass, bro. How
maybe,
dare
maybe
I'm
work on that at home, Bonte. You're getting there, though.
I'm not allowing Chewie. Sorry.
It's the face you're making while you make the noise that's getting.
Yeah, I don't know why you're doing that.
I'm so uncomfortable.
It's just ridiculous. I'm just glad that my guy actually knew who that was.
That's what I'll be saying when Jordan Love gets sucked.
All right, let's move off that.
Vontae, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
Richie in Queens.
Save
What's
us.
happening? Richie.
Hey, guys, how are you?
I'm doing good, Richie.
I love your voice.
Yeah, I tell you, listening to, being on the East Coast where the football is pretty horrible, and look for this matchup this week. I go back, I remember that 95 game with the Packers, and I remember LeRoy was a tremendous player, and I was a Niner. I'm a New York Giant fan, but I root for the Niners, and those teams had Stokes and Jerry and Rice guys, and that was just a great game, But I think this week is interesting because I don't know what Green Bay is at this point. It's been a great story. Obviously, Love has come out of nowhere. If you looked at Love the last couple of years, there's no way you could think that he would be at this level. I question his arm strength. I know the Eagles look like they laid it. I mean, they were just horrendous this week. There was no tackling at all. So I don't know how you can gauge it. But you got to believe that the chalk, which means the Ravens and the Niners, are going to be dominant the next couple of weeks, I would think. That's what my picks for the play.
Can I ask you a question? You sound like a man who's lived a little and have great eclectic taste. If you were to drive down to the game with Bonte Hill, what song would you play to start off that drive?
I don't know, maybe We Are the Champions by Queen. I mean...
Oh, I like that. I do like that. I do like that.
I'm feeling that.
I do like that.
I kind of like We Will Rock You to start us off before we get to the champions.
Hey, Richie, I do like that.
But I'm not mad at that.
We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, because we are the champions of the world. And I can't wait to sing that.
The more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
I can't wait to sing that February 11th in Las Vegas when the Niners are hoisting at Lombardi. I cannot wait.
I think before that, you play Another One Bites the Dust every week. That's what you got to start playing.
Don't.
Then I heard in my head, all I hear is, got Mitch Haniger, though. That's all I hear in my head.
You know what? Speaking of which, I heard the other station was still in our bit. Another One Bites the Dust when the Giants missed out on that Japanese pitcher with the Cubs. I heard they were still in our bit.
Well, the remix is typically not as good as the original.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
But that's okay.
I
do want to hear We Will Rock
the Dust.
We Will Rock
And another one, and another one, and another one.
Can we hear We Will Rock You? The beginning of We Will Rock You does get me fired up every time I hear it. And we used to hear it at sports stadiums way more. It's like the whole, the slow clap build-up.
You know what I can't wait for is We Ready. I can't wait to bring We Ready back. That's coming up on the roast tomorrow morning. Because Sausalito Shasky, I need you ready.
What?
I need you to get into the zone.
As the only one who actually lives in the city anymore, how did I get the Sausalito name? And why are we discouraging the great city of Sausalito? It's a beautiful town. I can't afford to live there.
You know, you eat with your pinkies up in Sausalito, and I love Sausalito. I go there too.
I'm a chameleon.
My pinkies up. I eat with my pinkies up. I'm bougie now.
Sometimes I wear a tuxedo. Sometimes I wear a parka.
But the fact that you live in San Francisco still, and you be acting so scary, we need you to get into the zone. Embrace it. Don't fight it. Embrace it. You know, pressure and we got to win now. And, oh, my God, it's now Super Bowl or bust. Hey, buddy, we've been on that train.
Bonte, there's a playbook that I'm sticking to. It's the Radio 101 handbook, all right? Arrogance comes on Friday. You know that.
No, arrogance starts today. It starts today. The boss man just went into the office. Something's going on.
Look.
Should we play some sound?
They're a quick pass team. They get the ball. He see his read. He's throwing it. If we get that pressure in his face real fast and throw it off, he gonna overthrow or underthrow it, and that's like a pick opportunity or anything. And he's low with the ball, so we can bat the ball down a lot.
Devontae Wyatt? What'd you say?
Dude, your Chewy impression is horrible.
That was more Tim Allen.
Yeah, that was more Tim Allen. I do like the car Tim Allen was working on forever in his garage.
All right, you know what? I'm with Morelli. We need Frisco Shasky tomorrow. Too much nervous energy. Too much talk about pressure and give me that.
Let's
crank that up. Crank it up. Can we get Frisco Shasky?
Man, someday you got mud on your face.
Come on.
Big disgrace.
Get that mic on, Lovin.
Place.
We will rock you. We will rock you. Come on. I don't know the verse. I don't know the words to this verse.
The world someday you got mud on your face.
You big disgrace.
All over the place.
Sing, we will rock you. Can we get Frisco Shatsky in the building, please?
We will rock you.
Michelle's birthday, and he's acting like he's from Sonoma. He ain't from Salinas. From Frisco.
Hey.
From London Street.
East Salinas, you don't want to mess with.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I did hear about East Salinas.
Yeah, Watsonville and Salinas. Don't sleep on them.
I did hear.
We played their little league team. They were they were good.
They got some gangsters out there. No
Technically
doubt about
pony,
it.
But yes.
All right, fire it up. Nobody worried about the damn Green Bay Packers. They got 7 All-Pros.
That's a classic sports song.
That's 7 All-Pros.
I miss that song.
But you know what? The song we're playing tomorrow.
And we got to stop slandering the North Bay.
Tony Montana? No, we're not slandering them. You know, just you got a couple softies up there. You want us to say Sacramento, Shasky?
707 shares an area code with Vallejo.
Hey, listen, we could call you Sacramento, Shasky.
I'm cool off the 916.
You want to do that?
No, I'm good.
Can we get some Tony Montana? Tony Montana.
You should get some Fast Five.
I love you. You carried me today.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
What? Play one more time.
Wait, can I hear that one more time? I'm happy with Brock Purdy. Why is that a lie? Why do people think I hate Brock Purdy? Why do people, I swear to God, I swear I saw a text yesterday saying, deep down inside, Bonte wants Brock Purdy to lose this game. I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
Have you ever seen the movie with Chris Rock, I Think I Love My Wife? That's Bonte with Brock Purdy.
No, I do love Brock Purdy. It's one of the great American stories in all of North American sport history. How did I become the Mr. Hater for Brock Purdy? No. My final thought is...
What is it?
I'm going to buy a Brock Purdy jersey.
Oh.
I'm rocking the Brock Purdy jersey. I don't usually buy it. No, you know what? I'm lying. I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
You're so close.
I'm lying. I was so close. I'm not going that far. My final thoughts are with the Golden State Warriors and Decky. Postponement tomorrow for the Warriors and Mavericks. Rest in peace, Decky. Dejan Milojevic. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. Go ahead, Shasky.
I'm going to pull a Ryan Covey, and he used to end every show by saying, just be good to each other. Smile at people these days. There's a lot of miserable human beings out there, but there are a lot of good people out there. Smile at somebody, make their day. You never know what people are going through. You know, just take the time out to be courteous. Have some common decency. There's a lot of bad things going on in the world. Just try to brighten people's day by smiling. I'm going to leave you with that today.
Thought of something that LeRoy Butler said, a new quarterback matchup for America to love. And that's kind of what I like here in this Brock Purdy-Jordan Love matchup here. When's the last time we had a legitimate quarterback rivalry in the NFC? You know, I'm not saying it will be, but if you're looking for the next one, maybe.
Loveman was on this on the show call. We're going to do that. Maybe we could do that tomorrow. It could be the start of something special here because we haven't had a lot of rivalries in the NFC. It is true.
I'm trying to think like McNabb, Eli? Like even that didn't...
Eli, Aaron Rodgers a little bit.
Tony Romo versus McNabb? I don't know.
Versus Rodgers for a second.
Yeah, it hasn't been many. Hasn't been many in a long time. Spadoni, what you got? You don't got a final thought?
Lakers 2 in a row.
Oh, okay, Fast Five brought to you by
Lakers.
Next Generation TG Network. I do love Brock Purdy. And RJ, get confident, man. Stop being so damn scary. We're not the Sacramento Kings. We're the San Francisco 49ers. We win big games. Brought to you by Next Generation TG Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru.
That's a triggering question.
That was another way I would smoke.
Man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
You just said, you were just telling Bonte a little story, and it just brought up a memory to
snitches get stitches.
for me. And no, I think I think it's okay. You were saying that
Spadoni, I'm worried.
Let me fix my camera. You were saying, hopefully, I think, you made a little trip recently, and you made a call to see if you could come by and check something out.
Oh yeah, right.
Okay,
yeah, no doubt.
And you said that
I didn't feel welcome.
Correct.
Yeah,
and so it got me to thinking. I know what makes our show tick is that you're black and
I'll
I'm
never
white.
forget you for that one.
I think I can relate. I've had an incident where I can relate to some of your experience, even as a white man.
So you felt racism.
So
reverse racism,
classism. So I mean,
classism.
Took a trip a couple years ago to Victoria, British Columbia.
Oh yeah, BC.
Beautiful, unbelievable city. If I could move there tomorrow without any financial worry, I would. Anyway, so we were taking a little junket there, and I'm thinking, you know what? Let's check out some golf courses up there. Yeah. So I start looking, and I see the Victoria Golf Club. And I'm like, I'm a text up there. Hey, what's up, Victoria? My name's Matt. I live in San Francisco.
Steiny.
Media, personality. I'm going to be up there. Any chance I can come by the Victoria Golf Club, kind of check it out, and just get, hey. And they're like, yeah, no.
Dude, so you felt it.
They said, no, you don't. There's no.
Well, at least they told you no. Mine
I just want to check it out. Yeah, no, that's all right.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
We don't really
we
like
got a
people
Steiny out
around.
here, Boy.
Sum It Up is already paying $1.99 for a super chat. Let's talk Warriors. Much love. Big Steins, big go.
Well,
somebody paid $1.99.
We got a football game in 48 hours. Shout out to Eddie Murphy.
All right.
No Warrior game tomorrow. We got to add that. Thoughts and prayers.
That's true. The Warriors were supposed to play Dallas tomorrow. That game's now been postponed because of the passing of Dejan Milojevic.
Yep. Thoughts and prayers.
And that was we're still dealing with that. And I heard some of the quotes from Steve Kerr. And now I've seen some of the social media stuff on Dejan. This guy was This guy was clearly a
infectious personality.
A joyful person.
Monty Poole had a nice write-up about him.
He was a hell of a player.
Now that I did.
Hell of a
player.
He
had size.
Like 3-time Adriatic League MVP.
I did
was
know.
6'7". Yeah. So, again, thoughts and prayers there. Basketball secondary. Let me throw this at you. And I know we're in the Bay. We're going to talk a lot of football today. But there's just something about this mentality. So let me just throw it out there. Mike McCarthy's back for the Dallas Cowboys. How you feel?
I'm pissed off. And Sirianni is back for the Eagles.
Okay. Yeah. So I get playoff disappointment. But I'm looking at Mike McCarthy, came in, they were 6-10. He's had 3, and listen, I am not here to argue with Guru that McCarthy should not be fired.
But you're hearing the noise just around all coaches now.
I want to know what people place the most importance. So obviously the playoffs are important. But I'm just saying to Goo, dude, they've had 3 straight 12-5 years. I get they haven't been able to get it done in the postseason, but for one win over Tampa Bay during the last 3 years. So you really want him fired?
Yes.
How come?
Because the 12 wins is an emphasis on the talent that you have. So I'm not giving you credit. It's a good job, but you got damn near 9 All-Pros. So what happens on the big stage when you got to take the final exam? You come out here last year against the Niners where they tried to give you the game and you couldn't take it. Then you play a 7th seed when you're the 2 seed at home and you got the easiest, allegedly, track to the NFC Championship or Super Bowl, and you're the first team ever, a 2 seed, to lose to a 7 seed. The point was it was 27-0. So miss me with the pop quizzes because I'm going to judge you, Steiny, on the final exam. And you show me you can't get your team prepared. To me, there's no coming back from that.
Okay, so question for you. But when we talk about the final exam, so in theory, didn't the Cowboys go into the final exam with a B+ for the
for the year?
Okay, so
yes.
then they got an F.
Right.
Then they failed the final.
It was worse than the F.
Let's give them a D-.
Okay, D-.
D-.
Yeah.
So then their overall grade's like a B-.
But what's your ultimate goal from any coach you employ?
Win the Super Bowl.
And, okay, so then you have much success in the regular season and gets a lesser team. You can't get your guys to show what you've shown for 17 weeks. That's a problem. That was embarrassing. They almost put up a 50-burger. We're not the Niners, Green Bay. So, Steiny, that tells me when on the biggest stage with the most pressure, you can't tap into your Bill Belichick. You can't do Bill Cowher. You can't beat Kyle Shanahan. So to me, that would make me move off. And you know what I would do? Hey, maybe I'll find a coach that gets us 10 wins in the regular season, but when it's go time in the playoffs, maybe he has a wherewithal to get the guys to rally, get confidence,
and maybe go further, because that is what I want from my coach. Not regular season wins, playoff wins that takes guts. That's all I'm asking for, man. Not this.
So
this
who do you blame for their 1-and-what? They're 1-3.
He's 1-3 since he's been there.
Okay, so let's just take the game they lost to the Packers.
Oh my! Was that want to call it a game?
Were they just overwhelmed?
They were
physically
out-coached. They were out-schemed.
Okay.
They were out-coached everywhere. That's just a fact. LaFleur is going to get his ass kicked this Saturday against Kyle, because Kyle knows what he's doing. He knows where to attack. I thought McCarthy had turned the corner. So as a fan, Steiny, all I want from my coaching staff is to have confidence that, hey, we can lose 17-13. We can lose 20-10. I know the ball bounces different ways, but when you're out schemed and you're not ready, it's time to move on.
Man. And I guess what I'm getting at, honestly, is you're telling me you would want your McCarthy fired. Like, I came in here yesterday, and we had a fun discussion on Purdy and Kyle and who the pressure's on. I mean, if you're telling me, like, I guess any coach is 1 year away from being on the hot seat. I mean, is that kind of really
that's the world
is that
we live
really
in,
what we're talking about?
Well, not here.
Okay. Well, but that's kind of what I'm talking about.
He's got some skins on the wall, though, Matt.
He's never won a Super Bowl.
But
McCarthy has more skins on the wall.
Okay.
McCarthy has more skins on the wall than Kyle Shanahan.
In another city. But since he's been employed in Dallas, he's 1-3. And the games that he loses are not even close. That's what I was just going to point out to Kyle real quick. Even those games on the biggest stage, Donnie, the Niners aren't, well, they got blown out last year without their quarterback. But you know what I mean. For all I'm asking for is 15 rounds.
You said something that I've always been fascinated with. Mike McCarthy didn't have him ready.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Whose responsibility is it for a player to be ready?
The coach.
Is it?
Oh, there's no doubt.
So you believe a coach in the professional ranks must motivate?
No doubt, and that's why I'm a Harbaugh fan.
I
think John Harbaugh motivates.
But
I think Kyle motivates.
No, he doesn't.
By fear, Steiny, by fear.
So how did he get him to 12 wins the last 3 years? McCarthy.
I'm going to give him some positives by coming up with good offensive schemes and being able to show your best and put your best foot forward when the pressure is not there of win or go home. There's always next week. You know what I mean? So guys are able to let them hang because they know the finality is not there. But they were Darth Vader from the outset.
How many Cowboy fans?
And I'm mad at the quarterback. We're using Dallas in this instance.
Okay, yeah.
But I'm mad at the quarterback too because he looked like he was somewhere else. He said my mind was moving faster than my body. That's when the coach should, hey, how you feeling, Steiny? Evan, Spadoni, how you doing? You good?
Too late for that.
Like Jimmy Johnson on Fox, did you see the halftime? He did a speech that I would have run. Like, that's what they needed to hear.
Well, that's high school stuff.
See, I think that's where you missed.
See, I do not think I mean, you can say he motivates by fear. Kyle Shanahan takes, to me, when he looks at the San Francisco 49ers and he's getting them ready for a game, the one thing he doesn't F with at all or worry about at all is that they're going to be ready to play.
Because they never have not been.
Right.
And that's a credit to him. Like, he don't got to break a stick or throw something at the chalkboard.
I'm just saying, you don't.
It's a respect thing, too. Like what the Eagles did to Sirianni, let me know. If I'm an Eagle fan, you can't bring him back. I feel like the players quit. I could be wrong, Steiny. It looked like they quit. Like, hey, you know what I mean? They quit. And that's the biggest.
That's the strongest. Did the Cowboys quit?
I think they did.
And the Eagles quit.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
I mean, so this is where I think we can sometimes get
The Eagles were in the game
dramatic.
closer. The Eagles showed up more than Dallas did. But I'm telling you, man, Kyle Shanahan, as much as I throw stuff at him.
Well, no. If they lose to the Packers, he's 1 year away from being Mike McCarthy. No, he is. We can't ignore that. Like, listen, I'm not saying, Mike McCarthy won a Super Bowl.
And yet he's coming back.
He won a Super Bowl.
I got you.
Now he's taken a team to the playoffs 3 straight years with 12 wins. 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. 1 year they won a playoff game. They're 1-3 in his tenure. Like, if you're telling me that you wish he were fired, well, I'm telling you right now, then Kyle Shanahan or any coach is 1 year away from being on the hot seat. And you know what?
Yeah.
I don't like to think about, what's the worst case scenario? You get beat by the Packers. You get beat by the Packers and Purdy struggles, and now we're coming into next year. You got to look at it like that. I'm actually agreeing with you.
Well,
if you're telling me you want
Okay.
McCarthy fired, then no coach is safe with more than like one bad
See,
year.
I don't like that.
Well, I know you don't, but
Kyle has,
but it's who you are as a fan,
real
and it's
quick.
who fans
Okay.
are, and
All right.
I get it.
Well, let me tell you where I veer off from you. Kyle Shanahan has enough skins on the wall, Stoney, to where if we saw one guy struggle and maybe one guy had a bunch of fumbles, we could identify how and what contributed to the team losing. This was a team-wide failure on both sides of the ball. So if you tell me Brock struggles, I'm not going to come in here and tell you Kyle's no good. He should be ran. They might have a quarterback
not this
issue.
year.
Okay, right.
But at the end of next year?
Oh, well.
Again, what I'm saying is if I'm just saying, I'm putting two or three things together. Yesterday, I came in here and I said, Kyle's a made man. I think there's more pressure on Purdy because Purdy, Kyle's going to be the coach forever. Okay. Now Mike McCarthy is back. You're a Cowboy fan and you're fuming. Whether you're not happy.
Yeah, the world is
you're not happy.
Non-Cowboy fans
Now,
are laughing
right,
that he came back.
Okay, and I get that right now Shanahan is enjoying more he's thought more highly of than Mike McCarthy.
Oh, no doubt.
But the bottom line is, I'm going to say it again. If you're telling me that you want Mike McCarthy fired, who, by the way, I'm going to call you every single time you say skins on the wall again because McCarthy has one and your boy doesn't. So if you're telling me McCarthy goes 12-5, 12-5, 12-5, 1-3 in the playoffs, you want him fired, well, then I'm here to tell you that if the 49ers get beat by the Packers this weekend,
that would not be a good look.
And they come into next year, and it's all of a sudden we're not that sure about Purdy. And then next year gets a little. I don't think there's any coach that has more than 1 year of a grace period now. The more I think, you know what? How about this? I'll give you the argument yesterday now on Purdy. There's more pressure on Purdy.
You know what?
I'm sorry. There's more pressure on Shanahan.
I talked to Bonte last night.
No, you're right. Yeah, more pressure on Shanahan.
We had that conversation. He brought it up. He said he was lit. I was like, but
because if you're telling me that Kyle Shanahan, because I think it's within the realm of possibility that Kyle Shanahan, would they go this year, 12-5? 12-5? I think it's within the realm of possibility they could go 12-5, not win the Super Bowl. Next year go 12-5 and not win the Super Bowl.
But where do they get
Then he gets fired, right?
NFC no, Steiny.
I said they lose to the Packers, then next year they win a playoff and lose a playoff.
That would be a monumental disappointment.
Right. Is it fireable for
no.
Kyle?
Okay, listen. I can be objective, and this is how I'm going to answer your question because it's nuanced, Donnie. What's one of your lines? Guru, I don't care, but you got to care here. I'm talking about the court of public opinion, the fan base, the confidence. That is different than what he has in regard to his contract. He's a made man when it comes to York. I'm talking about Kyle, if he didn't win the next 4 Super Bowls. I'm talking about where he's at now.
I disagree with that now.
And what his brand is, Kyle Shanahan, and how the fans look at him. Right. It is right there like a piñata. It is, and no blindfold. It is, all you got to do is hit it, and the rings are going to come out. So if he were somehow to slip up and not get it done, I think a lot of fans – the next 2 years, a lot of fans would be like, what the F is going on, Kyle? You were brilliant, but we expect – this team is loaded.
Well, so if they get to the Super Bowl this year and they lose to the Ravens, then I will say, to my way of thinking –
he'd be 0-2.
Right, but they lost to 2 teams, to me, that were better.
And then there's nothing to see here.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
you're probably going to be right.
Yeah. Now, but again, all I'm saying is, if we're going to apply the same standards to McCarthy, well, then I'm just saying, neither Kyle Shanahan nor any coach, to me, it feels like it's more than 1 year away from a hot seat.
Wow. And we're in a microwave society now, like it or not.
Right.
Yeah, no, because you've seen people, I mean, people have a vested interest. Listen, the Niner fans love the Niners. You love your team. But with social media and all the internet, Steiny, I was a fan without the internet. I had to look at the Tribune or the Argus. My point is, the whole league is our teams. We watch the Warriors. We know what's going on in Clipperville. We know what's going on in Miami. So my point is, we all got our hand on what's going on in every city with every team and every organization. And right now, I'm telling you, I'm up here riding for a Super Bowl, a non-Super Bowl winning coach in Kyle Shanahan, because I know what he brings to the table. And if I were to tell you right now, look at me, and tell me how many times the Niners were unprepared or didn't show up during
5.
It might be less than that. You know what I mean? That 3-game losing streak, okay, no Trent or no Debo, but they're always prepared outside of losing your quarterback on the fly.
How much do you blame McCarthy versus why don't you say, you know what, Dak Prescott's not very good. Why don't you say, like, if Dak Prescott gets lemon booty, why is that McCarthy's fault?
And this is new for you, I've always said a quarterback is the extension of the head coach. So you got to know Dak has had failure. The one thing that you're going to do if we lose the game is Dak can't look like a deer in headlights, and he looked like Bambi from the outset. And you're over there talking to him 4 minutes after the first drive. What was being said? You need a volume? You okay, son? You need a diaper change? And the game played out that way. That's all, Matt.
36 and 15.
So you don't believe in rah-rah.
36 and 15 over the last 3 years. You're getting rid of that guy.
But 1-3 in the playoffs.
Right. Super Bowl champion coach. Like, see, this is where I do believe. This is where I do believe, like, if McCarthy coached any other team but the Cowboys, you'd give him more credit for the fact that he won a freaking he's won a Super Bowl, Kyle hasn't. Like, to me, like, oftentimes you'll say, end of story. Like, McCarthy.
But he had one of the greatest quarterbacks. I can't take anything away from him, but when he got it, he had one of the greatest quarterbacks. I could say
Kyle Shanahan's got one of the most loaded teams I've seen in the NFL in 20 years.
Right now.
Yeah, that's right.
But he had, in 19, Jimmy Garoppolo in the Super Bowl going up against Patrick Mahomes, which were night and day.
Yeah.
So
right, Kyle
had
McCarthy got a team there and won.
Jimmy,
right, McCarthy McCarthy never blew a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl.
And
listen, I'm not arguing anything other than, you know what? Yesterday, I guess you guys are right. Shanahan's got more. To me, Shanahan now has more. Don't overthink it.
Okay.
He's got to win a Super Bowl. Like, the goal is the Super Bowl this year, and if he doesn't win the Super Bowl, it almost feels like it'll be a mark against him.
Because they're right.
If they go 2-1 again in the playoffs. That'll make him what, Evan? 8-4 in the postseason. .667 winning percentage. Like, the list of coaches who have coached 12 postseason games with a .667 winning percentage is probably unbelievably rare.
But isn't the goal to get that ring?
What's Don Shula's
I'm sure it's
playoff record?
But isn't the goal to get the ultimate ring?
So you're close. You're 1 year away from possibly assessing Kyle Shanahan in terms of whether he can or can't do it for the rest of his career.
See, I love how you do it. You put me in that corner. I'm telling you, man, I'm not saying that for Kyle.
I guess I don't understand why Kyle could fail theoretically this year and not be on the hot seat, but a coach like McCarthy, you want him to be fired. Even though, again, he's got more pelts on the wall.
Briefly here.
888-957-9570 is the number. Listen, I'm not arguing any kind of strong point other than cut that one. cut that one. No, I just
no, but
you
you're
know
seeing what you're hearing in the world, and I appreciate you not just putting it on my shoulders.
I get playoff disappointment.
Okay, let me tell you something.
McCarthy's.
Let me tell you the difference.
I'm just saying we're much. Here's what. Okay. We're much closer to Kyle Shanahan getting fired or being on a hot seat. Like that doesn't even register to me. But you're right. It should. If they have a poor playoff this year.
Okay, but what about this point? And I think this is a Dominique Wilkins slam dunk, and I gotta bring it home and deliver it. Dak Prescott was an MVP candidate. Under Mike McCarthy, he's lost to Jimmy Garoppolo at home in a playoff game. He's lost to Brock Purdy with the same MVP candidate in Dak Prescott, and he just lost to a rookie in Jordan Love. That's a trifecta. Hold on real quick.
48
Kyle
points.
Shanahan has taken the 10-man in Jimmy Garoppolo and instilled in him the secret sauce and got him to a Super Bowl. And then on the fly, he takes Mr. Irrelevant to the NFC Championship game. Hold on, Matt. So to me, that is brilliance in itself about whatever you're changing the oil with and the spark plugs, it's working.
What is it?
But the guy over here that's a little overweight, needs soda, has the best quarterback, but can't beat you.
Oh,
So
now
they're
Prescott's
two
the best quarterback?
No, he's better and more experienced than Garoppolo.
Is he better than Purdy?
Yeah, come on. Last year
Prescott?
he was. You had more confidence in Dak Prescott than Purdy last year. And the game was right there for you to win. The game was there. It was there for Dak, and he had arguably one of his worst showings. So that's lemon booty, Matt.
Right? That's not McCarthy's fault. You got a choke artist at the helm.
So has a boxer ever fired his guy, his
Sure,
ringman?
of course.
That's all I'm saying.
Hey, the one thing I do want to get into, it was the McCarthy thing. Oh,
that was therapeutic for me. Thank you,
well,
man.
Good. But, it's the same old thing. It's like, what point are you making? Well, it depends. Do I want to rip Kyle Shanahan for being a choke artist and a guy who's lost leads and a guy who can't win the big one? If I need that argument, I got that one. But if also I need to use he's the greatest tactician of all time, skins on the wall, he's got a Super Bowl in my mind.
Before you go to break, Mike McCarthy, it's not the first time he's lost as a heavy favorite at home.
Well, he's overweight. Of course he has.
That didn't even register to get a one. Yeah, what does that mean?
He's lost as a heavy favorite. I said he's a little overweight. Of course he has.
I might check the tape.
You know what? Can you guys please try to go from A to B?
That was pretty.
888-957-9570 is the number we're talking about. Oh, we got Ross Tucker, 1 o'clock. We got Tom Silverstein, 1:30. Who's he? He's the Green Bay Packers beat writer for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. We're going old school.
Yeah.
We're going old school with a guy who really knows the 49ers opponent. Also, 888-957-9570 is the number. Jump into this conversation about coaching. And when is it time for a guy to go? Or when is it time for a guy to be on the hot seat? I'll just tell you what I was thinking yesterday is Kyle Shanahan's a long, long way from the hot seat. But then I hear how my buddy D, a fan of the Cowboys, reacted to his coach staying. Maybe we're in a year-to-year league. A reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Don't forget, later in the show, we're going to give away an opportunity to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. We got a lot going on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Come into Friedman's.
What could have come out of my mouth?
What did I do wrong? Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you a question, Goo. Do you believe, and I'm going to ask Evan next, and then I'm going to Tim Jordan.
Because Lori Matthews just gave Evan some love, and I want him to crack the mic.
What, that he's good looking? Did she see him on the YouTube?
She didn't say that. But Evan's good looking. Well, now you didn't threw me off.
Something about Lori Matthews.
Oh, yeah. Evan pointed out that he has 6 home losses as favorite. McCarthy pre-Dallas.
Oh, okay.
So this is not just, including Dallas. Excuse me. Thank you, Evan.
Did they have to vacate that Super Bowl?
No, but
so he's got a Super Bowl.
But you know what we're saying.
Well, I thought so. When is Super Bowl the most important thing?
It is.
Okay, well then,
but you
can't,
understand after a decade goes by, Steiny.
Oh,
you get fired from that joint, that location. Come on,
it's got
man.
A 10-year exemption.
Yeah,
10-year exemption for Super Bowl.
I just want to cite. Go ahead and say what you got to say because I want to cite Mark Jackson, but you might tell me and you would be right.
The preacher?
Yeah, it was. What did the Warriors need from? They needed a Steve Kerr to take them over the top.
Right.
And I could say Mike McCarthy, but you could say Guru Jackson didn't have a ring. Another place.
So, in other words, the analogy you wanted to use doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm rooting for you, Mark. Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you guys a serious question. Do you think we've got something in that lunchroom?
I don't.
Up in the nooks and crannies.
Tell everybody what happened.
We're sitting we got this lunchroom here.
And we're on the 10th floor.
10th floor.
So there's an 11th floor.
We're preparing. I'm preparing more than others. Other guys are just talking and shooting the bull. I'm not locked into my notebook. Anyway, the next thing you know, we hear this.
Yeah, that's how it sounded.
And Evan looks at Goo and goes, "Whoa, what was that?" And I was like, "Steiny, did you hear it?" And then I think I said no, but then I realized I had.
I realized I had.
And,
what does that even mean?
It's what I mean is that when I think about the sound that I'm pretty sure I heard, to me it sounded a little bird.
Yeah.
Like
I
the
went
point
raccoon.
is, if there's a raccoon in there, I'm not coming into work tomorrow.
Yeah, well, you don't know. And I said it could have been somebody doing some maintenance.
That was not somebody doing some maintenance. That
it ain't going to come out and bite you on air.
Well, not now because we're in a locked-in studio.
Yeah.
Scary. Let's go to Ryan in Arizona. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Hey.
Doing well, thank you.
Good, man. Hey, I just wanted to say that, one, the Niners are going to win for sure against the Packers, but we got to remember to run the ball. That's what's going to write Shanahan's name, just like his dad's name in Super Bowl history. Run the ball. You got McCaffrey, get behind Big Trent Williams, and dominate that game.
Yeah.
You don't need to worry about throwing the ball around. Just need to worry about running the ball, getting the 5-7 yards, and going right down the field and taking the lead in the first possession, and then it's over after that.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, I mean,
I'm with you,
God willing, they'll be able to run the ball like they did that game with Jimmy Garoppolo, where they only had to throw 8 times,
No
and then
doubt.
for the remainder of Garoppolo's career or Purdy's career, we can talk about how Kyle Shanahan didn't trust him. Yeah, we can do it that way. That'll be fun.
That was a demerit later, and it was wrong. It was like, do something. If they can't stop student body left or right.
God forbid Christian McCaffrey run for 278 yards on Saturday, and Brock Purdy only throws 7 passes, because that tells me Kyle Shanahan has no trust in his quarterback.
My ears are ringing.
That's what we did that day.
Yeah.
We did.
My ears are ringing. Spadoni got in and goes, how the hell is a raccoon going to get in on the 10th floor? I said, hey, bud, I don't know. But, Steiny, it wasn't a rodent. It wasn't a rodent. I think it was somebody doing something maybe on the next floor up.
Be that as it may.
I don't like you being this scared.
I am.
I don't like it.
I'm petrified.
I
Dude, a raccoon?
But we don't know. It might have been nothing.
Here's one thing I will stand on. The idea of a raccoon getting to the 7th floor of a building in the city is not out of the,
Oh, you're talking to Spadoni.
How the hell does a rat get up here? How did I see a rat on the 3rd floor of my house?
I don't know.
Rats are much more resilient than raccoons.
They're too big, right? Relax, Steiny.
Rich, where are you, Rich from Atco? I have no doubt that a raccoon could easily get up through the wall of one of these places. You don't think so?
That's so much effort for them. I don't think they're doing that.
And they're
why
fat.
come up here? Yeah, they're fat. They're fat for a reason because they hang out in garbage cans.
You actually thought they were going to fall through the roof and then attack us. That's how you're acting.
No, they're in the building now because if you look at the roof, not the roof of a building outside, there's so many nooks and crannies because we don't have what's it called?
What can we do to make you feel better and move on?
I'm fine right now because we're in a studio.
All right.
But let me tell you something. Something's coming down in that lunchroom, and I don't know what it is.
I think I heard it.
But 888-957-9570. You know, I'll go out to Lori Matthews and Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat. They know a lot about a lot. They know a raccoon could get up here if need be. I'm telling you. Anyway, Kyle Shanahan better not lose Saturday or should be fired.
And he's catching heat for saying, Kyle, I saw it on Twitter last night. I think this is where we're too soft or sensitive. He said he knew who they were playing in the second quarter of the Dallas-Green Bay game.
Okay.
He's being so honest. We all knew it. And they're acting like that was a dig at Dallas. I'm like, can we grow up? He's telling you the effing truth. It was 100-0 after the pick. Come on, man. I mean, Kyle wasn't up there like, I'm going to stick it to the – come on, man. I got to stay off of X. Twitter. Yeah.
We were talking about, Evan and I were talking before. Is it okay if I talk to Evan if you haven't come in yet in the morning? I know sometimes.
You guys are family.
So is that a yes or no?
That's a yes.
We're all family.
I'm not insecure like you. I did get a haircut, though.
And you got your MR, how's your knee?
They set up the MRI. They don't think I tore my meniscus. He gave me the bend and stuff. But could have a torn hammy or a strained one. We'll find out.
I work for the city of San Francisco.
Oh, boy.
Raccoons climb 35-foot palm trees on Dolores. Well, Steiny's right.
We're higher than 35 feet.
No doubt. Steiny, it would die. We are. I'm with you, Spadoni. I am with you.
Hold on.
There's no wildlife.
Keep talking. I'm going to look out the window.
This is where I want to go and chill.
Hold on, because I think a palm tree could get this high.
No, you can go look. No. There's no way, Matt. I'm just telling you. I just hate that you're this timid. Now I can see if a rat was really at your house, you ain't the one to go look. Hey, I hear something.
The tallest palm tree is definitely taller than how high we are in this building.
How high do you think palm trees grow?
Well, they're different size. They're like,
Steiny, stop it.
This isn't the Amazon.
Thank you. And Jurassic Park. They're not this high.
Do you know anything about this kind of thing?
I'm the outdoor dude.
A palm tree's like it's like bamboo.
Yeah.
There's different kinds of bamboo.
Okay.
There's running bamboo, and then it's called something else. Not stationary. But my point is like some bamboo grows 15 feet. Some bamboo grows 37 feet. Other bamboo can get as high as 60 feet. Palm trees are the same way. They have little miniature palm trees you can put on your walkway. They're really cute.
I want to grab you by the neck and stick your head out the window and have you look down. Do you know how high we're up? I get what you're saying. They don't come that high.
That's all I need you to say. You get what I'm saying. We can move on. Let's go to
Lori.
What did she say?
You were going to read it.
Lori Matthews?
Yeah, Uncle Looney and Lori. You said we're going to go out to you. I thought they had written something.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Back to Wiseman.
Yeah.
No Warrior game tomorrow either, by the way. That game against Dallas has been postponed. They were supposed to play yesterday. They're supposed to play tomorrow. They'll be back in action next week.
So there's Niners front and center.
Yeah, there's bamboo on Maui that's 60 feet tall. Thank you, 510. Do you guys realize how much you learn?
Do you realize we're like 200 feet up in the air?
I don't think he does, man.
No, I don't think it's that high.
We're 10 stories up.
No, I think you could actually survive this fall.
We're with the clouds.
I don't want to find out.
Please, man.
I love bamboo.
What about Bosa talking?
There's two kinds of bamboo. One's called, did you know this? And I can't remember the other one, but I guarantee you somebody will say it on the text line. There's running bamboo, and then there's something else. It's called non-run. But so if you order one kind of bamboo, you stick it in the ground, it grows.
I get that.
You get another kind of bamboo that's called running bamboo, and then what happens is you plant the bamboo, but it spreads.
All right.
It spreads and spreads and spreads.
Right.
Into the neighbor's yard, into their neighbor's yard, and it can become a real problem if you choose to go that way.
Thanks for the info.
Running and what's the other one? Station.
So the running one's an invasive
Thank
species.
Thank you. You're invasive
But we're
right
higher
now.
than 60
You're an
feet.
invasive species.
Hey, buddy, we're higher than 60 feet.
Clumping.
That's right, clumping.
I feel like you're
That's
missing
it.
that point of how high we are up in the city right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I probably am. Hey, let's go to Dr. Hustle was on hold yesterday when we went off the air. So let's get to him.
The doctor's notes.
Let's get to him. What's up, Dr. Hustle? Clumping.
What's going on, fellas?
Clumping.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, first thing off, Steinman's condolences from the Dr. Hustle family. We were praying for you. My little guy was praying for you. You know me, I'm a big sports guy. The kids, they play a lot of sports. We listen to 95.7 The Game. I've been there since the beginning. Tierney Davis, Towney, Dibs on the morning show, BSNG, Papa and Willard, all those guys. Look, but I'm going to tell you something, man. My little guy was driving. This is the first time I talked to you since the last time. My little guy was driving on a field trip. They were coming home. One of the dads who was driving had 95.7 The Game. He gets in the car. He goes, "Hey, it's Steinmetz and Guru." And he looks at him and goes, you know these guys? He goes, "My dad calls in all the time." 5 minutes later, I call in, and Steinmetz goes, "Hey, it's my guy, Dr. Hustle." He tells all his buddies in the car, "Hey, that's my dad. That's my dad. Watch." They don't even listen to what I'm talking about. He goes, and at the end, they're going to play, "It's the doc, not a doctor, not a doctor." So I go to pick him up to go to basketball practice. All his buddies, some of them play on my football team, they're all, "It's my guy, Dr. Hustle." And then now they go, "Not a doctor, not a doctor." But look,
Wow. That's cool.
That's neither here nor there. Look, I never met you and Guru, but you guys are my sports family. I call in all the time. We may not agree on everything, and that's okay. Next time there is a get-together, I'm coming. I want to meet you guys, but I want to tell you something.
Yes.
And this is going to be the best prescription the doctor's ever given. 95.7 The Game would be worse off if Guru and Steinmetz weren't on there, because you guys are an amazing show, my favorite show, and those are the doctor's notes.
There he is.
Our guy.
There he is.
Check is in the mail, baby.
All right, give me a number on this one from the Comcast Business text line.
Right.
It would make sense that a raccoon got into your building. It was probably attracted to Steiny's trash takes.
I'm going to give it a 3.
But only coming out of nowhere.
Hey, I'm going to give it a 3.
A 3? Okay.
Trash.
Good job, 415. It's very important to be able to laugh at
Did you hear
yourself.
what defensive lineman from the Packers, Devontae
Is this one of those things
said?
where you're going to say what he said when I have it right here?
Oh, did you? I didn't know.
I don't know if we have it or not.
Well, why would you mess me up?
Hey, can I tell you what? You'll love this one.
This dude, boy.
Okay, thank you. Devontae Wyatt. Okay. I shouldn't do this, but so I'm in the okay. It's been a week. Pop's died again. He's 90.
Gotcha.
So I'm sitting in the sales room.
Yeah, the lounge.
Well, no, because it's a work area.
Oh boy.
And how many people are in there today? About 12.
This thick.
Yeah, about 12.
Two.
We're 10 minutes before the show. I'll often go in there and sit down, look at my phone, and I'm not going to say who. I'm just sitting there minding my own business, and my guy goes, "Hey, Steiny, really sorry to hear about your dad."
Why am I laughing?
I'm like,
he was.
Thank you very much. 17 heads in the room. Look up. Oh yeah. Oh God.
Oh,
you want to talk about want to get away?
Yeah. But their heart was in the right place.
Oh, he was great. I love the guy. He's cool. But a procession line formed after he said that of people. That
and yet you got mad at Langford for coming in saying sorry for your loss and not acknowledging your dad.
No, that was just pretty funny. Clumping bamboo is what we're talking about here. 888-957-9570. The one thing he said, we've talking about coaching McCarthy. He's going to be back in Dallas. Sirianni's going to be back in Philly.
Wow. I thought both were.
Getting a team ready to play. That's fascinating to me. Because what does that entail? There's
so many ways you can do it as long as it's effective.
But you can have it. You can have a team fully motivated, and the game plans stink, right? And that team's going to get beat.
I want to say not all the time if you got greater talent.
I think I'll say this. How about I want to put this way? Yeah. I think in football, more than any other sport, obviously, if one team is wound up, and the other team is not as wound up because they got crap going on, then you're not going to win that game. Like, you're not going to win that game.
You lost it before it started, you're saying?
Yeah, I think so.
But how many times are we privy to what, like with Philly, something was going on, or with the Warriors behind the scenes? All we can go on, partner, is what we see on the field. We can guess, but if I'm a coach, that's the biggest insult somebody could get me. Hey, Steiny, your team wasn't ready to play.
Well, I don't.
Because you can lose and look like you were, putting it all out there. That's a compliment.
You mean like Wiggins?
No,
it is not. This is the way I look at it. I know this is apples to oranges. It is not Steve Kerr's job to motivate a guy like Andrew Wiggins. How the hell is he going to motivate Andrew Wiggins? All he can do is coach the hell out of Wiggins, try to put him in good spots, get him in matchups that are favorable, but he can't turn a tin man into a lion. I don't believe in that. 888-957-9570 is the number, but I'm not even saying that that's what McCarthy can or can't do. And maybe basketball is different. Maybe basketball is different than football because football's more, more emotional.
Well,
right?
when you look at Trent Williams in his career and as dominant as he's been, and he doesn't need no rah-rah. Like, he comes out to the boombox to get going.
I don't think any 49ers do they?
No, Steiner, you could...
Like, I kind of don't think that's a job description of a.
What made Ronnie Lott Ronnie Lott? What made?
But he's a player.
Yeah,
he's a player,
no doubt. But they were leaders, and I'm going here. What made Draymond Green Draymond Green?
That has nothing to do with coaching. Like, those guys are going to be madmen, no matter who's the coach. I got to believe Draymond Green played hard for just about every coach he's ever had.
But as far as respect and accountability, if some of the good ball coaches in the NFL, if you mess up, I don't even need to say what's going to happen. And that right there is enough to have guys on their P's and Q's when they're not at the office, at home, working out, staying ready because they know. And that's how I think Kyle Shanahan is, man.
Yeah,
Do you see him? And I'm not just singling him out. When guys drop the ball or Purdy does something, use a timeout or whatever, you could see his mannerisms like, oh, boy, I believe they know that part of Kyle, that facet to his personality.
Right,
and that's enough.
When you say motivate, I hear rah-rah.
Wow.
And that's
you think it's a bad thing?
I think it's possible. Like Dan Campbell, let's say he's got.
I love him.
Do you love him more than Shanahan?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't think he's as brilliant as Kyle.
So you'd rather have brilliance than motivation. Like, if Kyle didn't have the skill of being the play caller, but he was Dan Campbell.
Well, if the brilliance is so off the charts, I don't need my guys motivated because we're going to kick ass because the stuff is so far ahead. But I'll take 60-40, 70-30. But I'm just telling you, Dan Campbell, when Detroit loses, it ain't because they were sleepwalking. And that's a compliment to him. So I don't want to put him up there with Kyle, but man, they might be playing each other in 2 weeks. My point, Donnie, is I get you on the rah-rah. Kyle has a presence to him.
No doubt. Every great coach does,
one player has called him out in his tenure. He's wiped the floor with LaFleur teams in the past, in the postseason, and I think he's going to do it this week. I look at Kyle Shanahan and I see a coach. First of all, I see a coach who's pretty detached from his players in terms of, other than Purdy, I just think he puts a game plan. Like, I don't think Kyle Shanahan devotes a lot of time to, I need to make sure our guys are not ready, prepared. They're going to be prepared, but like, it's not, I don't think Kyle Shanahan considers it his responsibility to get a player to a 10 in terms of being revved up emotionally for a game, because he's got to kind of keep them on point with the game plan and stuff. Like, he's got to rely on them. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah,
maybe I'm wrong.
What if one leads to the other and he doesn't have to do it? It doesn't get to that point to where he has to nurture them, because it's about respect. And I even on the bad days under Kyle Shanahan, tell me how many games we watched the Niner team that it looked like it was lackluster effort. You do get beat, but when have we ever said, what have we said for the last 4 years? Boy, when you play that Niner team, they're physical. That starts with him.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah. Not every team can be that way, though.
Yeah.
Like,
but when you're a 2 seed and you lose at home to a 7 seed, you know what I mean?
Listen,
that's when we can start saying, hey,
I just can't stand.
There's a short and
here's what I can't stand.
Go ahead.
Here's what I can't stand. I've known you for years now, and I've known how you felt about Dak Prescott for years.
Right.
You just don't think he's very good. So
he changed that a little bit.
But, well,
a lot.
You piss on him a lot.
Yeah, I did.
And
look
now,
what he did to me. Look what he did to us.
You're saying McCarthy did it.
Well, no, it was a combo.
Well, then get rid of them both.
That's what I'm ready. Trey Lance is there for a reason. You're going to give Dak $50 million? Steiny, it's give or it's ride or die.
When does a team lose enough in the playoffs where you're like, actually, they're not that good?
Hold on.
Seriously.
It's not that. It's he can't get us to the promised land, and it's they with Mike and Dak.
Could another coach?
I would say Trey Lance, come on in. We might not even make the playoffs. I'm doing your Warrior take, but I'm ready for the next chapter.
Is there a coach out there that you believe the Cowboys could hire right now and they could go win a Super Bowl next year with this personnel?
Bill Belichick right now.
Well, go get him.
Well, they can't.
You know why they're not getting him? Because he's not a motivator. They need a motivator. They don't need a brilliant man like Belichick.
Or on the Cincinnati.
Vrabel.
408, I respectfully disagree, Steiny. You don't have to respectfully do it. You can say you're a horse's ass, Steiny, and I disagree with you.
Because don't you believe sports is predicated on emotion? Regardless of...
Right, and I believe that's up to the player. I never... And here it is. Matt Steinmetz, high school, Division III. Never relied on a coach to get me wound up for a game. I relied on my coach to give me the game plan. I didn't need him to say, let's go, Steiny, big one tonight. I knew it was that's to me, that's a player's job. But we can talk about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. And, it's also a gray area. If you don't prepare your team well, you can be sky high, but you're not going to look like you have emotion because you're just getting your ass beat. Steiny. I used to live off Granville in Westport.
Oh, boy.
And we used to see raccoons climbing on roofs and trees all the time like they were squirrels. Thank you. We may have...
That means nothing.
Somebody get me vector control up here on the 10th floor.
Atco.
Well, we'd have to pay
Bill's
for it.
Going to be mad now.
This could be something that we wouldn't have to pay for. It should be our building should take care of it. The Atco come over, but
no, that's part of 95.7 the game.
Right, but we don't have to pay Atco. That should come from the building. Like the building owner should pay for the raccoon problem. If there is one.
Let me see if Billy's calling.
Billy, come over and do this one on the house. Oh boy! All right. Don't miss the kickoff show this Saturday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live 3:00. That's 2.5 hours about before the kickoff. Kickoff 5:15. Lorenzo Neal and Krueger live at 3. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. 888-957-9570. How important is it that a head coach motivate? On 95.7.
Hi, this is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. There are a lot of great dads out there.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
Hey!
Is it funny now, Guru? Now you think it's funny?
Evan, you weren't around.
Now
We got
you think it's funny?
confirmation. It might have been something. Might have been something up in the.
Might have been?
Yeah.
That's not what I heard.
I got to quit using slang. It might have been.
Let me tell you something, Daryl. I don't know why I said Daryl. Let me tell you something, Goo. We have a gentleman that works here. His name's Tim Jordan. He's the man. He knows nothing goes on here without Tim Jordan knowing. He's the point of attack for every problem. I go up to Tim Jordan. I go, hey, yeah, I know you're gonna think. I think there's something up in the roof here, up in the nook. He goes,
And I'm
yeah.
listening.
You know what
I'm
he
here
said?
hustling.
Oh yeah, there is.
And I got.
I said, what are you
mad
talking
at
about? He goes, yeah, something's up there. I don't know. I've heard it a few times.
Dude, I said,
this ain't
why
cool,
would you
man.
tell him that?
This ain't cool.
He's going to run to the mic snitching.
You do know that Tim Jordan is one of the biggest chain yankers in the business, right?
No.
Oh, Evan.
He was so
Oh, boy.
good.
Now I don't know
He
if
was
it was
so.
true.
It was great. He's
deadpan.
When he was as deadpan as Stephen Wright.
One of my favorites.
But when he said, "No, there is. No, that's not your imagination." There's no way he was lying to me. He's not that vindictive. He's not the kind of. He's not like you guys. He didn't need to stick it to you.
Yeah, please.
You know, one time he said, "Hey, you know where I live? Over in the Presidio? Yeah? You like that place? Yeah, I live nowhere near there."
That's
okay. Let's just put. Do you think there's something up there? I do.
I don't think it's a raccoon.
Goo.
After hearing him say that, if he ain't pulling our chain, yeah. Evan and I heard it.
Oh, man. Let's go to Saquette in San Francisco.
The city.
What's going on? By the way, another day in the city yesterday, just glorious. This city is alive.
So you don't just get on BART right after and leave?
No, sir. I'm trying to walk around the city for 40, 45 minutes after work. You know, I'm going in for surgery on my hip. I want to keep that thing moving a little bit.
You nervous?
No,
I'm going to come see you.
I'm not.
I'm going to come see you.
I'm not.
Even if you don't want
It's an outpatient.
Oh, boy.
So I don't want you coming over my house.
Evan and I hold it down. You ain't nervous, though, huh?
No.
Like, are you having an alcoholic drink right now? Like, oh, God, I'm having surgery.
No, it hurts so much that I have no choice.
Boy, Stoney.
No choice. Dude, I watch both. You and I are both limping around here right now.
I was on an airplane accident.
Nevertheless.
It ain't age.
Let's go to Saquette in San Francisco. What's up, buddy?
I'm out. Hey, what's up?
Mine is age because I actually competed.
Right.
I competed
Go
in
ahead,
athletics
baby,
my
what
whole
you
life,
got?
so now I am paying the price. That's why you're so fresh and spry. Hey.
So, it's Sonny. I just wanted to say, I heard what you guys were talking about
motivation versus just, brilliance of the coach, I just wanted to weigh in on that and say that from what I think we've all seen, we all, played sports as a kid. We grew up at a certain point. We're watching more than we're playing, but we still know the game. We got the love for the game, And I think that from what we have seen in history is that it's always the brilliance of the coach that carries the team through to the promised land, the championship, whatever it is, And that although motivation can be, a huge key. I mean, we're talking about, like, Vince Lombardi, right? Like, it's not always the fastest or the strongest. Eventually, it's the man who wants it the most, right?
Right.
That's huge. But that's got to come from the player. That's got to come from the player's families. That's got to come from their support network,
No doubt.
Before you hang up.
It really is the brilliance.
But before you hang up, tell me if you jive with this. If you see a team come out flat, then okay, I need to take the responsibility off of the players because they're obviously not doing it. And now, if I'm the coach, I should see that, and now that's my responsibility. And if I'm an owner and I see the team come out flat again, then we have a problem, correct?
Absolutely. And Guru, I like that you said that earlier because, even though these championship teams are like champions, they're almost robotic. It's because they don't think about what's going on. Their coach tells them to make a play, and they make the play. And you know what? For anybody else who's human, I don't know if you guys are human, but when we hear about like players like going through certain things, like how Wiggins was going stuff, like we feel for that. We are human beings. We feel for that. Players in the past have done things for us. He is a championship player, right? Absolutely, Andrew Wiggins. Like if he was not there, we didn't have Clay.
We're losing you.
Up and he got us the ring.
Good stuff. Yeah. Appreciate it. The
a lot of good points.
209 on the Comcast Business Text line. Look at the Raiders. They did a 180 with a new coach.
No,
they didn't.
Beautiful. No, Scotty, they did.
That was not a 180. It was not a 180. What was it? Spadone?
Oh, my God.
Before and after?
Effort-wise, it was a 180.
You don't know that. And this is what I'm getting
He gave you the bubble.
I mean, of the season, like if you're going for – he did go over 500. They were below 500 when he took over. So if you're just going by definition, it was a 180. They didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, not really 180.
I'll give you an idea. But Tony, there were games where it looked like you guys quit.
What is your definition of a 180? Like
180
from worst to first?
They were playing their asses off, Steiny, the Raiders.
But here's my point. We don't know they weren't playing their asses off before. What if they're just like, if you're getting out executed and out schemed, that makes you look like you're flat.
It cost the coach. He lost his job. You know what I mean?
No doubt. But I believe, like, there's Antonio Pierce. There's no way he's just a motivator. Like, he can't, like that.
Oh, right.
Okay, so
he played the game.
So if they were flat before, like, one of the reasons that they look more ready now isn't necessarily because he's getting them jacked up to play.
Effort.
Because they're more prepared. They're more prepared to win. They're more prepared to.
They feel like they want to run through a brick wall, Stoney, and that's why I felt like I saw the Raiders. Although they could give up big plays, they were giving it their all. When you watched them play these last umpteen games, I was like, oh, my gosh, Stoney, that effort is there. They'll run through a brick wall.
Yes, but
Singletary failed at it, but Mike Tomlin made a career out of it. Bill Belichick, he doesn't have to do that because they fear him.
But we don't talk about Kyle Shanahan. When we talk about Kyle Shanahan, we've talked about Kyle Shanahan for 7 years.
He has a presence.
Not one time has anybody said players want to run through a brick wall for him.
But they do it on the field, so he doesn't. So he gets. He's like a Tom Landry.
What I'm saying,
he has that presence. Whatever he's doing, he don't got it. That's not his style. That's not his style.
That's what I'm saying.
But the compliment comes from the players go play with reckless abandon, with him being, reserved.
I believe they've gotten players who play with reckless abandon. Then he gives them a game plan that is top notch, and then they go out and execute. I just think I think in professional sports, for the most part, rah-rah is a crock of
I can't.
you know
we're going to
what.
have Ross Tucker
It's
on
a
here
crock
soon. What
of
he
crap.
played? We'll ask him.
What I'm saying is, like the
It's to each his own.
Philadelphia Eagles, they were not on the same page. They had no chance to win that game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Why? To me, it was for one reason. Like, Tampa Bay was more buttoned up. They had better chemistry. They believed in themselves more. Philly obviously had a bunch of crap going on.
And there you go.
And
that was apparent.
But
to
the other
naked
thing
eye
is,
that it looked like that.
if you have a lot of crap going on, you're not going to be motivated.
Well, David West said the Warriors a couple years ago had a lot of crap going on, and nobody ever knew.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Packers, 49ers, 5:15. What's the weather report?
You think before I get that, I'm about to get it, but before I get to that, do you think this could be two young quarterbacks?
The start of the end for Kyle Shanahan?
No, the start of a rivalry between these two teams.
No.
Jordan Love and Brock Purdy?
No.
I think there's something there.
No, I don't think there's anything there. I don't think there's anything with a possible dynasty starting with the Niners.
Well, guess what, buddy? You just messed up your weather report. You get it yourself.
No, you know what?
But I have.
When it comes to football, it's such a year-to-year proposition. I
You
just
got
think
something there. I'm with you.
Think it is.
But as far as Kyle, 2019 to 2024 or 23, Steiny, they've been consistent. You know what I'm saying? You look at Tom Brady's run. I mean, under the hoodie. So that thing was going.
What's the weather? Are you really not going to tell me?
77%.
Thank you.
Sorry, 70% chance of rain.
Oh, my God. That Larry Krueger was right. He added it 75 on Monday.
Okay.
Overcast with rain showers at times.
Okay.
10 to 20 mile per hour winds.
So you're talking about at 5:15 on Saturday. Thank you. Appreciate that. So during the game, it's going to rain.
There's a chance.
Buddy, I told you.
70.
Yeah, I told you it was
I'm
75.
listening to Evan now. I heard you try to do what you just did. Evan's got a baby shower to go to. Excited?
Not a rain shower like the Niners, but I'm excited.
Spadone,
I don't know if he wanted you to
Spadone
tell
doesn't go to
everybody what he
games.
was doing. He's got kids.
Who?
Spadone.
Yeah, but so does Bonte, and he takes his daughter. You don't love your kids, Spadone?
No, he lives on this side of the bay, though, where the Niners play. I do not. It's a longer drive for me.
It's 4 minutes longer if you go down 880.
Are you paying my toll, Steiny?
Dude,
I'll pay your toll. I won't pay for your ticket.
And parking.
Good Lord. And the kids got
He
in for the
also
ticket.
has the one child. I got dose.
There
It's a
you
lot more
go.
difficult.
Yeah. I've been where Spadone was at.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I rebuke. I don't necessarily think two kids are harder than one. It's like when you have a dog. You get the dog a friend. Now you have two dogs. They entertain each
Dogs don't
other.
always get along.
Yeah,
Steiny.
come on, buddy.
What's that?
Dogs don't always get along.
You got to get the right kind.
No, and then you're
he's
doing
Benny,
your partner
like,
a
I don't have the right
disservice.
kids that you're saying. they
Well,
don't
I'm
get
just saying,
along
like,
well.
if Benny's a Schnauzer and your daughter is a Great Dane, they'll get along.
Baby Nora's more of a pit bull, and Benny's like a Pomeranian right
Gotcha.
now. Maybe they'll grow into like a German Shepherd or something like that, more regal.
I love German Shepherds.
I don't like big dogs, man.
Well, there may be something there.
What?
Well, let's
Shout
talk
out Glenn Robinson.
Let's talk about it.
What is going on here?
Shut up, Fitz. You know what? I take that back. Love you, Fitz.
Yeah,
we got thoughts and prayers for the Golden State Warriors. Unbelievable. 2 games postponed because of the passing there. By the way, according to Guru, Sirianni is safe.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni
they're
will
looking
not
for an offensive
be
coordinator.
fired.
Yeah, they're looking for an
Okay.
offensive coordinator. So he made it. But he went to a Super Bowl. So
Who?
whatever, Sirianni.
Well,
So I wouldn't have, even though something's going on, him coming back ain't shocking to me. I just didn't know if he was part of why it looked like they may have quit.
How much better of a coach is here's the kind of radio I got to start throwing goose softballs. How much better of a coach is Kyle
I hit all your
than Mike
fastballs.
McCarthy?
You could make a case, like you did earlier, the fact that one's won a Super Bowl. I don't lose
I want
sight
you
of
to
that.
make the other
I'm
case.
just saying, I think one's a bozo and the other is a mastermind.
Do you really think he's a bozo?
I do.
Come on,
Yeah,
dude.
I do.
Words really
He
can hurt
lied
people.
in his interview and he said it.
What did he do?
He lied and
Fill me
said
in.
while he was fired, he built this analytical department and he watched all, and then he came back after he was feeling good and fat and told everybody he lied to Jerry. Like, yeah, you thought that was cool to say out loud, but you lied to get your job. And now you had
by
to
any
taking
means
the team.
necessary.
Well, Malcolm X, there you go. But that,
I mean, you cite him
man,
sometimes.
Yeah.
Garrett's in Daly City. Let's talk about motivation. Like, I don't rely on Matt Nahigian to have me motivated every day at 10 o'clock. He's got to assume that. And I'm a professional, and I will be motivated. Now, he needs to give me a better game plan to execute. No doubt about it.
Your phone is rung before from the boss. You've got a call or two. You know what I'm saying? When you
never about my effort level.
Oh, my face is
you
about
better
to
be
come
careful.
off. No, I was like, come on, Stein. He got a call.
What are you talking about? I got a call.
You know what I mean? We all get the call. Like, what was that?
That's fine. What was that?
Just like the energy.
I don't know what you say when the boss goes, what was that? I say good bosses normally put their employees in positions to succeed. Not what you did to me that day. I don't know how you talk to the boss.
What's so sad is I don't know how many days.
I'm sorry, Matt. You're right. I just didn't come to play today. You know why? Because I'm one of those players that I need a coach to motivate
my phone
me.
Don't ring.
Garrett in Daly City, what's up, buddy?
I'm here, you guys. Been a fan a long time. Hey,
thank you.
I think in basketball, you look at Tom Thibodeau. You can say what you want about him, but he motivates his guys to play defense.
I give
that
you
shows
that.
me in the NBA. You could have all the talent in the world, but who plays the D? Usually, the team that plays the best D wins most of the time. Now it's like the ABA with the scoring.
Right.
But you can go to Thibodeau. His guys play defense. They're held accountable, no matter who the star is or not. I mean, you go to Pat Riley, even though he had the greatest players in the world, they still played a form of defense.
Well, so did the Warriors during their dynasty.
That people underrate that. That was their calling card too. Was their D. I mean, but a motivator you could look at, even though he had LT, you could look at Bill Parcells. That's why I always went to somebody that could really get in there, find the buttons to push. Even though he had all the talent in the world, it's still he had to get his guys to play.
Let me ask you this, and Steiny, I'm not saying Steiny disagrees, but in my world, I give Kyle the credit. We don't see him do it, but whatever he's doing, the guys get the message, and they go out there and play with pride, and pride equals effort.
Yeah, that's true. But still, you got to execute.
Yeah.
Thanks, Garrett. Anything else?
He's gone.
Thanks, Garrett. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, Steiny, because when you watch the Niners, like you said, now all of a sudden they've identified players that like to play that style that
you know who motivates the San Francisco 49ers?
Tell me.
That dude who carries the box.
Oh, I should know.
That's what they rely on emotionally. They don't rely on any of that from Kyle. Are you afraid of dogs?
No,
I don't think so.
Well,
somebody on the text line says, Guru afraid of dogs.
Your dog don't like black people.
Whose dog?
Yours. I went over there.
Which one? The one I have now?
The black one.
I don't have a black dog.
The one
I've never
Evan, I went over his house,
dog.
dude. The dog was jumping on everybody, came to me.
I don't have a black dog.
Well,
I've never had a black dog.
I remember it being
Bailey when I was in 9th grade.
Well, when I went over there, it was the big dog. Me and your mom had a joke about.
Were you at the wrong house?
No, I was at your house where I beat you.
Did I have a buddy who brought their dog over?
The dog was mean. That's all I'm saying. Your dog.
What color was it?
I just told you, obviously, I got it wrong. Black.
That's not my dog.
Yeah.
It's like the old Peter Sellers. Excuse me, does your dog bite?
That's a Pink Panther.
No, my dog doesn't bite.
Pink Panther reference.
Bite? Oh, that's not my dog. Yeah, you're right. Peter Sellers, Pink Panther. Absolutely.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, what?
The youngsters don't know who the Peter Sellers is.
So, well, you know what? Maybe they should try to figure it out. He's one of the greatest actors in the last 100 years. Chauncey Gardner on the phone.
Huh?
What do people like?
No, I'm just saying we're aging ourselves.
No, we're not. We're spreading our knowledge.
And your hip, right? My knee, my back. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I know I screwed up your quarterback rankings yesterday. So do you want to try that again?
I was driving home and actually thought about it. You really didn't.
I did or didn't?
You didn't.
Oh, okay.
Because I kind of threw you a curveball. But why do you bring that up?
Because this is what I always like to think about. Because one of the themes that I have is, okay, Mike McCarthy, Guru's done with him. 3 straight 12-win seasons. It's 1-3 in the postseason. And I just think all right, one team wins it every single year.
Gotcha.
And so I just look. There are 8 quarterbacks left. And I'll be damned if I don't feel like I'm looking at these 8 quarterbacks thinking, all we do is talk crap about them all the time.
Nature of the beast.
But one of them's going to win a Super Bowl this year, probably.
Who has the most pressure on him?
So the point is this.
Yeah, because I know. I got an answer.
Josh Allen may win a Super Bowl this year. And you know what? If you think about the way people talk about Josh, he ain't good anymore. He's not the player he was. Josh, like, if you just let Josh Allen's not very good. Lamar Jackson's a choke artist. Brock Purdy is a system quarterback. Jared Goff is, I don't know what he is. Baker Mayfield's been a disappointment for the most part. Jordan Love's young. If Patrick Mahomes doesn't win the Super Bowl in a way, there's going to be a quarterback out there that wins the Super Bowl.
Kyrie Irving, everybody. Double bird. Yeah, and your boy Josh Allen's got bruises because he's taking a lot of heat, Steiny, when it looked like this season it got away from him. So I'm lightweight rooting for him too because you are right. I was like, you know what? We built this dude up. He's a fraud. He's a failure.
Who?
Josh Allen. I was in there, and now all of a sudden I'm like, this dude might get it done. And he will Kyrie Irving. He won't actually do it, Steiny. But you know he'll be like, you guys, you MFers thought I wasn't going to get it done. Now look.
How many years? Allen's been in the league, what, about 5-6 years? Josh Allen? And Kyrie won his title probably about 5 or 6 years. That's about the same timing, I would think.
Why'd you bring Kyrie up?
You brought Kyrie up.
No, but now to compare him with Allen.
Because I was just trying to think, when Kyrie won his ring, he was probably 5 or 6 years into his career, just like Josh Allen is about now, is all I was saying.
Mm-hmm. Well, Josh Allen and the Cavs would have been LeBron James, right?
Yeah, I didn't take it that far.
And Kyrie had his failure in Boston, that stint in Boston, when he was supposed to be the mentor.
See, what I'm saying is when Kyrie Irving won a title, I didn't feel like people were like, he can't win a title or he's not very good.
Oh, no, I
think it was earlier enough in his career where he didn't have any. Was he considered kind of a loser?
Years old, right?
Yeah. So, exactly. So, like when Kyrie Irving won a title, he was still pretty young. Right?
Yeah.
Well, he also didn't get a chance to play in the finals before because he got hurt. So he never really had like.
Let me ask you this: what do you think I'm arguing or trying to say right now?
I don't know.
Nobody doubted Kyrie like they did Josh Allen.
It's because he wasn't in the league for as long, right? Before he won a title, like if Josh Allen wins a title this year, it'll be like what, in year 6?
Kyrie's arrow soured to me when he went to Boston, and that was just a failure, and that's when people start hating on him. But he already had his hardware.
But when did he win a title again, Kyrie?
2016.
Oh, we're getting expiration date coming up on that one, right? It's the Mike McCarthy rule.
You never have one. Ask Barkley.
Well, you have one for your head coach. You have one for Mike McCarthy. You have stripped him of his Super Bowl.
No, it wasn't in my city.
No, yeah.
Wasn't in my city. I don't care what you did with your ex.
It counts.
I don't care what you did with your ex.
Mike McCarthy Super Bowl, good basket.
I don't care what you did with your ex.
Good basket.
What happens on our watch?
You need to fire him because he's won his Super Bowl. He's a made man.
Well, that might be the
problem. Yeah. Coming up on the other side, we're going to go down a list of champions, and Guru will decide if they're really champions or not. I know he'll be giving away many championship trophies to players who have never won it. And he'll be taking some away from those who have. I can see how you can't stand me at times. What's going through your mind?
Yesterday I had something provocative, I believe, and it didn't resonate with you.
You want to try it again?
The dynasty with the Niners, like just the ingredients for it. Like if you just look at everything and what you talked about, you are correct. You did make an astute point earlier about it's worst to first in the NFL, it's a one-year league, but actuality is not. Kyle has been he's had his team as a player since 2019. Okay. So this thing is not, there are no new booties here from a fan perspective in regard to the Niners playing big games. It's just about coffees for closers.
So it sounds to me like what I'll tease for the next segment is we'll do some cheerleader radio where before the 49ers play any playoff games this year, we'll talk about how they're going to win 2 titles, and that way we can spend a half hour talking about Kyle Shanahan and weaponry and Purdy and Debo and Bosa and Warner and Greenlaw and how great they are and how they're going to win 2 titles. And Okay. That's what we're going to do.
Where I come from,
cheerleading
they
time.
would call that expectations.
You
not,
can
not pom-pom radio.
And what I would say is we're actually going to do a title. We're actually going to do a segment on somebody expecting a dynasty. You're expecting it. You're expecting
That's
it.
how powerful this thing is. It's aligned. I'm not telling you. I'm just saying.
All right, 888-957-9570.
Set up.
You hear that Guru wants to do cheerleader radio on the other side. I'm here for it if I get the support. So Daryl the Guru Johnson on the other side is going to tell us why he thinks the Niners are going to win 2 or 3 titles in the next 2 or 3 years. And my question is, how should I respond to all this stuff that's going to happen, but we're not quite sure yet? 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget Ross Tucker coming up at 1 o'clock for some NFL talk. Tom Silverstein, he's a Green Bay Packers beat writer for the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. Like I said, we're going old school on the Packers. This guy knows his team inside and out. Let me tell you what else is going on. We're going to give away Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. You got a shot at doing that at 12:30, between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. All right? A reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Cover California is a free service from the
Give credit where credit is due, man.
I love doing that. Where's it due?
This Niner roster.
Yeah, see, that's where you and I are different. I give credit to Matt LaFleur, but you want to undress Mike McCarthy.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm positive.
I'm done
You're
talking,
negative.
Mike.
Hey, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. We got a lot going on for the rest of the show. Let me tell you a little bit about it. At 12:30, your opportunity to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. It's framed. It's really nice. And at 12:30, you got to be listening. From 12:30 to 1:30, we'll enter you in the hopper to win that. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. He's coming up at 1 o'clock to talk about Packers 49ers. And then Tom Silverstein is joining us at 1:30, and this is a guy I'm looking forward to talking to because he covers the Green Bay Packers for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. Not this internet crap. Not the Bleacher Report.
Old school?
No, Athletic. This is old school. Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get the up and up on the Packers for sure. You give them any chance, Goo?
It's football. I do, but...
No, that's what I say.
Well,
you're supposed to say no, Stein.
I'm going to be honest. I think the weather, if there is some precipitation, that will help Green Bay. I always think that goes and helps the underdog, but we'll see. I think Jordan Love is having a come-out party, but Steiny, I believe that was their Super Bowl. They shocked the world last week. Forget what the other team didn't do is what Green Bay did. And LaFleur, I keep telling you, and the light doesn't come on. Kyle's embarrassed him twice in the playoffs. I'm sure he would love to come back as a heavy underdog. I mean, he don't want to be the underdog, but like, man, if I could just shock the world part 2, get to the NFC Championship game with my young non-Aaron Rodgers quarterback.
But I thought the 49ers are at the beginning of a dynasty, so both those teams could.
Right. The expectation is for the Niners to win. I'm just painting a scenario to where how LaFleur is thinking.
There's only one LaFleur, and that's Guy. One of the
Ronald
greatest hockey
LaFleur.
players of all
What
time.
about Ron?
Spelled differently.
Chicago White Sox.
That was Ron LaFleur.
Yeah, same.
This is Guy Lafleur.
In my world,
this
it's
is Guy Lafleur.
count the bucket.
Steiny, can you count a... no, that's not the one I wanted to read. Oh, yeah. Should we even tell... Bonte Hill could be a funny guy.
I would love... You got to make
be
that
a funny
drop.
guy.
Yeah.
I wish I remembered exactly how
we
he
had a
said
show
it.
together, all three of us.
But we were talking about, Purdy and what if they... He goes, you think... He goes, people think the Kirk Cousins counter is off. I'll tell you what, you lose before the Super Bowl. Kirk Cousins is still very much in the picture.
He did say that.
By the way, from the 901 on the Comcast Business Text line, go 49ers. That's from Memphis, Tennessee. Thank you, Memphis. It's 1978 right now in Memphis, Tennessee. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, you ever been to Memphis?
No.
Yeah, it's like getting into a time machine. It's
not good.
Yeah. Put it this way: when I landed there on a Sunday, I couldn't get a beer until 5 p.m. at night.
Oh boy,
they got blue laws.
Well, then you're out. If that's you're
Memphis
out of
is
that city.
By the way, Tennessee, one of the fastest growing states in our union, but people are tending to move more toward Nashville and Knoxville, even Murfreesboro, more so than Memphis, Tennessee.
I haven't been there.
Yeah, I do want to. Let's go to Three Kings in Phoenix. Oh, we got Three Kings in Phoenix, Goo. What's up, Three Kings? How you doing, man?
Three Chains is fine, and thank you for asking. But
Three Chains.
I don't call. Three Chains doesn't normally call except for one every 4 months. But I got to tell you, Guru's a professional, but damn guy, you got to quit crying on X. I mean, the Cowboys, that you act like you're totally surprised that they blew it in the playoffs. You should get used to it. This is a common event. I mean, it's too late to be a 49ers fan because that bandwagon's done left for you. But you got to find something, find another team, or at least quit crying.
But listen.
It's terrible. It's an No. It's an embarrassment to you. It's an embarrassment to everybody. And you got to make changes with coaches. I understand that. You got to look at where the Cowboys' gear is. I mean, it's almost like you guys would have kept 62-0 with 59 pins. Sometimes it's time to make a change. Appreciate you. Love you guys.
I didn't like your call. I didn't like your call, Three Chains. I didn't like it. What have I been crying about? I've been reacting to news.
Well, you're not reacting to news. You're trying to make news. Now, I don't have anything to say, anything other than that. I'm not answering any questions. But I got to apologize to the team and to you, Steiny, because he's dragging you down with all this whining.
I don't mean to cut you off, sir.
Wow.
You know what? It's all right. Next week,
I told him to call last night. I told him to call last night. It's formerly known as the Warrior.
Next week,
he stabbed me in the back.
He did. He stuck it to you. He'll stick it to me.
He floored me a little bit, crying on X. Oh boy!
I didn't know what he meant at first. I forgot that's what we called it.
I don't do drugs,
man. Kind of was going to jump into some. What do you want to talk about, Goo? See, I could tell that's one thing that got on your nerves.
Be a man. See, this is what I don't like. I don't like tiptoeing and tap dancing. We had a conversation, and you said you wanted to talk about something. Bring it to the table. Don't put the onus on me. What did you want to talk about? And his initials were AW.
No, I don't want to anymore. And you know what? And
you can't handle me being Steiny.
No, I know I can't.
Dude, you can't. No, I'd get fired. If I went Black Steiny, I would be fired. I would last the segment. But anyway, what do you want to talk about? Let's talk about the game.
Here's what bothers me.
Because I know what you really
We're doing
want to
a live
about.
show.
Yeah.
And, I'm saying to you, I thought there was something you wanted to talk about. I got 97 things on here.
Gotcha.
And Evan got in my ear all serious and was like, we've got this, that, we can do this, that. And I know. I just wanted to see if sometimes Goo has something right there. I just want to give him that chance.
But we just had a conversation.
What do you mean?
We called the play. You and I just called the play.
You mean during the break?
No, yeah.
Right.
What happened to that play?
Well, you started talking about the 2 Chains.
Well, no, he called.
I know.
And he floored me. Flying on X.
Well,
mother.
All right. Dallas wants Wiggins. The Dallas Mavericks have interest in Andrew Wiggins.
Cowboy. Where you see that at?
Mark Stein.
Okay, so they're rolling the dice.
Longtime writer
Somebody
Jake Fisher.
The light might come on. That's what we talked about. The light might come on for Wiggins because nobody's saying he's not a talented ball player, man. And maybe he just wants out of this mess, if that's what it is, and that's how he sees it. Because we know he can ball.
He is the mess.
So we think.
I will say this.
Right, so we think, Steiny.
I will say this. It's funny because I don't think Wiggins is. I don't think he's ever getting back to the player I don't think he'll ever get back to the player he was during the championship year. But I don't even think we're going to see Andrew Wiggins, at least in Golden State, get back to Minnesota Timberwolves. Andrew Wiggins. I just don't. However, Andrew Wiggins on the Dallas Mavericks as like their fourth option be perfect. He could score 10 points 3 out of every 4 games, and then one night get 19, and he can be the big reason or a big reason why they won the game.
And he can defend.
But he can take a back seat to Doncic.
Kyrie
can take pressure off him. Tim Hardaway Jr. is a better player than Wiggins right now. So now I'm looking at Dallas. Like, Dallas, to me, I could see a scenario in which if Dallas got Wiggins, he would help them.
Yeah. I said Wiggins would help them.
So, all right. Let's go down Dallas's roster. You're not getting Grant Williams. I think we know that.
What about Lively?
No chance.
That's a joke.
Oh, my God. I think we're more in the Maxi Kleba. You like Maxi
What's his
Kleba?
contract?
11-11-11. Do you like, how about Dwight Powell? Like Dwight Powell, Stanford kid? Okay.
What's the money?
4-4-4. Fo, as Moses Malone once said.
No, the money.
What do you mean? Wiggins making like 25.
Yeah, I know that. I'm talking about Kleba.
11-11-11. 11 million, 11 million, 11 million next 3 years.
I thought you were giving me his points.
No, Josh Green? Josh Green?
I ain't mad at him.
He's making $4 million this year, then $12 million next, 13, 14, so you don't save any money on it. You'd want a guy. I know you'd like this guy, Derek Jones Jr. He's a free agent at the end of the year.
Well, that's your guy.
Might be.
But why would they get off? Well, to get Wiggins. But,
right.
I mean, he's a part of what they're trying to do.
Dallas has guys who are under contract for a long time, man. So, anyway, let's go to Free the People. We can do multiple things at one time.
Free.
What's going on, Free? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, man. Happy Thursday to my guys. My God,
What's
the
up,
Cowboys
baby?
are an abomination of football, and it is crazy. But I got to say, 49ers fans have this big brother ego situation with the Cowboys where they're somehow better, but their drought is longer. But I don't even want to go on a rant about that. I just want to say what's up to 3 Chainz and remind him that while you guys have played in 2 Super Bowls, you haven't won them. But on to the Warriors. Get Andrew Wiggins off my team at any cost. I called you guys at the start of the season when he was playing like he didn't want to be here, and we had a conversation where I said Andrew Wiggins needs to go. And all he's done since then is follow it up with performance after performance, letting us know that he does not want to be here anymore. I will take a rusty can of Coke and a paintbrush for Andrew Wiggins right now. Get this guy off the roster. Give Kuminga more minutes. Let's do something. Get these young guys some playing time. I'm going to get off your phone today, guys. Have a great day. Hopefully it doesn't rain anymore. Peace to everybody in the Bay.
That's Free the People in Oakland. I think most people feel that way about Wiggins. We'll see if they can move him. Hey, just throwing this out there. As I said, talking some hoops real quick. So I'm reading a story in The Athletic, and it was one of those mid-season reports. And they had all these questions about who needs to make them. Like, they had 3 or 4 writers on there, and they say, name a team that needs to make an impact move in the NBA.
Oh, I got one.
Who?
The Sacramento Kings.
Well, the teams that were suggested. Okay. The Lakers. Somebody suggested the Thunder. This might be the time that they make a big move. Chicago, Atlanta, Philly. Nobody mentioned the Warriors. Then there's a question about which Western Conference team is going to make the NBA Finals. All
right.
Nobody mentioned the Warriors. Was it Bleacher Dave yesterday who said the one place you don't want to be is the middle?
I believe that came out of his mouth.
The fact that in an athletic story, they're talking about teams that need to do things or that can win it. And like the Warriors didn't come up on I don't know. That just seemed weird to me. This has been a team that's been the number one team in the league in terms of interest for 10, 12 years. And I guess I'm wondering,
so you
are they
take that
falling off the radar?
Well,
and is that more? And does that matter if they're beginning to fall off the national radar?
Well, it does matter, but if you talk about national TV games, they haven't fallen off, and I don't expect them to. But as far as what you took from them not being on that list, it's almost like you're saying the Nationals' perspective on the Warriors is it's kind of a wrap. It's Saran. And I don't look at it that way, but I'm surprised they didn't make that list. And then it may just be semantics to where what move can they make? Who's out? What can they do? What realistically can they do, Stoney? It's Kuminga or bust if you want something to save this season. If you want to do what our last caller said, free the people, a bag of balls, golf balls, and move Wiggins, okay? But man,
yes, Seth Curry is a place for the Mavericks. He's on the Mavericks. Draymond Green dropped the podcast. Good.
I hadn't heard. Any nuggets?
It wasn't anything incendiary. I didn't feel. One thing he did, he was asked about possible trades, and he said he wouldn't be shocked anymore if something were to happen.
He said that?
Yeah, he said, I don't really have a feel, but look, we're 18 and 22. If something happened,
okay. Like him. Yeah,
if the Warriors made a trade, he'd be shocked. He would not. I'm sorry, he would not be shocked. He doesn't think he'll be traded, but he didn't say that for sure. Wow. But what do you put the percentage at the Warriors will make a move by the 8th of February?
55%. 55, Stoney. And Wiggins is if that Stein reported that, then maybe you guys are ready to move Wiggins for nothing just to get that off the books.
Right, and that's why, honestly, Goo, I swear to God, if you're talking to Dallas, and Wiggins, like, okay, we'll give you Maxi Kleba, I don't know, Seth Curry and somebody else. I don't want Kleba's $11 million for the next 2 years. I don't like him that much.
And you got Kleba and Saric.
But true.
Yeah.
Although Saric isn't under contract next year, but I don't know. Markieff Morris, has he played at all this year?
I'm sorry. I always liked the Twins.
Of course you did.
They're rough. Yeah, they're right. They're rough, Stoney. They're thugs.
I haven't seen. You know what though?
There ain't no punks. I guess what I'm saying. I would always have a spot for them on my team.
You know who's tougher than the Morris twins?
Give it to me.
The Jokic brothers.
Oh, good Lord. They're for real.
Oh, man. Steiny's making me nervous jumping all around on YouTube. I just bear with me. My hip is all over the place today.
Dude, I saw you limping. Like, it's real. You taking Motrin?
I'm taking, you know what? As long as you brought it up, is there a difference between, like, aspirin, acetaminophen, Aleve? What else is there? What other kinds of pain?
Looks like Burger King, Carl's Jr., and Wendy's. Is there any difference? You know,
I don't know. Do you?
It's meat. Just like those are paid. You know what I'm saying?
But I think some of them might upset your stomach a little more than others. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sucking them all down, these painkillers right now.
Like Skittles.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get back to the 49ers at noon. They play the Green Bay Packers, 5:15. A little bit of rainy weather forecasted. Does that worry you? You know what? That's something that, all things considered, I'd rather have a sunny day if I'm the Niners.
I just think they're going to offensively take advantage of the Packers' defense, which Dallas couldn't do. And I think we come in here Monday, Stoney, talking about maybe 250 or 280 yards from Brock Purdy in the air, about 3 touchdowns. It could come from
in the rain?
Debo, yeah. I don't expect it to be close, but that's why we love football. You never know, but we know who the better team is, and it's by far. We're talking about a number 1 seed against a 7 seed. So just with that alone, those numbers tell you just how good these two teams are, and there's a gap. So we'll see.
So the Packers finished 9-8 or 10-7?
9-8.
9-8. So now they're 10-8.
Barely got in,
so
but they got in.
See, here's the thing, though. Like, and
they got him.
Right. But, and I know, of course, the Niners are the 1 seed and the Packers aren't, but Packers are, so you're telling me the Packers are 7-2. They're 7-2 over the last 9 weeks. This is where, obviously, the answer is, but maybe they're not the better team right now. We'll find out Saturday.
Well, they're not.
They just have to be the better team on Saturday.
What about the rest component? Niners been waiting 2 weeks.
The what?
The rest component. Niners, we're kind of limping around, calf, my neck, my back. Everybody's going to be back, Armstead. So the run defense will be enhanced. So, I mean, you're talking about a Niner team, Donnie, that's almost like they got new life now. They're not banged up. I just expect this. I hate to do it, but I just expect this to be a walk in the park.
Well, it has to be. If it's not a walk in the park, then it's just a playoff game.
And I don't want Green Bay to upset what I want in the Super Bowl in Vegas, which is Baltimore. I'll be watching Saturday as they host Houston, the Texans. I want Niners, Ravens. I want Christmas Day in the Super Bowl because I think those are the 2 best teams. But again, just like you said it, Josh Allen on line 1 in the AFC, Patrick Mahomes on line 2. Well, they'll knock each other out because they play, but they'll have something to say in regard to C.J. Stroud this weekend trying to prevent Baltimore from getting to the Super Bowl. But damn, Steiny, there's nothing like when the Warriors played Cleveland those years, LeBron early. You knew those were the 2 best teams. Niners, Dallas in the 90s, NFC Lakers, Celtics. It's just nothing about something about knowing that you're watching the 2 best teams.
We will. When whoever's in the Super Bowl are going to be the 2 best teams.
Whoever's
in the Super Bowl, I don't care who it is.
But an upset.
They will be the 2 best teams at the time that the teams are playing football. This is kind of what I mean. Yeah. I'm just doing it for effect, but I'm doing it. It doesn't matter that the Niners were the best team in week 14. That no longer matters, except that they earned the number 1 seed.
Well, they did that throughout the season.
Who's a better team? Who's a better team? Packers or Dallas?
Dallas. A 2 seed.
But were they last week?
No, it's the first time in history a 2 lost to a 7 seed.
Okay, so that's kind of it can happen.
But who do you think the Niners would rather play before that game kicked off last week, Dallas or Green Bay? They would take Green Bay.
I don't know.
No, what do you mean you don't know? I mean, the numbers should tell you.
But
Dallas,
my point is,
we all thought Dallas was better than the Packers.
No, but sure. But my point is they weren't, and they're not.
Yeah.
And anybody watch that game on this weekend?
Yeah, I said
the
before.
Packers are a better football team than the Cowboys, and because here's the way I look at
Sunday.
it. Right, yeah. but because of that game last Sunday, they're going to give the Niners. I don't care if they lose 60-0. Yeah. They got a better shot against the Niners than the Cowboys would have, because the Cowboys are. Something's up with the Cowboys. The Packers are good right now. They're playing good football. They've won 7 of 9. I get it. If the Niners win, or if the Niners don't win, you can't take away from their 12-5 season. But I mean, it's like the Kings last year were what? Seeded 3rd?
Yeah,
they weren't better than the Warriors. Warriors 6 seed, they beat them. They were better. When they played, the Warriors were a better team, even though they were a 6 seed. That's kind of that's the way I look at it. On something.
Well, you were almost just to that point. You almost weren't able to say that. It took 50 from Steph in a game 7 to where Sacramento almost won that series, and you wouldn't have been able to say, I felt like they were never better, but then Sac beat them in a series.
No, but the Warriors did beat them.
Yeah, I got you. But just like before kickoff. The Niners would have been like, oh, Dallas might be,
But what I'm saying is, the way I look at it right now, I get it. The Eagles were 11-6, Dallas was 12-5. But after watching those 2 games, Tampa Bay is better. They're playing better football than the Eagles. Green Bay's playing better football. They're hot.
Right.
At the right time.
The Niners are going to be able to still manipulate their weaknesses regardless of what they did against Dallas or what Dallas couldn't do to Green Bay. The Niners are going to be able to manipulate and take advantage of.
Well, they could do that against any team,
Green Bay's porous defense. Dallas couldn't do it because of whatever was going on behind closed doors or just execution. So I expect the Niners to come out, and when you put everything through the computer, you can't stop us. We're more physical than you on both sides of the ball. We're going to run it. We're going to throw it. regardless what Green Bay was able to pull off against Dallas, this is a whole different beast for Green Bay to take on a team that's ready, and I expect the Niners to be focused and legit.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. I see Austin in San Jose. Get back to the 49ers. 5:15 start on Saturday against the Green Bay Packers, and it should be a interesting game. Why? Because it's a playoff game. Is it going to rain? We'll see. We'll see. By the way, coming up in a half hour, we're going to give you an opportunity to win a Christian McCaffrey jersey. You're going to have to listen between 12:30 and 1:30. We'll tell you how. We're going to give you a keyword. We want you to text that keyword to a number, and you got a shot to win a Christian McCaffrey jersey. 888-957-9570 is the number. Talk 49ers, Packers on the other side.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Somebody make up a joke about Wilkes Booth. Yeah, he's not in the booth anymore, but John Wilkes Booth killed Abraham Lincoln. There's got to be something there.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Coming up at 1:30, Tom Silverstein. He is a beat writer for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. Covers the Packers. We're going to find out about the Packers, where they're at. Coming up at 12:30, your chance to win a Christian McCaffrey jersey. We're going to put you in the hopper, but you got to be listening between 12:30 and 1:30. We'll tell you more about that at 12:30. But if you want to take a crack at winning a Christian McCaffrey jersey, half hour down the line. Here's why I love when you just jump in.
I was just about to.
Because I was like, I got to do all that homework.
Yeah, Horace Bird, First NorCal Credit Union. Guru, give Green Bay some credit. I have, Horace. Don't be so overconfident. I'm not being overconfident. I'm just telling you, look at the point spread, and I know and recognize dominance when I see it. And that's what the Niners have been all throughout this season, Steiny, most of the time. And I expect them to be playing in Las Vegas. And I know I'm not fat-mouthing, but I expect them to beat the Packers because that's all it'll take, even if it's by 1 point. But damn, Horace, I'm just telling you the Niners are loaded. We all know this. And I think they are about to start.
What did he say?
To give Green Bay some credit. Don't be so overconfident.
Gotcha.
So when we talk to our guy from the Sentinel in Green Bay, I'll ask, like, how do the Packers win this game, Stoney? It's going to be a bad game for Purdy. You got guys talking from Green Bay that Purdy's he can make a mistake or an interception. So we'll see.
Devontae Wyatt, Green Bay Packers. Take a listen.
They're a quick pass team. They get the ball. He sees his read. He's throwing it. If we get that pressure in his face real fast and throw it off, he's going to overthrow or underthrow it, and that's like a big opportunity or anything. And he's low with the ball, so we can bat the ball down a lot.
That's defensive end Devontae Wyatt.
I like that because you got nothing to lose. But, Steiny, the truth is Purdy has the best QB passer rating against pressure. So that's not true. But if you feel that way, I ain't mad at you.
See, here's why I love words.
Go ahead.
Let me take another listen.
They're a quick pass team. They get the ball. He sees his read. He's throwing it. If we get that pressure in his face real fast and throw it off, he's going to overthrow or underthrow it, and that's like a big opportunity or anything. And he's low with the ball, so we can bat the ball down a lot.
Wow, that's as long as he believes it.
So, okay. So what he's saying is if we get pressure, we could – but Purdy could be – Purdy –
he led the NFL
this is where I'm a
with
D.
passer rating when he was pressure.
Right.
Though.
This is where I'm a D, though.
Oh, okay.
All right? But I swear to God, this is what I think of. Okay, so you're telling me that Brock Purdy led the league in passing under pressure.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Was it as good as when he passes not under pressure?
Oh,
no.
You ain't being a D.
So my point is nobody passes as well as they do under pressure as they – so even though – Brock Purdy still might be really good at it under the circumstances.
I get where you're going.
Like, you got it. Like,
he believes he got something, so that's all. That's half the battle.
You know, if Brock Purdy's under pressure, what does that have? Like, that's got nothing to do with Brock Purdy, though, right? That's the offensive line. Yeah, they've got to do the job.
Yeah, but the whole gist of it is, Stoney, is to come up, the defensive coordinator, to come up with a plan to get pressure. That's the whole, to create it. And that's to trick them, stunts, all that stuff.
What I'm saying
disguise.
Is if the Packers come up with a plan that puts pressure on Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy is under great duress, then
I just thought of the Christmas game, against the Ravens.
Right.
Yeah.
And my point is always, ain't no quarterback in the history of football was going to play well under those circumstances with that Ravens defense that particular day. Like, what's going to get the 49ers or any team beat is their quarterback's going to have an off day because some defense is going to do something, right?
Well, there's two sides.
Forces them into one or two turnovers, and it'll be at the wrong time.
Again, what if this Packer offense is rolling, Stoney, and we see Jones is able to have some success on the ground for the Packers, and the play action pass, which the Packers just were phenomenal at versus Dallas. What if that shows up? But again, I'm asking you, what do you have more confidence in? This Niner offense against this Packer D, or the Niner D against this Packer O? Mine is the same. I just think they're going to dominate both.
On paper, it looks like the 49ers are solid favorites. But
I do like him talking, though. What do you got to lose but the game?
Here's another thing. That was Devontae Wyatt.
What you got?
Your favorite tight end of all time, guy named Mark Chmura.
Yeah, he ain't my favorite.
This has everybody. Former Packer.
I got a daughter.
This is what he said here.
So do you.
This is what he said here about the game on Saturday and what you try to do. I guess some people are really up in arms about this.
But, Gabe, I go back, and it's little things like this. And the reason we won in 95 when no one gave us a chance in San Francisco is because we intimidated them. I mean, and I always revert to Wayne Simmons. Wayne Simmons kicked the crap out of Brent Jones. And then it got contagious, and then it carried over. That's why, you guys are going to think I'm crazy.
Well, we already think that, so go ahead.
A 15-yard penalty, and I don't condone this, but I kind of do in the playoffs. A 15-yard penalty for a late hit on Brock Purdy is not a bad thing, as long as it's worth it. I'm just saying, this is the mindset you go into when it's battle, and it's kind of like the reverse of hockey. What don't they do in hockey in the playoffs, Joshy?
Shave their beards?
That and one other thing.
They don't fight.
They don't fight.
Correct.
They don't fight, right? This is kind of like sometimes a 15-yard penalty is worth it early in the game if you knock the living crap out of the guy. And then he kind of like sticking your helmet in the ribs of Nick Bosa is like,
but
I'm hearing ghosts.
Go ahead. You go first, partner, because I'm conflicted.
We hear it every year.
But we're in a new world, Stoney. We're in a new. Can you say that? Like that sounded half a bounty gate. But then he said, I heard hard foul. I'll go NBA. I heard hard foul. Okay. Send a message. I get that. But are you saying what's worth it with the 15-yard flag is what? So now you're trying to hurt the guy.
Yeah, it's football.
Yeah, but.
Like this,
you're trying to be dirty, Stein.
This to me is always the
that football's
we do
over
this all the time. Like, of course, this is a discussion to me that's been exhausted a million times over. Of course, you shouldn't try to hurt a guy, but it's football, so hey, yeah, there's that gray area. We'll take a late hit if it's worth it. What does that mean, worth it? Well, it means you hurt him, but you don't permanently end his career. We do that like
that's what he was saying.
Football's a physical game. Somebody's going to get hurt. I guarantee somebody's going to get hurt.
Right. It's not. We know that, but when you go looking to hurt somebody, was that fair for him to say?
How do you go look? And it's like, I know I'm just
like if
how do you go looking not to hurt somebody when you're trying to tackle Christian
and I take
McCaffrey?
An extra two. Oh, okay. I'm saying
seriously.
I'm talking about Purdy. He gets rid of the ball, and I'm going to take extra step and a half. And hit him in the chin.
Well, somebody takes an extra
and then
step
pounce on him on the ground. Yeah, you're going to throw the flag, but man, did I jar something? Did I hurt his? It's got a dirty
football. I mean,
yeah, but you could do that in '95. It's 2024, buddy.
Let's go to Fernando in San Jose. Hey, Fernando, how you doing?
How you doing, fellas?
Nando.
That guy Shimura, I just having Guru.
What's up?
Hey, Shimura, tell Chimura go look for little girls. That's why he got busted.
Yeah, Chimura, Fernando.
Hey, whatever. Hey, I didn't say it, but he's a dirtbag. You're right.
Yeah, Chimura got himself into some trouble years back.
Looked like he bounced back.
I agree. Like this. Okay. Yeah. Now this is probably inside baseball. Yeah. But 408 Stein, he stopped playing that stupid sound. That's the first time I played it, but I agree. Like. That's stupid. Like, and there's always a Neanderthal or two.
Yeah.
Like I agree.
I'm not mad at you.
Like, go try. Like, seriously, football is such a. Go try to hurt somebody and keep your mouth shut. You don't have to tell people you're going to take a cheap shot. Go take a cheap shot. It's
I'm with
football.
you.
It's not hard to do.
Yeah.
It's not hard to hit somebody
I am totally
late.
with you.
So that's just.
But again, he was
I
talking.
agree.
Yeah.
408. I'm not playing that stupid clip anymore. You're right.
It ain't like a Packer player said.
Okay, let's go to pep rally. Let's go to the pep rally. Mike in San Jose. Packers have no chance. How come, Mike? Why?
Well, this is why. If the Packers want to play that game of, we'll injure your guys, they don't really want to play that game with SF, man. We got so many dogs on this team, and we're so deep that if we really want to do that and play that dirty game, we can send somebody in there and take out whoever we want on their team. We are completely overmatched. They are undermatched. We are a mismatch for them, and that's just all there is to it. If we stick to our guns, we got this game by at least 10 points.
You know what, Mike? Get back to Chamorro. Even though he played in the NFL, he's just an idiot talking on the radio. Seriously, you want to talk about something that's no more or less important than something you or me would say.
Yeah. And you're right. Keep your mouth shut if that's what your intent was.
Okay,
you get a 15-yard flag if it's worth it.
Okay,
what are we talking about?
Then go try to hurt Brock Purdy.
Yeah, come on, man.
Go try to hurt him. I mean, if you're a defense, okay, like this is the part that if you're a defense, isn't the goal to hit a guy as cleanly as possible and then knock him out of the game?
No doubt about it.
Okay, so go knock guys out of the game. It's football. That's the name of the game. Knock guys out. Knock guys out of the game as long as it's within the rules.
How'd you guys feel about the Lions defensive back that took out Tyler Higbee over the weekend?
I thought
he went
that was
low
dirty,
and tore his ACL.
Yeah.
Like, that's a legal hit.
I thought that's.
Did you see the quarterback reaction?
Most of these are going to be gray areas. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But I didn't think that was overly. I didn't think it was.
Kirby Joseph was the player.
Yeah. Like, I didn't say, oh, my God, that's so dirty, it's unbelievable.
Stafford did.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
When you saw it?
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like,
Evan?
man.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of places he could have hit him.
Man.
And he put his shoulder into his knee.
Gotcha.
I think that's dirty.
And what did Stafford say? We've seen it on tape. We've seen it on tape.
Like, he is a smaller guy, but...
And it is kind of hard, too, man. You're trying to get a dude to the ground. Where do I... You know what I mean? Where do I hit him? Can't hit him upstairs anymore. Oh.
Let's go to Austin in San Jose.
Austin.
Let's talk a little bit about Jordan Love. What's up, Austin? How are you?
What's up? What's up, fellas? Hey, good show, man. Listen, Guru, man, let's back off the Niners got this game talk, man. This is complete. If you watch the Dallas game, did Love look like he was? I mean, you got to give this guy more respect, man. And you also got to give more respect to Dallas because it wasn't like Dallas had a chump defense. Love, I'm telling you, I believe that kid is special. He was throwing off of one leg. He's got a strong arm. My prediction, I tell you what, the Niners better get to him early because if he gets comfortable, it's going to be a long game. And you guys keep talking about, Guru keeps talking about how physical the Niners are. Well, the other guys are physical too.
No, Austin.
And as far as
go ahead.
What's that?
No, I was I was just saying the Niners. Listen, Dallas was a one-trick pony. It was Dak to CeeDee Lamb. You come here and take on this Niner defense. They're fourth in passing, third in rushing, fourth in total yards. My point is they got so many ways to skin a cat. And then defensively, Dallas had no linebackers. They were all hurt. They had no thumpers. That was just an F. They put in an F effort. But I'm telling you, Austin, with you real quick, and I told Bonte this, Jordan Love is a baller. But what they got to slay this week, Saturday, I'm saying show me. I understand it's football, but come on, man. The line is 9 points for a reason. That had nothing to do with it, but Austin, it ain't just me. This is a tall task for Green Bay.
But it's two different seasons.
Okay.
You can't take what you did into the regular season. Listen to Brian Mitchell this morning, and he said the same thing. He said the second season, he said the playoffs are a different game, and what Steiny said earlier, it's not about what you did during the season. It's about who's playing the best down the stretch. And Steiny's right. If they beat the Niners, they're the best team, man. I'm sorry to tell you that. That's all I got.
Appreciate it, Austin. Here's my question too. And why do we always do this?
Love Austin.
If what's the line? What is the line right now for the Packers 49er game? Because I saw 8 yesterday.
9 or 10.
Okay, 9.
Yeah,
Let's use 9.
Yeah. True.
If the San Francisco 49ers win 20-10, That's not going to be good enough for anybody. That's not going to be good enough for anybody, even though they will have covered the spread.
Well,
I'm telling you right now, if the Niners win 20-10, 49er fans are not like that's what I'm getting at. That's right, but that's what Austin's talking about. Like if you win 20-10, like you're not going to just go into the playoffs and win 37-3.
Right.
Like if you win 20-10, you will have accomplished the game and covered the spread.
Yeah.
So it's like that's all you got to. But 20-10 is not a blowout.
Well,
in fact, 20-10 could be damn competitive.
Right, no doubt.
So that's why when we say, like, okay, let's put the pressure. Steiny, the 49ers, they're going to win this game. I think they're going to handle. Do you think they're going to handle the 49ers? I'm sorry, the 49ers are going to handle the.
I do.
What's it look like?
I'll tell you what. I think it's.
And I know. Give me the prediction tomorrow.
30, but I'll tell you this: if it's 20-10,
okay,
I'll come in here and still tell you I think the Niners are going to win the Super Bowl and give Green Bay love for keeping the game that close.
They didn't keep it that close. The 49ers covered the spread.
Right. It was 20, but 20-10 is a close game to me.
But so you're expecting the Niners to win 30-3?
I'm going off of your scenario. I am. But if it's 20-10, I'm giving credit. I'm not just going to come. The Niners are going to host the NFC Championship game. So all it is about advancing. It ain't about spread. But to answer your question, I would come in here and tell you and the masses, damn, Green Bay did put some respect on their name. That was a valiant effort, but it was a close game. I'm not going to say, I think differently.
But 9 is a big spread. It's a big spread.
Yeah, and the Niners would have covered that if they win by 10.
Right. But I guarantee what I'm saying is, and I dare anybody, like if they come in and they win 20-10, we will be talking about more trouble than good. Even though the Niners will have covered the spread in a playoff game against an opponent. That's all I'm saying.
Talking about whoever they play next week to go to the Super Bowl. That's what I think we would be talking about.
So if the 49ers win 20-10, they will have exceeded the expectations of an objective third party in Vegas. So that's where all I'm getting at is that's where Austin's coming from. Everybody's talking like this is 31-7.
Okay.
They're going to handle them.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, if the Niners win 20-10, they will have exceeded Vegas prediction. So why are people expecting 31-10? Like, why is that on the table?
Because we've seen the Packers lose to Mr. DeVito at quarterback for the New York Football Giants, albeit regular season, and they just snuck in and they're hot. But
they're 7-2 in their last 9, which I think is exactly what the Niners are.
But but now you're coming on the road to play the Niners to advance.
If the Niners, I'll tell you right now, if the Niners come in and
we're going to give our predictions tomorrow because I was about to blow it.
If the Niners beat the Packers 20-10, we're going to come in here Monday and say this team's got trouble.
Oh, how can we?
Watch.
They're on a quest to go to the Super Bowl, Steiny.
Watch.
I mean, we're going to talk about the game. You're right.
Watch. If they win 20-10, okay, the defense is good, but Brock Purdy throws 2 interceptions and they win 20-10 because McCaffrey was able to run the ball, well, we are not coming in here on Monday saying, I love what we saw this weekend.
Oh, no. Okay.
Even though they will have covered the spread.
But give me this then. And you'll be right if you say that. Boy, Guru, that was closer than they thought. I don't know. The offense was kind of shaky. But are you going to take it to the point to where whoever they end up playing, if the Niners win, Tampa Bay or Detroit, you're not going to just go off of what we saw against Green Bay. We're going to go off the whole enchilada of what we think the Niners are, and Green Bay played the hell of a game.
What I'm saying is, if the San Francisco, I don't care what happens after, if the San Francisco 49ers beat the Green Bay Packers 20-10 on Saturday, we will come in here Monday and we will not be 49er fans will not be happy about how it came down. Even though the 49ers will have covered the spread and, in theory, played a damn good game to beat a playoff team by more than the spread. What this is, what I'm telling you is, it's like with the Warriors. Why do 49er fans think this is going to be 34-7?
Because we believe they're a better team than Green Bay.
Okay, and that's what Austin is saying. He's saying, what, like,
where was Austin?
Why do you,
Austin?
like,
where was
I don't
he
think
last
the 49ers,
Friday
I don't think the Niners are going to win 34.
Dallas. That's what I don't like. Now you're after the fact. You didn't
Well,
call,
that's right.
And Austin, you didn't call with that energy. You didn't call about Jordan Love.
New information.
But I'm saying you're going off of something, a victory. You didn't dare call us talking about they could take Dallas to the wire. That's all. So it's easy now to call and say, hey, watch out for Jordan Love after they shocked the world. But where was that call last Friday? Nobody would have made it because nobody gave Green Bay a chance.
Right, but now you see them and they're like, wow, they've won 7 of 9.
But I don't believe Kyle will let his team belly flop like the fat man did in Dallas.
I mean,
that's just me.
That is like that doesn't give. That's what Austin's talking about. I don't believe Kyle Shanahan will let the 49ers belly flop. Like, okay, that gives no credit to what the Packers did to the Packers. That's kind of what he means. I mean, you're saying you're giving the Packers no credit for what they did to the Cowboys. You're blaming it all on whatever you're pissed about. But no, and
I just don't believe I know it's just apples and oranges. Green Bay gets credit for what they did. I think they won by default. I still believe Dallas is better than Green Bay. But it don't matter because Green Bay's playing.
And if the Packers win this weekend, you're going to change your mind on that.
Oh, dude, it would be Mike Tyson and Buster Douglas.
Right,
when Buster Douglas beat Tyson.
That's all he did. Well, no, it wouldn't. But
a 1 seed against a 7, you kind of got to David and Goliath, Steiny. What I mean, I'm asking
Buster Douglas was the biggest favorite of any heavyweight champion over a fight. Like,
what are you talking about?
I'm talking about
against Tyson.
Yeah,
but that 1 against 7 is come on. Shamana against Virginia.
No, it's not. See, like it's not. That you're saying 1 against 7 is like a Division 1 team against a Division 2 team.
Well,
come on, that's crazy. That's that.
All right, give me this. There's a gap, Steiny. And there's
expectations
with
better.
1 and 7.
No doubt.
You take out the
Absolutely.
Okay, right.
Absolutely. There's somebody explained sports betting to Steiny. Yeah. Okay. So if to me, isn't it stand to reason? Let's say it's a 10-point.
Yeah,
49ers are favored by 10. Doesn't that mean if the 49ers win 21-10 that
they
most people? Yeah, exactly. They cover.
But what I think you're trying to say is the fans' line is 20. Like I think it's going to be 31-7. That's the fans' line is.
And I guess I will just say
I think it's going to be a big
Austin's. I will just use. Why do you think it's going to be 31-7 when Vegas is saying it looks like a 9-point line? Austin's saying they're saying 9. I just watched the Packers. They're pretty good. They've won 7 of 9. We know that the 49ers are a juggernaut. Yes, we do. We're not going to But 31-7 in a playoff game is
would you be shocked if we come in here Monday and that was the score? No, I don't think you would.
But
you'd be like Green Bay, valiant effort. You shocked Dallas, good season.
I wouldn't be shocked, but I'm not. But I'm not expecting I'm not expecting the 49ers to win a playoff game by 25 points tomorrow or Saturday.
Okay.
I mean, could they? Yeah, and I could bet on them, and then they could win by 35 or 25, and I win the bet. But I'm not doing
I just think the talent gap is that big, Steiny.
And see, so you're saying you expect the Niners to win 34-7, but if they come in and they win 20-10, we'll be all fine. No chance.
It won't deter me from picking them against whoever they play the next week.
Well, of course it could.
No,
what if Purdy gets hurt?
Well, breaks down.
But what if Purdy throws 3 interceptions?
That changes everything. But I don't think that's going to happen.
You're almost guaranteeing that you won't change your mind, no matter how the Niners win. But I thought you reacted. We'll talk about it the other side. It's about 30. Hold on. We're giving away in the next hour a Christian McCaffrey. Well, the contest continues. Giving away Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey on 95.7 The Game. You're going to have a chance to qualify on the other side. A reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. One more time, your opportunity to win an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey coming up in the next hour on 95.7 The Game. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Bonte Hill on the morning road. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Watch yourself.
What's that?
What?
That documentary you and he tell me?
Man on Wire.
No, the one about prison. You tell me. Attica. What is it?
Oh, Attica.
Attica.
Yeah.
If we were in the little cell, I would just mop you around the whole
problem,
thing. You don't ever talk to me like that. I was saying coming back. That's my thing to Evan. And Evan, he thought I was talking about him.
By the way, you have no idea how I scrap, bro.
I was talking to Steiny, though.
You have no idea how
I was talking to you because
no, I was just messing around. Like
So
you
was
were
I.
No, you were.
I go coming back,
right? And I gave Goo a mean look, like I was really mad about. Like I was like, "What are you doing?" And then he thought I was serious, and he went Malcolm X.
Speaking of Man on Wire, Steiny, you have been towing the line of when we're getting back from
that's a
commercial.
5. That's a 5.
I'm serious, though.
Did you do that on purpose?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm serious. This comes in like 5 seconds left.
Yeah, you changing.
No, what? I think the breaks are shorter or something.
Hey, can I tell you and Evan and the listeners?
You know what?
a
Everybody
story?
wants to talk to me in the break.
Boy. Yeah.
Hey, Jay.
Tell me
Any
what's
chance you could? Nah. Kenny Wardell's going to do it. Somebody's going to bring that coffee in for me.
I'm too embarrassed to ask somebody to do it, but no,
so
good
hold
for
on.
you.
So I'm getting coffee in between break, and because I had to use the men's room, and because I had a conversation with some people in sales, I'm running a little late. Like, it's not a jerk move to ask somebody to walk 10 steps. Any chance you could bring that coffee in? I have to be on the radio.
Yeah. But if you handled your business from as soon as break started, you wouldn't have to lean on anybody.
How about the way, like, people just
gravitate?
Nobody.
Oh, boy.
You know what? No,
Look at
there
my
he is,
boy,
Kenny.
Kenny.
My man, Kenny. Legend. Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
He's just saying that, Kenny.
It's 2 I owe you. Yay!
Look at you. Hey, back to me real quick.
Boy, did I make an unbelievable point last segment. It was pretty amazing.
Really
Go ahead, though.
So, lovely Mia gave me an Apple Watch for Christmas.
Oh.
And we did a exchange with her nieces and nephews on Christmas. We all opened the gifts together.
Oh.
We thought
nice.
somebody stole the Apple Watch because we couldn't find it. Guess what happened? Somebody had took it and put it in their bag. And they just now realized that they had it in the bag. So we were saying, did somebody break in the house? Where's the watch? And we found it.
Good for you guys.
Yeah, no doubt.
See? Always
I feel
assume
good.
Always assume good intent.
Well, you're
By
right.
the way, you got to listen in the next hour if you want a shot to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey framed. Sometime in the next hour, you're going to be given a shot with a keyword. Text the keyword to a number, and you got a shot to win Christian McCaffrey's autographed jersey. It's framed. It's a nice piece of swag. There's no doubt about it, but you got to be listening between now and 1:30.
Ooh. I didn't like your energy on my story.
Which one?
We found the watch. Yeah.
Because I'm not a real host, sometimes things that I have to deal with, I don't deal with as seamlessly as guys like Mark Willard. And,
what do you think you do differently than the other guys?
I can't process things. I'm
my
like,
God.
I'm like a quarterback.
You sound like Dak.
Dude, Evan knows.
My mind's going faster than my
Actually, my mind isn't going
that's
fast.
What Dak said.
I'm going way too slow.
I never heard you. No, you're good. Steiny, you're an original, man.
Dude, Evan came in the other day and said, I'm going to do that.
Poor Evan, if he ever wrote a book.
Evan's been, I don't know if I'm more annoyed with him or him with me.
We do have a lot this week. I'll definitely cut you slack.
Thank you. Just to pull the curtain back a little. It was about halfway through the show yesterday. I butchered something.
Shout out,
And Evan came in with the most plaintive look on his face. There was no malice.
I know the look.
There was no malice. There was no anger. And he put his hands together. If you can see me on YouTube, he went like this, Goo. And he goes, "How can I help you?"
Oh, my God.
How
and he meant
can I help you?
I heard
and I said, "It's all on me." He's given me the formula.
Yeah, change the playbook. Oh boy.
Let's go to Fabian in Maryland. Get this show on the road. What's up? What's up, Fabian? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Actually, I wanted to call in real quick just to say I agree with you, Steiny, about if the score was 20-10, Niner fans wouldn't be happy. Like, for example, that happened after the Commanders game. We had like a 17-point win, and then after the next week following that game, it was just all conversations about what a disappointing win that was. And, I thought that was crazy because, yeah, sure, we maybe gave up a big player or two or something here and there. But to walk away with a 17-point win is pretty good. So I do think a 20-10 win wouldn't be good enough. To be honest, to me, it would be a little bit of a letdown because when we win, we usually win by a big margin. But I'll take a 20-10 win all day.
And I'll tell you what, caller, how about this? We're too late in the game, right? As far as a Niner fan to be style point wins, like just get to the advance.
But no, that's what
advance.
Go ahead. Are you still there, Fabian? I'll give you a shot.
No. That's pretty much all I had to say.
Appreciate the call, buddy. Thanks for listening to Maryland on that Odyssey app.
Yeah, Stoney, to hell with. That's why I was like, he really means that 20-10. People be like, oh, that wasn't our best ever. But as long as you advance.
Right, but you're not going to be that way. You're not going to be that way. I'm here to tell you that.
Well, it's hard to talk about a 20-10. Well, the bottom line is you won.
But what you if
you're telling me Purdy threw 4 picks like you brought up or 3, then okay, we'll talk about that. But come on.
You said to me if the 49ers came in and won 20-10, I would come in here Monday and still say they're going to the Super Bowl and they're going to win it.
No doubt.
But why would you say that
because
when you're?
I don't think Green Bay is getting their attention. That's what I'm saying. It's mental.
Just talk
But you need to do that to me because you want to make me say something I'm not.
Did you think the 49ers Super Bowl chances were any different after they got beat by the Ravens?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a smidgen.
Okay.
Right.
So if the 49ers get beat, they beat the Packers, but they don't look good, but they beat them.
Okay.
I think it's very possible we could come in here on Monday and say, this is going to be a lot harder than people think. This is like, they you know what? They may need even a little luck to win it all. Right. Like, I think that's very possible if they're not impressive I'll take a damn 2019 win. I wonder.
And my only point to you, Steiny, and it's supposed to be harder each round is, I hadn't brought this up all week. And I don't expect this to be the case, but I think it was the case last week in Texas with the team with the star on their helmet. I don't think I don't think the Packers get the Niners juices going as if it were the Rams or the teams that they're going to face further down the road. So if they won 20-10, I would come in here and be like, no excuses. But I'd be like, you know what? The Niners weren't up for that game. And you can look at me like, are you bat crazy? How can you not be up for a playoff game? But that's how I'm telling you I believe the discrepancy is between the talent gap between the Packers and the Niners.
So if the 49ers won on Saturday just because of a talent gap, but they were out like, what if they have the same kind of effort as the Cowboys against the Packers, but they're good enough to beat the Packers?
Well, I would come in here and say, boy, that wasn't their best, that wasn't their A game. But Steiny, efforts like that, and I see what you're doing, but efforts like that, you don't win. You know what I mean? It would be a loss. That's how pathetic that was, I believe.
I'm just saying, if and you know what's funny? You know I'm right, Niner fans. Not all of you. Of course, a lot of you would. I'm talking about the straight out fanatics. You come in here and win 20-10. You win 20-10. Okay, McCaffrey has McCaffrey rushes 23 times for 122 yards. He scores 2 touchdowns. Brock Purdy goes 16 for 26.
Yep.
No touchdowns, 2 picks, 192 yards. There is absolutely, positively no way we're coming in Monday and saying, nothing to see here. We are still.
Well, we would be talking about those two with Brock. We would be talking about Brock more than anything.
Well, exactly.
If there were no touchdowns, 2 picks, then we'd be like, well, the game.
Well, that's my point. And then we're going to say, well, maybe they're not head and shoulders better than everybody like we thought they were better than everybody. David Campbell, worried about the rain.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Dave? How you doing, buddy? David Campbell is worried about the rain. Hey.
Good morning. It's going to rain, and that thing's just going to negate the speed that the 49ers are bringing to the game. And also, I don't know what kind of traction your running backs are going to have. Warner and Greenlaw, they've been hacking people out of bounds and beating the hell out of people all year. So let's not be surprised when you have to take your own medicine. Sorry to make you laugh. But Purdy's going to be forced to throw out of the hash marks. When you throw outside the hash marks, his ball sails. So things are going to happen, and I don't want you to be surprised and start crying on Monday when the 49ers go down. Thank you, brother.
No, thank you, Dave. You don't sound like a Niner fan.
He was objective.
No, I'm a fan of sports.
Me too.
I love sports. You like sports?
I love it, Dave. I love
You know what
sports more than the
happens when you
teams.
throw outside the hash marks? You know what happens when you throw outside the hash marks? Your ball sails. That's what's going to happen. I'm just telling you. Go make yourself some money.
Well, he said, yeah. Well,
thanks, Dave. Appreciate it, buddy.
Middle of the field. That's where I think they're going to kill. Like Green Bay killed Dallas. I think the Niners are going to do that to Green Bay. I can't wait, man. We're just 40 hours away. You don't even know where you're watching.
I just can't get over. We're going to the wow. I don't think we're giving enough credit to the field. Or you are.
Well, just in this instance, I don't believe this is where. Like, I just don't see how we got
That's
our guests
fair.
coming up.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But okay, what do you see? Let's just
now Detroit comes in here.
Yeah.
And they're up and coming, and they got Jared Goff, who's played in the Super Bowl.
That game's going to be close. That game's going to be like
I believe they would give the Niners a
42-9.
better game than the Packers. I could be totally wrong, but that's how I feel. And that's what we do every day.
But
Monday
be
through
honest.
Friday, 10 to 2.
Be honest. Just
I'm always honest.
Here's what you're expecting.
Well, that one time.
49ers, something like 35-10.
Yeah.
Okay. NFC Championship. I think you're expecting Lions. I think you're thinking
I could see
27-10.
No, 31-20, maybe 31-24.
Okay, but 31-20.
Yeah, and if the Lions were to pull off the upset, I wouldn't be like, that's Tyson and Buster Douglas.
And all I'm saying is I'm here to tell you that
I'm looking at
the expectation that the Niners are going to win their first playoff game by 3 touchdowns and their second playoff game by 10 points, while it is certainly within the realm of possibility, those are unbelievably high standards. Right. Not only are you winning playoff games, you're
good,
drowning
man.
your first round opponent, and then the second one you're totally handling.
Now, I know the Niners weren't the number one seed last year.
It's happened.
Philly was, but they beat Dallas by a touchdown, 19-12, and then they manhandled Seattle, in the wild card round at home, losing at half, Steiny. And we know what happened in Philly.
By the way, coming up in the next 30 to 45 minutes, your chance to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. But you got to be listening between now and 1:30. Bottom line is this: in the next 10 or 15 minutes, I am going to give you a keyword. I'm going to ask you to keyword that to a text number. Text that keyword to a certain number. You do that, you're in the hopper for an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. It's framed. It's nice.
And we got Ross
Tucker
about
5 or
10
10 minutes.
Yep, at
yes,
1
sir.
o'clock. We're going to hit him with Philly first because he's been quiet on the set. Or we'll finesse our way into it.
Well, I don't know.
Because you'll start.
No, why don't you start it? You can hit him if you want.
With Philly?
I don't care.
Well, Sirianni's coming back. Ain't nothing to see here.
Let's go to Mike in Hayward.
Mikey.
Hey, Mike, how you doing, buddy? What's going on?
All right. My favorite guys, I just love to hear you guys every day, especially Guru. He's too much. I just love it.
Guy.
You're right about that.
And the only thing is, look, Guru, 9-point spread is about right because Green Bay Packers ain't no chumps, okay? They beat the Cowboys. They scored 48 points on the Cowboys, okay?
All right.
So, 9-point spread is good. I think the only advantage that we have is that we're better, but we had a week to rest, so that's a little bit of advantage. But when it comes to the playoffs, every team that gets in there, they balling.
Okay.
So it's going to be a dog-out fight for us to keep the lead and all that. But I think we win, but I think the margin is going to be a little closer than the 9-point spread.
Do you think I'm disrespecting Green Bay? Because it's more of just giving flowers to what I believe.
No, but you underestimate how Dallas is a good team. They scored 48. You scored 48 points on any team and a playoff team? Come on, man. Right. You got to give it up.
And maybe he's on to something, Stoney. Maybe I'm blinded to what they did to
I'm fine.
Okay, yeah. Maybe I always have your back. But I guess it's just I think they won that game by default, man. So you got it. It's ice cream cone. But maybe that's what I missed, and I just don't think they're going to come here and have that success that they had against Dallas, man. Because Kyle Shanahan's teams, more often than not, in the playoffs, Donnie, are Butler.
I didn't do this one.
Yeah, I know. But if you can keep going, just keep going.
I actually don't want to. I want to walk out of the studio.
It's like an ice cream cone. Just keep going.
Let's go to let's go to Antonio in Oakland. Antonio. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Yeah,
hey, dog.
The Niners are going to win by 2 touchdowns. I think they're just better than, the Packers. You might as well play that song by Vince McMahon. No chance. That's what you got. No chance in hell. Because they can't beat us. We're stacked, man. I mean, Jordan Love's an excellent quarterback, but is he Michael Jordan Love? Remember when Michael Jordan scored 63 against the stacked Boston Celtics? Yeah. Well, Jordan Love's going to have to score. He's going to have a big game like that.
They lost that game, Antonio.
And he won't do it.
No, but he's saying Love can put up those numbers.
I'm distracted.
Yeah.
And still lose.
Oh,
still lose. So, Niners 31-17, baby.
Oh.
So he said 2 touchdowns.
That's close, according to 49er fans. I'm just saying.
We'll go behind enemy lines here in the 1 o'clock hour when we have our guests.
I don't like to do that, by the way.
The enemy lines?
Well, because he's a beat writer, so he's...
But he'll be honest.
Right. That means he's not the enemy. An enemy would be like going to talk to Mark Chmura, who played for the Packers, and he's going to say, oh, yeah, the Packers are better than you guys, and Nick Bosa is overrated.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that my main man, the beat writer Tom Silverstein, tells it like it is. Yeah. Objectivity to me is the key word. You want to do it? McCaffrey. You want to give out the word? Let's do it. Here we go. Here's your first opportunity of the hour to win a Christian McCaffrey jersey. Text the word RED, R-E-D, to 20357. That's 20357. If you want a chance to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey, text the word RED, R-E-D, to 20357 between now and 1:30, and you will be in the contest to win a Christian McCaffrey signed jersey, framed, great for the man cave or the woman cave. RED, R-E-D, to 20357. I'll give you some more of that information in the next 5 minutes or so. You have till 1:30 to text RED to 20357.
Bam.
There you go on 95.7 The Game. So Sirianni's back and McCarthy's back. You're not happy about McCarthy. And Sirianni, to me, if you're bringing him back, you know what that better tell you? That he wasn't the problem.
Oh, no, man. Whatever he said to his bosses, they believed.
I wonder if so Dallas has to believe McCarthy's not the problem, right?
Yep.
I was just thinking out loud. Just thinking out loud about the coaching situation. I'll ask you this, Goo. What quarterback other than Mahomes do you give the best chance to win a Super Bowl?
Lamar Jackson.
Because the other 7 have not won it.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson. I want to say Josh Allen, but it's Lamar Jackson's, Donnie. And what they did to San Francisco on Christmas night, although a regular season game was impressive to me nonetheless. So right now, he's went to the lab. He's worked on his game. He's keeping his eyes downfield. They got a defense. They're physical or just as physical as the Niners. But I'm telling you guys, that win on Christmas went a long way for me to where I pointed to him. That is the team that I want to see in the Super Bowl against the Niners because I don't think any team left in the NFC is up to snuff. The Niners are the best team, so let's see both teams get down. But I know there's a lot before that happens, and it starts Saturday at 5.
Where was I yesterday talking to somebody, and they said, oh, it's the best sports weekend of the year. 2 games on Saturday, 2 games on Sunday. Guru, yes or no?
I'm going to say no because give me where's Major League Baseball? October, when you got baseball.
Oh, my God. that takes away from a weekend.
I know, but the best is when you got a little bit of everything.
No, you don't mean that.
No, I love this weekend, but this ain't the wife.
I'm giving you an opportunity to watch 1 baseball or 2 baseball games, Saturday, Sunday, or 4 NFL games.
Well, that's different. I take the 4 NFL games. I'm saying.
Well, that's why it's the best sports weekend. There's 2 NFL games Saturday, 2 on Sunday. And you know what? If you want to watch some NBA games, that's there. If you want to watch Dalton Knecht at Tennessee, that's there. This is the best sports weekend of the year.
No, I ain't buying it.
But you can't name me any better.
I just said October. When you got the World Series.
Nobody cares about baseball, including you anymore.
Evan and I do.
You're putting up a fight for something I know you don't believe in.
I just wish they had a salary cap. I hate what's going on, but yeah.
888-957-9570. You know it's the best sports weekend of the year. It is. Come on, Gil.
I hate that.
What are we doing here?
That wasn't organic from you. You read it, and then now you feel it.
That's because I wrote it in my preparation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought somebody Harriet gave that to you.
Packers versus 49. I always put the Packers versus 49ers, 5:15. I put the facts.
No, I got you.
Right.
But last weekend we had multiple games on too, even though one got
but
postponed.
the stakes are higher this week, and the teams are better.
I need some baseball.
Yeah, I have the idea of taking a late hit penalty or going at a player's knees.
All right.
Best sports weekend of the year, yes or no? Texans-Ravens, 1:30 Saturday. Packers, 49ers. Would you really fire a coach who's had 3 straight 12-5 seasons?
Oh, my gosh. Hell yes.
Even though the coach before him coached for 9 years and made the playoffs a total of 3 times, Danny Garrett or whatever his name is. Leaf Garrett. Who was the coach before? Who was the coach before? Leaf Garrett?
Jason.
Jason Garrett. Yeah. Jason Garrett. Sirianni, 34-17. Was he going to get fired?
No, he went to a bowl. I could see him coming back.
Sirianni.
Team to the Super Bowl, yeah.
Well, he is coming back.
Yeah, no, that's why I said I have no problem with that.
Is that official on Sirianni?
Yeah, Stoney, they're looking for offensive coordinator.
All right. 888-957. Well, you know what? Don't worry about the number right now, and I'll tell you why. Is because we got Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. Also on the other side, I'll give you the word again, to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. I will do that on the other side. Coming up next on the Boxer and Gerson guest line, Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker.
Anyone with a license to practice law can represent you when you've been injured. Any lawyer can call the insurance company and try to...
Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I'm a Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, on the line right now is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. It is the Boxer and Gerson guest line. What's up, Ross? How you doing, man?
Ross.
I am doing fantastic. I hope you guys are doing great. Steiny, great article in the local paper, man. I loved it.
Oh, thank you.
What article?
Thank you very much. I'll tell you later.
Wow, Ross, you got to tell us what article.
Oh, he got a whole feature about Steiny still loves talking sports and the Reading with the main Reading beat writer.
Oh my goodness! I love Ross. Thank you, Ross. Wow.
Thank you, Ross. I appreciate that.
I don't think Steiny. Guru, I don't know if he mentioned you at all.
I'm a tend to bet my name wasn't in there, Ross.
Unfortunately, they did have to put the show name in one time, but I told them not to do it till the end. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, listen, let me ask you this first, because all season long, from the start of it, it's 49ers, Eagles, Cowboys. They were a jumble, and then the 49ers. Let's just start with the Eagles. What happened?
Yeah, honestly, I do a minute social media thing every morning called the Ross Report, talking about the Eagles, and that was my report this morning, what happened. And the answer is, guys, I have no idea.
Man.
The only thing I do know is that everything changed after the Niners game. If you think about it, going into that game, not only were they 10-1, but I think the 4 games before that, I might be off here, but I think the 4 games before that, they had beaten the Dolphins, the Cowboys, the Chiefs, and the Bills. So the Eagles were 10-1, and they had 4 really impressive wins in a row.
Yep.
And what struck me about the Niners game, if you guys remember, the Eagles actually dominated the first quarter. The Niners had 2 3-and-outs.
Yeah.
The Eagles controlled the ball and went all the way up and down the field, but they had to settle for 2 field goals. And then whatever the final score was, 44-6 or whatever crazy score was. But I don't know, man. They were not the same team after that. It was like the 49ers stole their soul. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't know if they lost confidence or what, and they played Dallas the next week. And I thought against the Niners, they had just run out of gas. It was a tough stretch. They had played Buffalo in overtime the week before. The Niners were coming off, extra time after Thanksgiving or whatever. So I thought, okay. But they kind of never got their groove back. They got beat down by the Cowboys the next week. Then they lost a close one to Seattle. The only game they won after that was Tommy DeVito on Christmas against the Giants. I don't know. I think I used the expression that they lost their stinger. They objectively were not a well-coached team down the stretch. Defensively, they were a mess. Offensively, they couldn't pick up the blitz. It was absolutely stunning because I really thought Eagles, Cowboys, and Niners clearly the 3 best teams, and also really believed that they would that it'd probably be the Eagles and the Niners in the NFC Championship game again, and I was looking forward to it.
Yeah, so was I, Ross. I got to tell you this. I think I told you, I root for Dallas. I'm a Cowboy fan, man, and I still will never forget this game for the rest of my life against the Packers. And I'm having problems processing the Packers doing or having the same success because I believe that was a monumental, complete failure from Dan Quinn to McCarthy to Dak, that there's no way. And Green Bay's a good story. I love. But you're not going to come here Saturday and I believe have success on the ground, or better yet, stopping this Niner offense. Am I wrong to look at it that way?
Yeah, so first of all, because a lot of people are talking about which collapse is worse, the Cowboys or the Eagles. The answer is definitely the Eagles.
Oh.
The Cowboys, anything can happen in a one-game scenario, right? you said it. I mean, Dan Quinn, I had Greg Cosell on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast this morning, NFL Films legend, and he said that Dan Quinn basically totally changed the Cowboys' defense for this game.
He did.
They were a single high, middle of the field safety, man-to-man team almost the whole year, and he decided that Gilmore hadn't been quite as good, and Deron Bland isn't great in man-to-man coverage. He kind of guesses a lot. So they basically went from playing the most single high, middle of field safety, man-to-man coverage of any team all year, and they went away from it. And they got torched, and they had communication issues and stuff. So I bring it up just to say, like, it was a really bad loss for the Cowboys. It was terrible. We know all that, right? But anything can happen in a one-game scenario. I mean, I was surprised the Texans destroyed the Browns like that. I mean, anything can happen in these one-game situations. The Eagles was like a 2-month thing.
Yeah,
I mean, they couldn't fix it. I will say the Packers are so young that it's like they don't know any better. They're young, they're talented, they're fresh. Love is a star. And so that gives them a chance, but no, I don't think the Niners will make the same mistake. I don't think, I mean, the three key people for the Cowboys being, well, I'll say four. I'll say Dak, Dan Quinn, Mike McCarthy, and Micah Parsons.
No, there you go.
All had bad games at the same time. Wow. I mean, it's kind of remarkable. I don't think that's going to happen to the Niners. You know, I think they are refreshed, ready to go. And I'd like to think if you're the Niners, and maybe it doesn't make a difference, but I'd like to think, man, now they should really be licking their chops, right? About the possibilities for them. You know, the NFC looks like it would be a heck of a lot easier for them now.
Yeah, for sure. Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. You can hear him also on the Ross Tucker podcast. Let me ask you this. You know how we watch every 49er game out here, but we don't watch everybody else. What's the biggest difference between the Packers team that started 3-6 and the Packers team that's won 7 of 9?
Well, when they were 3-6, they're so young, guys. I mean, they've got, all of their – I've never seen anything like it. All of their receivers and tight ends are in their first or second year. It's probably too late now, but if you're into buying stock, you should have bought stock in the Packers because they're going up the next few years. So I think what happened is earlier in the year, they had guys making rookie mistakes or young mistakes. They had guys not necessarily always on the same page with Jordan Love because of the youth and inexperience. They were not good on defense. They're still not great on defense, although they now have had back-to-back good games against the Bears and the Cowboys on that side of the ball. But the biggest thing I think is, Jordan Love has kind of settled in. He made his mistakes the first half of the year. They all made their mistakes, really, the first half of the year, and they've been much better since then.
Ross, you played this game, and Steiny and I were batting this around earlier, but Packers' Devontae Wyatt, he made some comments about, getting pressure onto Brock Purdy. He's always throwing off, or it's behind them, or short or overthrown, and maybe they could get a turnover. I mean, I know the Cinderella story is Green Bay, but if you're a Packer teammate, do you like this? Or do you think if you're Brock Purdy, you're like, who? And that'll just add fuel to the fire for the Niners to go out and kick their ass more.
Yeah, you do not do this if you're Deontay White. You just do not do it. You don't do anything like this. It's insane to me that they would ever do. And by the way, Brock Purdy's awesome. He's been awesome since he first started. If the Niners win the Super Bowl, which is very possible, that will be my biggest that will be the thing I'm happiest for. I'll be happy for my guy Juszczyk. I'll be happy for some other guys on the team I know. I'll be really happy that people will have to just acknowledge that Purdy is good and stop saying it's the system. Because, by the way, if that's what we're going to say, well, then let's say that for every quarterback that's in a system like it. So Tua's only good because Mike McDaniel. Stafford's only good for Sean McVay. C.J. Stroud's only good because of Bobby Slowick. And even though Johnson's not from that tree, the Lions remind me a lot of a Shanahan-type offense. So Jared Goff's only good because of Ben Johnson, right? I mean, what are we doing here? It's obviously not just because of that. Did you see Darnold play in the last game? Did you see that what happened when Trey Lance was out there? The system absolutely helps. But look, it's like this, right? Like they have a great orchestra. You still need the maestro. You still need the guy that can get everybody, on the same page and have it running smoothly. Brock Purdy is the maestro.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you about motivation in the NFL, and maybe rah-rah. How many head coaches, how much time do they spend on wondering is it a coach's job to motivate an NFL player, or does a coach assume that an NFL player will motivate himself and it's up to him to simply adhere to a game plan?
That's a great question. And I would say the answer is both, or yes to both. In my opinion, as a former player, it's a player's job to make sure they are prepared, they are ready to go, they are motivated. This is professional football. You're getting paid. You should be very motivated because you're trying to provide financial security for your family. I mean, if that doesn't motivate you, then I don't know how you get motivated, right? However, I will say I have seen scenarios, I've seen situations where some coaches are better than others. Do they have to, Steiny? Is it their job? No. Does it help if they're good at it? Absolutely. My rookie year, Marty Schottenheimer, I mean, I can't tell you how many speeches he gave, or even at the start of training camp, where the hair on the back of my neck would stand up, and I would have headbutted any dude in that room as he was talking, okay? The next year, we had Steve Spurrier, and Spurrier started training camp with the opening speech saying, man, I went to 12 of these here training camps when I was a player, and, I don't remember one good thing we ever got out of it, but Mr. Snyder wants us to be here, so let's try to get something done. It was the opposite. It was the anti-motivation. It was like losing your stinger.
Ross, let me ask you this. I love it, man. I'm so confident in saying the Niners are going to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl, but I'm being selfish. I want a rematch only because Baltimore did something on Christmas I didn't think they were going to do as I sat down and watched that game. I want Baltimore, San Francisco in the Super Bowl in Vegas, but then I think of Josh Allen. I think of Patrick Mahomes. So I'm asking you, do you think Baltimore is better than those two teams?
I do think Baltimore is better than Kansas City and Buffalo. I do. But I'll believe the Chiefs aren't in it when I see it. Now, I don't think the Chiefs are going to go to Buffalo and win and then go to Baltimore and win. That would be really, really impressive, especially since Mahomes has never had to play a road playoff game. But it's unbelievable, guys. I mean, the first year that Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, the worst year they've had together on offense, it's the best defense they've ever had. Number 2 in the league in scoring, number 2 in the league in yards per game allowed. And so that defense gives Mahomes and Andy Reid a chance to still win, even if they're not great. I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I think they'll probably beat the Bills because the Bills are just so beat up.
Wow.
And the Bills have so much pressure on them to finally beat the Chiefs, to not lose in the divisional round at home again. I kind of like the Chiefs in that game.
Hey, Ross, thank you as always, man. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, anytime I get a chance to talk with a documented superstar like you,
I'm going to find that article.
Pressure, Steiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, Guru will never get through the paywall. Thank you,
everybody
Ross.
would have known that the article was
never-
written about me, Ross. This guy comes in and doesn't even mention it.
Guru, reach out to me. I'll give you my login for the site.
There we go.
All right,
baby.
Ross. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. That was Ross Tucker, courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Insider Calls Old Spice.
How did they contact you?
Who?
The people to get the article.
Nobody cares.
Dude, we care about your hip. We care about you. Just real quick as you can. Just they reached out and you.
How many people want something from me?
Well, Evan.
There's a gentleman out here whose name's Chris, who is the son of a sports. See, you're glazing over already.
Oh no, I love this stuff. I asked the question. You think I do fodder? You think I just ask questions? I'm like, damn. Okay, Reading, PA.
There's a young man out here who's about 35, 40 years old, and I worked with his father back in Reading, Pennsylvania.
You got to be kidding me.
And he was doing a story for the Piedmont Weekly. He lives in Piedmont. He said, I write for our weekly. Any chance do a story on you? You live right outside I don't live in Piedmont. I live in Oakland.
Stone's throw.
Well, it's an important stone. It's about as important as a stone.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, so he wrote a story on me, and then some people picked it up back east.
Oh, boy. Look at him.
What?
Did they have the picture of our show in the article?
I had Whitley from our digital team send some, I don't know what they're called, stills.
Were they group pictures or just you?
Oh, no, remember when we got our, what are they called, the photos?
Yeah,
they
boy.
take them of us together and then solo.
Well,
so it was just me solo.
I love it. Yeah. You should brag on yourself more,
Ross,
man.
I don't do that. Why would I do that?
You do it every day.
Steiny,
you try and do it.
Steiny, have you made a decision on the handicapped placard? No, but I'll tell you what.
You're qualified, bud.
I'm leaning to it.
No, what do you mean? Not forever. Just while you ramp up.
Sounds to me like it's kind of like a gun in Charlton Heston's hands.
What an act.
I mean, once you get a hold of a handicap placard, you're going to have to rip it from my cold, dead hands.
I can't believe you brought him up.
I don't care if I'm running like Houston McTeer back in 1980. I'm still putting that placard up if I get it one time.
So what's your target date for golf? If, like, in your mind, your little warped mind, if I said, when do you think you'll be out on the links again?
Now, where did that come from?
When you think? By March?
And by the way, you know what? Seriously, if you use the word warped, we're both a little warped, but you are.
Oh, I admit it. I tap into it.
You're more warped than me.
I'm special.
Like when we have those dark conversations.
Oh, no, you're
you go a little deeper than me.
You're way.
Yeah, I come out and say, geez, oh my. Well, good luck with that. What were we saying?
You threw me off. I didn't forgot. Oh, yeah, golf. Maybe March. When will you be back up and running?
We have 5 minutes here. All right, here's your last time. Here's your last time to qualify for this segment and a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. Here's what you do. Text the keyword RED, R-E-D, to 20357. Do it now in the next 10 minutes, and you qualify to win a Christian McCaffrey signed autographed jersey. Autographed jersey or signed jersey. Signed autographed jersey's redundant. And I'm better than that. It's an autographed jersey. It's nice.
You should add your column, too. Lori Matthews said, I'm gassing you up. In the Reading newspaper, your head's already big enough, Lori Matthews said.
That's not good. That's what I was going to say. I was going to talk about myself.
You got a little boachy going on.
Big head? Oh, you asked me about golf.
Yeah.
And
I'm thinking March.
I'll be honest with you. 888-957-9570. So I'm getting this hip surgery. The one thing I don't understand, I think I said this before. So everything I've heard is it's unanimous, but one exception. Everyone says you're going to be so happy you had this surgery.
Okay.
It's going to change the quality of your life. So
That's
I'm like,
deep.
thank God, because I haven't been sleeping. So I keep hearing one thing. Like I heard my guy Mark S. from L.A.
Okay.
He had it. He goes, Steiny, I got out of the surgery, and an hour after I got out of the surgery, I was like, I feel better.
Wow.
Now,
did he do both or just one?
Just one.
All right.
But apparently you can't. So golf's going to take a few months, but I'm supposedly able to walk pretty quickly after.
Well, that you ain't torquing when you walk like you are swinging
I
a
don't
golf
swing
club.
hard, though. That's the thing. So that's the one thing I don't get. They're
How
like,
long
yeah,
will you be
won't.
out?
That's another question. The boss is really trying to pin me down on that, too.
No, I'm serious. Like, don't rush back.
So it's on my surgery's on a Tuesday.
Don't rush back. I'm playing. Go ahead.
That's a good. That's
Yeah.
a I'm getting the surgery on Tuesday, and I said I'm definitely going to take the rest of the week off. I said, from what I've heard, everything works out well. Maybe I get back early the next week. If things don't work out well, it'll probably be gone that second week.
But that guy
I'm gonna
saying
need some
an
documentation.
hour after he woke up, he felt new. That's all you can ask for.
Yeah, exactly.
Good Lord.
Exactly.
What a relief.
Yeah, so.
I just hope you don't have to get the other one because Norm did his knees, not the hips, and then the other knee start barking after the one knee got fixed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got I got arthritis bad in the one. In the one. By the way, coming up in 10 minutes.
Brought to you by Advil, Steiny.
On the Boxer and Gerson guest line, Tom Silverstein. And I'm looking forward to talking to Tom. He's a Green Bay Packers beat reporter for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. And it's time that we get to know the Green Bay Packers a little bit. And the first question I'm going to ask him is about his team was 3-6. Now they won 7 of 9. That tells me that right now they're a pretty darn good team. I want to learn all about them. Listen in 5-6 minutes, Tom Silverstein. By the way, if you are wanting some kind of update on the Golden State Warriors, their game tomorrow has been postponed against the Dallas Mavericks. They're supposed to play the Mavericks at Chase Center tomorrow. But because of the tragedy involving assistant coach, and I want to get this right because it's important, Dejan Milojevic has passed at 46. So the game last night has been postponed, and the game tomorrow against Dallas has been postponed. So we'll figure that out. But our thoughts and prayers are with his family. Apparently, they flew to Utah immediately. It's all bad. It really is. He had a wife. He had kids. He was 46. So thoughts and prayers out to his family, and the Golden State Warriors on 95.7 The Game. By the way, let me ask you this. It's a little bit of a it's a segue.
Okay.
You know who Rodney Terry is? Evan and I were talking about this. Did you hear
Rodney
about
Terry?
Rodney Terry's the head coach of the Texas Longhorns basketball team.
Okay, no.
Yeah, he's really offended. So, University of Central Florida, coached by Johnny
UCF.
Dawkins.
Wow,
Yeah,
the lefty.
Yeah.
Yep.
Apparently they were they beat Texas, and they were going through the handshake line,
right.
and some players were doing the horns down, Texas Longhorns. He got mad.
Mad, and how did we know?
He started yelling at the opposing team's players as you're being classless.
And who won the game?
Texas lost. The team that was saying horns down won. They were rubbing it in. I know Evan got all incensed about it. I'm like, they're college kids.
What, Evan? What was your take on it? Like that? You don't do that, or?
Yeah. Well, so. Well, we got 30 seconds here.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Try to squeeze it in. So the coach called it classless. That's what he said.
Yeah.
It is.
Wow.
Okay, good job.
Evan got a little
Wasn't that
fan club
hard?
going, Steiny.
Huh?
He got a little fan club going. Like when he fills in for me, more than you, but yeah.
Hey, coming up on the other side, let's talk about the Green Bay Packers. On 95.7, we will talk to Tom Silverstein, Green Bay Packers beat reporter for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. That is what's coming up on the other side. Also, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, but I'll get to that in a second. First, a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, that segment, like I said, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Coming up next on the Boxer and Gerson guest line, Green Bay Packers writer Tom Silverstein on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Zenni is the official eyewear company of the San Francisco 49ers, and the road to Vegas is brought to you by them. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a series.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. Getting you ready for Saturday's game between the Green Bay Packers and San Francisco 49ers. 5:15 start here at Levi Stadium. And let's go out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line and welcome in Tom Silverstein. He's the Green Bay Packers beat reporter for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. Thank you so much, Tom, for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Oh, you're welcome.
Hey, let me ask you the first question and phrase it like this. What's the biggest difference between the Packers who started 3-6 and the Packers who've won 7 of 9?
Jordan Love. 2 words. That's it. That's it.
He's got noticeably better, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he has. I don't want to say he's carried them, but because that would be negating some of what Aaron Jones has done for them and what some of their wide receivers have done. But he has closed the gap on pretty much every team that they faced because they now have, a quarterback who's playing as well as the other team's quarterback, no matter who it is, at least as good. And of course, this will be a big, matchup for him this week. But it was with Dak Prescott too, and he outplayed him by a ton. And that's kind of been what the difference is.
Tom, I want to get to this week's game, and I will, but just take me back to last week. At what juncture, and even then, before the game, did you think, because I didn't think the Packers had a chance. At what juncture of that game did you say, oh, my goodness, they might pull this off?
What was really funny? The very first drive, they're really not playing very well. They're getting stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Love gets hit, and they're somehow moving the ball down the field. And they finish that drive off with a touchdown despite at least 3 bad missed blocks and a quarterback hit and some no gains. And it's because Love is just, hitting really important plays along that whole drive. And watching that, I was like, okay, well, they just had a kind of not great drive, and they scored on the road against Dallas, and now I think they got a chance.
Tom Silverstein joining us on 95.7 The Game. He joins us courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson guest line. He's a beat writer for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. He covers the Green Bay Packers, and I think I saw a stat that the Packers had four receivers catch 30 or more passes, all of whom are younger than 23 years old or 23 or younger.
Yeah, I don't know about the age, but not they don't have anyone with more than 2 years experience.
Yeah, so do you expect that can that work for them on Saturday?
It's worked for them so far, and I think what has worked for them particularly is that they don't really have a number one receiver. Christian Watson is their most talented receiver by far, but he's not really the number one receiver. Every week it seems to be someone different. And, Jaden Reed was their go-to guy for a couple of weeks. And then on Sunday, it was Romeo Doubs who had 158 yards or whatever it was. And it just seems like they figure out, and this is one of the things that's, Love has been doing so well is just spreading the ball around. He's just taking what the defense gives him. And he's not under the pressure of having to throw to a number one receiver, and make sure that guy gets enough catches. And I kind of think that's been part of their success.
Let me ask you this. What concerns you more, the Packer offense against this Niner vaunted defense, or the Packers defense trying to stop the Niner offense?
Well, if I'm the Packers, I'd be really, really worried about the 49ers offense. I think that would scare me even more than their defense. I think, they first of all have to stop McCaffrey. I think Shanahan will run the ball until the Packers prove they can stop it. And then, then they have to worry about Kittle. Then they have to worry about the receivers. I think it's going to be a tough day for them. I think they're going to play them pretty straight up, and they're going to try to make, the 49ers earn everything they get and not get any deep balls or any big plays. But, I could see McCaffrey having a huge day.
You think the Packers take the ball if they win the toss like they did against the Cowboys?
Yes, I think they will. I think they would.
What's been their MO?
Yeah, it started that way. I'm trying to remember what the first game was. I think it was the Vikings game, maybe. They're 3 games ago. And they just decided they were going to take it because their offense was playing so well. And their defense plays a lot better when they're ahead. It seems like that scoring on that first drive has been really a key for them. And I totally expect them to take the ball if they win the toss.
Tom, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And hopefully the Bay will treat you well when you're out here.
I hope so. Just make sure the weather's okay so I don't have any travel issues. Other than that, looking forward to it.
All right. Should be a great time. Great time. That's Tom Silverstein, Green Bay Packers beat reporter for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. And that, of course, is courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson guest line.
So he's feeling frisky like I imagine Packer fans are, Stoney, about they're kind of playing with house money. But I had a thought, and I'm going to say this is a tease, people. I'm going to save it for the other side. But I got a Niner player that I want to see put something up in the –
Moody. Wisnowski.
No.
Trent Williams.
He's on defensive side of the ball.
Armstead.
Bosa.
Warner.
Bosa. He ain't had a sack in his last 3 playoff games.
Are you going to
It's about winning.
Are you going to publicly challenge him?
Yeah, you gotta get 1 or 2. You need it. How about that? You need him, Stoney. I know they want to win, but we need Bosa to put up some numbers, dog.
Interesting that, and maybe it's part of the strategy, but I agree that if I'm playing the San Francisco 49ers and I win the toss, I got to take the ball. You got to try to put them
I clown
down.
LaFleur for doing that. What are you doing?
Although, you know what, though? It kind of doesn't matter because the 49ers' first plays are scripted anyway. They always score, so they're either going to be, I don't know, even if you get them down 7-0, they're going to score that first.
But I would always
drive.
want to see, I want the ball at half. And again, I do understand the game can be over by then when you get that possession. I feel like it's a turnover, Stotty, my whole Madden days. But don't you want to see what your defense can do against their offense as opposed to going 3 and out?
If I'm playing the Niners.
Like, we got to punt, and they get the ball at half.
So you're saying if you win the toss against the Niners.
Oh, I'm deferring.
Oh, my God, I would not defer. Even though you know this team. The one issue with this team is for coming from behind. See, I would love the idea.
Dave Chappelle. Again, I think this is going to be a blowout, but I hadn't even thought of that. Niners.
To me, and I know we got to go, but to me, if a team's an underdog,
that you're going to score.
How do you win this game? Well, you take the ball, you drive, you go up 7-0, and then Purdy throws a pick, and next thing you know, it's 14-0, and now you got a shot because you got but. Yeah, I'm taking the ball. I got to take the ball if I'm playing the San Francisco 49ers, at least right now. On the other side, it's the crossover with Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. That's it.
Shop Safeway this week and pick up Sumo Citrus, an incredibly sweet, easy-to-peel nutrition.
How Shanahan has taken the Tin Man and Jimmy Garoppolo and got him to a Super Bowl.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game, joined by Willard and Dibbs.
Our guys.
What's up?
Let me start. You take a playoff. Right?
Go.
So,
Wow.
this is my guy, I love him.
What's
The
up?
theme of the show has been, and I don't want to, I'm giving the Niners props.
Okay.
Guys, I'm just having problems seeing a close game Saturday. And that's all.
That's fine.
Hey, in Green Bay, you shocked the world, but I think Dallas had a lot to do with it too, not minimizing the shock. But now you're facing Rocky in his prime. And off a weak rest, too. I'm a watch.
Rocky in his prime was never dominant.
When he won it, when he beat Apollo, he
was an underdog.
When he worked out hitting the meat, remember that?
But he was an underdog.
His prime. Yeah, but it was
he was like one of the biggest
prime.
underdogs in boxing
But that
history.
was his prime when he was getting ready. Hey, Dan.
Bad analogy.
Yeah.
So mad at him right now.
Yeah. After he beat Drago, then he wasn't dominant.
Yeah, he got
by then.
come
At
on.
a certain point.
Not many of the movies were about his dominance.
No,
he always had a.
And when he
big
beat
challenge.
Should have been.
when he beat Drago, he was like 27-11.
Yeah,
I forgot he collected money too. I went back showing little Daryl Rocky. I forgot he collected the bread.
Wait,
he was easy.
Are people coming at you for thinking that a 10-point spread is going to be a blowout game?
No,
that's what most people think about 10-point spread. That's why it's a 10-point spread.
How would Niner fans react if it were 20-10?
No, and I love it. I love this.
Yeah,
and I had thoughts on this.
Go ahead. Go.
And I think that the thoughts are nuanced, and Steiny would like this because if the Niners win 10-0, you're going to think one thing. And if they win 20-10, you're going to think another. If they win 30-20, you'll think another. If they win 40-30, you'll think yet something else. So I think that the 10-point spread discussion it's nuanced based on what that 10-point spread is.
But it
See, I actually don't.
30-20 would be the one that you want.
Yeah.
Correct.
Of that group.
Correct.
And you would like a late touchdown by the Packers to make it 30-20.
Right, 30-13, Jordan Love, yada, 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 Romeo Dobbs, who
But
cares,
it wouldn't
whatever.
change your thoughts on the net. It's about
course it
advancing.
would.
So I was telling Steiny, if they play Detroit, I wouldn't look at the Niners and be like, oh, they only won by 10. I'm looking at this game like the Niners are looking at the Packers like, wake me up when we get to Detroit or Baltimore.
You might.
Now, they may not play that way, but I don't believe
But if they win 40-30 and they're up 33-30 and the Niners get like a late touchdown to win 40-30,
what are the Jackals?
we're saying, my God, Steve Wilkes, go back up in the booth.
Why they score 30.
The way the game goes will in some way impact what you think of their chances moving forward.
We do that every week.
If the Niners win, this was my main point.
No, and I loved it earlier.
If
I had
the
to
Niners
stop the
win
car, I was so enthralled.
20-10, Niners win 20-10.
Okay.
McCaffrey runs for 142 yards, 2 touchdowns. Brock pedestrian, 15 for 25, 180 yards,
picks.
no touchdowns, and a pick or two.
Okay.
We'd be talking
And they
about
win
Brock.
20-10. My point is, even though they will have covered the spread, we will come in here Monday and be like, oh my God.
Yeah, you wouldn't love
We've
it.
got trouble.
You wouldn't love
Maybe it's not going to be as easy as we thought.
Well,
maybe we are here because too many people think it's going to be 34-7.
Well, no, I agree with you
And
also
it could
because
be.
but we're at a time in the playoffs where emotions run much higher and therefore the overreactions which are normal under regular circumstances only get
Steroids.
heightened.
Okay.
Absolutely. They beat the Green Bay Packers doors off 4 years ago, and we came in here and went, they didn't throw the ball.
Put that up.
What's going on?
They didn't trust
What's
Jimmy.
going
Yeah,
on?
well, Jimmy took a hit on that.
So,
Yeah.
and in fact,
Fairly, rightfully so.
Here's a better way to even prove the point.
Man.
Some people think that the Packers are going to give the Niners a game, and the only reason they think that is because of last week. Nobody thought a damn thing about this team. Nobody lost 1 minute of sleep. I never heard one person say Jordan Love was a star.
Austin is
I never heard one thing about the Packers being scary.
Yeah.
And now this week,
we got that.
Oh, damn. You can't stop them. Why? Because you watched 4 quarters that look good.
Well, they are 7-2 in their last 9.
Exactly.
Right, with losses to the New York Giants.
DeVito.
I mean, yes, they beat the Chiefs. You can go game by game, though, And
Niners couldn't beat the Rams.
No doubt. But what I'm saying is
every week is different.
Whoever wins the Detroit Tampa Bay game, they're gonna be. Hey, look at Detroit. Yeah. They can look. Tampa Bay playing the best football of the season when it matters most. I know, and this is part of the psychology of how good people think this team is. I mean, 34-7. You're going into the game. It's going to be hard. It's going to be harder.
I think 34-23 is more likely than 34-7.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be shocked at 37-7 like that. I wouldn't be shocked.
I'd be shocked because Green Bay, I think, has enough offensively to where they should be able to score. And
Armstead is back.
I see that more about game flow. Neither one of them would surprise me at all. But where this gets out of hand, and Tucker was really good with you guys on this, and so was Olsen this morning with Bonte and Joe. This is a game flow thing with regard to Aaron Jones. Okay, to me, that's where this whole thing starts and finishes. If the 49ers go up 10-0 at the end of the first quarter, absolutely it's going to be 34-7. Absolutely. Wow. Because the Packers will become one-dimensional and the Niners will kill them. But it absolutely could become 27-24 if the Packers go up 10-0, and now you've got everything at your disposal. You can get into play action. Aaron Jones is running at 6 or 7 yards a clip. That's what's going to determine it. So either, to me, they're both believable. 34-7 is more believable because I don't look at that as, the Niners blew them out. I look at that as the Niners got the game flow in their favor. And once we know this already, when the Niners get going downhill after one quarter, the score is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 31 to somewhere in the neighborhood of 14. That's the way they go. So if they win the first quarter, they're going to kill them.
And speaking of game flow, we saw LaFleur take the kick. He won the toss and didn't defer against Dallas.
Right.
I was like, this is over. What a mistake. And Steiny was like, he would do the same thing because the Niners are different from behind.
We don't even need
but not to me. I would want to see my defense first and have the Geico of, if this thing gets off the track early, at halftime, we get a possession. To kind of, start from fresh. But if we defer and we don't score, or we elect to get the ball and don't score, then it could go down that track of, they scored.
I think
they got down 7. The 49ers have been down 7-0 a couple times this year, and they just came and scored on their first.
I think about when you were a salesman and you were either door-to-door or telemarketing or cold call, whatever it was, you want to put your best foot forward. And if I'm LaFleur and I'm putting my best foot forward in this game, it's my offense.
Right.
It's my hot young quarterback. It's my cadre of young receivers. It's my running back. And I want to do what I did to Dallas. I want to go 12-play, 75-yard, 7-minute touchdown against Levi's. And I want to say, all right, Kyle,
good luck with that.
Then we don't need a toss.
Exactly.
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
He said that yesterday.
We can agree right now.
Let's go. Call
toss.
the league. Give the ball to the Packers. Let's
First
play.
ever. The captains come out. Today's coin is non-existent.
Because I promise you, as we all know, Kyle would love the defense to be on the field first.
Of course, he always does.
It is a little counterintuitive because when you're home, and this does not speak well of Dallas, and I love what Ross Tucker told you about them, like they Avery Johnsoned this thing.
Oh, man.
They Avery Johnsoned themselves, and people who don't know what I'm talking about, they were one thing all year and got to the playoffs.
Why would you do that?
And changed their entire strategy.
Don Nelson.
I should fire you just for doing that.
Too bad they didn't.
12-5. Great regular season.
And I'm sorry.
It hurt.
I hate to side with 3 Chainz because I've known him I've known him for decades.
Last night, Dibs, and didn't stab you in the back.
Dude, take the pouty face off of X. He was right.
Okay.
He was right.
He said I was crying.
There were no tears, but your face, and I woke up this morning, and Mark, you and I, Mark, are the same way, and I'm sure Steiny, whatever, you're the same. You wake up, and it's like you look at your phone, and you either go to the IG or you go to X, and I go to X, and I look, and the first thing I see is the mustachioed coworker, sad face, and I was like, man, I wonder what this is about.
Well, fresh haircut, Mark, but it does neither here nor there. Let me ask you this.
Great. Yeah.
It's early 2024, and my partner and I talk a lot. We have a lot of conversations.
We have a radio show.
But my favorite is the one we had about 10, 15, and it was about ball coaching, basically NFL ball coaches, and what's expected of them. And I believe a ball coach manages with fear, and I think Kyle Shanahan, there's a respect factor to where he doesn't have to do the rah-rah or the Mike Singletary, but if you look at his track record, nobody's ever called him out. And I think some teams like Dallas have bozos like McCarthy, even though he won a Super Bowl, and sometimes I think that falls on deaf ears. And we just had a debate about what traits are needed, and I can tell you, Kyle is respected enough to where his teams, even when they lose, will never not show up like what looked like the Eagles. They look like, those two teams collectively look like they quit. And that's why Kyle's guys have never, they play physical, even in losses.
Can we talk about the premise for a second?
Yeah.
You think Kyle Shanahan manages with fear?
I think they respect him enough to where they're on their P's and Q's to go out when they play. They know there's hell to pay if they're half-assed.
I actually don't think it's fear. I think it's like matter of fact.
Fear is over. Fear is over. And I coach now, and I coached then, and I coached back in the 80s and 90s, and I know I never coached at the pro level, but you look at these athletes now, and your kids, and your kids, and your kids,
I tried to parent
and
with
my
fear.
kids. You can't parent with fear anymore. You can't coach with fear anymore. And these guys, all they want is what Tayshaun Gibson said.
Straight shooter.
And we played it yesterday.
Yeah.
Be honest with me. Be a straight shooter. Communicate. Be fair. Treat me as a man. And I think that's the new fear is tough love. And you think about who coaches with fear right now. If it's Greg Popovich, how's that working out for you, Pop?
By the way, he doesn't coach Wembanyama with fear. If you've looked at some of the stuff. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I just think, when I look
fear
at...
is over.
When I look at Shanahan and Ayuk years back, I don't think it was fear. I just think, it was almost like Shanahan... You're not playing until you start doing it my way.
Yeah,
I'm not even going to make a big deal out of it.
No,
it's like you're
respect too, Steiny.
Absolutely, but it's not punitive. It's not. They're not ultimatums. Do this or then. It's just like, all right, we're going in a different direction.
But what about motivation? Because that was part of the Steiny's point too.
I mean,
these guys self-motivate, but what if you're bad at it? And what if it looks like you're lethargic on the biggest stage?
Then you better have a team that is veteran-laden, like the 49ers do, and doesn't need a rah-rah guy. They need execution. That's the way I look at it.
That also, I think, starts, at least with this particular team, it started before the year even happened. I mean, these guys have talked about this repeatedly, where they are obsessed with finishing this off.
Right.
They're obsessed with it. And so I don't think Kyle, at least my perception is, I don't think you need any win one for the Gipper speeches before these games. There has been something growing inside of them from before the year, and for those who have been here for more than 1 year, the seed has been planted with all of the near misses. They are so focused on the end, maybe to the point where, look, I mean, they lost focus a couple of times this year. They admitted it. Fred Warner in Jacksonville, losing streak over. His words were, I hope we learned our lesson. That says to me that they lost their edge a little bit. But that's been there.
Okay, real quick, you got me thinking Saleh and D'Amico Ryans. Just to Kyle's credit, he hired those guys. Those were the rah-rah for the defense, but they fed off of that.
Yeah, but they're energetic, but I don't think that means they coach with fear. You know what I mean? Did you see the highlighted D'Amico?
That was dope,
man. Did y'all see that?
Yeah, that was dope.
The pick six?
That was dope.
Where he's sitting there with an iPad with his DB, and he's like, here's the way this is going to play out.
Man.
And I want you to read the quarterback's eyes and go. And when you do it you're going to get a pick. And he looked at him as his kid's walking away, and he goes, trust me. Trust me.
If you believe.
Boom, pick six. It was beautiful.
Yeah. It was.
D'Amico almost jumped out of his pants. He was so excited.
Yeah, that was.
It was great coaching.
But so you expect, let's go to another sport. Steve Kerr's responsibility to motivate Andrew Wiggins? To me, it's good luck with that.
Well,
fire him right now.
I'll say this.
I'm talking about Kirk, because that's unfair.
Off, I believe on the Steve Kerr stove or anybody in the Warrior world about Andrew Wiggins. But if your report is correct, and here comes Jason Kidd and the Dallas Mavericks guys, and they want to trade for Andrew Wiggins, that leads me to believe they think their furnace has the necessary heat to get Wiggins jump-started. And my only fear about Wiggins is, and you could call me crazy and I'm loving hard, is when he plays, he's got some attributes.
Right.
It's about getting that furnace lit. So if Dallas comes and does something maybe different than Kerr and Jason Kidd, like that could be a big pickup for Dallas.
Andrew Wiggins is like going swimming at Ocean Beach in San Francisco. If it's really, really warm and it's really, really nice and the ocean gets up to like 60, you might go in there. There's still an undertow, but you might catch that one day where it's like, oh yeah, I got my shirt off in the city, I'm at the beach, and I'm going swimming. It's like 1 or 2 days a year.
You're also missing the fact that the Warriors need Andrew Wiggins to be their second best player. The Dallas Mavericks need him to be their fourth best right now.
And I like that. And I think that's why it might be a good trade. And you asked, is it Steve Kerr's job to motivate Andrew Wiggins? Yes, it is. But if you go through 12 different ways to do it, which is give him his space, tough love, start him, play him more, play him less, off the bench, play him more, play him less, play him with Kuminga, don't play him with Kuminga, do what he needs to do, give him room, give him this, give him that. If you run out of things to do and he still doesn't respond, well, at that point, it's not Steve's fault anymore.
Do you really think that that's the right word? I get what you're saying.
I like that.
Motivate?
Yes.
I don't think it's Steve Kerr's job to motivate.
Why not?
It's Steve Kerr's job to get the best out of Andrew Wiggins.
That's coaching. I don't find that to be motivation.
Well, part of coaching is motivation.
Is Matt Nahagian's job to motivate us?
It is if you're not doing your job.
Yeah,
and these guys had a great conversation earlier about, Guru saying, he's called you at home. And Steiny's like, he's never had to motivate me. If you don't have a good show, or if I don't have a good show, and it's like...
Better example.
Right. Well,
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm listening.
Go ahead, because you have perfect show after show. You talk 81% of the time. So, I get my 19%. It's a lot harder to do what I do, getting 12 minutes to try and get that impact.
I think it's semantics. I don't think that motivate that.
What about inspire?
That
Will?
feels.
I know I'm stepping on you. Inspire.
They're all attached. They're all attached, but like I have a hard time with. I'm 28 years old, and you pay me $25 million. And you need to be hired. You got to hire someone to come motivate me? Oh, God.
And
that's totally on Andrew.
Well, Steph doesn't need to get motivated, and Draymond doesn't, and Clay doesn't need motivation. Clay needs something else. Every player needs something.
Correct.
Andrew needs motivation.
But I don't know if that's possible.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Then he's off to Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think every player is different. I don't think Kevon Looney needs motivation. Kevon Looney, it's like, hey, Kevon, you playing tonight? Of course, I haven't sat out in 4 years. All right, Kevon, you're getting 18 minutes.
Give us this. You think they've tried to motivate and jumpstart Wiggins?
Oh, my God.
But they tried. I don't... Will, he's right.
He's 30 years old. Motivation. We're in the NBA. It's over. It's over. The ship has sailed. There's no motivation anymore. There's no Bobby Knight. What are we doing?
It was one of the games against Dallas 2 years ago where he had like 12 boards.
Yeah.
Right? Remember that?
Yeah.
And everyone was, oh my gosh, a career high. Career high rebounds. And Draymond walked into the locker room after the game and goes, career high? You've never had 12 boards in a game before?
But that's
with this athletic set?
Not good job.
You've never had 12. What's the matter with you? That's the inherent sort of like motivation and style that's been there for Andrew. It works in moments. It doesn't work in others.
We continue to prop up a guy who's telling us over and over and over, I don't care. Let's put the rat on the table, Goo, with Wiggins.
It's been on the table, man.
Come on now.
Yep.
That's all. Hey, by the way, did you hear about not quite a rat, but
oh boy,
we may have an issue in the building.
Here we go, dude.
So we're sitting in the lunchroom preparing for the show. Guru walks in. We were preparing, and then Guru walked in. No, that's a joke. So anyway, we're all sitting around the table.
I get that.
With Evan, and the next thing you know, we heard a noise like
Evan and I heard the noise.
Well, I heard it after I realized you heard it because it sounded more like a bird to me. But there's something going on. We think there's something in the nook and cranny.
It was kind of heavy, Willard.
Of course there is.
Well, hold on.
It's a big building in San Francisco.
Well, no, I'm talking like a raccoon.
Right.
So I go up to Tim Jordan.
Right.
I don't.
10th floor.
He's
raccoon.
petrified.
The fact that you guys are not concerned is infuriating me. Nevertheless, I go to Tim Jordan.
I'm terrified.
I said, "Hey, I know you're going to."
And I'm overhearing this. I'm like, Tim, don't feed into it.
I said, we heard some stuff. I think there's something up in the ceiling or roof. He goes, "Oh no, there is."
Oh, that hurt me.
And I said, "Are you serious?" He's like, "No, yes, there's something up there." He said, "I heard it."
It ain't gonna come out and get you, bud.
Why not? How do you know? That's like you saying the 49ers are going to win 34-7. It means nothing.
No, teams have won 34-7 before. A raccoon has never flown out of the 10th floor of a building and attacked a human being.
Are you guys kidding? When 7 people are in the lunchroom eating lunch.
You have that story.
Eating
a raccoon
lunch.
Comes out of the ceiling in the 10th floor of a high-rise.
Have you seen the nooks and crannies?
Attacks employees.
Not attacks. They're eating food.
Dude, we're not talking about English muffins here with nooks and crannies.
Yeah.
There's no way.
What are you crazy?
Steiny, there's no way a rodent is going to be 10 floors up.
Talk to us.
Patrolling in between floors without there being droppings or...
The droppings are in the ceiling. Dude.
I get it, Steiny.
No.
Where are they getting their food?
What are you worried about?
I'm worried about an attack.
That's what I'm saying.
But
you're not going to get attacked.
I'm also worried about just being frightened out of my mind.
Dude.
Don't you understand, Dibs? You're not here at 12
Steiny, I get it.
No, you're not here at noon.
You're not here at 6 p.m.
There can be 7 people in the lunchroom actually eating meals.
He's for real.
3 can have a steak. 2 can have burgers, fish, chips, candy. You don't think a raccoon in the neighborhood, in the room would be like, "Oh, I smell food."
Yes. When you're
let me ask you this about a raccoon.
Why do raccoons
That's a chance I'm not ready to take.
Steiny, if you're a raccoon, Steiny, if you're a raccoon,
they don't go through it on trash day.
Let's say you're
You
a
heard
raccoon.
a racket in the morning, by the way.
If you're a raccoon,
rabies,
and you're looking at food, and I want to survive, do I want to go up 10 floors to get food? Are you telling me that a raccoon just lives here?
Yes,
and
that's what I'm saying.
They don't ever live. They don't ever leave. They're just going to live here in the 10th floor.
What should we name the raccoon? 888-957-957.
I've got news for you guys.
Petrified.
I believe in my text line and my Comcast business text line and my YouTube chats, and they believe that it's very, very, very possible that we've got action up here. And
no one's
You're not in any
that.
danger.
We're trying to figure out why that bothers you.
Yeah.
Raccoons they're nasty.
Do you? Yes, they're nasty. Yes, you think that he's going to come into a company meeting or something and just fly through the place, open the door, kill everybody.
I think it's possible that Stephen Langford could be walking in here tomorrow morning at 5 because he's got to come in here for KCBS, and he goes click, 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 the security thing, and he's like, "What the heck?" Yes, I believe that that's possible.
Do you know that you're
snakes
never,
on a plane?
No moment in your life, you are never more than inches away from a spider.
The spiders are different. It's a
very
raccoon.
dangerous spiders. They can kill you.
Look at them.
Hey,
right now, Steiny.
Yeah. Like Dibs, what do you take?
Inches
you
away.
believe
there
there probably is something up there, but it doesn't matter.
It could be a rat. It's not a raccoon. And if it's a rat, honestly, he or she, they, non-binary, they want no part of you.
That is what I've learned.
They don't want to come down here.
Something can go wrong. Like something can go wrong where they will, like they feel backed into a
dinosaur. Like
I can run away from a dinosaur.
If it's you versus a rat and you come up on the losing end, then God help you.
Oh.
Did you
just say something could go wrong? You're like treating this
people
raccoon
calling you a wimp.
The same way my mom. This
Dude.
is how my mom treats going to the airport.
Exactly.
Mom, when's your flight? 5 o'clock on Sunday. We better leave Saturday.
Yeah, I'm not.
Why?
I love
because something could go wrong.
I get to the airport. I love being at the airport 3 or 4 hours early. I love it.
Shout out Matt at Andali on the 27th gate in Oakland.
How about this? Shout out Jordan at the Bourbon Bar in the International Terminal.
There you go.
All right. Have fun.
All right.
Good luck going to the elevator. Something could go wrong.
Who's coming with?
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I love when the conversations go like that. That's my favorite.
It's real.
Yeah. It is trash day at my house, too, by the way. I'd like to thank the refuse service for coming by every week like they do. And I'd like to thank the raccoons for making the load a little bit lighter the night before.
Nice.
That's how it works.
They will get in there. Yeah. I do want to shout out Republic Services in my neighborhood because our trash day was yesterday. And I got home last night, and I go to bring the 3 cans in. And we have 2 cans. Shout out the bird. We're down to 2 cans. So I called him today.
2 cans?
Outside.
Good.
And I said, hey, did you guys forget to replace my brown can? Because, the neighbor looked like they got a new brown can, and our brown can is missing. And she said, well, what happens sometimes is the machine, the crane that picks it up and tips it up and gives it you the shake, shake, shake. Sometimes that can falls into the garbage truck. So our can was victimized. Our can is on a milk carton somewhere.
Recycled the can itself.
Did. Our can is gone.
That's amazing.
So I came home to put the giant vat of poopy diapers in the garbage, and we have no garbage can. So now I'm that neighbor with just a pile of trash on his front yard.
Steiny should come over because the raccoons aren't going to be at your house.
No, they don't want any part of my garbage.
No trash can.
No.
Oh.
No, they love the chicken wrapper, but they do not like Milas Pale. They stay away.
I bet.
Yeah.
I bet. Yeah.
It's a no-fly zone for the raccoons.
How's everybody doing? 888-957-9570 is the number. Peter King is coming on in an hour. Mooch is coming on at 5 o'clock today on Willard and Dibs. We're getting close, okay? We're just outside of the 48-hour mark now for the game between the Niners and the Packers. You worried about Brock Purdy?
No. Why would I worry about Brock Purdy?
Because the last time he was on a big stage, he stunk.
Right. But, they were 3 tip passes. So, geez, it's like he only threw 1 pick.
Well, but now, see, that sounds like sarcasm to me.
It's total sarcasm.
Okay, so tell me what you're actually thinking.
I'm not worried about him, but, everybody wants to talk about 4 interceptions and, it was 3 tip balls. Well, 3 tip balls are passes that were tipped for a reason. But I don't worry about Brock Purdy. And I do think that this game is all about McCaffrey. And I don't know what the over-under is on his yards, but I would go over. It's got to be darn near 100 yards. I think McCaffrey goes for a ton. I think it's a game where, Brock Purdy doesn't get the full Jimmy G treatment, but I do think that Kyle will look to run and run and run more. And I think that he's going to try to possess it and really keep Jordan Love and that offense off the field.
I'll try to look for that. Christian McCaffrey's over-under. Yeah,
it's
we can.
Probably about 90 yards, I would get.
Are you talking about rushing or overall?
Just rushing.
Ooh,
just rushing.
That feels high.
Okay, really?
Wow. Well, just as an over-under in a playoff game. But, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong by any stretch. So, no, I wonder where everybody's at on that. Brock Purdy spoke yesterday. We're going to play some of that sound for you. Greg Olsen and Ross Tucker both had some interesting things to say earlier today right here on 95.7 The Game. The Roast had Olsen. Steiny and Goo had Ross Tucker. Everybody weighing in on a lot of these things. And we always talk about the quarterbacks. The quarterbacks are center stage again. And as I sort of said to Steiny and Goo, I'll take nothing away from the Packers. They're on a good run. Aaron Jones is on a heater. Jordan Love is not turning the ball over. And I am always impressed when a quarterback doesn't turn the ball over. It's literally what Kyle Shanahan was looking for years. Don't turn the ball over. And Jordan Love is doing that. So does that make him dangerous? You damn well better believe it does. However, I will also say that at the same time, we've gone and lost our minds. Everything you think about the Packers is because of last week. I don't mind if you think it, but let's go ahead and acknowledge that right now. Everything you think about the Packers is because of last week.
That's not true.
It's not?
No. it's based on what Jordan Love did the last 3 weeks or 6 weeks or 9 weeks. They were good. They were better. They were good. He was good. You look at QB rating from week 16, 17, and 18, and he was number 1. So it was more than just what he did. Yes, what he did last weekend, of course, weighs top of mind because they took apart Dallas in a very dramatic fashion, and all these receivers and tight ends that, we maybe didn't know a lot about before, they took center stage, but it's about more than just 1 week for me. It's about the weeks before that as well.
I look at who they were playing the last few weeks. You said, and is that an accurate statement? He's number 1 rated quarterback weeks?
I believe so.
16, 17, 18?
I saw a graphic last week when they played Dallas that he was the top rated quarterback from 16 through 18. Yeah.
Carolina, Minnesota, Chicago. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you said that what I believe or what we believe about the Packers is based on last week, and I'm telling you that I don't think so.
Well, okay.
It's based on... And I've not been a big Jordan Love guy all year, and you watched him early in the year, and they were shaky, and he was a little bit shaky. And since then, he's been better, and they've been better. And yes, the teams they played were not world beaters, but he's played great, and they won games they needed to win.
Sure.
And then they went and beat Dallas. So for me, it's more than just a 1 week, like, oh my God, Green Bay? Where'd you come from?
But nobody thought they were going to beat Dallas.
Of course.
So they didn't think this thing's about Jordan Love prior.
No, but you thought that Green Bay was a team that was playing better, and I didn't think that Green Bay would even make the playoffs until they won the Week 18.
Nobody thought they were going to beat Dallas. Nobody thought that was even going to be a game.
But your premise is faulty in my eyes because I thought about Green Bay long before they beat Dallas as a team that was playing better than what I thought they were in October.
Of course, they're playing better, but that's not what I'm getting at. That's right. And maybe you don't think much of Green Bay. I can't make a statement that covers every human being that's listening to our voices, but I can say that the narrative right now about Green Bay and the things that we hear, Jordan Love is being called a star, Jordan Love is being called the next big thing. Granted, this was Wisconsin radio, but best player on the field on Saturday. All of these things are the result of last weekend and nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. I take nothing away from their run. Yeah, they ran to the playoffs. They're a solid team. And Jordan Love's a good young player who has shown that he is the starting quarterback for the Green Bay Packers going forward. And I do think, we talked about it yesterday, NFC quarterback situations going forward, they are one of a few that you like.
Right.
The Niners, the Packers, maybe the Eagles and the Lions. Outside of that, I guess if you want to talk about the Cowboys, weird week to talk about it. But there's very few teams in the NFC where you're like, I like their quarterback situation. It probably, because of how young they are, starts with the Niners and the Packers. And maybe this is the start of yet another edition of the Niner-Packer rivalry that keeps showing up in the playoffs. I saw that this game this weekend, I think, is going to become the record for how many times two teams have met in the playoffs. These two teams always meet in the playoffs. And now, here we go again with these two young quarterbacks. Probably not going to be the last time in the next few years that they meet in the playoffs.
Both quarterbacks being franchise guys, you would imagine.
Of course.
And this matchup could be like 10 years of Love versus Purdy.
I don't know if I'd go 10 years, but like, are they going to see each other again within the next 5? I'd bet on it.
Yeah.
I'd bet yes, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?
For sure.
Yeah. So they're good. They're good. But what I hear, no. He's different. This is the man now. Okay. Not even saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is, if you think that because of last week. Because nobody said that when they beat the Bears 17-9 in the last week of the season in order to secure a playoff spot. Nobody thought that. So we're basing it on 4 quarters.
Okay.
4 quarters of football. And that's the man now.
Right. I mean, I would base it on more than that. And I'm not saying that he's the man now, but you look at what Jordan Love has become from week 7 to week 10 to week 14 to the wild card round. He's gotten better. They've gotten better.
No doubt.
And they've gotten healthier, and they've turned into a real playoff team. And they're a team that, was better than Minnesota and better than Chicago, and they were able to get to the wild card, and they knocked off the 2 seed. So it's more of an accumulation than it is just one game of like, oh, wow, Green Bay, is that Favre? Is that Rodgers? Oh, no, it's somebody else. Wow, that guy's pretty decent. It's more than just one game. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, with what you're saying, I agree. But what I hear out and about is much further than what you're saying.
Sure.
They're a better team than they were in the first half of the year, obviously. Look at what they're doing. Are they dangerous this weekend? Sure, I'd argue that they are. But the 9.5 to 10-point spread, in my opinion, I love to do this. Take a spread and tell me the story that it's telling you. Forget what you think is going to happen. Because often spreads will come down to, whoops, that field goal went in, or this guy missed an extra point, or whatever. Vegas knows stuff, and 9.5 to 10 might be about the deal. But if so many people feel like Jordan Love has, quote, arrived, and he is a budding star, and he is the hottest quarterback in the NFL, these are not things that you associate with, oh, and he's also a double-digit underdog this weekend. That's odd. That's weird. And so if you ask me the story that I think it's telling, the story is that the 49ers are a markedly better team than the Green Bay Packers. And if you believe in everything that you saw last weekend, then you should run to your local favorite app, and you should put everything you have on this great Packer team that also is getting 10 points.
Right.
You don't need to win. You don't even need to come within one score in order to win money if the Packers are this good. The story that they're telling you, they're daring you to take the 49ers. If the Packers can put up 48 on Dallas, how the hell are the Niners going to cover a double-digit spread? They're begging you. They're begging you to take the Green Bay Packers.
Right.
You won't.
Many people, of course I won't, because I think that when you look at what you're talking about, there are two different things here. Is Jordan Love good, and has he arrived? Absolutely. But he's going up against one of the best defenses in football and a team that can keep the ball away from him. And there's a reason why the Niners are 9.5-point favorites. And you look at the team that is coming off a week of rest, and in many cases 2 weeks of rest. They're going to be fresh, hungry, at home, and they're better. So Jordan Love, is he good? Yeah, he's proven that he's good over the last 9-10 weeks. He's proven that he's a very good player, but is he good enough to beat this defense for 4 quarters? No.
Yeah. To me, we've said this so much about the first quarters of 49er games.
Yeah.
Well, this one is really, really, partially just because it's a playoff game, but I think with the way the Packers do their business, this first quarter is going to tell the entire story. And you'll know. You'll know at the end of 15 minutes what we're looking at. And the Packers are either going to have a shot or they're going to get steamrolled.
Right.
What I don't see is the 49ers getting off to a good start, and then the Packers hanging around,
nice,
and then getting some sort of a close finish. Niners start fast, blowout. Absolute and complete blowout, because it's going to take away what the Packers hope to do to stay on the field. Now, what did Purdy say specific to his Christmas performance and how that applies to this weekend? We'll play that for you next. Also, the framed autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey is ready to go. And all you need to do is listen for the keyword today between 4:30 and 5:30 and text the word we give you at that time to 20357 and you'll qualify. We do it all week long, as you know. So this afternoon and then again tomorrow on all 3 shows, 7:30 to 8:30 for the roast, 12:30 to 1:30 for Steiny and Goo, and you can qualify each and every time to increase your chances of winning. Let's take your phone calls. Peter King at 3:15. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to play the Purdy sound, but we were just made aware of something that is potentially inflammatory.
Oh, it's shocking. And it hits me in the cardiac, Goo, if you're out there listening.
I haven't heard it yet.
I haven't either.
You haven't heard it yet.
I'm going to withhold my reaction, and I want to say that I'm appalled, but I haven't heard it.
So
I'm pre-appalled.
I'm
pre-shocked.
We both just grappled with the idea of texting the person who said this.
Yeah.
And then both of us decided, let's wait until we've heard it.
We should.
Before we text.
And you and I think, adore this person equally.
Adore.
Like, you and I, if this person were here, you and I might get into an actual fight over claiming rights for this individual.
I don't want to claim anyone.
No.
But, I mean, maybe on my taxes or something like that.
Seriously.
Yeah, but
it is tax season.
I respect this person in our industry as much as anybody out there.
Me too. This person's done a lot for me personally.
The lead-in to what
family.
was said,
family,
is it's shocking,
stunning.
All right, let's put that over here on the side burner for, I promise, no more than 5 minutes.
Okay.
Because now everyone's like, what the hell's going on?
I love it.
So just by 2:40, I promise. Okay?
You won't.
Probably not. We're not good at doing things.
2:45.
That's
just
not
hang with us.
My forte is not like, okay, I got this thing
Shout out, Matt.
Real quick that I want to tell you.
Totally.
Just trust me, it'll only take 2 minutes. 4 hours later, you're like, are you finished?
It's my guy. What?
Exactly. But we promised the Purdy, so let's start with the Purdy. What happened on Christmas? That was the last time the bright lights were on. You're not going to do that again, are you, you weirdo?
I mean, yeah, just it being a primetime game, Christmas Day and all that kind of stuff. And then, we sort of had two really good plays in the beginning of the game, and the stadium's feeling it. Everybody's feeling good. And then, boom, you make a mistake. So, it's something for me, it's huge to be able to get in that kind of moment and remember those kinds of things for as tough as they were and how bad as I felt after. Man, is that kind of stuff, it can help you if you allow it to go back and watch it on film and be real with yourself about those moments and what it takes to play quarterback at this level and be successful and play consistently and make the right decisions consistently. So those are all things that I took account from that game that I think I got better at. And honestly, we're going to find out, the playoffs coming up and in this game. So, yeah, I thought I took some stuff away from it, but at the end of the day, we're going to find out on Sunday or Saturday.
So twice. Is it all fixed? Well, we're going to find out. Not it's fixed.
Yeah.
We're going to find out.
And I love the statement of, it can help you if you allow it to. That, to me, is one of the great statements he's made and one of the great teaching tools for all of us in terms of, being able to learn from something. It can help you if you allow it to.
Yeah.
And that's where, I do believe that he's going to look at that, and I'm sure he's looked at it many times and seen what he did wrong and realized his mistakes and thinks about it in terms of how can I get better, and it can help you if you allow it to.
I mean, the bright lights have been on before. I'm trying to think of what would qualify as bright light games for Brock Purdy prior to this one. There were the playoff games last year.
Yeah.
There was the first start of his career. It was against Tom Brady. There was obviously the Eagles game last year. He didn't play very much.
And this year.
There was the Eagles game this year. There was the Dallas game this year.
Yeah.
You could argue maybe the Thanksgiving night game too in Seattle. So if I add all those together, this Christmas night experience was actually the first time that the bright lights were on and he hasn't played well. So I don't know if we're coming from a rational place with the idea that there is an issue there, but it does feel, and part of this is, again, the draftism that we've talked about. Part of this is just the nervous energy that comes from a fan base when you go into the playoffs. But it feels to me like a lot of people suddenly have Brock nerves again. Am I inaccurate on that? We can take your calls, 888-957-9570. Are any of you concerned about just Brock Purdy? Are you concerned about quarterback performance when it comes to this game on Saturday night.
Are you more concerned about Jordan Love beating you or Brock Purdy beating you as a Niner fan?
Am I more concerned about Jordan
And I think that's where it lays for me, Mark. Like, are you more concerned?
How would you answer that?
I'm more concerned about Jordan Love coming in here and going absolutely.
I think that's how I'd answer it too.
Ape shift.
Oof. That one scared me. I thought you actually did it that time. Sometimes you can forget where you are.
Only once did I let it fly.
Oh,
yeah, that would be the time. But and I try to live on the edge, especially when the boss is still in the building. Yeah, exactly. You're living on the edge. I'm more concerned with Jordan Love coming out and throwing for 328 and 4, and the Niners maybe having one offensive hiccup and losing this game 35-31. I'm more worried about that than I am Brock Purdy going full Christmas Day.
I mean, the first
Christmas
one,
night calamity.
The first one would be almost, I don't know, which one's more out of character?
Brock Purdy would be more out of character.
Would it? Nobody comes into. I mean, I remember the Bengals game this year.
Joe Burrow was near perfect.
Yeah, near perfect.
Yeah.
But, is somebody going to come in and rock out with their Brock out and do that at Levi Stadium like they're going to do 350 yards and 4 tutties against this defense? Both of the things that you're laying out feel very surprising. Those feel very, very
sure.
And again, I think all of it starts with their run game. Jordan Love is not going to be nearly as dangerous if you're stopping Aaron Jones. That's going to be this is LaFleur.
Right.
This is out of the Shanahan kind of playbook here. And, they're going to try to run the ball. And if the 49ers are buttoned up with that, then that's when you get to pin your ears back and not let the quarterback pick you apart because you put them in obvious situations, and the Niners are very good at that, and they'll cause a turnover.
The two biggest passing days against the Niners both happened on the road. One was Matthew Stafford in L.A., and it was a lot of dink and or dunk. And the other one, which was maybe the other game where Brock Purdy did not play well, and many think about the concussion, was Minnesota.
Cousins.
And Kirk Cousins threw for, I'm looking at the game right now, he threw for 378 in that game, and Minnesota beat you. And again, both those were road games, but those were games where quarterbacks did come in, not to mention Cincinnati, where Burrow came in and passed the ball all over you.
Promised it by 240, it's 240. Amy Trask, former CEO of the Raiders.
#1 contributor to the Dibley family swear jar.
There you go. CBS Sports NFL analyst.
Friend of the family.
On the Rich Eisen Show.
Man. 4 games this week. That means we have 8 quarterbacks. Did that math all by myself. 4 games, 8 quarterbacks. 7 terrific quarterbacks and Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. Make no mistake about it. Everybody be calm, 49er fans. No. I'm not suggesting Brock's not a good quarterback.
Not calm.
He is. I simply don't put him in the same category as the other quarterbacks. So I'll say it again. 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy.
What don't you like about him?
It's not that I don't like him. It's not that I dislike him. He does things very well. He is surrounded by a tremendous, tremendous supporting cast, both on offense and defense. He is a good quarterback. I don't put him in the category of the other 7.
Okay, I'm texting her.
No, I've already started texting her.
Entirely unacceptable.
We can see who she responds to first because
hang on. Did you?
I'm outraged.
Amy. Hang on. Amy.
Was that from the Rich Eisen podcast, or was that from the show. What the Football?
Yeah.
Which I know she does.
From the Rich Eisen show. Hi, Amy. It's
Hey, Amy. It's Dibs. Hope you're well. You're dead to me.
Let's talk Purdy. We're
just heard your cut.
Hang on
the Rich Eisen show.
See, I sent. I like, me, brevity.
Would love to have you on.
Yeah. Let's
Hope
talk
your family's
Purdy.
good.
We're on now.
Would love to have you on.
What the hell are you talking about?
Willard will talk block you into submission.
Love Mark.
I'll ask you just a straight, honest question.
I'll toss you a softball.
P.S. Feel free to swear and contribute to my new baby and her swear jar.
Can you get tickets to Vegas?
It's funny, Grandy, because I've known her forever. She actually was nice enough to host us in the President's Suite at a Raider game, and I had talked at the time about my kids having a swear jar, and she came over and slapped down a 10 spot as the game started and said, kids.
Big ball of shot caller.
Well, because she tends to get animated when it comes to the officials and plays that did not go the Raiders' way.
You know what that is?
It's an animation sensation.
Yeah,
Mark,
it really
is.
is. It is. By the way, I wonder.
Cha-ching!
I wonder if Amy knows that Greg Olsen called her lazy this morning.
No way. You have that cut? I was laying out for it.
Well, I'm just saying.
Lazy Trask?
No, he didn't say, I hate Amy Trask, she's lazy. But what was her take just now?
That there are 7 good quarterbacks.
And why is Purdy?
And Brock Purdy.
But why is Purdy not one of them? What
Because
did she
he
say?
was not a first-round pick.
No, she didn't say that.
She said he's fine.
No, she said, no, I'm not saying he's not good.
Right.
He's good, but, and then how'd she fill that in? Remember what she said?
I was too angry.
All right, let me hear it one more time. Amy.
No, I don't know if I can.
4 games this week. That means we have 8 quarterbacks. Did that math all by myself.
Good, Amy.
4 games, 8 quarterbacks. 7 terrific quarterbacks and Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. Make no mistake about it. Everybody be calm, 49er fans. I'm not suggesting Brock's not a good quarterback.
Nope.
He is. I simply don't put him in the same category as the other quarterbacks. So I'll say it again. 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy.
What don't you like about him?
It's not that I don't like him. It's not that I dislike him. He does things very well. He is surrounded by a tremendous, tremendous supporting cast, both on offense and defense.
Okay.
He is a good quarterback. I don't put him in the category of the other 7.
He's surrounded by good players. Greg Olsen, what do you say to people who say that Brock Purdy's goodness is because of good players around him?
I think there's a lazy narrative out there that just because you have a great coach, which obviously Kyle Shanahan is, and just because who also is a great play caller, and then also because you're surrounded by really good talent, that somehow that minimizes the type of player that you are. And I think throughout history we haven't really applied the same guidelines to other really, right? And we never held it against Kurt Warner. He's a Hall of Famer, rightfully so. No one ever said, yeah, but he had a Hall of Fame left tackle. Okay, so does Purdy. He had 2 Hall of Fame receivers. He had a Hall of Fame running back. So, Peyton Manning played with some of the best wide receivers in history. For whatever reason, everyone loves to use that against Purdy. So I think that narrative hopefully starts to play itself out because all the kid does is play at a high level since he took over.
Now, I'm not making a leap here, right? Like what I hear, and believe you me, folks, like this was not pre-planned. We had not heard what Amy Trask said.
We played that cold.
Lucas just brought that into us. It was breaking news. And
it's good producing.
What she said is exactly what Greg is talking about. No, her take is exactly what Greg Olsen said needs to stop.
She's not saying that he isn't good, but what she is saying is that his supporting cast is really good. Ergo, and that's me using ergo, not her, although she would use ergo. Ergo, he is a good quarterback. It's like us saying that you're a good host because of me, Lucas, and Grandy and Nahegian, which is largely true.
Not untrue. Yeah, not untrue. Wow. Baker Mayfield? That's ridiculous.
Well, 7 terrific quarterbacks is what she said.
Ridiculous.
Mahomes and Allen, okay.
Fine. Lamar, keep going.
Sure, Lamar's going to be the MVP for the second time, by the way.
Like, even if you want to stand up and scream C.J. Stroud.
And Jared Goff.
And Jordan Love. Hold on Goff. And Jordan Love.
No, I'm putting Goff ahead of Stroud and Love.
Fine. We can all do whatever we want.
Of course we can.
What I'm telling you is if you want to scream, hey, the playoffs this weekend, well, you got Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar, that's tier 1. Tier 2, Stroud, Jordan Love. Gosh, I feel like Purdy's a little bit below that. I would disagree with you, but I'm not offended. But Baker, Mayfield? What?
I mean, if you rank just the quarterbacks remaining, the 8 quarterbacks, and you added in like career, and then you also added in this year. So You give career nods to Mahomes and Allen, yes, even though Brock had a better year than both. You and I can both agree. And Lamar had a better year than Brock in terms of the MVP voters, and he'll win the MVP, and his career has been better. So you could put Josh, Mahomes, and Lamar ahead of Brock. But for me, after that, based on career and this year, it comes down to Jared or Brock in terms of who you'd put at number 4 and the other guys at number 5. And then you get to Baker and CJ and Jordan from there.
Yeah, I mean.
That's me looking at it in terms of
that's fine.
Career and this year. Because if you go just by this year only, it's Lamar 1 and Brock 2. And maybe Josh 2 and Brock 3.
Right. But
it depends on how you want to do that.
Yeah, that's statistical. And what she's talking about is kind of obviously the larger view. We're looking at this as the whole person, the whole package.
Right.
Which is why I cannot believe what she just said with regard to Baker Mayfield and, quite frankly, also Jared Goff. I mean, Jared Goff had a fantastic year. 4,500 yards, 30 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. But his numbers, his rating, his yards per attempt, all of it, not even close to what Brock was able to do. Baker Mayfield had, I guess we could argue, was that his best year? Was that his best year? I mean, here they are. They're in the final 8.
Right.
Over 4,000 yards, 28 touchdowns against 10 interceptions. That's a good year. It's a really good year. But we've watched those guys for a while now. So what if I took Purdy out of it? Are you ever going to use the word terrific to describe the careers of Baker Mayfield and Jared Goff? Terrific? So terrific that Sean McVay felt the only way we can win a Super Bowl is we get this dude on up out of here?
Yeah.
And Baker Mayfield is on his 4th team in 5 years? Like, wow. And the wow comes from the source. Amy is whip smart. I learn stuff from Amy every single time I hear her talk. Her career unmatched. The barriers that she has broken down. The things that she's done across football and business. The relationships she's built. The knowledge she has. I could not respect it anymore. But it feels like either A, we wildly disagree, or B, she fell into the vortex.
Well, it's the idea of system and surroundings.
No,
and that's what many people lean on.
But to me, it's the idea of Brock Purdy being good for business. If you said this, if she said that about Baker Mayfield, nobody's playing it.
Right. Exactly.
So, and this actually would hurt my heart more. I would love
if she fell into the media vortex, I would actually respect it more.
No, I would love
because she's in the business now.
No, but that's fine. But that's not the only part of the business. You don't all need to be like Nick Wright. We're not all like Nick Wright. Okay, you don't have to play it that way. And so I would much rather disagree with her than find out that she's saying things that she doesn't actually believe because she knows it's going to get the needle going.
I actually would respect that more.
Of course you would.
Well, it's the business. And,
Not always. We don't do that. And we're doing fine.
I mean, we're out here trying to make it check to check.
Come on, bro.
We're trying to survive, my man.
Bro.
No, we do things differently.
Business is booming.
Local radio. It's not national.
Of course,
she's national.
I get that.
And if you're national, and you know this from your Colin Cowherd training, there are 3 or 4 athletes that he talks about, and that's it.
I don't have a show on Sunday. I don't have a show. You hear me on Sunday being like, okay, Kyle Rudolph, everybody gather around. It's time to rip Brock Purdy so that everything goes viral. You don't hear me do that. Why would I do that?
It'd be a lot cooler if you did. I mean, maybe you know.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't know. It's I don't know if she's doing it for clicks or she doesn't strike me as that person. She's never been that person.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We all get hot and bothered when Nick Wright and here comes Rob Parker and here comes, some of these people are our friends. Rob Parker's a friend.
Sure.
Chris Broussard is a friend. These we know these people. I get it. You want to do it that way? Do it that way. And I'm not even accusing them of saying things they don't believe. I'm saying that they say it with much more energy than they actually feel. They know how to package it. They know how to play the game. They know how to get engagement and clicks and attention and all of that. And yes, that's part of it. But that's not Amy. That's never been Amy.
Maybe it's the new Amy. It's media Amy.
Draymond get to her or something? New media?
New Draymond pod, by the way, dropped. Wow. New Draymond pod.
Did it?
Get excited.
What'd he say?
No, not much.
Okay.
Not much, yeah. You know me, I'm a P1. I'm a diehard listener.
Let everybody know why they lost to Memphis.
Totally.
Yeah. Game canceled tomorrow night as well, for those of you who haven't heard.
Yep.
So no Mavericks and Warriors tomorrow night.
And let me just say this on that note. Thank God, because... And I was thinking about this. You and I talked about it at the end of our show yesterday. We played Bob Myers' very emotional remarks from ESPN. And when you hear Bob talk about it, and Bob wasn't there to see it, but Bob knows obviously the situation, and you think about the players and the coaches who were there to see this all go down in real time.
Brutal.
I mean, how do you go about trying to, hey, Dallas is coming to town tomorrow. Don't miss a dribble. And so... It just,
you do it at some point. It's never going to be easy.
Correct.
It's not going to be easy next Wednesday either.
No, but it will be easier than it will be tomorrow.
Yeah. No, I get it.
And
I'm not saying they should play.
I know.
It's awful. It's absolutely awful, and there's no day coming up where it's not going to be awful. But yeah, the Warriors and Mavericks has been postponed as well. Don't miss the kickoff show Saturday. Kruger and Low Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara. Got great food, great drinks, best pregame show in the Bay, Larry and Low. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. And we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Now I really, really, really want to talk to Peter King and Mooch. Oh, we're going to play him those comments. Is Baker Mayfield terrific? Terrificer than Purdy? 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Vontae Hill on the
You do not touch anybody else's ball.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I feel like if I were you, listen however you listen. We appreciate however you're bringing us in. Might be a fun time to get over to Twitch or YouTube, though, because it feels like it's 3 o'clock on Thursday.
Yeah.
But the game's on Saturday. Peter King's about to jump in. Mooch is about to jump in. I can tell you guys that, yes, I exchanged a text with one Brian Baumgartner yesterday. He's in Florida. If you don't know who that is, that's Kevin from The Office. And I had a question for him because he always comes on when the Niners and Packers have a big game because he's a big Packer fan. But that was originally born out of his friendship with Aaron Rodgers, which that sentence has changed through the last couple of years.
Totally.
But they got to know each other like on the celebrity golf circuit. That's how they got to know each other. So he's a big Packer fan. And so we always have him on whenever the Packers and Niners play a big game. So I texted him yesterday and I go, hey, but it's been a little bit. I don't even know. Are you still a Packer fan? Because Aaron's not there anymore.
Right.
And he knew exactly why I was texting. And he goes, let's do it. Bleep the Niners.
Whoa. Kevin from The Office?
So it's about to get real in the Whole Foods parking lot.
Up in here.
Yeah.
I love it.
It is about to get real. And so I think we're about to have a really, not that we don't always, but an extra good time here with the 7 hours of radio that we've got left between now and the football game.
We've got 50 hours till kick, and you're telling me that Kevin from The Office might be a part of the proceedings?
Oh, he's coming on tomorrow.
I cannot wait.
And he started the conversation with Bleep the Niners.
And we've had him on before, and it's a little off-putting because you expect him to be Kevin from The Office. He's not.
Yes, not a dumb person.
No.
At all.
And I mean,
not a sloppy, slovenly weirdo.
No, he's
not
smart and sharp and funny, and he's a number of different things. But it is a little off-putting whenever you think about actors who are known for the one role. Sure. And I'm sure he's done other things, and I apologize to him for not knowing his IMDb.
That is his signature
role. But he is
role.
Kevin from The Office, right?
Yes.
And so you think about other actors who've had the one role, and it's like, oh my God, you are so-and-so.
Right.
And you feel bad because he's an actor, but at the same time, he's probably doing pretty well.
He probably
based on.
Probably. You know what that is, don't you? That's a syndication sensation. Okay? Is what that is. He is not offended when you go up to him and call him Kevin.
Okay.
Because he get paid.
Yes, and that show is one of our go-to, get in bed and watch before we go to sleep shows. And Kevin delivers. So tomorrow, Kevin from The Office.
Yeah, at a
Packer fan.
TBD time.
F the Niners?
F the Niners.
Okay.
Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You know what the funny part of the story was? He responds and he's like, let's do it. Bleep the Niners. And then I had a really busy night. So I never said anything back.
Oh, right.
And it went 6 hours, and he thought he offended me. He texted again. He's like, dude, I'm sorry. He goes, I didn't want that to come off like that. We're good, right? And I'm like, dude, I have been in the weeds. We're fine. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
That's so funny. P.S. F the Packers.
Yeah, exactly. And bleep you and ba-doom, boom, ba-doom, boom, boom. No, pack, no.
Thank you.
Okay? That's how this is going to go.
I love it.
So anyway, yeah, we'll hop him on here tomorrow. Framed autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. All you need to do is listen for the keyword between 4:30 and 5:30. Text that word to 20357, and boom, you're in. You're qualified, and you can do that every show, every day. So that means tomorrow as well in the morning, 7:30 to 8:30, midday, 12:30 to 1:30, and then again tomorrow with us, 4:30 to 5:30, 20357. The place to text the keyword. So you get that in about an hour and a half. Peter King in 10 minutes. Mooch at 5. Are we giving it away on the air after tomorrow's keyword as well? Like between 5:30 and 6, are we doing it on the air? I want to know that. This is live producing on the air. Are we doing that tomorrow? I want to know if, do we get the payoff at 5:52? Nobody seems to know. Look at these blank stares.
Oh.
Yeah. Are we doing it on the air? Shrug. Okay. Fine. We're doing it. We'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
Unless I change my mind.
It is not in our jurisdiction to pick the winner.
It's not. So we're not doing it on the air.
No, we're not.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the answer.
Thank you for jurisdiction.
Big word, I know.
Yeah, all good. All good. So Greg Olsen continued after it's a lazy narrative to talk about Brock Purdy being good simply because there are a lot of good things around him. I thought he brought up 2 sparkling examples. Does that mean that Kurt Warner and Peyton Manning are limited quarterbacks? Well, Reggie Wayne, Marvin Harrison, Edgerrin James, Marshall Faulk, Zahir Hakeem, Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt. We could just keep on going. Apparently, Mike Martz, Tony Dungy, and we just keep on going. Apparently, these guys are just okay. Like
system quarterbacks, Mark.
Not saying they're not good. Like, they're good, but they're not that good because this whole wheel just spins without them. So Olsen calls that a lazy narrative. But then, cool question by the guys, Bonte and Joe, and they were like, what is it? What do you see with Brock that you think works? And so that was answer number 1, but he had a second part to the answer, which I found interesting also.
He's an elite processor. He is able to eliminate reads. He's able to eliminate sides of the field based on coverage. He is a really, really quick processor of information, which allows him to make fast decisions and get the ball to the appropriate place on time, which then leads to obviously the big yards after catch, which is accuracy and delivering the ball on time while the guy is open and allowing him to run.
Okay, elite processor. We've heard that before, right? But have we heard this one before? Listen, he goes on and has a little bit more.
Of all the great things San Francisco does really on both sides of the ball, and they're obviously, at the top of the list in pretty much every category, with the exception of Trent Williams, it's a middle-of-the-road offensive line pass protection-wise. They're by no means bad, but they're not one of these, dominant offensive lines from the drop-back pass standpoint. I think Brock Purdy has done an unbelievable job playing from dirty pockets, playing with pressure, playing with guys at his feet. He leads almost every category in the league, yards per attempt, completion percentage, all the important metrics under pressure. And I think most quarterbacks in this league operate at a clean pocket pretty well. If they couldn't do that, they wouldn't be in the league. But, man, his ability to operate from a messy pocket, his ability to make off-platform throws, his ability to keep his eyes downfield when protection's not perfect, I think that is another element that kind of separates him from a lot of young guys around the league.
I love that one. His ability to operate from a dirty pocket.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an incredible breakdown.
Yeah.
And he's right about the offensive line in terms of pass protection. They're not elite, and they're probably middle of the road, but Brock Purdy makes them look good because of what he said in the first answer, which is his ability to process, and you get the ball, and you already know by the time you get the ball what's covered and what might possibly be open, so you eliminate half the field. It doesn't mean you don't look over there and look off the defense, but his ability to find out what might be open and then get the ball out, even when he has a, quote, dirty pocket, is phenomenal.
Man, the start of this game to me feels like everything. And I'm not saying that the 49ers, I do think this, the 49ers could win a battle. The 49ers could win a close game, but the Packers are going to need to start this game the same way they started against Dallas, which I find hard to believe, which is get the ball, go down the field, get a touchdown, then boom, get a pick, boom, 14-0. If you do that, then yeah, the 49ers, as we know, that's not their game plan, and that's not what Brock and the entire offense do well. In many ways, and it's no surprise, Shanahan to LaFleur, there is a lot of mirroring of one another with these two football teams. But the 49ers are more experienced and, quite frankly, better at it. It doesn't mean that they'll win, but that's why I like them so much. They both want to do the same thing. If they can get their running back, McCaffrey or Jones, if they can get them going early, it's going to open up the whole toolbox. And if you've got the whole toolbox, these offenses become really, really hard to stop. I just think this. If the 49ers have a good first quarter, this thing is going to get out of control and be a total blowout. If the Packers have a good first quarter, we're looking at a battle. Peter King in a moment. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. Winter's magical at the Inn at the Tide. Special winter midweek rates. Start at $179 per night, breakfast included. Book your winter escape now at inatthetides.com. Peter King next on Willard and Dibs. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. Here's the other reason you need to be.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're not going to waste any time. Peter King is here, Dibs.
I love him.
So let's rock and roll. Twitch and YouTube available to you. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. All powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line. On the line, of course, none other than Odyssey NFL insider Peter King, our favorite every week. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. Peter King, we hear that you're going to both of the AFC games this weekend, and we can only assume that's because you know the Packers are going to get rolled at Levi Stadium.
No, last weekend I went to 2 games. I went to Houston and I went to Detroit. And I like to try to go on weekends like this. I like to try to go to 2. And I haven't seen the Niners in a while. I haven't seen the Packers all year. And I just thought, man, I'd really like to go to the game. But getting from San Jose or San Francisco to Buffalo on Sunday in time for that game was going to be a challenge. So I just decided. And then, if one thing goes wrong, you miss the game entirely. So I just thought I would go to Baltimore and Buffalo instead.
In terms of the must-watch games, you would put Chiefs-Bills as number 1, and then logistically the Ravens game would fall next. But would you put the Buccaneers-Lions as the second most?
I wouldn't put the Ravens game second. I'd put the 49ers game second. Because I don't know how you could watch that game in Dallas last weekend and not think, hey, the Packers are going to give anybody right now a really, really good game. And, I don't think they're going to go in necessarily to Santa Clara and win that game. But, look, in the last 9 games, Jordan Love's got 21 touchdowns, 1 interception. This is a challenge right now that the Niners have in this game. You wouldn't think that a 7-1 would be a big challenge. I think it's going to be.
You mentioned those last 9 games. That's been all the talk with Jordan Love. Let me ask you, Peter, how has your perception of that player changed in the last 9 weeks?
Massively. Because, look, I during the course of the year, I've been, you're on this talk show, that talk show. So I've been on a couple out in Packer country. And, when Jordan Love wasn't playing well, I remember this one show I was on. I said, listen, you have to understand, I don't care how bad. Look, it's one thing if he, looks like, Todd Marinovich or something. But unless he's absolutely, totally terrible, then, he's going to get a second year. And I would predict under almost any circumstances he'd get a third because they just put too much into him. So I never thought that it was ever going to be one and done with him. But the last half of the season, it's convinced me that, honestly, both he and C.J. Stroud right now, if I'm making a list of the top 10 quarterbacks in football, both of those guys are going to be on it.
Well, C.J. Stroud to me is like Yo-Yo Ma, Peter, in terms of his excellence.
You're funny.
It's because I'm a diehard reader of your column, and I thought your Yo-Yo Ma comparison with the great cellist was fantastic, and so I made a note to make sure that I circled back and dropped a Yo-Yo Ma on you.
Very cute. I'm happy about that. Somebody reads that monstrosity. So
I appreciate it. Still picking through it. To me, it's the Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, and Thursday morning in America because it takes me 4 days to get through it, but I appreciate the Yo-Yo Ma shout out. Brock Purdy has gotten some blowback, Peter, in terms of an ongoing narrative of system guy and Shanahan and the talent around him. At what point does Brock Purdy maybe be able to put that to rest? Does he have to win the whole kit and caboodle to put that narrative to rest?
I really think it depends how these games go. But again, I think anybody who expects Brock Purdy to start to get praised by all the analysts as a top 3, top 5 quarterback in football you're going to be waiting a long time. It's fruitless. I mean, I have watched this happen over and over again during the course of this year, where people just, no matter how well he plays, and you guys, you're the ones who coined the term draftism, and I think it's exactly right. When you're the 262nd player picked in the draft and you have a great supporting cast and a really good play designer and play caller, then you're not going to get as much credit as you probably deserve. That's just the way it goes. It's the endless conversation. I think it's absurd, but it is the way it is.
We're talking with Peter King. Insider Calls are brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. Peter, Amy Trask, who I'm sure you know very, very well. We love her. We respect her on this show. We often have similar opinions. We don't on this one. She's going to join us in about 20 minutes. And I wonder what your thought is on this. She did a piece on the Rich Eisen show recently and said that this weekend's games have 7 terrific quarterbacks and Brock Purdy. So, it's one thing, right, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. How would you compare Brock to Baker Mayfield, for example?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to disagree with most of the people in my business. And I've just gotten used to disagreeing with them the whole year because most of the people in this business think that Brock Purdy is the highest compliment they would pay him is that he's a complimentary piece in Kyle Shanahan's puzzle. And, I remember we had this discussion after the San Francisco game, the 42-10 game earlier in the year. And I remember just feeling like anybody who watched that game and didn't think that Brock Purdy was a well above average NFL quarterback, you're watching a different game than the game that is actually being played. So look, I really like Amy. I think she's great, but she's, in my opinion, she's very wrong, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. You disagree with people in the business. But one other thing I would say about Purdy, and one of the reasons why I've gotten to, just as I've observed him, I don't know him well at all, but as I've observed him, what impresses me is that he doesn't give a flying fig about any of this stuff, because in his world, it just doesn't matter. He's used to everybody overlooking him. He's used to not being heavily recruited. He's used to having to go to Iowa State to play college football instead of having one of the big Pac-12 schools chasing him. So he's been used to this. He's used to people not thinking he's very good in the draft. And so, as I've watched him over the years, over just 2 years, as I've watched him, I go back to, and we've talked about this before, when after his first game against Miami 13 months ago, the next team on the schedule is going to be Tampa Bay coming into Levi's. And I said, hey, your first NFL start is against Tom Brady next week. And he said, hey, cool. He's been playing football longer than I've been alive. And, and that's just, he doesn't say, oh, my God, Brady. Oh, geez. I mean, he's a quarterback. Brady's a quarterback. Let the best man win. I just think that's the way you have to handle it. There's nothing else you can do when everybody in the world is saying you're just a guy. It's just, so what? You just got to go out and play anyway.
You look at this rivalry, Packers and Niners, and it goes back decades and generations. And now my partner Mark was pointing this out yesterday about Love and Purdy, this maybe being the new head-to-head matchup. How do you put this rivalry in terms of NFL rivalries that are somewhat storied?
I mean, one of my favorite stories that I ever remember from this rivalry, Mariucci was coaching the 49ers. The Packers came into Candlestick. And after the game, Favre goes over because Mariucci coached him in Green Bay. He loved Mariucci. He loved his family. And he goes in there, and this, I hope I'm not going too far afield in telling you this, but after that game, and I forget what Steve's son was named. He's obviously grown and whatever. He's probably 40 years old now. But Steve Mariucci's son, Favre, saw him, and he goes up to him, and he gives them this little vial, and he goes, "Hey, listen, when you go into school on Monday, I want you to sprinkle this on all the girls' seats." And he looked at him and he said, "What do you mean, Britt?" And he said, "Look on the side, look on the label." And the label said fart juice. And he wanted Mariucci's son to go in and just totally stink up his class. So the kid was so excited. Mariucci goes, "Hey, thanks a lot, Brett." But anyway, that's, I hate to say it, I don't remember that much about the game, but I remember the vial of fart juice after the game because that was Brett Favre.
That's an elite reporter right there. That's a great story.
It is.
Peter King with us here on Willard and Dibs. We're focusing a lot on the quarterbacks, and I actually think that this might be a game for the running backs, Peter, and who can sort of get that first quarter lead and who can average, get that 5 to 7 yards on first down. What are you seeing? Aaron Jones has been on a real streak last 4 or 5 weeks. What are you seeing there, and how do you like that matchup?
Hey, I think you're absolutely right. That could be a gigantic key to this game because the Cowboys couldn't handle Aaron Jones. And it's one of the reasons why, as we go through this coaching search right now, and I see every team in the league is trying to interview Dan Quinn. And look, Dan Quinn is a very good football coach, but I wouldn't want to go into an interview this week after the way my defense played. And quite honestly, the way the defense has played a lot in the last month or so. And so I look at that, but I also look at the fact that the Packers have done a fantastic job in taking what they do well, okay, and they believe very strongly in making it 2nd and 5. They want Aaron Jones to own this game early in games and early, in series. And so they believe in that, and that's one of the things the 49ers are absolutely unequivocally going to have to shut down. I think it's a big game, honestly, for the interior of that defense to really play well on first down.
And how much does the return of Eric Armstead help that? And do you think that the 49ers run defense that was a little less than stellar later in the season, do you think that the rest and getting Armstead back, is that the elixir that they need?
I think it's going to help a lot, especially in a game like this. And quite honestly, in a game if they play Detroit next weekend, because Detroit's running game has been absolutely killing it, especially in recent weeks. So I look at the next 2 weeks. I've been watching that and watching Eric Armstead's availability, and if he can come back and be 95%, of Armstead, that is a vital return to the lineup for the 49ers.
Peter King with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, talking out playoffs. And speaking of all of them, and you'll attend 2 of them, who do you think is the livest dog this weekend of the 4 games, Peter?
I think look, I mean, Buffalo is favored over Kansas City, I assume. I'm sorry, I don't look at these that much.
Yeah, just by 2.5 is all.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously that would be Kansas City would be the one, because I don't think it matters. I think home field is borderline meaningless this week. When I think about Buffalo and Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. I just don't think it matters. The other game that I think is interesting is, we talked about, I talked about how I really thought that the way that Green Bay played last weekend, they're going to come in absolutely and give San Francisco a game. But I think Houston absolutely is going to give. Is this going to be a game in the fourth quarter? Houston at Baltimore. I think C.J. Stroud is fearless, and I think he goes into Baltimore on Saturday and plays very well. Probably wouldn't pick him to win, but I think they're going to play really well.
Do you put any stock into the trend for Lamar Jackson in terms of his January shortcomings so far, or is that just too small of a sample to really put any stock into?
I think it is a small sample size, but there's no question that Lamar Jackson has been a bad playoff quarterback. And now look, when you think about this, you've got to be pretty honest about it, looking at it. The guy has not played a playoff game for 3 years. And so I think you got to give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. Small sample size, 4 lousy games, and then you look at what's happening this weekend, and you just say, look, there's a lot of pressure on him. But I'd like the position I'm in if I were him. My weapons are a lot stronger this week or this year than they have been at any time in the past. He's going to get Mark Andrews back. He's got a multiplicity of people that he can use. And so I look at it honestly, and I just say, I'm pretty sure it's fluky, and I think Lamar Jackson is going to play well. But I will say this, if he doesn't, the story coming out of that game, as much as, if Houston somehow won that game, the story coming out of that game would be as much about Lamar Jackson's failure as it would be about Houston's success.
Well, speaking of quarterback failure, it does feel, Peter, like there's a little trepidation right now with the Niners and Brock Purdy, because the last time we saw him in the bright lights, it was the Christmas night game. He's only played one football game since then, and he was fine.
Yeah.
It was the win in Washington. But with that being so recent in the rearview mirror, what do you expect from him this weekend?
I expect him to pick up where he left off. And the vast majority of this year, he was a prime MVP candidate. And so I don't think he's not the type of guy to be tight, be nervous, or to be thinking, oh my God, I got to play well because the last big game I was in, I was awful. To me, I just think that what happens in coverage of pro football today is that it is so massively overcovered, that these narratives start to take on lives of their own when people will say, wow, how will Brock Purdy play? Every quarterback in the NFL has multiple bad games every year. And I just don't look at it like I would be very worried about it. I think he's going to be fine.
The one game we haven't really discussed is Tampa at Detroit. Do you see the Lions having any sort of an emotional letdown, or does Dan Campbell and his fiery approach kind of mitigate that for Detroit?
That was amazing last Sunday night. I was at the game, and that was as intense an atmosphere as I've ever been in. And seriously, that was unbelievable. But I would ask that sort of same question. They were so emotionally set for that game. You wonder, how can a human being do that 2 weeks in a row and keep doing it until the end of the season? Maybe you can. I don't know. But, man, they had to have expended an awful lot of energy in that game. And I think, honestly, that would be Tampa's best chance, honestly. But the other thing is Tampa Bay travels. They're basically at a big disadvantage traveling and getting one less day to prepare. Not that it's not that big a deal at this time of year. It's not a huge deal at all, but I think that's one other edge that Detroit is going to have.
Peter, what if you were a GM? You got all these 8 teams playing this weekend. If you had to win a game, which of the remaining 8 coaches would you want coaching your team?
I would say I'd say probably John Harbaugh, because I think that Harbaugh really has figured out the pulse of his team. And look, I think there's some good coaches this weekend, obviously, to be in this position. Kyle Shanahan being one of them, Dan Campbell, but D'Amico Ryans even. But the one thing about this weekend that I think will really show is that John Harbaugh has a really good sense, along with Todd Monken, his offensive coordinator, of how of what buttons to push with their team, how the lineup should be used. There's a lot of older players, particularly on defense, particularly rushing the passer. And I think Harbaugh and that staff, Mike McDonald there, have really figured out a good way to use their personnel. So I like John Harbaugh's ability to influence this game.
Peter, safe travels, man. Enjoy the games this weekend.
Really appreciate it, guys. Take care.
All right, Peter. There he goes. The great Peter King, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. You know what's coming up next, right? You know what's coming up next?
Big time.
4 games this week. That means we have 8 quarterbacks. Did that math all by myself. 4 games, 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. Make no mistake about it. Everybody be calm, 49er fans. I'm not suggesting Brock's not a good quarterback. He is. I simply don't put him in the same category as the other quarterbacks. So I'll say it again. 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy.
What don't you like about him?
It's not that I don't like him. It's not that I dislike him. He does things very well. He is surrounded by a tremendous, tremendous supporting cast, both on offense and defense. He is a good quarterback. I don't put him in the category of the other 7.
We said earlier that was said on the Rich Eisen show. It's actually under Rich Eisen's podcast umbrella, What the Football, which is Amy Trask's podcast along with Susie Schuster.
Who happens to be Rich Eisen's wife.
Who happens to be Rich Eisen's wife.
I thought that it was from What the Football.
Yeah, it is.
When I heard the voice, the second voice, and having it not be Rich Eisen.
Yeah, so that's What the Football, and that's Amy Trask, CBS sports analyst across the NFL, former CEO of the Raiders. And she joins us next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
You're funny.
Bonte. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The Boxer and Gerson guest line has already been on fire today.
Yeah, it has.
Greg Olsen on the station, and Ross Tucker on the station, and Peter King on the station.
Titans all.
And when you have guests like that, then you have to keep things at a certain level.
You sure do.
And so we thought, you know what? Probably a pretty good day for another titan of the industry and of the NFL. And her name is Amy Trask, the all-new What the Football podcast, CBS Sports NFL, the alum of the Raiders, CEO. We know the resume, and here she is. Hello, Amy.
Well, when you said my name out loud on the radio in the Bay Area, I hope you ducked because, oh boy, it's incoming.
Yeah, and it's all said in love, Amy. We were shocked to hear the comments, but Mark and I have an equal amount of love and affection and respect for you, so we wanted to make sure that what we said it as much to your face as we could.
Well, you know what? Here's to jumping into substance in a moment, but I do want to, and you know I love you guys, and of course you know it's not in a weird or creepy way, but I love you both. But before we jump into substance, I just want to note something, because I'm so passionate about this. You know what? It's okay to disagree. It's okay to have different views. It's okay to think someone's wrong. But we as a world have got to learn that when we disagree, we've got to do it agreeably. There is no reason to be mean and nasty when you're exchanging differing opinions. Go ahead, disagree, but you don't have to be so mean.
I think I disagree with you. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. Yeah. But no, that point is very, very well taken. And truly, I say this with honesty, Amy, I am curious to ask some follow-up questions to this statement. Let us play it for our audience. This is
wait.
Oh,
I want to say one more thing before you do. One more thing, because I got to make fun of myself. When I saw that tweet, which called me what it called me, and I quoted it, speaking to the importance of civil discourse.
Yes.
I had no idea I was quoting a porn account.
Wow, that's awkward.
I didn't see it either, Amy, because by the time I saw your reply, I clicked on whatever someone said and they had deleted it, which is always the move.
A porn account.
Yeah, there you go. Well,
there you have it.
At 3 p.m, how about that? Okay. So anyway, here's the comment about the 8 quarterbacks coming up this weekend from What the Football.
4 games this week. That means we have 8 quarterbacks. Did that math all by myself. 4 games, 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. Make no mistake about it. Everybody be calm, 49er fans. I'm not suggesting Brock's not a good quarterback. He is. I simply don't put him in the same category as the other quarterbacks. So I'll say it again. 8 quarterbacks, 7 terrific quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy.
What don't you like about it?
It's not that I don't like him. It's not that I dislike him. He does things very well. He is surrounded by a tremendous supporting cast, both on offense and defense. He is a good quarterback. I don't put him in the category of the other 7.
There are a number of ways we could ask the very next question. Here's the one that I choose because it zeroes in on one particular thing. And there will be more questions, of course. But, Amy, do you think Baker Mayfield is better than Brock Purdy?
I think Baker Mayfield is doing what he's doing with far less talent around him than Brock has around him. Now, maybe I didn't explain that well, although I do think I was very clear that I think Brock is a very good quarterback and that I think he's surrounded by a tremendous cast that the 49ers, John Lynch and the 49ers have put together. So when I say that I think Baker Mayfield is doing more, it's because I think he's doing more with far less.
I think it's the nature of your use of terrific with 7 terrific, and then Brock was thrown in. I think that's the trigger point for many. And I guess my follow-up question to what Mark asked is it a demerit to a quarterback who is excelling even though he has a great coach and great talent around him?
I think it's a fair point you make that terrific may have been an overstatement as to some. That's a fair criticism. Again, I do think Brock is good. I do think, Patrick Mahomes, terrific. Josh Allen, terrific. Lamar Jackson, terrific. Those three are super duper terrific. It may have been an overstatement about some of the others. But no, I don't think it's a demerit. I absolutely don't. But I do think that if you are building a team and you don't have the cast that the 49ers have so marvelously assembled, then having a quarterback who can do a lot with less is something to consider.
So can we go into history and challenge the point a little bit? Let me zero in on one example. A completely undrafted quarterback who walked into a situation with Marshall Faulk and Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt, but now is also in the Hall of Fame himself. Like, how would you compare your current feeling about Brock Purdy versus someone like Kurt Warner, who had some overlap with his path?
I'm not sure I understand why you're asking me to draw that comparison, and I'm not pushing back on it. I just think that this one flew over my head. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me to compare.
I can totally speak to that. It is the idea that Brock Purdy, you would not use the word terrific because he's got so much around him. Well, so did Kurt Warner. So did Peyton Manning. So do many other quarterbacks who we have had no hesitation calling terrific or great.
Okay, and I guess I'll ask you this. I called him good. Why do people care so much whether I call someone good or great or super duper good or super duper supercalifragilistic good? What are we arguing about the use of good versus terrific? I find that interesting. But your point's well taken. When I look at the 8 quarterbacks. Oh, and I have to tell you one other funny thing. When I look at the 8 quarterbacks, I don't put Brock at the top of that 8. I probably do put him at the bottom of the 8. Does that mean I'm right? Does that mean everyone has to agree with me? Of course not. This is the fun of sports, but we're supposed to be able to disagree agreeably. And there's this great meme about these two guys that talk about, you know what we do? We disagree. We have hearty debates. And then you know what we're doing? We're done? We go out and we have a beer. Isn't that what it's supposed to be?
Absolutely, and you love the sheepdog and the coyote, and that I know that's one of your go-tos in terms of their disagreement, where they would both punch the clock and then they would spend their entire day going at each other.
Trying to kill each other.
Exactly.
Well, and I've told you this many times, Amy. I don't want to have a beer with you. I want to have a bowl of ice cream with you.
No doubt.
Okay, you know what? I love you. I mean, I really do love you. And 49er fans, I love you too. We had a great relationship I did with the 49ers when I was with the team. Oh, and then that's the other thing I love. All the people that are, just piling on me for signing Jimmy Garoppolo. I haven't been with the team for about 12 years. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, and in fact, your fingerprints are more closely associated with the Detroit Lions because you helped our mutual friend Cameron Davis get his start in the business, and now he is the assistant linebacker coach on Detroit staff. So I know that you take pride in knowing that somebody who you gave a little nudge to along the way is still in these playoffs.
It is so sweet of you to reference that. That is really, really nice. And by the way, while we're sitting here talking, I just got, umpteen texts from all my girlfriends saying, do you know that you tweeted out a porn account?
I hope you write back, yes, I do know.
Yes.
I do know now. Amy Trask, What the Football is the podcast. And Amy, just to further that conversation, though, you asked, is the word good offensive? I don't know. No, the word good is not offensive at all. But it is the comparison with the other quarterbacks that are out there. Nobody's eyebrows even go up if you say, I like Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar better than this guy. But Purdy has a resume that goes past, and Baker Mayfield, what does he have to work with? I mean, Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, that's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, and then we can talk about injuries, and then yes, I know Christian McCaffrey was injured, and we can have all these discussions. And here's the point, man, and the reason I jumped on with you. in addition to the fact that I love you both, is we can disagree. That's fine. If you want to tell me you think I'm wrong, and I don't just mean you, I mean people in general, if you think I'm wrong, fair enough. You think I'm wrong. But we don't need to disagree in such a nasty, nasty, horrible manner.
Amy, thank you on short notice for hopping on.
Yeah.
We know you got to get out of here. We're going to stay to our word on that. Thank you for coming on and addressing our audience.
And ice cream on me when I see you, men. And good luck, 49er fans. I wish you well this weekend.
Well,
thanks, Amy.
Thank you very much. Amy Trask, appreciate you. Amy Trask, what the football. Good luck to all 49er fans because, of course, we're going to need it.
Yeah, 9.5-point favorites at home.
We got the worst quarterback in the NFL.
Right, 7
Who's
terrific, and then there's Brock. And I love the part about her retweeting it and retweeting a porn account, which you just never know these days on X.
Look, Amy's great, and I would say, we said directly to her just there, and I will say to her over a bowl of ice cream, I wholeheartedly disagree.
Right.
Wholeheartedly disagree. And the word good is not offensive unless you affix the word terrific to everybody else. I mean, the bottom line
relative,
is, well,
right?
but the bottom line is the point that was specifically made is that Brock is the 8th ranked quarterback of the 8 left. And that's, yes, I disagree.
Right. And you can do so.
And I do so kindly.
Yeah.
And I firmly and kindly disagree.
And you can do it without name calling and without badgering somebody. But unfortunately, social media is not built for that.
Sure.
You normally, especially the old egg accounts where you could just blast away at somebody, or in this case, it's a porn account. And there are so many bots on there now that, you got people hiding behind their identity and taking personal shots, and it's a shame.
I had no idea that the adult film industry was so interested in these games this weekend, but that's exciting. Welcome to the party. I hope you're listening too, because you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Here's the other thing that I think is in play here, to a certain degree. And we are such a society, not of disagreeing unkindly. We are such a society of what have you done for me lately? And you know what Brock Purdy has done for everybody lately? Not even play.
Right.
And that has a lot to do with the opinions that I hear building. Orlovsky this morning. Who are the 5 scariest quarterbacks left? Baker Mayfield was number 4. Brock Purdy's not even on the list. Fine. If Baker Mayfield scares you, knock yourself out. Be scared. But I think that's got a lot to do with it. It's got a lot to do with what we think about the Packers. I want to be very, very clear here. First of all, I'm not on the team. I am a very big 49er fan, but I'm not going to peacock into this game and act like it's not possible that the Packers win.
Sure.
It's a playoff game. It is completely possible that the Green Bay Packers win. I don't think they will, and the point I was trying to make earlier when I said many of you think what you think about Jordan Love solely because of last week, it tucks into what you're hearing about Purdy right now as well. Jordan Love scored 48 points on national TV at Jerry's World last weekend. Purdy ate chips, and it wasn't broadcast to anybody. And I think that is really starting to shade people's opinions. People's opinions in the playoffs get shaped by what we just saw. Look at what we're doing now with Baker Mayfield, whether it's Amy or Dan Orlovsky or anywhere else. Now suddenly, because the Bucs scored 32 points against the worst defense in the NFL, be honest. Now we've decided Baker Mayfield's good. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to forget everything else that I saw leading up to these moments. They're dangerous. They're good. That's why they're here. But now Jordan Love and Baker Mayfield's bleep don't stink because they won playoff games last weekend. I'm sorry. I'm out on that idea. I remember what Brock Purdy did this year, and it was way better than Baker Mayfield.
Sure.
And it was better than Jordan Love, and it was better than almost every quarterback who played.
Different things, I think, in terms of Jordan Love and Baker Mayfield, and you have had a hard time warming to Baker Mayfield this year being a good quarterback.
He had a good year.
He had a good year.
He's not had a good career.
No, and if you look at his numbers, he's had good years, and he's had good years for mediocre teams, and he's had good years in the past. His last year in Cleveland was a good year. They weren't as good, and this year in Tampa was kind of a slow build, and it turned out he had a good year.
Baker Mayfield is Andrew Wiggins. He's the number 1 overall pick in the draft, and he has largely been disappointing and frustrating for the majority of his career, but he has moments where he shows up and you go, oh, right, you have talent. It's the same guy. It's the same guy. One of them has commercials, so we don't yell at him that he doesn't care, because he cares too much. He gets into police chases with people, in fact.
That was a few years ago.
Yeah, it's the same career, though.
Different player. I would say the career is different in that Baker Mayfield is trending toward being good again, and Andrew Wiggins is trending toward being bad again. Andrew Wiggins went from, you're the number 1 overall in Minnesota, and he was mediocre. Then he won a championship, and now he's back to being Minnesota Wiggins, if not worse than Minnesota Wiggins. Baker Mayfield is playing his best football of his career, and he's got a playoff win now.
I don't disagree. Wiggins is a champion. Baker has not even come close to proving anything near that, and won't this year either.
A lot tougher to be a championship-winning quarterback than it is to be a member of an NBA champion.
No doubt. The line I'm drawing is the fact that both were the number 1 overall pick.
I get it, yeah.
Both have been kicked out by the team that drafted them. Both have been a lot more disappointing than impressive, but both are really good athletes who at times will impress you. That's the comparison I'm drawing.
Yeah.
That's all.
Baker on his 3rd team.
Yeah, different sport, actually, Baker's on his 4th team. Remember the Rams?
Yeah. Rams, Carolina in there, too.
Browns, Carolina, Rams.
That's
on his 4th team already.
Yeah.
So,
first time over 4,000 yards.
Yeah.
And, you look at his last year, actually his 3rd year in Cleveland, he had a good year, and they were good. And this year, he's been better. Career high in yards, and he's been a guy that has been thought about as comeback player of the year in terms of what he's come back from being not very good. He had a great year. And Jordan Love, I think, is more of a product of the second half of the year as opposed to 4 quarters in Dallas. But that's my opinion. And, I haven't watched every snap of Green Bay, but I've watched the Packers get better, and I've watched him get better over the second half of the year through Red Zone and watching their games as much as I could. And so for me, it's more than just, wow, they beat Dallas. Who is this guy? Jordan who? And discovering that Jordan Love is good over the course of 4 quarters against Dallas.
No, I don't disagree with that either. Yeah, he's very good. Like, his numbers speak for themselves, but everybody went and forgot about Purdy, apparently. Maybe not everybody, but there are a lot of opinions out there that have now decided the same damn thing that we spent all year dispelling, which is that the quarterback position is some sort of a weakness for the 49ers.
Right.
Some sort of a spot where, gosh, I love them in every spot, but the quarterback, he's definitely the 8th of the 8 that are out there. When you're talking about certain teams, Baker Mayfield, who is on his 4th team in 5 years, CJ Stroud, who is a rookie. This is his first experience with playoff games. Jared Goff, who scored 3 points in the second half of a football game, held on for dear life, and beat a team that got rid of him in order to win a Super Bowl. I mean, let's really take all of these resumes into play. I'm not sitting here telling you that Brock Purdy's the best quarterback this weekend. I don't think that. But I do think that what you're hearing from a lot of people now is due to the fact that 6 of these guys got to play last weekend. So they're right in the back of our mind in terms of what they can do.
And Brock, the other guy
Brock hasn't played for 3 weeks.
The other guy is going to be the MVP. So in terms of what you're saying, 6 guys played, and 2 of them, Mahomes and Allen, are going head-to-head, and they're considered probably the 2 best in the sport. And we saw Jared Goff in the emotional win in Detroit, and Baker was number 1 overall, and CJ is going to be Rookie of the Year. And so everybody else has this resume. And you're right. All we remember about Brock Purdy, it's not 22 of 28 against Washington in the last game he played. In a really good game, another good game for Brock Purdy. More than solid, 124.7 QB rating. He was near perfect in that game. What we remember as a nation is 4 picks on Christmas because we all watched it. It was Christmas night. It was the biggest matchup of the year. The two Titans, Super Bowl preview, and Brock Purdy wasn't very good.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, but that all speaks. I'm in full agreement with you. There is a recency bias in terms of what's going on in our discussion about QBs. I think we arrived at this weekend, and it's the first time where you've got 6 playoff winners and the 2 teams that earned their way into not even having to do that last weekend. So these should be teams that are good, that are playing well, and have good quarterbacks. And we've decided that Brock is not up to snuff solely because you didn't see him last week. You didn't see him the week before that. You saw him in what felt like a sleepy whatever game the week before that. Right. And then there was Christmas, which was terrible. And so that goes back a month.
Right.
And apparently erases weeks 1 through 16.
Well, just how about the 6 weeks before Christmas where they won 6 in a row?
He was incredible.
I mean, forget weeks 1 through 6 where you rattle off 5 in a row, then you had the losing streak, then you had the bye, but you came out of the bye and you won 6 in a row. So it feels to me, Mark, like it's the same old narrative over and over. And I was just thinking as you were talking about any other year where you had the 2 teams that get the bye, and we've never, ever in that time thought about, well, those teams have a bad quarterback. It's very rare that you look at the teams who get the bye and you think, well, they're doing it despite their quarterback, which this team is not doing that. But that's what many people want you to believe.
You know, Jordan Love has won 7 of his last 9, Dibs.
Yeah, he's been hot.
You know who else has?
Brock Purdy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and one of those losses wasn't his. He's actually won 7 of 8.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has.
It depends on how far you want to go back.
Also 7 of 9 and 7 of 10 and 7 of 11.
7 of 11, exactly. So we can play that game.
Let's go to Art in Oakland on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Art. What are you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. I played both wide receiver and quarterback. I'm 87 now, and played basketball up to the age of 83. When I first saw Brock Purdy, I was knocked out. He did things, 2 things that he did that the other quarterbacks couldn't do was throw the ball east and west to make someone making a crossfield pattern. He threw it so they never broke stride in catching the ball, while the other players always threw on the back hip or behind the players. Also, I thought he's unbelievable against pressure. He evades pursuit, throws perfect dimes with the defense in his face, throws at odd angles beautifully. A couple of his throws look like he just threw it away, and it comes right perfectly into Ayuk's hands with a defender on him tightly for a touchdown. He stays calm. He's got a crazy fast wind-up throw that's very, very quick. It doesn't give away where he's going to throw the ball because it's so quick. And he takes everybody off the ball by looking them off. His defenders, he looks them off the ball. That's why a lot of times they're just not in position.
Art, great stuff. Appreciate you so much. You've been watching football for years, and you know that no one's ever done it better than Brock.
Yeah, you can throw it east to west, north and south.
Yeah, he's great.
Northwest and southwest are a little tough for him, but directionally he's accurate.
Get your compass ready. Saturday night is almost here. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs' free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. And while you're there, check out some of the stuff we've been referencing. Greg Olsen on The Morning Roast, Ross Tucker on Steiny and Goo. Now, Amy Trask and Peter King on this show. Steve Mariucci is 45 minutes away. Your phone calls, though, are next on Willard and Dibs.
I've played this game. I've coached this game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers.
He doesn't give a flying fig about any of this stuff.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's the calm before the storm. There's no doubt about that. That's
And we're down to 49 hours, kid.
Ooh.
Look what I just did.
49 hours.
49.
Hey, dude. Yeah.
49 hours. Let's go.
You're funny.
Thank you, Peter. I do enjoy his column, and I had to hit him with his Yo-Yo Ma because you don't get a lot of Yo-Yo Ma in your sports columns these days. was Peter?
That was also
right?
Peter. That was when I asked him about the coaches.
You stumped him.
I'm like, which coach do you like best, Peter?
It was good.
He doesn't give a flying fig about any of this stuff.
I mean, he had me going there, Grandy.
Let's go. That was good, Peter King today. It's always good.
I think that is so much bunk.
Yeah, I think Peter, his processing was elite today.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, that's actually what that sound is. That's him processing.
Exactly. That's his version of saying that's a good question. Because most guests will say, well, that's a good question, when really all they're doing is what Peter did. I mean,
they're pausing.
Exactly.
It's no different than when you answer a question with a question because you don't want to answer it yet.
I don't want to answer it?
Yeah, or whoever.
Right.
Where were you last night?
Do I want to answer it?
Where was I last night?
Where was I last night?
What do you mean, where was I last
Totally.
night? Where were you last night?
You just said.
And we talk a lot about, and for those of you on YouTube, you see us sometimes celebrating during interviews when one of us gets that's a good question from a guest. And I was thinking about this earlier in the week. I don't know if Steve Kerr has ever given one of those out to us. That to me feels like the holy grail of that's a good question.
Yeah.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We've gotten that, Grant.
That's right. Yeah, when it's not a great question, he just doesn't answer it.
True.
He just silent treatment.
But when it is a good question, he'll just answer it.
Yeah.
He doesn't. I don't know if we've ever gotten that's a good question.
Well, Steve, you want to talk about elite, and then we're going to go to the phones.
The phones.
Steve is. I know a lot of you have Steve problems right now.
Fire Steve.
Yeah, that's fine. The Warriors are in a frustrating way right now. There's no two ways about that. But as far as looking someone in the eye, answering a question, handling it in a PR-friendly way, knowing how to deal with situations in media, good God, you ain't beating Steve Kerr to that.
Right.
Nobody. Just listen to it.
And think about the 1-2 punch of he and Bob Myers when Bob was here.
That's actually the only person who could.
Right.
But I mean,
those are some titans.
Yeah, to diffuse situations, to be accountable for situations, to speak, but also protect your house or your brand or your people. He's phenomenal at it. He's unmatched.
To speak honestly while not giving the entire truth.
Right.
And at times, not that he's dishonest, but there are times where, the answer is maybe not everything that he knows.
You can't say it.
Exactly.
You can't say it.
Like the Draymond, we asked him some Draymond questions, and then an hour later it's, hey, Draymond is, he'll be back in the facility. Didn't we just ask him that?
Well, I always laugh when fans get offended by that. He's avoiding the question. Or I can't believe they said this and then did that. Like when Mike Dunleavy said, we totally expect Jordan Poole to be here for the next 4 years. He's under contract.
Right.
And 2 days later, he's a Wizards. What do you want to do? Oh, he better hold his feet to the fire. He was dishonest.
He lied to you.
No, he told you what he can tell you. And oh, by the way, you do that in your life too. I'm talking to all of you.
Sure.
I'm talking to me. That's how you live. That's how you live. You ever been a parent?
You ever been a spouse?
Are you honest with well, that's a little different. I hope you can at least be mostly honest with the adults you love in your life.
Sure.
But your kids? I mean, right. Go ahead. Drop 2 G's to go into Disneyland. 2 minutes in, they're throwing a tantrum. Are you really going to leave? You get up off that ground right now or we're going home. Really? Really? And that's the problem in parenting is as soon as they get old enough to be like, you're bluffing. You're full of crap.
Right.
You just dropped 2 G's on this. That's when you're out of bullets.
Yeah, and that's why you got to save that "don't make me stop this car" line until you absolutely need it. You know, the idle threat is only an idle threat when you don't back it up.
Exactly.
You know,
we're getting real close to the window. The Christian McCaffrey signed, framed, matted, beautiful jersey window starts at 4:30.
How's today's word?
Let me look.
It's a good word because Tuesday we had a word that you didn't love. Yesterday's word was solid. It was a good enough word. Today's word, hopefully.
I like today's word.
Okay, good.
I like today's word a lot.
Good. You lit up there.
Yeah, I like that word.
The cheeks went up.
That's
and
right. That's
you got a little bounce in your step.
I've had a lot of people who have my back. I feel all you out there. I've had a lot of conversations with people who are like, you're totally right. That was a bunch of bull that they put the word fumble next to Christian McCaffrey's name on Tuesday. Yeah, it was.
A lot of Peter King.
It was bullpucky. It's a bunch of bunk.
You people are full of crap.
That's right. So it's been better since then, and today is our best word yet.
Good. I look forward to that. And the window opens at 4:30. Is that right?
Yes. 6 minutes away.
Okay.
All right, let's go to, Filmo's here. Hey, Filmo. Filmo Mike, everybody, on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, what's up with it? What's up with it, man?
What's good?
You know what, Mark? To play upon y'all, what y'all just talking about, that's a great question. But anyway, Peter is a real one. You like that one? You like that?
I like that.
That's my inner Dibs.
Yeah, thank you.
That's my inner Dibs.
I like it.
Because I heard Dibs. He was trying to catch you, and he's like, "What do you mean?" He was trying to do it, but it's all good. I love that, Dibs. You a funny one.
Thank
but
you,
anyway, Peter a real one, man. Because you guys and the show before y'all helped me rearrange my opinion on Peter King. I used to think I didn't like him. I thought he was boring, but he a real one now. But listen, Mark. When I used to watch him on the point after, he used to come on the point after on the Monday Night Football games. Anyway, Mark.
Yes.
We don't want to talk about it. If they want to disrespect Brock Purdy, let them do that, because I want Brock Purdy with a chip on his shoulder. I don't want a Brock Purdy feeling buttered up. I love it, Mark. You right, though, about everything you saying.
I don't disagree with what you're saying either, though, Filmo. And here's the good news. The good news is I don't even need to be quiet about it. 2 reasons. 1, I have a talk show. That would be tough.
Yeah.
But 2 is what I've learned this year, and Filmo, thank you. Thank you, Grandy. What I've learned this year is he can play well and it doesn't matter. And I tried to tell you this a few weeks ago, and I still believe it. He can win the Super Bowl. It's still not going to stop. It's still not going to stop. I know that that's everybody's sort of ending argument when it comes to the Brock Purdy conversation. Once you win the Super Bowl, then it'll change. And I'm like, nope, don't think so. I really don't. And we've watched quarterbacks win a Super Bowl before, and in fact, we've then decided to use them as examples going forward of game managers, system quarterbacks, Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson, Nick Foles, what have you.
Jeff
Hostetler. Like, I do not believe that winning one Super Bowl is going to make people go, well, now he's a $50 million quarterback. Because we've already had people that we have given that label to who haven't won the Super Bowl. We never made Josh Allen do it. We haven't made Lamar Jackson do it. God knows last year we didn't make Jalen Hurts do it, and we lost our damn mind about the way he was playing football. And these are good players. They're great players. I'm not taking anything away from them. I'd want them on my team for sure. But we have given them the elite label without the Super Bowl, and we refuse to even entertain the conversation with Brock to the point where well-respected media members don't think he's as good as Baker Mayfield. And so if that's ridiculous, and I think that it is, then why would this be ridiculous? I think that Brock has got the best chance of any of the 8 quarterbacks to win the Super Bowl this year, and I do not think that that is going to change a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, I wonder, and I hope we get to have that conversation in February. I think it will change people's minds, and if you're a holdout at that point, well, then you're just a good old-fashioned hater, because if you look at what Brock Purdy has done, even if you don't watch a lot of Niner games, you look at statistically, he's been one of the best quarterbacks in football. He leads the league in a number of different meaningful metrics, including yards per attempt and quarterback rating and completion percentage and all the rest of it. He's at the top or near the top of all of it. So you can't get to the end of this run if the run ends with a Lombardi and look at him and go, well, they won despite their starting quarterback. And I don't have the numbers of Trent Dilfer. I know he didn't start the whole year, and Hostetler and Brad Johnson, but I would bet you, Mark, that they were not statistically in the echelon that Brock Purdy was.
God, not even close. Part of that is
Exactly.
the game has changed every few years.
Right, but even relative to their
Sure.
peers. I'm not saying Brad Johnson's numbers compared to the numbers that these quarterbacks are doing. What about the numbers of the other guys in the league at that time in 2000 and I guess that'd be 2002, the 2003 Super Bowl. I remember it well. I was at my buddy Matt LaPelt's house. He's a Tampa Bay Bucks fan, and I had my little 2-year-old run around, and the ex had a baby on the inside at the time, and Tampa rolled the Raiders. So that's a whole different time now. It's 20-plus years ago.
You want Trent Dilfer's numbers?
For the season?
Yeah.
He started probably 9 games.
Very good memory, only 8.
Okay.
Half the season.
And he probably threw for 1,500 yards.
1502.
Yeah.
Very,
wow.
very good.
I remember because I've actually gone through and looked at his log of games, and he had a couple, like under 200 yards, probably 6 of those games.
You'll be stunned. Everybody will be
He was
stunned.
under 100 yards a couple times, right?
If you just go by his starts, he's averaging 187 yards a game.
$187.
$187. Now, he played in 3 games in which he did not start.
Right.
So there were a couple of throws in there. But overall, his record was 7-1. Got any memory on what the touchdown to interception ratio was?
Yeah. In the 8 games, it was probably like 9-2.
12-11.
11 picks?
Barely better than 1-1.
And they won games like 5-4, 17-2.
Their defense was insane.
8-1, I think they won one game.
Insane. Actually, they scored more than that a lot because they would get so many pick sixes, and their defense would give them such a short field like they did in the Super Bowl, in which I think they scored 34.
But rattle off the opponent's points in those starts from Dilfer.
Well, I'm only looking at Dilfer's numbers right now. Completion percentage, under 60%.
Yeah.
59.3.
So you look at that and you go, okay.
Come on, what are we doing?
That was a product of the team. And, this is where it becomes, to me, counterintuitive to what you're saying. I don't think you're wrong. Some people will continue to say, well, Brock Purdy, Super Bowl winner, who cares? It was Shanahan and McCaffrey that team and the play sheet
That's exactly
and the
what they're
system
gonna say.
and the defense and Steve Wilkes and Wisnowski and all the rest of it. It's nonsense.
It is nonsense because the other thing we can dispel is the idea, and let's go more historical here. Greg Olsen saying it this morning. We'll play that for you in a moment. By the way, the window's open. More on that in just a second. But the idea that just because you have a good roster, it means you can kind of toss whatever you want in there at the QB position. Let's do that in all of sports. So, do the Warriors have a good roster?
Yeah.
Feels like they got a bunch of people on that roster who are going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Probably 4 of them.
Bunch of people who have been All-Stars. Bunch of people who have been lottery picks. Bunch of losing records.
Yeah.
So you have to have the sauce in sports. You got to have the sauce. You cannot just be names. I covered that stupid Laker team when they got Dwight Howard and Steve Nash. Oh, it's 4 on the floor. No, it's an 8 seed and a sweep. They're terrible. You can't just be like, well, we got answers at every position. Not usually. Not usually. Remember when Dallas got Kyrie? How you gonna stop them? I have an idea. Just sit back and watch. They'll stop themselves. You can't just have names. The Niners have names everywhere, but you got to have the sauce. You got to have it. You got to have good players in important spots. You have to have chemistry. You have to have leadership. You have to have people who unlock the people around him. Does Kyle unlock Brock? Yes. Does Brock unlock Kyle? Damn right.
Yeah.
Trent Williams, great left tackle. Not if he's got a crappy quarterback behind him, he's not. Not if his running back stinks. Like, it's all got to be a concert. And he's the one who's the conductor. You can't play good football without him. Window is open. Let's ride. Christian McCaffrey, signed, framed, matted jersey. It is beautiful, and it is about to be yours. We're giving out the keyword real soon. The window is open, so you got to stay locked in between right now and 5:30. Steve Mariucci will join us at 5. All you'll need to do when we give you the keyword is text it to 20357. So get that number ready, 20357. We will give you the keyword coming up shortly. You can qualify for that CMAC jersey. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, Gene.
Mark, I think you're 100% correct that these detractors, people that are still detractors about Brock Purdy, will likely always be detractors unless he wins maybe 3 or 4 Super Bowls. And they won't necessarily come around, but they'll probably just shut up and talk about something else. But listen, these are people, Amy Trask had my head exploding after what she said. These are people that form their opinions, it seems to me, at the beginning, looking at this guy, smallish, weak arm, last pick, third string quarterback, and they form their opinions, they put it out there publicly, and they refuse to change their minds, even, in the face of all of this, body of evidence to refute what they're saying, did say, and are still saying. So to me, it's just total nonsense. And, listen, Amy, we shouldn't be nasty with anybody, especially about sports. But you know what? If you say something ridiculous like that, what you do is, I think you lose credibility. I mean, I'm not sure I can respect anything she says about football anymore after that. So, this nonsense is going to continue with these people. Maybe they should go back and look at Joe Montana. He had Hall of Famers all around him. Maybe he doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame after all. That's how stupid this is.
Gene, thanks. Here's one thing I'll say, and with regard to Amy's point, I do, by the way, wish that she had pushed it a little bit further. I do wish she had backed it up. She spent a lot of the time saying, let's just disagree, but let's do it in a nice way. And I don't have any problem with that point, but I'm still a little confused as to what it is she specifically sees that has her make the comment. If you're just joining us, the comment is, this weekend there are 7 terrific quarterbacks and Brock Purdy. She went on to say he's good, but he doesn't belong in the category with the rest who are terrific. I singled out at least Baker Mayfield and said, come on. But here's the compliment that I've continued to say is tucked into all of this. And if you're a Niner fan, you're directly part of this compliment. The Niner fan base is massive. It's loud. Some, if you're not one, think it's obnoxious. It's big. It travels. And therefore, it resonates. If you do this exact same thing, okay, take Amy's point and do it the exact same way, but sub out Brock Purdy and put in Baker Mayfield or Jared Goff or even Jordan Love. Sub it out and tell me if you get a national story out of this. This weekend, 7 terrific quarterbacks and Baker Mayfield.
You're probably right. I mean, it's not so
whatever.
It's not so controversial.
It doesn't.
It's not scandalous,
move it.
especially when you're dealing with the number 1 seed and a guy who was the front runner to win MVP as of Christmas Eve.
Right.
Even Christmas morning, even midday on Christmas, he was the front runner to win the MVP award. And then he went out and he had a stinker. And then, they beat Washington, big whoop, and he sat against the Rams. And you're right, in terms of the Brock Purdy narrative, it's easy after he hasn't played a game since New Year's Eve. It's been 19 days. It'll be 20 days between games for Brock Purdy. And because of that, we can all put him back in the box where we all want him to be. And that's why if they lose to Green Bay or to Detroit or Tampa or in the Super Bowl, it'll be easy for many people to say, see?
Told you.
See?
Yeah. Although not really.
No, it's easy to say that. It doesn't mean you're right.
No, but I'm right.
That's what people will say.
Do you know how many terrific quarterbacks are going to lose this weekend?
4, Mark.
Apparently at least 3.
No, 4.
Well, but
because Brock's not one of them.
But if you're sure that Brock's not gonna lose,
I'm pretty sure.
But it's at least 3.
Yeah,
like Mahomes or Allen, one of them's gonna lose.
Both terrific,
and I'm gonna rip whichever one loses. I'm coming after him. Well, overrated chance the whole day on Monday.
If Mahomes loses,
'cause I've had it,
then you can. I mean, that's the one box Mahomes has not checked.
Right,
is road playoff win. You realize he's one of only 13 QBs in history to win multiple Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking about it because you were talking about Brock Purdy. Even if he wins the bowl, he still doesn't get the respect. And I disagree with you, but I was thinking about it in terms of, does he need to go out and win 2? Because if he goes out and wins 2, he joins a list that is only 13 names long.
That would change it.
And you could probably name all 13 because it's hard to be a fluky QB and win 2 bowls.
Patrick has not technically played a road game in the playoffs.
Never.
But he sort of has. Remember, he went to the Super Bowl in Tampa and played Tampa.
Yeah,
I know it's not technically a road game, but
especially and you know the way they ticket the Super Bowl.
I know it's very, very different.
Yeah.
But he lost it.
Yeah.
He lost it. So
Joker.
Yeah, totally. Bills will win this weekend. Hey, Fred, in Richmond, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey,
hi,
thanks
Fred.
for having me on, man.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
How are you doing?
We're good.
All right, man. You know, I'm just a humble Niners fan, man. At this point, if the Niners don't go to the Super Bowl, it would be a real disappointment as a Niner fan with the Cowboys losing, with the Rams losing, with the Eagles losing. But I wanted to say, for all Niner fans, let's just stay humble and do what we're supposed to do. People in the media, they just want clickbait. Everybody knows Brock Purdy had a hell of a season. He was a top-tier quarterback this season. I'm not talking about last season. I'm not talking about next season. I'm talking about right now. He's a top-tier quarterback. And we all know he's better than Baker Mayfield. Give me a break. Give me a break. But, again, to all Niner fans, let's just be humble, take our time, do what we need to do to Green Bay and Jordan Love. People forget that for them to make the playoffs, they beat the Bears 17-9. He wasn't awesome in that game. Come on now. Let's just be honest here. Jordan Love beat a sorry Cowboy team, an overrated Cowboy team. But again, thanks for having me on. Go Niners.
Yeah, Fred, thanks. You actually don't have to be humble because you're a fan.
Exactly.
And you can just peacock as much as you want all over town.
That game's on Peacock?
Boy, can you imagine?
You saw the ratings were higher.
The numbers were huge.
The numbers were higher than last year's Saturday game in the same spot.
Yeah.
6% higher.
Yeah, we've all figured it out. We know how to find it, and that's where it's going.
Where's the game?
Yeah.
No, but I was a little surprised that the numbers were actually. I was surprised the numbers were higher.
Yeah, yeah.
The game was better, but the numbers were higher nonetheless.
Which one was it again?
I don't even remember.
Which game was the Peacock game?
The Chiefs game?
That's right. It was the freezing game. It wasn't even a good game. Wasn't even a good game.
Better matchup, though.
Yeah, it's a good matchup.
Yeah.
It's a good matchup. All right. Coming up on the other side, we're giving out the keyword, okay, for the Christian McCaffrey jersey. It's right around the corner that you're going to need to qualify and win that framed, signed CMC jersey. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Plenty of time for more of your phone calls. And also, the great Steve Mariucci is going to join us at 5. Oh, and one other thing. We got Packer Trash Talk. Want to hear some Packer Trash Talk?
Big time.
Yeah, that's next on Willard and Dibs.
Bonte Hill on the Morning Roast are ready for the game on Saturday.
It's always Super Bowl or bust out here.
what we're about to see, which is either a dogfight or a total blowout for the Niners.
Yeah, and I think that Kyle would look at third quarter scoring as maybe being as important, if not more important. And he actually went on to say in his answer that when you do defer, you just kind of have the chance to lap them. That's the advantage. If not, then it plays out even, but you do get a chance in his mind to get that extra possession. If you can end the first half with the ball and score, even if you don't score, you get the ball to start the third quarter. You get that chance to, quote, lap them. And I'm just looking at the NFL third quarter scoring. Green Bay was number 1 this year, 7.2 points a game. The Niners were 7th at 5.7 a game. So maybe the third quarter turns out to be the pivotal quarter here in this game.
By the way, I did want to give this update also because I just got a notification from my son's Little League, which is that this weekend's tryouts have been postponed. Why? Because it's supposed to rain the whole damn time.
From tomorrow through Sunday, right?
Pretty much. And so there was that uptick in a good direction yesterday for the Santa Clara forecast. It's now headed in the other direction. It's still not crazy. It's not awful. They're calling them showers, which is different than rain.
Yeah.
Because that's spotty and in and out. But we're back up to 61% during the day and 53% at night. Expect a wet field on Saturday night for Niners-Packers.
Which, I mean, it's hard to say who it favors. I think that, if you're a team like the Niners who can probably thrive better in a grinded-out game where you have the better defense and you have the better running back, a wet track, I think, would help the 49ers. So I don't think that either team is going to be that affected. And these pros will tell you wind is a bigger deterrent than rain.
Especially for throwing the ball, absolutely. Right. Absolutely. And the temperatures are going to be fine. The temperatures are going to be in the low 60s, high 50s. Put it this way. Based on what we've seen so far in these playoffs, this is not going to be a big deal. Playing in Buffalo, games get moved. Kansas City, one of the top 5 coldest games in the history of the league. If teams can go out and function there, I think Levi Stadium is going to be okay.
Yeah, wet but not cold. I'm looking at the forecast, mid-50s by the evening with 3.5 hours of precipitation, maybe a quarter inch of rain. So it's going to be a wet field, no doubt.
All right, you ready? You ready for the word?
Let's do it.
Here we go. If you want to qualify again, those of you who have been qualifying all week, this will help your chances if you just go qualify again. And if you haven't done it yet, what are you waiting for? Text the word GOLD to 20357. Text the word GOLD to 20357. You will be qualified to win a signed and framed Christian McCaffrey jersey with 2 photos, action shots of him on the run in a Niner uniform. So text the word GOLD to 20357, and you will be qualified to win that jersey. And then make sure you save that number, 20357. Be on the ready to qualify 3 more times between 7:30 and 8:30 tomorrow morning, between 12:30 and 1:30 early afternoon, and then we'll do it one last time around this time tomorrow, 4:30 to 5:30, your last chance to qualify.
Man, get in. It's a hot prize. You want to get a part of it.
No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And guess who is here on the Boxer and Gerson guest line? Ladies and gentlemen, it's Mooch. Hey, Coach. How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm great. How are you doing?
We're doing fantastic. Packers, Niners. You know anything about that?
Yeah. I coached in that game. I coached Niners and Packers playoff games 4 times, and then other times too during the regular season. But yeah, it's quite a history, isn't it?
Well, how's it different in your words?
How is it different now than then?
Or just in general, the history of these two who play in the playoffs so much. Like how does this? I don't know if you want to call it a rivalry, but it seems so in January. How does this matchup compare to some of the others?
Well, for a while there, it had 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks going against each other, Brett Favre and Steve Young, right? So that in itself made it pretty darn compelling. And both teams, both organizations had very good competitive teams. So, and then the Cowboys were in that mix too, in that same era. And then, but then since then, they've, found a way to play each other here now and then. And here we go again. This one's a little different in that Niners are the team that's expected to be here, right? I think many of us planned on them being a Super Bowl contender for sure this year in preseason. And then who'd have thunk it with the Green Bay Packers, being that it's, with a new quarterback, Jordan Love, who, by the way, has really taken the bull by the horns over there and it has proven to be their new franchise quarterback. And they have the youngest team in the National Football League. That's what's a little different right now. The Packers really weren't expected to be here. But when they went into Dallas and, jumped ahead like 27-0, you start taking notice, like, who are these guys? So it's going to be quite a game.
How much does that unexpectedness give the Packers an emotional edge versus a Niner team that had a chance to watch that game, and they do have the burden of expectation on their shoulders?
Yeah, that's a good question, because they might not say it, but I guarantee you that the Niners expected the Cowboys to win that game. It didn't we all? And what was interesting about that game, typically the coin flip, what do teams that win the toss do? You defer, and you're going to get the ball in the third quarter, right? Let's put our defense on the field. That's the norm these days. You defer. Matt LaFleur said, we're winning the toss, take the ball, and yes, they did, and they shoved it down Dallas's throat and put a 75-yard drive together and went ahead 7-0, and he just made a statement early, and they didn't look back.
Steve Mariucci with us on Willard and Dibs. Do you want, in the comparison of these two quarterbacks, I know you said Hall of Fame back in your days on both sides. Now you've got two young up-and-coming guys who have a little something going. How would you compare these two guys who we'll see Saturday night?
Yeah, both playing terrifically. I love both of these guys. Here's something interesting, fellas. We all talk about Brock Purdy being Mr. Irrelevant and all that baloney and playing like crazy. All the other quarterbacks in the playoffs remaining are first-round picks, every one of them, okay? And you know who they are, from Jared Goff to Baker Mayfield to C.J. Stroud to Jordan Love to Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and Lamar. They're all first-rounders. And then here comes this kid, Brock Purdy, that nobody knew about really until he started kicking butt and taking names last year. And, he's been playing just fantastic. And yes, he's got a veteran team, and yes, he's got weapons galore. But you know what? He's the guy he's the spoon that serves the drink over there. And I know he had a tough day at the office against the Ravens on Christmas. Yeah, he threw 4 picks. So what? You know what? 3 of them were batted. That's not going to happen again if they end up playing the Ravens again. But the other team, the Packers, different story altogether, with Jordan Love having to wait his turn, just like Aaron Rodgers had to wait his turn under Brett Favre. And then, lo and behold, here's their next guy, but he's got the youngest team in the league. These receivers, the general fans, like, who are the Packers receivers? I don't know. Sterling Sharp's still there. I don't know who's there. All these first- and second-year guys. And then they go draft 2 rookie tight ends, Musgrave from Oregon State and Kraft from South Dakota State. And all these babies are playing, and they're playing really well.
Yeah, Donald Driver, I think they still have too, Coach.
Driver, yeah.
I got to confirm that he's still there. Steve Mariucci
I think
here.
Don Hudson maybe too. I don't know,
Wow.
but
That's a great throwback.
They have these young guys that are really playing well.
And you're right, Steve, because this past weekend was kind of a who's who when you're watching it and you're not a Packer diehard and you're like, wow, these are guys who I hadn't really heard of. Yeah, Romeo Doubs, but the rest of them were unknown commodities. And yet you look at this Niner defense and there are household names from Bosa to Warner to Mooney Ward in the back. How do you think a rested Niner defense stacks up against these young pups from Green Bay?
They have played against better talent than the Green Bay Packers supporting cast so far this year. This supporting cast with the Packers, they're getting it done. Jaden Reed is a darn rookie from Michigan State. He's tearing it up. And I mentioned the rookie tight ends, and Christian Watson's kind of hurt. He's got a hammy. and he played well last year as a rookie. Had 9 receiving touchdowns, and Wicks, and you mentioned Romeo Dobbs. These are guys that they're having to coach hard every day. There's not one guy that says, throw me the damn ball. They're all these young kids that are just hoping to contribute in some way. And then you got Jordan Love that's just kind of delivering the ball like, he's got assists everywhere like Steve Nash. I mean, this guy is just he's just amazing. They found their run game. Look out, Aaron Jones can get it done if the score says we can keep running the ball. They're a good run team too. So I just love the direction they're headed with the Green Bay Packers. Now, the Niners defense, terrific. We all know that. They're great in the front end, and the linebacker core, Fred Warner, is terrific. We know that, and in the back end too. And they're just a zone team. They're not going to give you the big play. They're going to make you earn it and go 12 plays and hope that you mess it up. Sooner or later, you get a sack or a penalty or a drop pass, and they're very hard to move the ball against.
Mooch, how surprised would you be if the Packers won?
You know what? After that performance last week, I wouldn't be as surprised because I didn't see that coming. Did you guys?
No.
Dallas.
Yeah, no.
I think they beat a better team. I think Dallas. If Dallas played the Packers 5 times, Packers might win one. But you know what? They won the one that counted, right? And so and they played a great football game, both sides of the ball. But I just think this 49er team is rested. The bye is huge. It's just huge for the number 1 seeds who get a bye. Remember, we used to have 2 teams get bye, and then a bye is great. It's like a win with no injuries, right? And so they should be at their best in a game like this. I'm talking about the Niners.
Yeah, and getting just about everybody back healthy. And one guy I think that they need to gear up for is Aaron Jones, 3 touchdowns last weekend. How much does his physical running style give the Packers more than a puncher's chance against a Niner defense?
Yeah, he's a good back. He's a good kid, too. And, they didn't have A.J. Dillon, the other back, more physical back from Boston College. And that was the bad news. The good news for the Packers is they got Aaron Jones the ball more often. And he had 3 rushing touchdowns. And he's just one of those guys that's very, very steady. They use him in the passing game, not as much as Christian McCaffrey, but he's very capable back. And if they don't turn the ball over and give the Niners some short fields, they feel that they can play with these guys.
Steve Mariucci joining us here, 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs. Now, Steve, we always tell our audience that we promise them we're going to be very honest with them, so I'm going to ask the same of you here, and don't be afraid if it's not the answer that they want. But this is big now, okay? You've got a history with the Niners. You've got a history with the Packers. You've got a history with the Lions.
I started my career with the Rams.
Okay.
And so 4 of my teams that I coached with all were in the playoffs. It was awesome.
So to which team do you feel most attached?
The Green Bay Packers.
It's an honest
and
answer.
You say, well, why? Why?
Yeah, why, Moose?
I'll tell you why. I grew up back there, see, and I was a Packer fan, and if we were FaceTiming right now, I would show you a picture of this little mooch kid, 9 years old, getting autographs from Bart Starr and Willie Wood and Herb Adderley and all of them, okay? I grew up a Packer fan freak. I would go to training camp like all those kids. And I still have Packer season tickets. So I never used one of them ever, but my family fights over them, right? So I've been attached to the Packers forever since I came out of the womb. All right. Now I really love the guys over there at the Niners. I love their front office. I love their coaches, and I don't know all their coaches, but I know Kyle pretty darn well, and of course John. I know a lot of their players. Kittle in this bunch is terrific. They've been so good. We have a Down syndrome football camp. It's called Football Camp for the Stars every year for 18 years now. And we get a lot of Packers. We get a lot of these 49ers come on out and help us out with the kids. And, of course, they've been at games on the sidelines and everything. They're just good, genuine, great people off the field. So I've got a certain affinity for these 49ers, too. I love them. And then I still know people at the Lions in the front office and ownership, the Ford family, and I know Jared Goff, and that kind of thing. So I try to stay unbiased, really, in my picking games and analyzing games. I really don't favor, like Michael Irvin is a Cowboy freak. Did you ever realize that?
No.
But I'm not. I don't really do that. I try not to favor anybody or friends, or Andy Reid and I with the Chiefs. I mean, we grew up together in coaching, and so I just try to stay unbiased, cover the league equally as well as the next team, and let the chips fall where they may.
It's a great comeback right there, Steve. From a couple touchdowns down, you rallied there with that answer. I was impressed.
When was I down?
When you said that you love the Packers, yeah. If we were on FaceTime, you would have seen all of us cringe here in the studio at your honesty.
I got a lot of 49er stuff up here, too, that I'm looking at in my office. I got a lot of so many great memories. My best days in coaching were with the Niners. I just loved it there and loved the fan base and loved the organization and all of that comes with it.
Yeah. My follow-up is, why aren't we on FaceTime? Give us your cell phone number, Steve. We'll call you back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it.
Listen, while we're having a light moment, I'm going to take a chance here, Steve, and ask you if this means anything to you. Do you know what I'm talking about when I said? Well, I know. It's a big buildup.
It's a big buildup.
Do you know what I'm talking about when I say Brett Favre and fart juice?
Yeah, he used to fart a lot. He had, yeah, but so I answered. This is what I learned in television. You answer the question right off the bat, and then you explain.
Okay.
You don't beat around the bush like you just did.
Please explain.
Okay. So listen to me. He got in a car accident like 3 weeks before the season started, and they were going to play Alabama in the opening game, and he had like 1.5 feet of his intestine removed, okay, with a surgery. And you know how tough Favre is. He played 321 games in a row or something. Didn't miss, right, because he's so damn tough. Well, he didn't miss that Alabama game either, but that screwed his stomach up for life. And so everybody around him pays the price every now and then, okay?
Well, now
that's not the answer we were expecting.
No, it's not, because now's my turn to explain. This came up. Well, Peter King was on the show earlier.
He spent the whole week with us.
Yeah.
And so your name came up. He knew that you were coming on later, and then this story came up.
One of my favorite stories from this rivalry, Mariucci was coaching the 49ers. The Packers came into Candlestick after the game. Favre goes over because Mariucci coached him in Green Bay. He loved Mariucci. He loved his family. And he goes in there, and I hope I'm not going too far afield in telling you this, but after that game, Steve Mariucci's son Favre saw him, and he goes up to him, and he gives him this little vial, and he goes, "Hey, listen, when you go into school on Monday, I want you to sprinkle this on all the girls' seats." And he looked at him and he said, "What do you mean, Brett?" And he said, "Look on the side, look on the label." And the label said fart juice. And he wanted Mariucci's son to go in and just totally stink up his class. So the kid was so excited. Mariucci goes, "Hey, thanks a lot, Brett." But anyway, that's, I hate to say it, I don't remember that much about the game, but I remember the vial of fart juice after the game, because that was Brett Favre.
You remember this, Steve?
Yeah, no, he like that. He's the class clown. He was the jokester. He would have those little things if you sit on them and it sounded like a fart, and this and that. But half the time was real because it was him. And then we would have aerosol cans and fans in the meeting rooms because he would get a kick out of that. So anyway, that's Favre. That's part of the rival. And Young against Favre. I've got a photo right here in my room. You want to laugh? How much time do we have? We're right over the limit.
As much as you want. As much as you want.
So, in fact, I'm going to show this because we're going to do a little segment on game day morning Saturday, about this rivalry, because I coached in it in 4 of these playoff games, and I coached for both teams. So the first time I went back to Lambeau with the Niners as the head coach, I am on the field warming up with Steve Young. We're playing catch. You know, I'm an old quarterback, and we're playing catch, and I'm reliving my childhood. And all of a sudden, from the other side of the field where the Packers were warming up, here comes a ball right past my head. And then I just kept busy. I didn't know what it was. And then all of a sudden, here comes another one. Almost killed me. So I look back, and it's Favre, and he's laughing at me. He goes, Mooch, come on, let's take a picture. Steve, let's take a picture. This is before the game started. And so Vernon Beaver, the photographer that was there for 60 years, he saw all this. I've got it hanging in my office. I'm looking at it, laughing right now, because Steve Young and I are going, what is going on? This is before the game started. And Favre wanted to take a picture at half court with us just for the heck of it. Yeah. Never a dull moment, boy, with that guy.
I love it.
It's incredible, and never a dull moment in this rivalry. And we have to ask about the catch, too, the Terrell Owens play with, a victory over Green Bay, a rare victory in the playoffs over Green Bay. And obviously you were a big part of that as the head coach of the Niners. What are your memories now, 26 years later, Mooch?
Yeah. It's, what is it, 3rd and 7 or 8, and this is going to be it. We're going to take a shot to the end zone. So we lined up and spread left, 3 jet all go, which is 4 verticals. And Jerry Rice was way in the heck to the left side. I suppose everybody in the dog thought we were throwing it to him. And then we had J.J. Stokes and T.O. and who's the other guy? Was it Ty Streets and going 4 verticals. And T.O. got inside the safety. And Steve Young, do you know Steve Young never went in shotgun in his whole life? Never went in shotgun. Right now the league plays 65% in shotgun. But he didn't like that. Favre didn't go into shotgun until his 8th year. But he stumbles on the way back. To make it exciting for the replay, for the film. And he shoots it over the linebacker inside the safety. Terrell Owens catches it, and the great Joe Starkey, Owens, he caught it. It was wild. It was crazy. John Madden and Pat Sumner. And it was, what a great catch, what a great game. And that was just another chapter in this great rivalry.
What's the first thing you said to him when he got back to the sideline in tears?
Oh, he's crying on my shoulder. I said, quit getting your tears on my shirt here. I had to get him off the field. I had to go out there and drag him off the field a little bit because we were going to kick the extra point. I didn't want a penalty. And the place was going berserk, and he was berserk because he was so emotional. He was crying, and he was like beside himself, and he had to try to get a grip because it was such a huge play. He didn't have a great game that game, if you recall. He had a few drops, and It was tough on him. And Steve Young went right back to him because he believed in him. We all did, and he made the big, tough catch. And the other thing I remember, let's see, who was it? R.C. Owens was in the end zone, standing in the end zone. And when Terrell Owens caught it, R.C. was the first guy out there on the field picking him up. Yeah.
This is incredible stuff. Stuff down memory lane. Steve Mariucci with us, Willard and Dibbs. Listen, to bring it back to this one, and so much talk about quarterbacks and your history as a quarterback, I remember talking to you before the season, and we said, boy, people keep talking about how good Purdy looks, but it's a small sample size. And then we all agreed, it's like, but the sample size is not that small anymore. Now we've got a full another season, and he's going to fall short, but he almost won the MVP. There are still people out there who think that this is system, who think it's Kyle, who think it's teammates. What is your response to that?
So if you take the other, first of all, I think Brock Purdy has enough sample size to show us that he is a legit franchise quarterback, okay? So all the other stuff, playing on a good team, that's great, good for you. But you talk to Steve Young or Joe Montana or any of the great players, they had a good supporting cast too, and they played on a good team too. You can't be a good quarterback unless you're on a good team. Yeah, you can lift everybody around you a little bit, but it starts with teammates too, and so I think Brock Purdy, if you put him on some other teams in different systems, he plays pretty darn well. And I love Kyle Shanahan's play calling. Not just the play calling, it's the game planning. It's the design and the scheme of his plays the Niners receivers and tight ends get more separation than anybody in the league. That's because they have a good play action. They move the quarterback a little bit. They work open. They can separate against man or zone. You have a lot of wide open guys. It's because it's so creative. And so start with that. And Brock Purdy is the guy that can distribute the ball all around to anybody. They share the wealth, you know that. And I do think if they play the Ravens again, that he's not going to throw 4 picks now. He'll play like Brock Purdy normally plays, and it'll be a much different outcome.
A little fluky on that Christmas game, Coach. Just knowing these coaches know each other so well. You as a head coach, if you're going up against somebody who you coached with all those years, do you change what you do to try to outsmart the other guy, or do you just go with your best and line up and try to beat him with what you do?
A little bit of both. You try to fool him a little bit. You try to give him a something that he hasn't seen from you, I suppose. You try to disguise or bluff at times, but then when it's all said and done, you got to play ball. You got to snap it, and you got to throw and catch and cover and tackle and intercept and all of those things. The fundamentals take over. All the other stuff is for talking heads like us, right? And so you're talking about every year. You're talking about Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan know each other very, very well, personally and professionally, right? And so there's going to be a little bit of, okay, I'm going to fake an audible here, or I'm going to do something different. He thinks it's going to be this, and it's really going to be that, and that kind of stuff goes on somewhat. But when it's all said and done, you got to play the game.
Mooch, it's awesome to have you. It's awesome to hear your voice. Thanks for the stories. Thanks for the time.
All right, guys. Enjoy the playoffs. It's going to be a great weekend.
Yep, it sure is. There he is, Steve Mariucci, joining us on Willard and Dibs with some stories we thought we might get and some that we didn't.
It's the beauty of what we do, Mark, because you never know. You and I have a plan. Lucas and Grandy, our help behind the glass, our teammates, and we think we have a direction, and then the show starts, and you wind up going 17 different ways.
Oh,
that was awesome.
That was really funny. Steve Mariucci's always the best.
Yeah, he used to fart a lot.
Yeah, he sure did. And Packers-Niners always makes us think of Mooch, so great to get him this week. In case you missed it earlier and you want to qualify to win the signed and framed Christian McCaffrey jersey, we're in the window. The word is out. The key word is gold. So all you got to do is text GOLD to 20357. You do that, you're qualified, and then you got 3 more chances to qualify tomorrow. Morning Roast, 7:30 to 8:30, Steiny Goo, 12:30, 1:30, and then right here on Willard and Dibs from 4:30 to 5:30. So each day, you always text it into 20357, and you can do that right now. The word is gold.
Okay, there you go.
There you have it.
And 3 more chances tomorrow, and a lot of people in the hopper, and someone's going to be lucky enough to win that autographed framed jersey.
I know we have the rest versus rust conversation a lot, but it's funny. Something that I feel like came up during the regular season and kind of became a thing was that whole rest advantage. And remember the 49ers, when they went through those doldrums and they lost 3 games in a row, they were on a weird streak of having less rest than the other team. And there were some players who came out and said, no, this is just a deal now. This is like, I know you don't think of it, but it's important. And then they had equal rest with Jacksonville, both teams coming off of a bye. And the 49ers waxed them and then went on their winning streak that lasted all the way until Christmas Day. And many of those games, they had the bigger rest advantage. And Mooch talked about that there. He goes, I think we're sleeping on the bye. And it's a furthering in a way of something I said earlier. I really think the 49ers are going to win this game. I really feel strongly about that. I know that I can be wrong. It's a sporting event. But when we look at this matchup, we are comparing the Packers, who are hot, and the 49ers don't feel hot. The only reason they don't feel hot is because we haven't seen them. And their rest advantage in this one is wildly significant. It is hugely significant. The Packers played, they're going to be just a 6-day break. I expect the 49ers, when healthy, we have watched them all year long, and when healthy, they essentially lost 1 time, and it was on Christmas against the Ravens. They've got a massive advantage this weekend and very little reason to not come out and play great.
Rested, healthy, home, better. So if you want to just, if you just want to lay out those things, and the Niners led the league. They were dead last in rest advantage. I'm looking at it again, and I had this before the season started, which is why I thought the Bengal game was a, quote, scheduled loss. The Niners had 5 games this year where they had a negative rest advantage and only 2 games where they were positive. They were a minus 20 days on the year. And you mentioned this one, they come in with a +6, right, automatically. And it's even bigger if you want to look at all the guys who didn't play against the Rams and guys who played just a little bit, like Purdy didn't play, and Debo and Ayuk played just a touch, and Trent Williams played a series, half a quarter. So the rest advantage is through the roof. Are the Niners a better team? I think even the most neutral observer would say yes. Even though the Packers are maybe hotter, the Niners are better. They're more rested. They're better. We know they're at home. Those, to me, are 3 huge factors in their advantage in terms of who's going to win this game.
I just, I think most people are picking the 49ers. I'm not saying otherwise.
Right.
But I've not heard normally this kind of a vibe from people when the game is a 9.5 to 10-point spread. A 9.5 to 10-point spread is a game where you sort of usually most people are like, come on, let's be real here. They're not going to lose this game. Doesn't mean they can't. But this is they're like a field goal more of a favorite than the Cowboys were, and everyone was shocked by that.
Yeah.
So I just think that this is playing a role in the way a lot of us feel, even those of us who are 49er fans. I hear a lot of people getting nervous, and that's a good thing. That just means the playoffs are about to start. So certainly anything can happen. But a lot of these nerves are just based on we haven't seen the 49ers in a long time. We haven't watched them since New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve. We have not watched the 49ers we know.
The Ram game was a glorified preseason game. They were playing their reserves. The Niners were too. The Washington game was a real game. Washington was, not really playing for much, so it was a pretty one-sided, comfortable game. You can go all the way back to Christmas night, the last time the Niners were really tested, and that left a bad taste in your mouth. Yeah. So I think that, combined with what Green Bay just showed you against Dallas, and they showed a lot. And Mariucci was right. Up 27-0, and everyone's like, oh, boy, where did this come from? Because you could see Green Bay maybe winning that game because Dallas, they've been inconsistent, and they have a propensity for blowing games in the playoffs. But when they go up 27-0, even that must have shocked even the most ardent Packer fans.
No doubt. Yeah, they were just grinding to get one score before halftime. Right. They almost, remember, it was on 4th down. They almost
last play of the half.
Right, they almost went to the gates down 27-0. Unbelievable. Jim in Houston on Willard and Tibbs. Hi, Jim. Thanks for calling.
Well, listen, it's a pleasure to talk to you guys, and I'm going to tell you exactly why these people who are always so derogatory toward Brock Purdy, why they're the way they are, because I'm going to guess that a lot of these people barely even watched him because he's no doubt a terrific quarterback. They don't like him. He's a clean-cut, nice guy. There's nothing edgy about him. He's just, white bread to them, and they don't like him. Because there's nothing about his statistics or what he's done or what he's achieved that deserves the, what they say about him. He's done a terrific job. And if he'd been anybody else, if this had been Baker Mayfield or any number of other quarterbacks having the same kind of year, they couldn't stop talking about him.
Well, this is interesting, Jim. So your suggestion is that they flat out don't like him, and the reason is because he's clean cut? Like, what's your thought there?
Yeah, it's clean cut. He talks about his faith. He's just a regular, solid citizen guy who doesn't do anything outside of being a great football player to get any attention. I just don't think they like the guy.
Well, I don't know. I think you just described a lot of the quarterbacks. Like, Jim, I get what you're saying, but by the same token, Baker Mayfield, I'm trying to think. Let's go through all 8. Mahomes, no. Allen, no. Lamar, no. CJ, no. Goff? No. Jordan Love? No. The only person who's got any sort of like negative marks against his persona is Baker Mayfield.
Sure.
And even that is like not a big deal. Not a big deal, but he's a talker. He's a trash talker. He had the thing before the draft where he's running from the police. He's got his little feud with Colin Cowherd through the years. He's got a lot of commercials. Whatever. Like, yeah,
You're talking about his persona.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Well, I mean, if that's what's kind of on the table here, they don't like Brock because he's clean cut, just talks about his faith and goes about his business.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys are clean cut, talk about their faith and go about their business.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that's it. I think that when people don't like Brock Purdy, some people it's because maybe the way he dresses. And you saw a Philadelphia Eagle fan talking about how we're not losing to this tool, with his backpack on and his J.C. Penney garb and all the rest of it. And that just becomes maddening for you as a fan when you look at him. And I don't know if that's why you hate him, but it definitely would frustrate you when you think, oh, there's no way we're going to lose to this guy in his J.C. Penney outfit and his Dockers and those ruddy red cheeks, and then he goes out and beats you.
Yeah, I guess, but it's got to be deeper than that. It has to be deeper than that. I will say this, and this might sound like I'm contradicting myself because I do think a lot of the media does this because Brock Purdy is good for business. It gets people going. It gets conversation going. It's not often in sports that we can all look at one thing and have wildly differing opinions, from people who are more on maybe our or my side of the fence where it's like, I think this guy's really good, like really, really good, all the way over to the other side where there are people who genuinely feel, gosh, it just feels like what he's doing is easy. I think that's actually a compliment to him. But I do think there are some people who genuinely have this opinion. I don't get it. But I think there are some people that are not just making it up. Like we hear that a lot. Oh, this is for clicks. I think some people truly think what they're saying in that Brock Purdy is simply about everything that's going on around him.
Right.
And if you asked why, that's why we still talk about this, is I don't think we have an answer to that question.
I don't think it's personal.
I think the people who even feel that way, if you ask them why, would not be able to answer.
I think it's because of everything else around him. I don't think that it's because the way he dresses or the fact that he loves Jesus or that he rides a tractor during the bye week and hangs out with his parents. I think that it's because of everything else. If you want to hate on Brock Purdy, you do it based on everything else around him. You've got a great coach who's a great play caller, a great scheme, and Hall of Fame talent around you. That's why Brock's good. I don't think it has anything to do with Brock the person, Brock the man, Brock the J.C. Penney fashion model, Brock the man of faith, any of that. I think it all stems from the idea of, well, of course he's good. Who couldn't be? I think that's where the majority of the hate comes from. Whether it's Steven Ruiz and his quarterback rankings on The Ringer or your various talking heads, Nick Wrong and the rest of them, that I think is much more clickbait. Like you said, I'm going to see if I can disparage this guy because it's easy to still do. He's Mr. Irrelevant. He's young in his career, and he's got all that talent around him, and he plays for Shanahan. Who couldn't be good, Mark? I'll give you 17 quarterbacks right now who'd be doing exactly what he's doing, if not more.
I've spent all year. Click. Yeah, I've spent all year racking my brain to find an historical comp. Someone who we didn't see coming. He had great teammates. Good coach. Everything around him, both sides of the ball was working. And then we do this. And then how long did it take? I know everyone's obvious, the first two names that come to mind. The problem with bringing those names up is it's really hard to stop people from like accusing you of comparing Brock Purdy to Tom Brady and Joe Montana.
Yeah.
But that's who, like, the comp from the draft position is, and the physical stature and the, the limitations seemingly physically you think of Joe Montana and Tom Brady. That flips everyone out because they're like, oh my God, you're calling Brock Purdy, Joe Montana, or Tom Brady. No, I'm trying to think, and that's why I keep going back to Kurt Warner. And I wish I could remember how long it took people to accept him as a great QB. He was thrown into duty by injury.
Yep.
He had a coach who was considered an offensive guru. He had an unbelievable receiving core.
Yeah.
And the best running back in the game standing behind him. And within days, they became nicknamed the greatest show on turf. And I was much younger then, so maybe I just don't remember, but I do not recall people saying, well, it doesn't even matter who you put at quarterback. As long as they're like breathing and competent, who the hell couldn't move the ball up and down the field with these guys? He won a Super Bowl, so maybe it did sound like that until he won. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember that, though.
Well, it was his first year, really.
Yes.
He came in 98, and he played one game. He threw 11 passes. The next year, boom, you're the guy. There was an injury. You get the start. He leads the league in completion percentage, touchdowns, yards per attempt, and QB rating. He's the AP MVP, and he has an unbelievable year, and then they go win the Super Bowl. But I don't remember at that point, and his story was similar in that he came out of nowhere, former Iowa Barnstormer. He played in the World League of American Football, the WLAF, and then he comes in and he wins the Super Bowl. So that trajectory, I think, is similar, but I don't remember the level of hate that went around it. And then he would go on to win the MVP again in 2001, and he went to the playoffs all 3 years he was there. So the similarities, I think, are there. I don't remember. Maybe it's because it was pre-Twitter and social media, 99, 00, and 01. I don't remember the same level of discredit that he got, and maybe it's because he came in and, he had such big eye-popping numbers.
Yeah, maybe. He's also, he was larger. He's kind of like, he looked the part, even though he wasn't mobile. He wasn't anywhere near as mobile as Brock Purdy.
Right.
But that's the guy who gives me optimism that this is sustainable. That's the guy that gives me optimism that this travels. You know what I mean? Like, I've never known somebody to come in and only look good with certain teammates and then go elsewhere and look awful. And save your Garoppolo comparison, because that didn't look like this. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I get that you can be elevated by your teammates, and I have no doubt that Brock Purdy is. But this, to me, it looks too good to not be real. That's. I don't know that he's going to compete for MVPs. I don't know that he's a superstar. I don't know that. But this is too good for him to turn into a pumpkin.
Yep, you would figure, but other people would look at Brad Johnson and say, well, when he won the Super Bowl, he was surrounded by an unbelievable amount of talent, defensive Hall of Famers, offensive superstars, and could be and should be or might be Hall of Famers as well. And so the detractors would look at Brad Johnson and say, Brock Purdy's more Brad Johnson than he is Kurt Warner.
But that didn't look like this. It was so much less prolific, that Tampa Bay offense. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. And while you're there, check out all our content. We've had Mooch and Amy Trask and Peter King today, Greg Olsen on the Morning Roast, Ross Tucker on Steiny and Goo. All of that is there and available. We'll get to your phone calls next and some final thoughts right here on Willard and Dibbs. And this is also for not Daisy Dibbs, although I keep calling him that, but Daisy Dips. You know the Daisy Sour Cream brand. You trust it. I'm sure you get it. Well, now these are their all-new Daisy Dips, coming in French onion and ranch flavor. And just take it from me, they're delicious. We've been rolling through them at the house, especially with all the great sports on. We're planning to do it again this weekend. I just discovered them. They're all new, and they're really fantastic and kind of guilt-free, okay? No MSG, none of the other added junk that you're looking to keep away. So feel free to have the kids come on over to the coffee table and get after the all-new Daisy Dips.
For too long, I've waited around on medical appointments for me and my family. But now that Prime offers...
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, we want to take some calls on our way out. When we get back, it'll be Friday night, day before the game. We're going to take you all the way to the end. CMC jersey, final opportunity tomorrow afternoon. All of that.
Big guest tomorrow, too. We're ending the week
on
a huge note, Mark.
I need to text him. Hang on a second. You talk.
Oh, you're texting...
Well, just remind me.
Hey, Michael, this is Kevin from the office.
Lucas, what time do we want him? What's good tomorrow? What are we doing? What's on tap? T.O.'s at 9:20. That's on the morning show.
That's right.
What are we doing?
Yeah, Larry's coming on. I told him
Kruger?
So once we get our guy Brian locked in.
Yeah.
Tell Larry what time.
Kruger, like a 5 o'clock Krug feels good.
Stop whopping me.
Yeah.
After the 5 o'clock pop.
Stop whooping me.
Right. I'm thinking I'm thinking a Baumgartner at like 3:18. Double B's.
Right.
Sure. Tell him yes.
3:18, 4:18.
Yeah, what time?
4:19.
We'll play it in both, really.
4:20 on a Friday.
Cool. That's cool. Yeah.
I'm hot, bro.
All right.
Book 'em.
Book.
Thank you. Always be booking. The ABBs of radio.
I sent off the text because he's in Florida. It's getting late, brother.
Yep.
Although I don't think he's going to bed anytime soon.
Okay.
So, all right. So there's that.
Lock in on that. That's exciting.
We'll go to the phones in a sec. Farhan Zaidi said something I agree with.
I mean, we've been having a great show. And, I don't know why you feel the need
Because he did. He did. He said something I agree with. I'm not allowed to agree with even a sentence.
You can agree with whatever, but I don't know why you had to go out of your way to inject Farhan into an otherwise great show.
Not out of my way. I'm right here.
Farhan.
Right. I'm right here. I'm sitting with you.
Tell me what he said that you agree with, Mark.
Wouldn't it be better if free agency was all done by January 1st? This is just my personal opinion. I'm not speaking for anyone else, but it's a tough environment to get deals done when you don't have a deadline.
Okay. I mean, here's an idea. Farhan, get a deal done. There's no deadline. I'm a Giants fan. I'm trying real hard to be a Giants fan. He does not make it easy. And I would agree with him to the point of, when we talk about the hot stove, well, it's turned into the not stove. And if we talk about NBA free agency, there is a period where it opens, and there's like a 3 or 4 day period after it opens where it's just pew, pew, pew. Guys are flying all over the board. Same thing with the NFL. It's exciting when there is an opening of a free agency period. Now, there's not necessarily a closing, but when it opens, S happens.
Yeah, you better get while the getting's good.
Right. And baseball needs to find a way, to Farhan's point, baseball needs to find a way to make that a thing.
Well, instead, they do it like a line at the DMV. It's like everybody get a number. Shohei is first. We'll call you when it's your turn.
Funny you say that. I was in and out of the Concord DMV in about 2 minutes.
Come on.
I walked
What'd you do? Use the bathroom and leave?
I walked in to the place where you sign in and you get your number, and I signed in, and I got a number, and I took 2 steps, and the lady at window 5 said, "Come here." And I said, "Me? I don't have to wait and sit, wait for B182 and I'm L19.
Bingo!
Dude.
Yeah.
And now, can they call another L here?
Why?
Because it was relatively empty. She helped me. She was friendly. She satisfied my needs at the DMV.
You were not at the DMV.
And I was out of there 5 minutes, Coach.
You weren't that was not the DMV.
I swear to God. Careful. I got my registration fixed.
What the hell are you doing at the DMV?
I got fulfilled at the DMV in Concord.
Your DMV stands for something different than my DMV.
It does.
Let's go to Pete in San Ramon. Hi, Pete. What are you doing? You know what, Willard and Dibs?
I'm going to try to find a better Bluetooth headset than the one I'm talking to you on.
Yeah.
But besides all that, hey, if Brock Purdy turns into a pumpkin, we're just all going to have to make pumpkin pie. Everybody should, in the meantime, enjoy the damn entree that's on the plate.
I think we are, Pete.
Thank you, Pete.
Yeah, everybody's enjoying it, right?
I hope so.
All right, Pete. Thank you very much.
Outside of Filmo Mike, Gene in Oakland is our second youngest caller, and he's 73. Did you notice that? I mean, today's just one of those, little bit of a throwback Thursday.
Like
Pete, tell me about the 40s.
Everybody who's calling has a Niners starter jacket. Every single one of them. A gold 49ers starter jacket with beer and nacho stains on it.
And they all saw John Brody play on their 40th birthday.
They've all been to the Stick north of 100 times.
The Stick? I'm talking about Kezar, kid.
Oh, man, you're not lying.
It's the Kezar crowd today. I mean, I love them. I love them all.
Yeah, everyone's enjoying it. But look, there's no two ways about it. We've talked about it.
If he turns into a pumpkin, we got to just have pumpkin pie.
That's right.
Enjoy the entree.
Yeah.
And the entree was the regular season and the 1 seed, I guess. And we've enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But I'm not ready for pumpkin pie.
No, I'm not even that big of a fan of pie, to be honest. I'd much rather have a piece of cake. Cake is what people have when they celebrate. I want to celebrate this year. I'd like to celebrate a 49ers Super Bowl. And as I've said all week, chances don't come any better than this. I don't want that to sound disrespectful. I'm sure if you're a Packer fan, it does. But the bottom line is the bottom line. You don't get the 1 seed, have the bye, get full health, and then start having the 2 seed get knocked out, your division mates get knocked out. All of these things happen, and you get what you get, which is the best chance you're going to get, because chances don't come any better than this. It's not braggadocious. I'm not saying they're going to win. I'm saying this is the best the chances get.
Absolutely, especially when you think about where they are right now, January 18th. They're rested. They're better than this week's opponent. They're healthy, and they're at home. Those 4 factors all together should lead to a double-digit victory.
You know who Devontae Wyatt is?
Devontae Wyatt, no.
Devontae Wyatt. He plays for the Packers.
Okay.
He plays for the Packers.
They're a quick pass team. They get the ball. He sees his read. He's throwing it. If we get that pressure in his face real fast and throw it off, he going to overthrow or underthrow it, and that's like a big opportunity or anything. And he's low with the ball, so we can bat the ball down a lot.
Okay. So Devontae Wyatt breaking apart Brock Purdy, says he's low with the ball. They're a quick pass team. Get rid of the ball right away, which, by the way, has been debunked by stats, analytics, video, and everything else throughout the year. Greg Olsen earlier today said that what sets Brock Purdy apart is his ability to deal with what he called a dirty pocket. He's right. The 49er offensive line is not elite. They're good. Trent Williams is elite, but they're not great. They're not a great pass blocking team. They're a good one. They're middle of the road. They do good enough, but Purdy has shown time and again that he is mobile. He is accurate on the move. He moves through progressions. So do they want to get the ball out quickly? Yeah, that's not a criticism. That's what every team wants to do.
Yeah.
But someone's got to be open. Does he have guys that get open and a good scheme? You're damn right he does. But this is another part of the dynamic that I've never understood. There's something about what Brock Purdy does that makes people go blind. It really does. Well, he never throws the ball downfield. In fact, he throws the ball right up against the line of scrimmage most of the time, more than any other QB in the league. It's all factually untrue. It's been proven. But there's something about the way they do their business that makes people think that they're either seeing something they're not seeing or they're not seeing something that they do want to see.
You see what you want to see. And in terms of him throwing the ball from a lower point, yeah, he's a shorter quarterback. He did have the 8th most passes batted down this year. He had 13 passes batted in terms of balls that are deflected at or behind the line of scrimmage.
He's not tall.
And
he's not that tall.
You know, in terms of intended air yards per pass attempt, he was 8th. So 7 guys did throw the ball further per pass attempt, but he's not a dink and dunker.
No.
It was 8.2 yards per pass attempt on intended balls, all passes.
So you're saying he's 8th in the league?
Correct.
8th.
Yes.
Hold on. 8th.
8th in the league.
In
Mark,
the league
out of
in
32.
terms of how far the ball travels.
Intended air yards per pass attempt.
Okay.
IAY per PA. You're welcome.
There are days, and I don't mean our audience and I don't mean you, there are days where I feel like I'm talking to people who didn't see them play the whole year.
Yeah.
Which is strange.
People are going to see what they want to see.
Yeah.
Like that whole blue dress, gold dress thing, when you look at it, people saw it one way and people saw it the other.
That's funny.
I mean, that's kind of what it is with Brock Purdy. You see what you want to see.
You're funny.
Appreciate it.
Want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll give you one more.
Okay. Let's do one more.
One more.
You know what's coming up?
One more.
It's Grandy. Here comes the best of the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Full hour with Grandy. He's going to start off with some of the best stuff from this morning with Greg Olsen, which was tremendous. But we've had a great day on 95.7 The Game. Check out all the content on the free Odyssey app, from Amy Trask to Steve Mariucci to Peter King to Ross Tucker to Greg Olsen. And check us out again tomorrow, your last chance to win the CMC jersey. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot is all you got. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car riding your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery.